calling Ellie, just hold on for 5 more minutes, we're almost there. Several bodies lay scattered haphazardly on the ground. A humanoid creature covered in long hair squatted in front of the corpses. Heartlessly digging into their chests, the woman, summoning a bit of strength, clutched her blue long sword which emitted a faint light. The humanoid creature stretched its claw towards a person lying on the ground. Captain Ellie. Save me. The woman gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and withstood the severe pain as she slashed her sword at the humanoid. Without even looking back, the creature swung a punch. The woman's delicate body was sent flying, crashing into a puddle and causing water to splash around. A strange watch on her wrist beeped insistently, its display now showing 4 red dots instead of 3. A level 4 mutant. What? Level 4? Ellie, we're already on our way past. Just hold on a bit longer, we're almost there. Ellie removed her headset and lay on the ground. Her ice blue eyes stared at the dark dome above, muttering it's too late, out of the corner of her eye. She noticed someone had appeared beside her. Ellie's heart tightened. Instinctively she reached for her sword. The newcomer held an umbrella, the raindrops pattering densely upon it. Ellie quickly grabbed the person's trouser leg. Stop watching, and go. The humanoid creature, which was busy devouring the organs, slowly ceased its movements. It turned its head with its chilling vertical pupils staring at the newcomer. Wiping its mouth, the creature stood up, its eyes greedily fixed on the newcomer as if seeing a delicious dessert after a meal. Suddenly it stomped, sending mud splashing, and charged towards the person with the umbrella. I am immovable as a mountain, go now. Ellie used the last of her strength to shout. The humanoid creature was already upon them. Slowly, the umbrella was lifted, and beneath the rim of the umbrella, after a fringe of fine hair, those pitch-black eyes suddenly turned crimson. I raised one hand and blood-red voracious runes shockingly emerged on the skin of my finger joints. My palm created an afterimage grasping the humanoid's neck with the speed of lightning. Everything happened too fast. The creature even maintained its previous stance as if the rain itself had frozen in that moment. My knees slightly bent, then I burst forward explosively. The humanoid was embedded into the wall, its plaster crumbling, bricks flying out to create a deep half-spherical indent on the other side. I lifted my hand, and with an imperceptible flicker of blood-red light, something flew from the creature's body at an indiscernible speed into the crimson runes on my knuckles. The runes flickered momentarily, then vanished. My slender fingers seemed to be just an ordinary palm again. I turned my head, lying sideways in the rain. Ellie's exquisite face showed an expression of unprecedented astonishment. I glanced indifferently, as if looking at a pile of beautiful skeletons, and did not ask further. I simply headed towards the distance. I'm seriously injured. Can you help me get to shelter from the rain? You're asking me for help, yet you can't even utter a please. Could you drag me over there? Ellie lifted her arm, ready to be carried like a princess. Unexpectedly, since I've always been straightforward when Ellie said to drag her over, I simply grabbed the back of Ellie's collar and dragged her to the front of a store at the alleyway. Thank you. May I ask your name? G. Boda, is that your real name? I never change my name or my title. Ellie wanted to ask something else, but I had already disappeared into the rainy night. Soon after, several cars converged towards this area. A man wearing a top hat and a trench coat was the first to jump out of a car. He lifted his wrist, looking at the watch that showed the distance and bearing to Ellie, and quickly rushed over. Where's the level 4 mutant? Chief Xiao, look over here. A team member said, shining a light on a spot. Chief Xiao, after seeing it clearly, was utterly astonished. Ellie, who did this? Who could have killed a mutant that just broke through to level 4? In a small place like Lancheng, this certainly isn't a nobody. He's a high school student. A high school student? Are you sure? I saw him wearing a uniform from 2nd high school. If this is true, he must be of SSS grade talent. And even among those with SSS grade talents, he's at the very top. Did you ask him his name? I did. He said his name is G. Boda. Chief Zhao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let's check if there's such a person in 2nd high school. If all this is true, we found a treasure. The first round of talent tests this year starts in a couple of days. I must personally go and see. We can't let other departments snatch away such a talent, especially those annoying folks from Section 9. Ellie, with her ice blue eyes, stared into the rainy night, rubbing her still slightly painful buttocks. I definitely remember him now. At this moment I shook the raindrops off my umbrella, just opened the door, and heard voices from inside the room. In addition to simple home-cooked dishes, there were also 2 peculiar light blue potions on the table. Aunt's daughter Jiang Xiaoyu looked at the only two potions. Mom, there are three of us, how come there are only two potions? The talent test is almost upon us, how can we do without these potions? Xiaoyu, these things are scarce now, even these were only obtained after your dad and I pulled many strings. We've discussed it, you're still young, you won't participate in this talent test. Let your sister and Fangxin, your brother, take part. So you mean there was supposed to be a potion for me? But because of Fangxin he took mine? What are you saying, child? Jiang Xiaoyu stood up angrily, am I wrong? You favor your nephew who has neither father nor mother. He eats ours, uses ours, and now even takes what should belong to me. How can he be so shameless? Zhang Weidong looked at the two potions on the table. Huailan, why not give Fangxin's potion to Xiaoyu? After all, Xiaoyu is our own daughter, we've done our duty. No, the talent test is very important, it concerns whether you can get a good job in the future. If the talent is good enough, you can even receive major national training. My brother and sister-in-law also served the country before, if Xin can be like them, they would definitely be very pleased. Zhang Weidong slammed the table. Why can't it be done? Is your nephew the only treasure? Isn't my daughter a treasure too? Who's in charge of this household, you or me? If it weren't for us, your nephew Fang Xin would have been a stray dog a long time ago. Sitting at the side of the table, his eldest daughter Jiang Xiaochao lifted her head, adjusted her rimless glasses, and said, strictly speaking, everything we eat, use, and even the place we live in was left to him by Fang Xin's parents. Without us, Fang Xin might have been better off and we would be the real strays. If I'm not mistaken, the money for these two potions was also left to Fang Xin by my aunt and uncle, right? Zhang Weidong choked on his words. Unyielding Zhang Xiaoyu continued, the money his parents left was spent long ago, and hasn't the labor fee for our parents taking care of him in our house for so long already offset that? I don't care, this potion has to be mine. I don't want to be laughed at by my classmates saying my family can't afford to buy me potions. And I've already boasted to them saying my parents will definitely buy me the potion. With that, Jiang Xiaoyu grabbed a potion and claimed it as her own. Just as Fang Huilan was about to speak, there was a noise at the door. The family looked towards it. Fang Huilan got up to greet Xin is back. It's so dangerous at night, why did you come back so late? Fang Xin changed his shoes. I went to the bookstore for a while, let's have dinner. Zhang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Fang Xin full of hostility and muttered under her breath, shameless thing. Fang Xin, pretending not to see, had heard everything his aunt's family said earlier. After his parents passed away, leaving behind a vast fortune, many relatives coveted it, each wanting a piece. It was then that Fang Xin saw through human nature. Later he lived with his grandfather for a while, during which his grandfather told him many unheard stories from the past. In the early 20th century, a mad scientist discovered that the world had changed and human genes had undergone a huge transformation under some indescribable force. At first, people thought it was just the ramblings of a mad scientist, until one day someone could lift a ton with one hand, another could summon storms and lightning, another could become invisible, and another could do push-ups without using hands. From then on, everything changed. With the surge in power, human desires also grew. Awakened beings gradually split into good and evil camps known as the Army of Light and the Eternal Night Army. Continuous battles ensued. Later, at the end of the century, the chaos of the gods took place, ending with a tragic victory for the Light faction. Over the years, awakening has become more regulated. Awakeners are strictly controlled by officials, and from high school talent tests are conducted to determine the potential for awakening. The talent levels are divided for easier recall from E grade to the highest SSS grade. The higher the level, the rarer it is. In the Dragon Kingdom, the annual talent assessment sees millions of candidates, but only about 20 are identified as SSS-level geniuses. Each of them is destined for a bright future. Fang Xin was uncertain about his specific talents, but judging by the standards of the awakened, his combat power was at level 4, unmatched within his rank. From his research, Fang Xin learned that in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, only 2 individuals had reached level 4 at such a young age. Both were SSS-level talents. Different talents lead to different potential for growth. Thus, the higher the level, the better the benefits and treatments one enjoys, and various official and powerful forces would seek to recruit such individuals. Fang Xin's talent for slaughter awakened after his parents passed away. He could enhance his overall strength through killing, and this talent also awakened his strength talent. When he first shared this with his grandfather, Fang Xin could still recall the shocked and bewildered expression on his face. That night his grandfather didn't sleep at all, sitting in the courtyard smoking all night muttering words like fate, twilight of the gods and godslayer. The next day his grandfather said he had to travel far and repeatedly instructed Fong Xian to hide this talent, giving him a pendant to wear around his neck that could avoid detection. After that his grandfather disappeared without a trace. During the time of his grandfather's disappearance his uncle Jiang Weidong faced business failures and was steeped in debt, pushing his family to the brink of destitution. Eventually, they sought help from Fong Xian. At that time Jiang Weidong was still decent in his conduct. Fong Xian helped settle his debts, and since his aunt's family had nowhere to live, he let them move into the house left by his parents. One day, and Fong Huilan served Fong Xian a bowl of rice and rubbed his head. Xian, I heard from Xiaofeng's mom that you ranked second in your grade on the recent monthly test, right? Fong Xian hummed in acknowledgement. My little Xian is really amazing. Fong Huilan said proudly. Zhang Xiaoyu sneered dismissively. What's the use of being good at studies? In these times, having awakened talents is everything. Jiang Xiaocha, while eating, chimed in, without brains, even with awakened talents, you're just cannon fodder. Fong Huilan gestured for her daughters to stop bickering and continued to encourage Fong Xian. Xian, the talent test is in a few days, and I've bought you a potion. Jiang Xiaoyu stuffed the potion into her pocket defiantly. Why should I? It's mine. As Fong Huilan was about to speak, Jiang Xiaocha wiped her mouth, pushed the potion towards Fong Xian and said, brother, this is yours. I'm done eating, going back to my room now. Xiaocha, Fong Huilan called out as Jiang Xiaocha went back to her room. Jiang Xiaoyu smirked. Mom, if she doesn't want to give it, just forget it. Fong Huilan watched her eldest daughter close the door, her expression complex. Jiang Weidong put down his utensils, sat sideways, glanced at Fong Xian and said sternly, picking up the newspaper, Fong Xian, Fong Xian looked up. This potion was not easy to come by. Oh, seeing Fong Xian like this, Jiang Weidong vigorously shook the newspaper and tapped his fingers on the dining table. Do you know how many favors I had to pull using my old face to get this potion? Huffing in anger, Jiang Weidong shouted, let me tell you, you better not waste it. Don't squander my efforts. If you don't achieve something with it, you'll have to move out of my house. Extremely irritated, he slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Fong Xian, his finger jabbing the air. He then threw the newspaper onto the table. Jiang Weidong went back to his room, purposely kicking the trash can on his way to vent his frustration. Fong Huilan gritted her teeth and followed him into the bedroom, slamming the door shut. Jiang Weidong, what do you mean by this? His voice was loud, intentionally so that Fong Xian outside could hear. What do I mean? What could I mean? Look at him, a child raised without any discipline. Is that how you talk to your elders? I'm curious to see what kind of talent he'll awaken after stealing the potion meant for my eldest daughter. Jiang Xiaoyu, munching on her food, swung her head smugly and hummed. Fong Xian took a bite of his meal. In contrast, he preferred his cousin Jiang Xiaocha, who was knowledgeable, polite and kind-hearted like an aunt. Jiang Xiaoyu, on the other hand, had perfectly inherited her father's disdainful attitude of judging people based on their status. Hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Fong Xian chuckled. Don't worry, even the dead skin on my heel is better than your talent. Disgusting. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at Fong Xian with contempt and then hummed again. I want to see what level of talent you will awaken. After speaking, Jiang Xiaoyu took the potion and returned to her room. Aunt Fong Huilan came out of the room, her eyes slightly red, her hands tightly clutching her apron, apologetically looking towards her eldest daughter's room. After hesitating for a long time, she finally went to knock on the door. Xiaocha, may I come in to speak with you for a moment? From inside the room, Jiang Xiaocha's voice could be heard. Mom, I'm asleep, let's talk tomorrow. Fong Huilan sighed and went back to the dining table, glancing at the potion on it. In today's world dominated by awakeners, many important jobs were monopolized by them. For non-awakeners like Jiang Weidong and Fong Huilan, only jobs with meager salaries were available to support the family. Xiaoxin, don't be upset by what your uncle just said, just show him what you're capable of and let him see that his nephew is no coward. Fong Xian looked at his aunt with some distress. They say that a good man doesn't have a good wife, but a lazy man marries a good one. Jiang Weidong being able to marry Fong Huilan, a virtuous and kind woman, is truly like his ancestors' graves bursting with green smoke. Fong Xian often felt heartache for his aunt, who had taken meticulous care of him since his parents passed away. It's okay, Aunt, I've eaten enough. He put the dishes in the sink, ready to wash them, when Fong Huilan gently patted Fong Xian on the shoulder. Go back to your room and study, I'll do the dishes. Fong Xian returned to his room, his phone constantly vibrating. The class group chat had reached over 99 plus messages. The homeroom teacher announced that in the next 2 days there would be a talent test, and if families could afford it, they should buy a dose of a medicine in advance. This medicine, called SpaceX, was developed by a renowned international company, Leon Corp, to awaken human potential to the greatest extent. However, after its production, nearly 80% was taken by consortiums and powerful family organizations, leaving only a pitiful 20% for ordinary people. During the talent test, those who injected the medicine could increase their success rate by 10 to 15%, which was like adding 10 to 15 points to a college entrance exam. So many families were willing to spend money on this medicine for their children. This year, the testing mode had been reformed. Talent tests had been implemented since high school. Each person had 2 opportunities before graduating from senior high. Thus, students in their first and second year could also participate early. Because of the 2 opportunities, some would use one early, and if the talent test was good enough, they could enjoy generous subsidies early. This was why Jiang Xiaoyu, only in his second year, was eager to take the talent test. Since the homeroom teacher Chang Wenjin announced the news, the group chat hadn't stopped. The one who posted the most in the group was a guy named Qin Juanhao, nicknamed Ordinary Rich Second Generation. He was average in studies and looks, but his family was quite wealthy, his father being a well-known local businessman. From the day Fang Xin met Qin Juanhao, he had dedicated himself to being an outstanding employee at the core of the inflatable doll production line, behaving arrogantly as if he'd die otherwise. A year ago, Qin Juanhao bullied a poor student to death, and thanks to his family's connections, nothing happened to him, which made Fang Xin disdain him even more. Qin Juanhao swiftly posted a dozen photos of a sophisticated box containing the medicine. Of my dad, really, I told him not to buy it, but he went ahead and bought 20 doses for me. Don't talk nonsense, these weren't taken in my bedroom, but in my bodyguard's room. My room isn't this simple. Xu Xinyao, a classmate known as the class beauty, coldly replied, no need. Qin Juanhao, feeling snubbed, immediately turned his attention to Fang Xin. Fang Xin came from a good family, was handsome, and excelled in his studies, which always annoyed Qin Juanhao, who felt overshadowed by him. Fang Xin, I heard from someone that when buying potions they saw your aunt and uncle. They only managed to get 2 potions, having money alone isn't enough. You also need connections. I heard you have 2 younger sisters. 2 potions for 3 people clearly isn't enough. Why don't you beg me and I might sell you one? Just as Fang Xin was about to retort, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Xu Xinyao, the class beauty. Fang, I happen to have an extra potion. Come over to my place to pick it up. If you don't have time, I'll deliver it to your house. The undertones in her message made many people suspect something else. Fang Xin smiled slightly. It seemed like fate that this cute round-faced girl had been his classmate since kindergarten and they were still in the same class in high school. No need, classmate Xu Xinyao, if he doesn't want it, I do. Give it to me. Qin Juanhao was muted by group admin Xu Xinyao for half an hour. They say those who can't have it are the ones who crave it the most. Even though Qin Juanhao is a rich second generation, Xu Xinyao still ignores him, which really hurts him. Seeing how well Xu treats Fang Xin, Qin always tries to target Fang. With Qin the show-off dealer muted, the chat quieted down significantly. Someone brought the conversation back on track. I heard from a former classmate that their school, the one next door, has an A-level psychic talent. Several special departments are fighting over him head over heels. I'm so jealous. I'd be satisfied with a B-level talent. I wonder who in our class will turn out to have the best talent. I think it should be Fang Xin. With his excellent academic performance, his talent can't be bad. Not necessarily. There have been cases where those who did well academically turned out to have poor talents. Some even consistently topped cultural exams but ended up with nothing, not even an E-level. This was said by Qin Juanhao's loyal lackey Su Xiaoqiang. I think my bro Juanhao is the coolest. We'll know who's who when the talent test results come out. The class teacher Chang Wenjin sent a message. Everyone, please keep a calm mind. No matter the outcome of the test, we all have to face it calmly. This is the first talent test of senior year. Even if it isn't ideal, we still have specialized training to fully prepare for the second test. It's getting late. Everyone should go to bed. Fang Xin put down his phone. He raised his hand and looked at the back of it. His pupils slowly turned crimson and dozens of bloodthirsty runes emerged on his knuckles, 4 of which were particularly crimson. It was like the hand of a killer. In his early days, his grandfather had opened a small restaurant in a small town and Fang Xin helped out. It was while slaughtering chickens that he awakened this murderous talent. as he continued to kill, Fong Xian's overall abilities steadily increased, whether it was strength, speed, agility, or sensory perception. The most terrifying aspect was his regenerative ability. Later, by chance, Fong Xian encountered a group of strangers who were also a kind of awakened beings. However, after gaining their abilities, their desires magnified infinitely and they committed all kinds of atrocities such as arson, murder, and looting. After reluctantly taking action once, Fong Xian discovered that killing these types of beings could greatly enhance his own abilities. From then on, Fong Xian targeted these individuals, continuing his path of destruction up to the present day. Now Fong Xian's combat skills are considered the pinnacle among his peers. Moreover, nobody knows of his killing talent unless Fong Xian chooses to show it. Since his grandfather had advised Fong Xian not to readily display this murderous talent, he decided to use the power awakened through his killing talent instead. Although the power talent was not as strong as the killing talent, it was still formidable. The next morning after breakfast he went to school. Today the classmates arrived unusually early. Fong Xian had barely sat down when the class teacher, Cheng Wenjin, arrived. She was wearing a dress and had a pleasant face. "Students, don't be nervous, relax and wait for my signal before injecting the serum. By the way, is there anyone who doesn't have their serum?" Qin Juanhao, with his neatly parted hair, immediately turned around and looked towards Fong Xian, his smile not reaching his eyes. "Fong Xian, the teacher is asking you." Before Fong Xian could respond, a pretty girl with a round face sitting in front of him opened her backpack and took out a serum. "Teacher, I brought one for Fong Xian," she said, placing the serum on Fong Xian's desk with a sweet smile revealing her cute little fangs. Qin Juanhao's face fell instantly. Cheng Wenjin smiled slightly and repeated, "Everyone don't be tense, relax a bit, your mindset can greatly influence the test. I believe our class is filled with exceptionally talented students and it's possible to identify someone with an S-level talent." A student exclaimed, "That must be Fong Xian, who said that S-level has to be my bro." How? Qin Juanhao's lackey Su Xiaoqiang immediately retorted. Amidst the noise, a voice called out, "Teacher Cheng, could you come out for a moment?" Everyone looked towards the door where the principal stood, flanked by two individuals. One was dressed in a trench coat and wearing a hat, the other had silver short hair and ice blue eyes. "What's the matter, principal?" The principal gestured to close the door and peered through the window into the classroom, curiously asking, "Teacher Cheng, which one is Qin Juanhao?" Cheng Wenjin was momentarily stunned before instinctively turning to look in Qin Juanhao's direction. The principal, hands behind his back, leaned forward to peer through the window. The two individuals behind him were from a special department. Anticipating that this department had taken an interest in a student, Principal Ji wanted to have a first-hand look. Cheng Wenjin glanced at the two individuals behind the principal and then pointed in the direction of Qin Juanhao. The man in the hat bent over and followed Cheng Wenjin's pointing finger, looking into the classroom. He then turned to the woman with the ice blue eyes. "Ellie, take a look. Is it him?" Ellie's ice blue eyes stared at Qin Juanhao through the window. He had been wearing a mask before and I was about to pass out at the time, so I couldn't see his face clearly, but this heightened build matched. Cheng Wenjin wondered aloud, "Principal, who are these two?" Principal Ji, with his hands behind his back, chuckled and said, "Teacher Cheng, these two are from Division 7, this gentleman here is Mr. Xiao Wutong, and this lady is Ellie." Cheng Wenjin paused in surprise, then exclaimed, "Division 7? Looking for Qin Juanhao? Has he been selected in advance?" Xiao Wutong immediately raised his hand, signaling that it was confidential and not to be disclosed. However, it was clear from Mr. Zhao's eyes that he was proud of having poached a genius early on. After a brief conversation, Xiao Wutong and Ellie turned to leave. Just before parting, Ellie's gaze suddenly shifted to a figure sitting by the window. Fong Xian, upon seeing Ellie, muttered to himself about how small the world was and preemptively flipped up his bangs, casually putting on his classmate's glasses. "What's wrong, Ellie?" Ellie snapped back to reality, "It's nothing." As they walked out, Xiao Wutong was in high spirits. The folks from Division 9 actually asked the higher-ups to delay announcing the test results by a day, hoping to use this method to poach talented students early. Damn, they have the backing of old Master Yi and have made remarkable achievements, but this is too overbearing. However, who lets us, the good old Xiao, be lucky? We found a gem right before the talent test ended and we went straight to sign a contract with Qin Juanhao. Now, just thinking about the sour faces of those Division 9 people makes me want to laugh. Inside the classroom, after Principal Ji called Cheng Wenjin out, the room exploded with chatter. Right before the door closed, the students sitting in the front row clearly heard the principal ask who Qin Juanhao was. Then those two seemingly important figures also looked towards where Qin Juanhao was. "What's going on? Who are those people?" asked a student near the door, ears perked. "I heard something about Division 7, Division 7, I have a distant cousin there. It's the legendary Division 7 of the Sky Shield Bureau. My cousin was discovered early and right after a glance outside the classroom he signed a contract as soon as the test ended, and now he's quite prestigious." Many people were shocked and those who lacked information asked in a low voice, "The Sky Shield Bureau?" The Sky Shield Bureau is a very cool organization officially established for dealing with extraordinary people. It oversees 9 special operations divisions, and although Division 7 isn't in the top 3, it's still part of the Sky Shield Bureau, and they have a high threshold. They only recruit those at B level at the minimum, man B level. "What's that? The coolest is Division 9. My cousin told me that Division 9 is also called the Monster Room, all geniuses with an S level threshold. Damn, S level, that means only geniuses get in. We can only watch." Right-hand man Su Xiaoqiang immediately exclaimed, "Wow brother, how you've made it big. No matter what place you are in, being discovered early is the coolest." "Humph, I always said my brother how was the best. You didn't believe me. You had to bark at me like dogs. Come on, who dares to deny it now?" Xin Juanhao was also a bit dumbfounded. "Xin Juanhao, how did you get discovered? Share some tips with everyone. Let's all grab a lucky charm at the last minute," a classmate asked. To tell the truth, Xin Juanhao himself couldn't quite explain it, but his loyal friend Su Xiaoqiang immediately jumped to his defense. "Isn't it obvious? How bro, your family is so powerful, you must know someone from the Tiandun Bureau, right?" Upon hearing this reasoning, Xin Juanhao suddenly realized, "Right, my dad knows them. I remember now, my dad even had dinner with some of them." Hear that? This is called family background. Even if my brother how taught you, could you learn it? Su Xiaoqiang said adoringly. Xin Juanhao's lips curled up. "Xiaoqiang, we are all classmates, don't say that, it hurts everyone's pride." While speaking he glanced at Chu Xinyao. Su Xiaoqiang, ever the clever one, said, "Class beauty Chu, see the strength of my brother how." Chu Xinyao snorted, "I just took a look, who knows what really happened, for all we know Xin Juanhao's dad might have committed a crime and they came to arrest him." Su Xiaoqiang was momentarily speechless. In terms of family background, Chu Xinyao's was not bad either. Everyone knew her mother was the director of the Power Bureau. However, what her father did was unknown. It was said that he was a high-ranking official, so Qin Juanhao's bragging didn't impress Chu Xinyao at all. Chu Xinyao waved her hand in front of Fang Xian. "You're not nearsighted, why wear glasses?" Fang Xian smiled, returned the glasses to his deskmate. "Just trying out how it feels to wear glasses." He glanced outside the window. Xiao Wutong and Ai Li had already walked far away. Fang Xian hadn't expected to run into them. Fortunately, it was raining heavily the day he wore a mask, and Ai Li was seriously injured, otherwise he really would have been discovered. His own talent was very peculiar. Fang Xian had searched online, there was not a single related entry. Who knows if someday he might be taken away for research. The classroom was still buzzing with discussions. The classroom door opened. The class teacher, Chang Wenjin, walked in, looking particularly at Qin Juanhao. "Teacher, what did those people say just now?" "Nothing much." Chang Wenjin smiled. "Was it because my brother Hao got specially recruited by the 7th Bureau?" Su Xiaoqiang immediately asked. Chang Wenjin put a finger to her lips, signaling to keep it a secret. Seeing Chang Wenjin smiling, the students of class 2 to 3 exploded in excitement again. Brother Hao is awesome. Qin Juanhao was also a bit excited. After the test, if he really got recruited by the 7th Bureau, whatever we want to eat, drink or play with, I'll pay. Wow, brother Hao is mighty, Su Xiaoqiang shouted. With a cracking voice, Fang Xian watched Qin Juanhao half-opening champagne, thinking if the talent test results were not good, as high as Qin Juanhao flew, that's how disastrously he would fall. Chu Xinyao, sitting in the front row, turned around, resting her chin on a stack of books on Fang Xian's desk. "Fang Xian, let them play their games and we'll play ours. After the test, do you have time? There's a new ocean-themed museum that opened recently in the city. I want to go, will you come with me?" she asked hopefully. Fang Xian replied uncertainly, "We'll see, I'm not sure." "Okay then, we'll go when you're free," Chu Xinyo said, smiling sweetly, her cute little fangs showing. "It's a deal then, and you can't back out." Fang Xian nodded. Chang Wenjin glanced at his phone. "Everyone please have your student IDs and medicine ready. Let's set off in an orderly manner. The talent test is about to begin." The queue formed a long line. Many students were nervous, for this was a significant event in their lives. In These times, only the awakened had real authority. Regular people struggled to make ends meet, but if one could achieve a D level in the talent test, as long as they didn't break the law, they could secure a stable job. The talent test was divided into 3 areas. First and second years in one area and third years were split into 2 areas. Xu Xinyao stood behind Fang Xian, playfully tracing figures on his back with her pale fingers occasionally poking him to guess what she had just drawn. In the distance around the talent test area, many uniformed individuals stood. Through some information-sensitive students, it was known that these uniformed people were mostly officials, with some from prestigious families and various large organizations. Awakened individuals were highly sought after, and every group wanted to snatch up promising talents. Qin Juanhao raised his chin as searching for the 2 agents from Division 7 he had seen outside the classroom earlier. Many students looked at Qin Juanhao enviously, Toadai Su Xiaoqiang rubbing his hands together like a fly said, "Bro, how over there? The people you're looking for are over there." Following Su Xiaoqiang's direction, Qin Juanhao saw Xiao Wu and Ai Li standing side by side looking formidable. "Bro, how you'll definitely become like them. Remember to hook me up when you do," Su Xiaoqiang said. Qin Juanhao patted Su Xiaoqiang's shoulder. "Don't worry, I won't forget you." While they were talking, 2 people approached from a distance. One was a tall, thin man with white hair and sunglasses, hands in his pockets, walking past the officials. Following him was a beautiful girl, sucking on a lollipop and carrying a suitcase. Everyone who saw them stood up straight. Non-official members nodded in greeting while official members saluted continuously. Even Division 7 Xiao Wu and Ai Li stood up straight and saluted them. The leader, the white-haired man, paid no attention, hands still in his pockets, as he walked straight into a classroom. Who is that? So cool that all the official members have to salute him. Division 9, the legendary Division 9, see the suitcase that pretty sister is carrying? That 9 dragons totem on it is the symbol of Division 9. No wonder they are Division 9-inch. They have the best benefits and their members rank higher than other divisions. In emergency situations, they can even command members from the other 8 divisions. They don't have to give face to anyone. If I could join Division 9, I'd even marry the school beauty if it meant getting in. Fang Xian watched as the white-haired man and the beautiful girl entered the classroom. Even though the opponents did not emit any aura, Fang Xian, who had experienced countless battles, could acutely feel the sense of danger emanating from those 2 individuals, particularly the one with white hair. Fang Xian even thought that with a single thought he could be annihilated in an instant. According to his own assessment from online research, Fang Xian believed his power talent was at an S level. If he truly was S level, it was highly likely he would be taken away by Division 9. The people from Division 9 were so powerful that if they discovered his talent for slaughter, what if they decided to dissect him for research? In fact, Fang Xian had decided the night before that he would not use any potions to avoid drawing attention from the higher-ups. Jiang Xiaochao was scheduled for testing in the afternoon. He planned to give the potion to his sister Jiang Xiaochao later. The reason he hadn't given it to her yesterday was simply to annoy Jiang Weidong. The students called by name, "Please bring your student ID and inject the potion in advance if you have it, then orderly proceed to the testing area for the talent test." Zhang Yuxuan Wang Zihanli Seni. Several classrooms were arranged in each area, with a few cabinets over 2 meters tall inside each classroom. After the students entered for the talent test, it would only take about 3 to 5 minutes. However, Cheng Wenjin had announced just now that this year's test results would not be released on the same day but would be delayed by 1 day. This made many students uncomfortable, as waiting for the results was agonizing. Qin Juanhao's gaze shifted to Xiao Wutong of Division 7. Xiao Wutong also looked over and nodded with a smile at Qin Juanhao. "Bro, he nodded at you," Su Xiaoqiang excitedly said. "Did you all see that? The guy from Division 7 nodded at my bro," Su Xiaoqiang boasted to the surrounding students. Qin Juanhao's smile was harder to suppress than even an AK, but he still advised Su Xiaoqiang to keep a low profile. What talent and what level it turns out to be is still unknown. His glance briefly swept over to Fang Xian and Xu Xinyao. He noticed Xu Xinyao doodling on Fang Xian's back. The 2 were engrossed in a game of Pictionary, completely ignoring him. Qin Juanhao glanced sideways at Fang Xian, unsure of what talent might emerge in the end. "But I've heard that sometimes students who study well, whose brains are overdeveloped, end up with contrary results in talent tests. There was a senior who studied very well and he ended up with an A-level excavator talent. Fang Xian, I think you might end up with that kind of talent." 2. Fong Xian nodded in agreement, saying that would be fine too, certainly better than an A-level bootlicker talent. After all, lies don't hurt people, it's the truth that cuts like a knife. With just a simple sentence, Qin Juanhao was utterly disarmed. Qin Juanhao's face changed instantly. Su Xiaoqiang quickly patted Qin Juanhao on the chest to calm him. Bro, let's not get upset over this kind of person. We'll be part of Division 7 soon, and once you join, handling him will just be a matter of words. Qin Juanhao sneered, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Chu Xinyao poked Fong Xian in the lower back. Where's the potion you promised me? You forgot to bring it, you. Chu Xinyao frowned and pouted. How can you be so careless at such a critical time? While speaking, Chu Xinyao handed her own potion to Fong Xian and turned to run back to the classroom to retrieve the potion she had previously prepared for Fong Xian. Fong Xian quickly grabbed Chu Xinyao, softly chuckled, and said, our turn is coming up soon, there's no time to go back and retrieve it now. If we can't make it back in time, it'll be considered as skipping the exam. How can you do this? Chu Xinyao anxiously exclaimed. It's okay if it doesn't work out this time, there's always a next time. From ahead, Chen Wenjin's voice announced the following students, please bring your IDs and orderly enter the testing area. Qin Juanhao, Su Xiaoqiang, Zhang Haoyu, Li Bowen, Fong Xian, Chu Xinyao. Fong Xian gave Chu Xinyao a reassuring look and headed towards the testing area. In the distance, Xiao Wutong saw Qin Juanhao heading towards the testing area and immediately showed a smile, turning his head towards Ellie. Quick, the contract, after he comes out, let's sign him up early. He laughed. Sector 9 has been domineering for so long, it's time for Sector 7 to toughen up. Fong Xian entered the massive white testing device. He placed his student ID in the front sensor area. After identity verification, red lights continuously scanned Fong Xian. Fong Xian touched the pendant on his neck that his grandfather had given him. In the classroom, Bai Mao was swaying back and forth in his chair, sucking on a lollipop. A girl opened her suitcase, which contained a precision control keyboard and a monitor. A camera peeking out from one end of the suitcase projected images of various testing areas onto the wall. As time ticked by, suddenly a shrill beep sounded, halting Bai Mao's rocking motion momentarily. He couldn't help but look towards the wall display. In the footage where Fong Xian was, a frame appeared, flashing and then displaying several lines of text. Name, Fong Xian. Talent, Strength-based talent SS-level, no potion. Talent, Perception-based talent S-level, no potion. Talent, Beast Mastery S-level, no potion. Talent, Light-based talent A-level, no potion. Talent, Mental-based talent A-level, no potion. Overall combat assessment, Level 3. The girl lifted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with astonishment. Without using any potions, he managed to attain an SS-level talent and even more talents. If he had used potions, his talents could have risen another level, and he's a level 3 in combat power. Such presence is extremely rare among students. Bai Mao slowly hooked his sunglasses down, revealing eyes sparkling with a dazzling white light as if harboring two terrifying thunder pools. His lips slowly curved into a smile. Fong Xian, Sector 9 wants you. Ding, the test was over. Please take your ID and leave the testing pod, the announcement echoed. Fong Xian grabbed his student ID and walked out of the testing pod. As his homeroom teacher Chang Wenjin had mentioned, the test results wouldn't be officially announced until the day after tomorrow. However, the results were actually known on the same day. Thus, for the next 2 days, the well-connected organizations would try every means to check the scores in advance and snatch up the promising talents. Of course, everyone had to wait behind Section 9. Section 9 had the privilege of first pick, and other organizations had complained, arguing that Section 9's practice was unfair and overbearing. After many discussions, it was agreed that Section 9 could only select up to 3 S-grade talents per region each year. Fong Xian touched the pendant around his neck. With this pendant, his innate talent for slaughter could be concealed from detection. According to what he had learned online, his power talent was estimated to be S-grade, but since he hadn't taken any injections today, his revealed grade would likely be A. This might attract the attention of organizations like the Shield Bureau, but definitely not Section 9. To Fong Xian, the people in Section 9 were too frightening. Mixed in with those monsters, he might soon be exposed. He sighed. Just then, he saw a classmate shout in surprise. Qin Juanhao had just walked out of the classroom and was immediately dragged into another room by Xiao Wutong, causing many exclamations and envious glances. Su Xiaoqiang was even whistling excitedly. Brother, how is awesome! His actions sparked a small commotion in the playground. Qin Juanhao, no longer pretending, curled his lips into a proud smile, waving continuously at his shouting classmates. inside the classroom by Mao looked out the window wondering what's that idiot Xiao Wutong doing. A beautiful girl said he signed a student early. Did we miss any good talents? No, she answered herself, then she casually flipped her hair revealing delicate pale ears adorned with a pretty ear cuff. I overheard Xiao Wutong say he found a good talent and wanted to cut us off. Bai Mao scratched the side of his nose, pointing at a box in front of the beautiful girl. That idiot, doesn't he know we brought the most advanced detectors this time? The girl, resting her chin on her hands, replied, the news of the detector upgrade hasn't reached Section 9 yet. It's normal he doesn't know. What level is the person he intercepted? She glanced at Qin Juanhao's test results, originally a C grade but barely made it to B grade with a lot of drugs. Bai Mao yawned, trash. Oh, prepare the contract. We'll go to Fang Xian's house tonight to sign it. We can catch dinner there too. Fang Xian headed towards his class group where everyone was talking about Qin Juanhao. Everyone was envious. Entering the Shield Bureau was not just a secure job, it was a golden spoon. Even if it wasn't the monstrous Section 9 inch, it was a supreme honor. Xu Xinyao walked up and tugged at Fang Xian's arm. Fang, let's go sit over there. It's too noisy here. Fang Xian paused. I need to go back to the classroom first, then to class 8 to find my sister. Why look for her? Give her the potion. Xu Xinyao pouted. So you were saving your potions for your sister all along? Don't you want to use my things? If you're short on potions, just use the ones I gave you. Xiao Fang, we've known each other since kindergarten. I won't allow you to be so formal with me. You can ask me for anything you want. As long as I have it, you won't be lacking. Did you hear that? As she spoke, Xu Xinyao tiptoed and tapped Fang Xian's head with her delicate fingers. Fang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Anything I want? Can you give me a bow? Fang Xian. Xu Xinyao clenched her fist in Fang Xian's lower back and took the potion. Found class 8. There were no classes today, so the discipline was chaotic. Through the window, many students in the classroom were chattering about the talent test. Almost everyone's desk had a potion on it. Jiang Xiaochao was reading with headphones on. Jiang Xiaochao, Fang Xian called out. Jiang Xiaochao was nudged by her deskmate, looked up towards the door, pushed up her glasses, and quickly walked out. Brother, have you finished your tests? This is for you. Fang Xian handed over the potion. Seeing the potion, Jiang Xiaochao paused, recognizing it as the one from last night. You didn't use the potion? I forgot you use it. Jiang Xiaochao hung her head, biting her lip. Brother, thank you. Why be so formal with me? Jiang Xiaochao looked up at Fang Xian, her eyes slightly red. I know you didn't use it just to save it for me. Look at what you're saying. If I didn't use it, I would have returned it to you last night. You didn't give it to me last night just to annoy my dad, right? Fang Xian awkwardly scratched his cheek. He flicked Jiang Xiaochao's forehead. Don't talk nonsense, my classmates are watching. Jiang Xiaochao glanced at Xu Xinyao, who was also looking at Jiang Xiaochao, and both nodded lightly at each other. When they returned to the classroom, Qin Juanhao was standing at the podium. Classmates, since you've seen it, I won't pretend anymore. Indeed, I've been recruited by Sector 7. I told my dad, and he said he'll donate a building to our school in our class's name to thank everyone for taking care of me over the years. Also, my dad has instructed the butler to book a place day after tomorrow. I will send my family's driver to pick everyone up, all expenses on me. At this point, Qin Juanhao looked at Xu Xinyao. Xu Xinyao, you must come too. Sorry, Fang Xian and I have already planned to go to the ocean theme park. You guys have fun. Qin Juanhao choked for a moment, wanting to say something else, but Xu Xinyao had already put on her headphones. Seeing Xu Xinyao's refusal, Qin Juanhao sat down, his face dark. He glared at Fang Xian as if he wanted to flay him alive. Qin Juanhao took out his phone and sent a message. Dad, book the city's ocean theme park for me. I want to go there with my classmates. The talent test continued until the afternoon, just before school was dismissed, when suddenly a piece of news exploded in the school. Someone had leaked some students' test scores, causing the score sheets to spread wildly within the school. After seeing the test results, there were mixed emotions. Fang Xian also received his test results. After opening and looking through them for a while, he couldn't find his own name, but was surprised to see the results for Jiang Xiaochao and Jiang Xiaoyu. Name: Jiang Xiaochao. Talent 1, Psychic Talent A grade, Potion. Talent 2, Healing Talent C grade, Potion. Name: Jiang Xiaoyu. Talent: Beast Mastery Talent C grade, Potion. When Fang Xian returned home, his aunt was busy in the kitchen, her face beaming with joy. Uncle Jiang Weidong even brought out a bottle of wine that had been treasured for many years, happily slapping his thigh as he drank. Jiang Xiaoyu arrogantly sprawled on the sofa, legs crossed, exuding an air of authority. Jiang Xiaocha sat at the table reading a book. Xiaoxin, you're back. Aunt Fong Huilan cheerfully wiped her hands on her apron and greeted Fong Xian warmly. Fong Xian sniffed and asked, Aunt, what delicious food have you prepared? Chicken, duck, fish, meat. I made everything you three love. Jiang Xiaoyu sat up abruptly. Mom, what does he have to do with it? My sister and I are the real heroes today. Aunt Fong Huilan was in a great mood, especially proud of her daughter's achievements, particularly her eldest Jiang Xiaocha, whose scores would surely attract many organizations. Both are my treasures, Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed. Who knows whether your big nephew will turn out to be trash or a treasure? Aunt Fong Huilan clicked her tongue. What are you saying, child? TSK, your brother will definitely not disappoint. Today is a day of celebration. No talking like that, Xiaoxin, sit for a while, dinner will be ready soon. Uncle Jiang Weidong cleared his throat and placed his phone on the table, displaying his daughter's electronic scorecards. Come Fong Xian, look at your sister's scores. Fong Xian glanced and smiled. Both are impressive. Jiang Xiaoyu sneered. Impressive or not, what's it to you? Jiang Weidong took another sip of his wine, tapping on the table. Fong Xian, look at your elder sister Xiaocha, an A-grade talent. Do you know what that means? Many organizations will be fighting over her, while other people's children are chosen by organizations. Your sister Xiaocha gets to choose which one she wants to join. That's the difference, understand? Fong Xian flattered. Uncle, you're absolutely right. Jiang Weidong slammed his wineglass onto the table, pointing at Fong Xian with a drunken scold. If it weren't for you taking Xiaocha's potion, her scores would have been even better. Remember, Fong Xian, you owe my daughter for a lifetime. Aunt Fong Huilan immediately defended Fong Xian. Jiang Weidong, on such a joyful day to say such heartless things, that's too much, my foot. Jiang Weidong slammed his hand on the table and stood up, pointing at Fong Xian. Today I'm happy and I've had some drinks, with the courage from the alcohol. Let me tell you, Fong Xian, and remember this, my daughter is generous, she gave you the serum. If it weren't for that, her talent might have reached S-level and her future achievements could have been even higher. You ruined my daughter's great prospects. You owe my daughter, and you'll never be able to repay her in your lifetime. With a loud slap, Jiang Xiaocha suddenly smacked the table. Jiang Weidong, startled, shivered and looked at Jiang Xiaocha, trying to appease her with a smile. What's wrong, Xiaocha? Did Dad scare you? My bad. It's just that I'm also worried that Fong Xian's mediocre performance could waste that serum. Jiang Xiaocha clenched an empty syringe and slammed it on the table, glaring up at Jiang Weidong. My brother gave me the serum, I owe him, our whole family owes him. Everyone's gaze fixed on the syringe. Jiang Weidong was suddenly mute. He recognized the serum, and he was also very sure that Jiang Xiaocha wouldn't lie about such a matter. Therefore Fong Xian hadn't used the serum and had instead given it to Jiang Xiaocha. Aunt Fong Huilan snatched up the syringe, turned around and grasped Fong Xian's arms tightly, her eyes reddening as she gently slapped his arm. Why, you child, are you trying to kill me? This is yours. Why did you give it to your sister? As she spoke, her lips trembled and tears streamed down her face. And it's okay, I can manage without the serum, Fong Xian replied. Fong Huilan wiped her tears, apologizing. I'm so sorry, my child. I'm so sorry. Jiang Xiaoyu chewing gum interjected. Mom, why are you crying? You're ruining my good mood. Even if Fong Xian had used the serum, it's not certain he'd be stronger than my sister, right? Besides, your eldest nephew gave the serum to Jiang Xiaocha voluntarily, no one forced him. Jiang Xiaoyu, have some conscience, will you? Jiang Xiaocha rebuked. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. He said himself he doesn't need the serum, so why are you worrying about him? Besides, he lives off us, he should be the one with a conscience, right? Slap. Jiang Xiaocha delivered a crisp, loud slap across Jiang Xiaoyu's face. The slap was clean and sharp. Jiang Xiaoyu was stunned. Seconds later, she burst into tears, crying, Dad, do something about her. She's turning her elbow out. Jiang Weidong, comforting Jiang Xiaoyu by rubbing her cheek, reproached Jiang Xiaocha. What are you doing? How could you hit your little sister over an outsider? Outsider? We are the outsiders here, Jiang Xiaocha retorted coldly, staring at Jiang Weidong. Don't forget, it was my brother who took our family in. Now I demand that you apologize to my brother for your behavior just now. Xiaocha, I'm your father. Jiang Weidong protested. Jiang Xiaocha repeated. Coldly, apologize. If you don't, I will refuse to join any organization. Jiang Weidong became frantic. Xiaocha, you. Jiang Xiaocha's gaze remained icy. Now that her own results were out, she was clearly the future pillar of the household, and even Jiang Weidong knew he was in the wrong. glancing at Fong Xian. I said, I'm sorry Fong Xian, my words were indeed too much, let me apologize to you. And please try to persuade Xiao Cha not to give up on joining the big organization, Fong Xian. Lightly flicked Zhang Xiaocha's tender forehead. This sister was truly worth cherishing, much better than the ungrateful Zhang Xiaoyu. Hungry Xiaocha? Sure, I'll go get you some food. Zhang Xiaocha headed towards the kitchen. Fong Weilan's eyes were red and her face was filled with apology as she looked at Fong Xian. Xian? Auntie is hungry, let's eat. Fong Weilan squeezed Fong Xian's arm. Okay, Auntie will cook a couple more dishes and then we'll eat. Jiang Xiaoyu nestled in Jiang Weidong's embrace, still feeling aggrieved. Dad, it hurts. Jiang Weidong patted Jiang Xiaoyu's back, rubbed her cheeks and glared fiercely at Fong Xian, believing him to be the root cause of trouble. He snorted and took his daughter to get an ice pack, whispering to her, Xiaoyu, after all she's your sister, this is all Fong Xian's fault. This slap is on him. I've never heard of any child who can get such good results without the use of potions. He obviously wants to wait for the next test and then he'll still need me to pull some strings to buy the potions for him. You'll see, I'll make sure this slap comes back to him. Jiang Xiaoyu stared venomously at Fong Xian. Okay, Dad. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? Auntie ran to open the door. Standing at the doorway was a jovial chubby man carrying a heap of gifts. Is this Jiang Xiaocha's home? Are you Jiang Xiaocha's mother? We are from the Tiannan Commerce Association. We came specifically to discuss the matter of Jiang Xiaocha joining us. Without waiting for Fong Weilan's invitation, the chubby man, freeing one hand while shaking Fong Weilan's, squeezed in with his assistant. Fong Weilan was baffled but quickly recovered and shouted towards the kitchen, Xiaocha, someone's looking for you. Jiang Xiaocha came out from the kitchen wiping her hands. Miss Jiang Xiaocha, hello, I am Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Commerce Association. The chubby man beamed as he approached and shook hands with Jiang Xiaocha. And you are Jiang Weidong also hurried over. The chubby man, adept in social graces, quickly bent over and jogged towards him. You must be Jiang Xiaocha's father. I am Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Commerce Association, the largest commerce group in our region. You know of it, right? Jiang Weidong immediately nodded, his eyes sparkling. Hello, please have a seat. You're here for our Xiaocha, right? Miss Xiaocha has excellent results and I, as the head of Lan Chang, have come personally to invite Miss Xiaocha to join us. If she joins, we will offer her a luxury apartment in the most expensive Baohu Yuan in Lan Chang, a luxury car pickup service, and a starting annual salary of 800,000 yuan, which will double the second year. After 3 years, based on her contributions, we will allocate stock dividends to Miss Xiaocha. Tong Fengwu, the chubby man, rattled off a list of benefits in one breath. Upon hearing this, Jiang Weidong's eyes lit up and he swallowed several times in quick succession. Turning to Jiang Xiaocha, he thought that if one person succeeds, their whole family benefits. Xiaocha, how about it? Tong Fengwu asked again. Before Jiang Xiaocha could respond, there was another knock at the door. Fong Weilan went to open it, and standing there was a woman in professional attire wearing glasses with 2 assistants carrying gifts behind her. The woman extended her hand for a handshake. You must be Xiaocha's mother. Hello, I am Li Xiao, the Li family's representative in Lancheng from the provincial city. We are here for student Jiang Xiaocha. Welcome. Fong Weilan eagerly looked at the newcomer, who carried a strong aura of authority, clearly a formidable woman, and stepped aside to let her in. Li Xiao, with her high heels clicking, stepped inside, glanced at chubby Tong Fengwu, who responded with a harmless smile, only to receive a cold snort in return. You must be Jiang Xiaocha's father, Li Xiao said, extending her hand to Jiang Weidong. Licking his lips, Jiang Weidong felt almost dizzy with excitement. Someone was here to snatch his daughter. After enduring many years of insignificance, he finally had a moment to puff out his chest. He had even noticed the neighbors discussing their family. Hello, Jiang Weidong quickly extended his hand. Li Xiao turned back to Jiang Xiaocha and smiled. Hello, student Jiang Xiaocha, I am Li Xiao from the Li family in the provincial city, so pleased to meet you. I presume our friend from the Tiannan Commerce Association has given you an offer. To show our sincerity, whatever they offer we will double it. Tong Fengwu's eyes widened slightly. Now Li, that seems a bit unfair, don't you think? Li Xiao smiled neither humbly nor arrogantly. I think student Jiang Xiaocha is worth it. Watching the 2 parties vie for his daughter, Jiang Weidong felt almost overwhelmed by excitement. Everyone please, let's sit down and talk, he suggested, trying to mediate. Just then, another knock on the door came and Fong Weilan opened it. This time, the visitor appeared more formal, dressed in uniform with simpler gifts, not as flashy as the previous ones. The leader was a square-faced man who looked somewhat rigid. Hello Tian Dun Bureau 4th Section 2nd Special Operations Squadron Captain Chu Gang here for student Jiang Xiaocha. Fong Huilan hurriedly opened the door wider. Please come in. Chu Gang stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over Tong Fingwu and Li Yinxiao, both of whom managed to smile. Captain Chu is here too. Yes, Jiang Xiaocha, have you made your choice yet? Not yet. Oh well, the 4th section would also like to invite you to join us. You can choose now. Jiang Weidong, visibly excited and almost splitting his voice, felt this was a highlight of his life. Captain Chu, please have a seat. Chu Gang took a seat. Please sit down everyone, he gestured to Tong Fingwu and Li Yinxiao, who both took their seats as well. Li Yinxiao was the first to break the silence. No matter how much we argue, the final decision lies in the hands of our fellow student Jiang Xiaocha. Let's see what choice Jiang Xiaocha makes. Jiang Xiaocha seemed a bit overwhelmed, having only heard of talents being highly sought after by various factions, but never expected it to be so literal. After hesitating for a moment, she said, I'll listen to my brother. Fong Xian was stunned for a few seconds, obviously not expecting Jiang Xiaocha to say that. All eyes then turned to Fong Xian. Li Yinxiao smiled and asked, are you Jiang Xiaocha's brother? Where would you like your sister to go? Jiang Weidong immediately interjected, why listen to him? I'm her father, I make the decisions in this family. Can any of your factions take my daughter as well? As he spoke, Jiang Weidong pulled Jiang Xiaoyu towards him. I dare to ask, what is your daughter's talent? Asked Chu Gang formally. Sea-level beast taming talent, he replied. Talent too low, we at the 4th Division do not accept, stated Chu Gang crisply. Tong Fingwu's eyes darted around. We'll take her, Li Yinxiao replied without hesitation. We'll take her too, and we'll offer double the conditions of the Tiannan Commerce Guild. Why are you always making things difficult for me? Complained the plump man. Li Yinxiao ignored him and continued to address Jiang Xiaocha. The decision is in your hands. Yet Jiang Xiaocha repeated, I'll listen to my brother, you child, Jiang Weidong exclaimed, getting up anxiously. Tong Fingwu looked at Fong Xian. Are you also a student? What's your name? Fong Xian, Jiang Weidong inquired further. Did you perhaps know the results beforehand? Can we see his results? Tong Fingwu smiled awkwardly. The results we have are only for sea level and above, and Fong Xian's name isn't on my list, so he's below sea level. Jiang Weidong rubbed his hands together with glee. Pretty much, Tong Fingwu confirmed. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh, and Jiang Weidong also glanced at Fong Xian, snorting with a sense of superiority. Fong Xian was somewhat surprised. Not expecting to rank below C, Jiang Weidong sat back, legs crossed, glancing at Fong Xian. Below sea level, huh? That probably means not a great job either. Jiang Xiaoyu, looking smug, rubbed her slightly swollen cheeks, feeling a sense of revenge fulfilled. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaocha suddenly spoke up. Whichever faction is willing to take my brother, I will join that one. This statement took everyone by surprise. Chu Gang was the first to respond, still very formal. The 4th Division has high standards, we do not accept those with low talents. Tong Fingwu weighed the pros and cons with his shifty eyes, feeling it might not be worthwhile. Li Yinxiao said, our Li family can take him, but the benefits might be relatively lower since his talent is too low. He was interrupted by a knock at the door. Someone else is here. Jiang Weidong excitedly stood up, pointing to the door. Huilan, go open it. Fong Huilan walked to the door and opened it. Standing there was a white-haired man in uniform wearing sunglasses, followed by a beautiful young woman. You're looking for Xiaocha, right? Asked Huilan. Looking for what, Xiaocha? I'm looking for coffee, said the man jokingly. Is Fong Xian at home? Yes. Who are you? His friends, speaking Bai Mao, entered with a beautiful girl. They were looking for Fong Xian. Upon seeing Bai Mao, Fong Xian's heart tightened. Why was someone from the 9th Division here? At that moment, Jiang Weidong was floating on cloud 9 until he saw Bai Mao walking in. Fong Xian, you're a student, and yet you don't learn well. The friends you make are all questionable, and you even bring them home. Jiang Weidong hadn't finished his sentence when Tong Fingwu and Li Yinxiao both stood up, bending respectfully. Mr. Zhuge. Chu Gang also immediately stood up, snapped to attention, and saluted. Special Operations Division 4, Chu Gang reporting to the officer. The air suddenly fell silent. Just a second ago, Jiang Weidong was arrogant beyond measure. The next second, the smile on his face froze. Tong Fingwu of the Tiannan Commerce Guild and Li Yinxiao of the provincial Li family were both respectfully looking at Bai Mao. Most importantly, Chu Gang from the agency stood up to salute and even addressed him as officer. Jiang Weidong swallowed hard. He had not anticipated Bai Mao having such an identity, but he was puzzled. Why would Bai Mao come looking for Fong Xian who didn't Even have a C-level talent? What do you want with Fong Xin? Jiang Weidong quickly changed his tone and squeezed out a smile to ask. Bai Mao didn't pay any attention to Jiang Weidong but instead extended his hand towards Fong Xian. Hello, 9th Special Operations Division of the Tian Shield Bureau. Zhuge Heng. Fong Xian paused and then also extended his hand full of doubts. He clearly hadn't used any enhancers. How could he have been discovered? Could the 9th Division have some special means? What do you need me for? Bai Mao's handsome face broke into a smile. Two things. First, to invite you to join the 9th Division. Second, Chamucha meal, join the 9th Division. What is the 9th Division? They even recruit those with less than C-level achievements. Jiang Weidong, curious as a child, asked several questions in quick succession. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao looked at Jiang Weidong as if he were a fool. Zhu Gang still had his stiff demeanor. The 9th Division is the strongest special operations division of the Tian Shield Bureau. They only recruit members with S-level talents and above. But Mr. Tong just said, didn't he? There's no Fong Xian in his report card, Tong Fengwu retorted irritably. Once the 9th Division selects someone, their information is encrypted. We don't have the authority to view it, so he isn't listed. Jiang Weidong's eyes bulged in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. Jiang Xiaoyu also wore a face of disbelief. Fong Weilan and Jiang Xiaocha, however, were visibly excited. This dramatic turn of events was almost too much for their hearts to take. Does that mean my Xiao Xian has a high talent? Zhuge Heng settled down as if he were in his own home. He has awakened 5 talents without using any enhancers, with the highest talent being SS level. Here is his report card. Speaking, Zhuge Heng conjured a black 2-finger-wide strip that he snapped into an L shape, revealing a virtual screen in the angle displaying Fong Xian's information. Fong Weilan took it over, her hands trembling with excitement. Jiang Weidong also hurried over. As he saw the list of awakened talents, he was utterly stunned. There was 1 SS level, 2 S levels and 2 A levels. Even the lowest among these could secure a royal stipend. What was even more critical was that Fong Xian had not yet used any potions. If he did, all his talent levels could increase by 1. Fong Xian furrowed his brow upon seeing this. Jiang Weidong's throat tightened and he found it hard to breathe, feeling as if a hand was clasping his neck. As he clicked a rightward button, the second page displayed an overview of Fong Xian's family situation. Fong Yingtai, grandfather, information encrypted. Fong Zhengping, father, information encrypted. Yi Rujia, mother, information encrypted. Fong Xian was puzzled for a moment. His parents had worked in government research, so encrypted information was understandable, but why his grandfather's too? Jiang Weidong scrolled further, revealing the current family situation of themselves and Fong Xian. However, this page also bore handwritten comments clearly added by someone. Jiang Weidong, uncle, big idiot. Fong Weilan, aunt, good person. Jiang Xiaocha, cousin, little good person. Jiang Xiaoyu, cousin, little idiot. The faces of Jiang Weidong and Jiang Xiaoyu changed instantly. Thud. With a pinch, Bai Mao retracted the device and closed it, pretending nothing had happened. Little dear, Bai Mao. Zhuge Heng snapped his fingers. A beautiful girl handed Fong Xian a beautifully crafted hefty box. Zhuge Heng rocked his chair back, opened it, logged in the information, and then they all went to eat. After a moment of silence, Fong Xian asked, "Must I really join Section 9? At this, everyone in the room froze. Those who knew little about Section 9 could be forgiven for their confusion, but those who knew, like Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao, stared at Fong Xian, unable to comprehend his audacity. Zhuge Heng paused, his rocking, a smirk curling at his lips. Hearing you talk, you might have a point. Section 9 was established during the gods' chaos at the end of the last century. It was originally the notorious Divine Court organization before it merged into the Sky Shield Bureau. In total, it's been around for only 92 years. According to the rules, those chosen by Section 9 can refuse, though others might refuse, but you cannot. Fong Xinxin's heart tightened as he secretly wondered if his talent for slaughter had been discovered. Why else would this be happening? With a cheerful smile, Zhuge Heng showed his pearly white teeth and said, "Let's go somewhere else to talk." Suddenly, he snapped his fingers with a loud pop. In the next second, everyone in the room watched in disbelief as Fong Xinxin and Zhuge Heng disappeared from the spot. Where did they go? Jiang Weidong asked in utter shock, staring at the spot where they had been. The pretty girl known as Little Deer explained, "Mr. Zhuge is a strong talent in the space domain. Some matters are not convenient to discuss in front of others, so Mr. Zhuge has created a temporary domain to take Fong Xinxin for a private conversation." Jiang Weidong's family was amazed. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao also looked shocked, and it was the first time Chu Gang showed a change in his expression. Mr. Zhuge has grown stronger, Little Deer smiled and said. Mr. Zhuge is getting stronger every minute. Fang Xinxin looked around and found himself in an independent space surrounded by water waves which could make one dizzy if looked at for too long. Don't be nervous, it's just you and me here. We can talk about some private matters. Zhuge Heng's voice came from behind him. Turning around, Fang Xinxin saw Zhuge Heng, whose white hair showed no signs of danger, yet his every move emitted an overwhelming pressure that almost suffocated him. Do you know who your grandfather is? Zhuge Heng suddenly asked. My grandfather, Fang Xinxin replied seriously. My grandfather is my grandpa? Zhuge Heng clicked his tongue. Talking like that can get you killed. After a brief pause, Zhuge Heng got back to the point. Your grandfather Fang Yingtai probably never told any of you about his true identity. He was the leader of the 4 divine generals of the Xin Ting organization known as Fang Qing Emperor. Fang Xinxin was visibly stunned. Zhuge Heng, seeing the slight change in Fang Xinxin's expression, was sure that he was indeed unaware. Fang Xinxin himself was shocked. He never imagined that the old man had such a powerful identity. Reflecting on the old man's actions, it all started to make sense. The old man always claimed he was a retired soldier but never mentioned his unit number. Whenever asked, he said he was just an ordinary soldier from an ordinary troop who wanted to live a simple life after demobilizing. When his parents had passed away and Fang Xinxin was staying with his grandfather in their hometown, the old man had told him many stories from the last century, including many details about the Holy Light Army and the Eternal Night Army, details that were merely glossed over in textbooks. The old man knew them thoroughly. Moreover, carefully considering the old man's reaction when he discovered Fang Xinxin's talent, it seemed the old man truly knew something. Although Fang Xinxin tried to keep his face expressionless, his mind was in turmoil. He pretended to be calm as he looked at the handsome white-haired Zhuge Heng before him. Fang Qing Emperor, I've never heard of him. Of course you haven't, Zhuge Heng replied. His name is taboo. Back in the day, your grandfather Fang Qingdi defected from the organization, inflicting unprecedented damage on the divine court. To put it simply, while the chaos of the gods merely scratched the surface, your grandfather with his own strength struck a deep blow. Fang Xian was taken aback. He had never imagined that the kind and gentle old man he knew had once been so formidable and invincible, but as he digested this information, his expression grew solemn. So what you're saying is you're going to capture me? Zhuge Heng replied with a chuckle. Not necessarily. After all, I was a huge fan of your grandfather, and the reason he left the organization was due to severe internal divisions and power struggles. Someone falsely accused him of treason to eliminate him, a founding hero. That faction eventually fell and the divine court vindicated your grandfather. Is that why I must join Section 9? Fang Xian asked again. Zhuge Heng held up 2 fingers. There are 2 reasons I hope you'll join Section 9. First, your grandfather was a founding member of what was once the precursor to Section 9. The current head of Section 9, Elder Yu, is a close friend of your grandfather. With his protection, your path will be smooth, and as long as you prove your valor, no one will block your promotion. In other words, you could well be considered the crown prince of Section 9. The second reason is equally important. Your parents were top-tier scientific researchers. Their car accident seems less like an accident and more like murder. They had discovered something, a substance that could enhance genes at minimal cost. Someone targeted this substance, hence the arranged accident. Your parents died, and the whereabouts of this substance are unknown, but some suspect it's with you. The innocent are guiltless. Those who possess treasures invite trouble. Thus, joining Section 9 isn't just about your future, it's also about protecting your safety. Of course, you can refuse. I'll give you 3 days to decide. Take this. Once you've made up your mind, crush it and I'll appear. If you face danger, you can also crush it and I'll come to save your life. With a flick of his finger, Zhuge Heng sent a nearly transparent orb flying towards Fang Xian. Holding the light object, Fang Xian thought of contacting his grandfather to verify Zhuge Heng's claims. He pocketed the item and then asked, Are you very strong? Before the chaos of the gods, there were 14 levels of combat power. Calling Source Flow Pulse, Stand Ground, Watch Well, Join Paths, Break Mirror, Respond to Void, and Spirit Platform, among others. Later, for simplicity, they were just referred to as Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, and so on. As for my strength, under the current classification, it's Level 11 with glasses on, Zhuge Heng explained, always wearing sunglasses since their first meeting. And without glasses? Fang Xian inquired. Zhuge Hong didn't specify a level but casually put his hands in his pockets, flashing his trademark grin with a confident smile and said higher. Impressive. Even though Zhuge Hong didn't specify how strong he was, Fong Xian could sense a strong I am like Sakamoto vibe of showing off. Logically speaking, with your strength, shouldn't you be in a high position and rarely show up? Fong Xian wondered. Zhuge Hong flashed his white teeth and laughed. I have a nickname called Ninth Place Street Drifter, but this trip was indeed worth it as it let me meet my idol Fong Qingdi afterwards. Where did your grandfather go? According to the information you left, he went to your hometown, but I couldn't find him. I don't know. Didn't he say anything before he left? No. Zhuge Hong crossed his fingers behind his head and continued. The thing that little dear gave you earlier is the Sky Shield Smart Connector, independently developed by the Sky Shield Bureau. In the entire Sky Shield Bureau, only the new members of the 9th Division are equipped with it. New members of the other 8 divisions need to go through a year-long assessment period before they are equipped. After successful identity verification, you can use it to contact teammates, access data, and even check other people's talent and combat levels. As for other functions, once you decide to join the 9th Division, someone will introduce them to you. Any more questions? If not, let's go out. I'm hungry. I specifically timed it to mooch a meal. My other talents, why have I never felt them? Because you have not truly awakened yet. It's like a marksman who hasn't touched a gun before. He doesn't know his talent with guns. Once he touches the gun, he still needs training. After a talent test, the 9th Division will train you specifically to polish your talents. Any more questions? Not for now. Snap. Zhuge Hong snapped his fingers. Everything in front of them shattered like a broken mirror, and when everything came back together, they found themselves back in the living room. Fong Xian felt that this talent was too magical. However, this was also inseparable from the strength of Zhuge Yan, known as the 9th Place Street Drifter. Seeing the two appear, everyone in the room immediately looked over. Zhuge Yan sat down boldly and Fong served the dishes. Fong Huilan was momentarily confused, but Zhuge Hong was not shy at all, heading to the kitchen to serve the dishes himself. Delicious. I told you I had to time it right with mealtime. Zhuge Hong placed the dishes on the table, looking at Tong Fingwu, Li Xiao and Chu Gang. What are you still doing here? Here to mooch too? Tong Fingwu hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. No, we're here to recruit Miss Jiang Xiaocha, Fong Xian's sister. And you are? Mr. Zhuge, I am Tong Fingwu from the Tiannan Commerce Guild. Zhuge Hong. Oh, so you're the scammers from Tiannan Commerce Guild. You've tricked many students with average family backgrounds into working for you under unfair contracts. Haven't you? Get out. Alright. Zhuge Hong then turned to Li Xiao. And you are? I'm from the Li family in the provincial city. Scammers, all of you, get out. Li Xiao did not dare to show any arrogance and bowed politely. Goodbye, Mr. Zhuge. The Jiang Weidong family watched in astonishment. The vast business dealings between the Tiannan Commerce Guild and the Li family of the provincial city are well known to almost every commoner. To see such a prominent figure from this enormous organization acting so humble in front of this elderly man was shocking. Zhuge Hong turned his attention to Chu Gang, who stood up and said, Section 4. Chu Gang, I know you. Zhuge Hong served himself a bowl of rice, suggesting let her start at Section 1. The mental division there is short-staffed. If it doesn't suit her, she can then move to your Section 4. Alright, Mr. Zhuge, do you have any objections? He looked at Jiang Xiaocha. Jiang Xiaocha's mind buzzed, instinctively turning to Fong Xian for guidance, who said follow his advice. Jiang Xiaocha nodded. No objections. Jiang Weidong hastily added, could my daughter also join your Section 9? During the brief period that Zhuge Hong and Fong Xian were out of sight, Jiang Weidong had inquired about Section 9, growing more terrified with each answer. Which daughter? Both. Zhuge Hong sat down. Your elder daughter barely qualifies and your younger daughter even less so. The gatekeeper dog at Section 9 possesses a B-grade fire attribute talent. He then asked if there were any more questions, expressing a desire to start eating as he was very hungry. Jiang Weidong, embarrassed yet not daring to contradict Zhuge Yan, eagerly invited Zhuge Hong to dine. During the meal, Jiang Weidong repeatedly served Fong Xian with a smile so wide it seemed he might kneel at any moment. Here's Xiaoxin, this is your favorite braised fish. Mr. Zhuge, my Xiaoxin has been smart since he was little. Please take good care of him in the future. Xiaoxin, what would you like to drink? Today you are our family's hero, let me pour you some wine. After dinner, Zhuge Hong grabbed an apple and munched on it as he walked out, reminding them 3 days, I expect an answer. After escorting Zhuge Hong out, Jiang Weidong returned to his fawning demeanor. Would you like another drink, Xiaoxin? this is a fine wine bought by your uncle. No need. Fong Huilan looked at Fong Xin relievedly as if remembering something. Xiaoxin, I almost forgot you received a package this afternoon. It was delivered to the doorstep. I've placed it in your room. Okay, Fong Xin took the Sky Shield smart device back to his room. There was a parcel on the desk. Opening the box, he discovered a mobile phone inside. Immediately recognizing it as his grandfather's, he quickly took out the phone, which was out of battery, found a charger and powered it on. After rebooting, the photo album icon was conspicuously centered on the screen as if highlighted for dummies. He opened the album and found a video inside. As Fong Xin played the video, darkness filled the screen, the camera shaking. Seconds later, his grandfather's urgent voice came through. Amidst the violent shaking, it was apparent that his grandfather was fleeing. In addition to this, harrowing screams could be heard in the background. Xiaoxin, it's your grandfather. You must remember the next two things I'm going to tell you. First, join Section 9. With your talent, it's not difficult to join Section 9, where my old friend is now the leader. He will definitely take care of you. Second, before midnight, face the mirror and activate your killing runes with your qi and blood. Persist for half an hour. Xiaoxin, many things are inconvenient to talk about now. Don't lose this phone. I will contact you. The video freezes there. Fong Xin's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. In the video, Grandpa seemed to be avoiding something, but the lighting in the video was too dim. It was impossible to see exactly where he was. Fong Xin watched the video again but still could not find any useful location clues. Thinking back to Grandpa's sudden departure, there must be more to it. Returning to what Grandpa had said earlier, following his instructions, it meant that he could join Section 9 now. This also proved that what the handsome guy with white hair said was correct. As for the second matter, facing the mirror at night, what was this about? Fong Xin glanced at the time. It was just past 8 o'clock, still a while away from the time Grandpa mentioned. He flipped the phone over and over again, confirming that the only clue Grandpa left was this video. Unable to extract any additional valuable information, Fong Xin set the phone aside. He looked at the Sky Shield smart device on the table. It was the same device Zhuge Hong had brought out to look at the information this afternoon. Upon activation, it formed an L shape and a virtual screen appeared at the angle. The device was not very heavy, in fact, it was quite light. After turning it on, the virtual screen displayed two buttons: Register Identity and Account Login. Fong Xin thought for a moment and clicked on Register Identity. The screen instructed, please face the center of the screen to complete facial recognition. Fong Xin faced the screen. After the facial recognition was complete, it asked for an invitation code or an inviter's name. When it came to entering the name, Fong Xin was stumped. The white-haired guy had said his name was Zhuge Hang, but he didn't specify which character was the last in his name. Moreover, the prompt below only allowed one chance to enter. When Zhuge Hang left, he didn't give Fong Xin any contact details, mainly because Fong Xin was about to ask for it, but as soon as this white-haired guy walked out the door, he disappeared with a little deer using his spatial talent. He only left Fong Xin with a spatial orb that could summon him. Zhuge Hang had mentioned before that in times of danger, this orb could also be crushed to summon him. Fong Xin didn't want to lose this excellent opportunity to leverage the white-haired guy's capabilities. He could also take this chance to see the true strength of the white-haired guy. Meanwhile, the phone kept vibrating. Qin Juanhao, having been recruited by Section 7, was so thrilled he could almost wag his tail to the sky. His father had bought him a car worth 7 million, and right now he was showing off photos in the chat group. Su Xiaoqiang was fawning over him endlessly like a sycophant. Fong Xin was merely spectating for entertainment, watching the two individuals in the group chat trying hard to show off. Half an hour ago, Chu Xinyo had also sent a message. Hey Fong, I really want to visit the ocean theme pavilion. Would you come with me please? I'm begging you. Remembering that Chu Xinyo had previously brought him medicine, Fong Xin felt he owed her a favor, so he bought 2 tickets for the next day and sent her the screenshot. Chu Xinyo replied happily, wow, I knew you were the best, Fong. By the way, the results were supposed to be out the day after tomorrow, but they leaked today and the school decided to release them tomorrow. Fong Xin was momentarily stunned by the unexpected announcement, but he already knew his results. Got it. Shall we play games for a while? Fong Xin glanced at the time. His grandfather had mentioned in a video call that he should look in the mirror before midnight, and there was still some time left, so he decided to kill some time by logging into his game account. Xiao Wutong was pacing around like a monkey that had just eaten mustard, repeatedly looking over Qin Juanhao's transcript. Every time he looked, he felt like crying without tears. It shouldn't be. How could this happen? Ellie, are you sure this Qin Juanhao is the same person you encountered in the alley that day? Ellie, with her ice blue eyes, stared at the screen of a white-framed smart device. I guess so, I can't quite remember. Xiao Wutong rubbed his head vigorously as if putting on a mask of pain. This can't be right. Someone who barely qualifies as a B-level talent shouldn't have a level 4 combat ability at his age. I thought I had found a treasure, so I rushed to cut him off early, but now I've turned into a joke. Moreover, the Qin Juanhao has even thrown a big feast and publicized this everywhere. Oh my god, I can't stand it. I really want to kick his ass hard with my size 42 leather shoes. Ellie snapped the smart device shut and changed the subject. The higher-ups have assigned us a task. We are to protect someone. Chu Xinyao, I've sent you the details. Xiao Wutong shook his wristwatch and surprisingly a smart device popped out. After facial recognition, he saw the latest message. My god. This girl is the daughter of that big shot. The remnants of the Eternal Night Army dared to kidnap his daughter. Ellie continued that Big Shot is involved with a secret and the remnants of the Eternal Night Army want to use his daughter to blackmail him into exchanging the secret. But speaking of which, the infiltration of the Eternal Night Army remnants is too severe. The early leak of the results was orchestrated by them. They also want to muddy the waters, pose as a major force and poach some exceptionally talented individuals to strengthen their own forces. Xiao Wutong shook his head helplessly, then suddenly exclaimed, to kidnap this girl. They actually dispatched a level 8 fighter. Ellie nodded. So our team leader will come personally. We need to leave now to secretly protect the girl. Fong Xian put down his phone and glanced at the time, and it was almost midnight. No more playing for now. Okay, I'm tired too. Let's sleep early. Alright, good night, see you tomorrow. After putting down his phone, Fong Xian stood up and walked toward the bathroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, he activated his chi and blood. The slaughter rune on the back of his hand glowed crimson and bloodthirsty, yet the reflection in the mirror showed no abnormalities. Grandfather had insisted that Fong Xian stare into the mirror, but for what purpose? As the minutes ticked by, Fong Xian kept his gaze fixed on the reflective glass. At midnight, with bizarre legends swirling in his mind, nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. He had watched for over half an hour, just as his grandfather had instructed, yet still nothing appeared amiss. Sighing, Fong Xian decided it was enough for the day. He would have to try again tomorrow. Turning to leave the bathroom, a sudden chill seized him, the kind that raises goosebumps on your skin. In that instant of turning around, from the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of something horrifying. The reflection of Fong Xian in the mirror was embracing his arms, staring back at him with a smile. In that moment, Fong Xian's hair stood on end, a cold dread rushing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Stiffly he turned back to face the mirror. The reflection hadn't moved, still cradling its arms and watching him intently. Now Fong Xian could clearly see the face. It was identical to his own, except the eyes were a vivid blood red, just like his own when he activated his murderous talents. Separated by the mirror, the two Fong Zins stared at each other. Slowly the reflection leaned back, and suddenly behind it a blood-red throne materialized. The reflection sat down regally on the throne, casually resting his chin on his fist. Those crimson eyes fixed on the real Fong Xian, his mouth curled in a disdainful smirk that seemed innate to a king, exuding a terrifying aura of supreme command. Surprised, a voice echoed in Fong Xian's mind, causing him to tense up again, staring incredulously at the scene before him. The reflection was speaking. How could one not be astonished? The shock lingered in his mind, unable to settle. Finally Fong Xian managed to voice the first profound question. Who are you, sitting on the blood red throne? The reflection's voice echoed again, lofty and disdainful. Who am I? That's a question worth exploring. I have many titles. Zero Judge, the first of the 7 kings, the king of slaughters, the Godslayer, or you might also call me the destroyer of gods. But there is one name that is also a title, Fong Xian. If you must know who I am you. Waves of tumultuous thoughts crashed through Fong Xian's mind, feeling as if his CPU might burn out. The scene unfolding before him far exceeded his understanding. The reflection smirked. You are me? Fong Xian couldn't believe it. He was just an ordinary top student, handsome, intelligent, and physically fit, nothing like the overwhelming presence emanating from the figure in the mirror. The reflection, sitting on the throne and resting his chin on his hand, continued. This question isn't worth pondering now. Don't waste your time on it. With your current abilities, you can only see me for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, everything returns to normal. Now 1 minute and 47 seconds have already passed. There are some things I must briefly tell you. as a godslayer with the talent for slaughter, you seem not to fully understand your own talent, knowing only that killing can enhance your combat power. But do you know that through killing you can also devour others' talents, and by killing enemies with the same talent you can elevate the level of your existing talents? Most of your talents, except for those of the Light series, have been acquired through slaughter. This ability is what truly makes the slaughter talent horrifying. Of course, you have another ability, which is to nourish me through killing. I am akin to a king of slaughter with whom you have a contract. When you face danger, you can summon me and I can take over your body for 3 minutes, though currently I can only unleash the power of a level 5 peak. To summon me, simply activate the slaughter rune, place your hand over your heart and silently think of Cecilia and I will descend. By the way, you need to be wary of someone, the person who wanted to meet you today. Suddenly, the voice seems to be cut off. The image in the mirror distorts like a television screen losing its signal. Who? Fong Xin quickly approaches the mirror to ask, and the Fong Xin in the mirror also moves closer. They stare at each other equally baffled. Fong Xin moves, and so does his reflection in the mirror. The 3 minutes have passed, everything returns to normal. Fong Xin supports himself on the wash basin, today's events far exceeding his imagination. After washing his face, he stares at the mirror. The reflection reminds him to be cautious of someone, but who? The sentence was only half finished. What was today about? Fong Xin's first thought is of Zhu Gaheng, the only person in reality who could put pressure on him, the handsome guy with white hair from the monster room. Should he be cautious of him? Who else could it be? It seems that he can only ask the mirror again tomorrow night. Outside the bathroom, his aunt's concerned voice can be heard. Xin, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Why have you been in the bathroom so long? Fong Xin quickly replies, I was just playing on my phone. His uncle Jiang Weidong immediately chimes in, sounding almost sycophantic. Look at you, what's wrong if Xin plays for a while? If the kid wants to play, let him play. Fong Huilan snorts disdainfully at Jiang Weidong's obsequious behavior. After returning to his bedroom, Fong Xin's gaze settles back on the courier box from his grandfather. The sender's location is missing. There's only Fong Xin's address and the recipient's name. He puts his phone into a drawer compartment. Looking out at the full moon through the window, he ponders everything he has seen and heard. Looking at his hands, he hadn't expected that his talents could actually improve. He had never heard of such a thing before. Early in the morning, Fong Xin is woken up by the crying of Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Weidong had gotten up early to buy Fong Xin's favorite buns from a shop, but he forgot to buy the milk tea that Jiang Xiaoyu wanted. Jiang Xiaoyu, riding high on yesterday's decent performance, felt emboldened and pointed directly at Jiang Weidong's nose, unleashing a tirade. Why would you buy something for Fong Xin and not for me? And you went so far to get it. Is it just because Fong Xin has slightly better grades? Look at what you've become after his results came out. I'm your own daughter. He's just an orphan. Why do you spoil him so much? You really have no backbone. She screamed, I am your dad. How can you speak to me like this? Just because you gave birth to me doesn't mean you're my dad. In a fit of rage, Jiang Weidong, unable to tolerate any more, slapped her across the face. Being an adult, the force behind his slap was not small. Jiang Xiaoyu's talent in controlling beasts did nothing to reinforce the resilience of her skin. Her face turned askew from the slap, and the single blow brought her back to her senses. Later, after washing up and while eating, Jiang Xiaoyu glared at Fong Xin, her teeth grinding audibly, yet she dared not voice her anger. She knocked her spoon against her bowl, annoyingly creating a clattering sound. Xiaoyu, what happened to your face? Fong Xin asked knowingly. Jiang Weidong quickly tried to smooth things over with a laugh. This child, she speaks without respect, so I had to discipline her a bit. Fong Xin immediately took Jiang Weidong's hand. Oh, uncle, is your hand all right? It's fine, it's fine. Jiang Weidong, cheered by Fong Xin's concern, beamed with happiness. Turning back to Jiang Xiaoyu, Fong Xin said, Xiaoyu, you're grown up. How can you still be so thoughtless, using your face to hit your dad's hand? Look how you've hurt my uncle's hand. Jiang Weidong's expression stiffened. Tears suddenly streamed down Jiang Xiaoyu's face, and with a sob, she ran back to her room. Look how happy the child is. Jiang Xiaocha barely held back her laughter. Fong Huilan gently tapped Fong Xin on the head. Why are you so naughty? Jiang Xiaocha laughed. Mom, my brother has always been sharp-tongued. Jiang Weidong immediately corrected. What sharp-tongued? Your brother is just being humorous. Fong Xin shook his head, reminded of an ancient book he had read over 400 years ago, containing a story called Fan Jin's success in the imperial examinations. Jiang Weidong's actions reminded him somewhat of Fan Jin's father-in-law. Brother, there's no school today, where are you going? Jiang Xiaocha asked. I've made plans with classmates to hang out. As they were talking, the phone vibrated. A voice message from Chu Xinyao followed, calling classmate Fang Xin. I've already left the house feeling. Great, where shall we meet? Xiao pressed on his headset. Everyone ready? Chu Xinyao has left her house heading to the ocean theme park. The enemy has moved at all costs, ensure her safety. Suddenly, Ellie looked up. Leader Xiao, there's another thing. Qin Juanhao has also arranged a class gathering at the ocean theme park. After stepping out of the subway station, Fang Xian saw Chu Xinyao across the street, her beautiful eyes fixed on the exit. Upon seeing Fang Xian, she quickly waved. Have you been waiting long? Fang Xian stepped forward to inquire. Just arrived? Then let's go. Today Chu Xinyao was dressed in a JK skirt, her delicate white legs crisscrossing as she walked, her little leather shoes and white lace ruffled socks adding a touch of pure desire. The ocean-themed pavilion had only opened at the end of last month, but thanks to decent marketing, it was fairly crowded when they arrived. By the mid-20th century, a few decades after humans began to awaken their innate talents, it was discovered that many animals, including marine creatures, were gradually developing intelligence. The specialty of this newly opened ocean-themed pavilion was that it had captured several marine creatures that had awakened unique talents. From the outside, the entire pavilion looked like an orca lying in wait on the land. As they entered and had their tickets checked, the staff smiled and said, today you can enjoy all the services and shows in the pavilion for free with your ticket. The variety of marine creatures inside the pavilion was vast. There were dolphins that popped out of the water waving their fins and speaking in thick accents. What's up, bro? There was also an octopus playing the piano while blowing a flute, and Fang Xian couldn't shake off the feeling that the music it played was filled with a violent rage that seemed ready to flip the piano at any moment. There were singing jellyfish, starfish running under the water in shorts, and a king crab taking tips from visitors with its large pincers. There were also humans with awakened water talents dressed as mermen, dancing underwater with schools of fish. But the hottest attraction in the ocean pavilion was the underwater animal arena. At that moment, a duel was taking place between an armored seahorse wielding a spear and an electric eel shimmering with electric arcs. The seahorse was exceptionally powerful, and after several charges, it had the electric eel covered in wounds. The audience was cheering loudly. Watching the battle between the seahorse and the electric eel, Fang Xian thought it was truly a sight to behold. A seahorse and an electric eel locked in combat. At both ends of the arena, two seals were beating drums to cheer them on. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, Fang Xian would have thought he had eaten too many mushrooms. While watching the duel, a voice came through. What a coincidence to see you here too. Following the voice, Qin Juanhao appeared with some classmates. When he saw Fang Xian and Chu Xinyao, Qin Juanhao feigned surprise. Chu Xinyao frowned as if she had seen something dirty. Are you following me? Qin Juanhao quickly deflected, not at all. It's just a coincidence. My dad said this ocean pavilion was interesting and booked it for me and my classmates to enjoy. Fang Xian, what brings you here? A Fang Xian deadpanned. I saw a promotional video that mentioned all kinds of performances here, and I heard there was a turtle that could throw its shell in a show they call Turtle Shell Toss. I was curious, so I came to check it out. Qin Juanhao's expression fluctuated. Chu Xinyao struggled to hold back a laugh. Fang Xian often couldn't be bothered to deal with Qin Juanhao, but whenever he thought of retaliating, Qin Juanhao was sure to suffer for a while. His loyal lackey Su Xiaoqiang immediately jumped out and scolded angrily, Fang Xian, who are you calling a scapegoat? Fang Xian pointed to the side where, through the thick glass, there really was a turtle performing. The turtle swam so fast that its shell couldn't keep up. Its front flippers fluttered as it swam back to dive into its shell again, a sight so comical it made the audience burst into laughter and snap photos. Look, I was talking about that turtle. Who did you think I was referring to? Is there any other scapegoat around here? Su Xiaoqiang choked on his words and Qin Juanhao retorted with a sneer, Fang Xian, the results are out today. Shouldn't you be at home waiting instead of having the leisure to come here? It makes sense for my brother how to be here since he's already been taken in by the 7th Bureau. A bright future awaits someone like him. Su Xiaoqiang immediately chimed in to cheer. Fang Xian replied earnestly, didn't I just say I came to see the scapegoat? What's more fun than results? Qin Juanhao clenched his fists, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. The results will be announced in 2 hours. I heard you didn't even use the potion yesterday. I'm curious to see if you'll still be in the mood to enjoy yourself when they come out. Su Xiaoqiang smugly added, afraid that by then Fang Xian will become the joke for Brother Hao. as they were talking, a scream suddenly came from the direction of the arena. The electric eel, which had been dueling with a seahorse, suddenly burst into a brilliant flash of electricity. The spectators in the front row were instantly turned to char. Chaos erupted throughout the aquarium. With a loud crack, the turtle that had lost its shell and was clutching its legs, its eyes suddenly blazing with a human-like ferocity, grabbed its shell and flung it like a discus. Accompanied by a massive explosive sound, the glass walls separating the visitors from these marine creatures were instantly shattered, and the whole glass wall collapsed with water spilling out towards the main hall. The turtle's shell flew back to its claws and it was thrown out again with repeated loud bangs. All the glass walls were successively shattered. The marine creatures inside swam out. Visitors panicked, scrambled to escape, but the exits were inexplicably closed at this moment. The dueling seahorse slowly turned around, its spear pointing in the direction of Chu Xinyao. Disguised as a staff member, Xiao Wu was utterly shocked by the scene, holding his head in his hands. Oh my god, these remnants of the Eternal Night Army are absolutely insane. Not only did they deploy a level 8 warrior, but they also used this sacred artifact disguised as an aquarium, all to capture a defenseless little girl. Xiao Wutong, act normally, go protect that girl, a voice came from behind. Xiao Wutong quickly turned around to see a man in a suit and leather shoes wearing gold-rimmed glasses standing behind him. The man was tall and burly with a cold gaze, calm and composed. Team leader, Xiao Wutong hurriedly called out. The man adjusted his tie. You guys go protect Chu Xinyao, I'll handle the enemy's level 8 powerhouse. Understood. Xiao Wutong immediately led his team towards Chu Xinyao. At this moment the venue was in complete chaos. Fang Xian's gaze swept across every corner of the venue, his hand clutching the spatial orb Zhuge Hong had given him. If really needed, he could summon the handsome white-haired Zhuge Hong to take action. In the blink of an eye, chaos erupted. Several men in black rushed forward to protect Qin Juanhao in the center. Qin Juanhao turned his head towards Chu Xinyao. Xinyao, don't be afraid, come over here. These bodyguards my dad hired at a high price are all experts, and this captain is a level 3 powerhouse. Qin Juanhao, hiding behind his bodyguards, waved at Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao clung to Fang Xian's arm, her delicate face showing a hint of panic. Indeed, she was frightened. Xinyao, come here quickly. Why are you hiding behind Fang Xian? Can Fang Xian protect you? Qin Juanhao urged again. Chu Xinyao's face was pale. Seeing that Fang Xian didn't move, she bit her lip and resolutely stood behind Fang Xian. Qin Juanhao was furious and said to the bodyguards, don't make a move until it's critical. I must show them who is the most reliable. Also focus on protecting Chu Xinyao, forget about Fang Xian. Fang Xian's gaze fixed on a seahorse holding a spear. The seahorse, clutching the spear, aimed it in Chu Xinyao's direction. Suddenly, the seahorse charged towards Chu Xinyao, cutting through the water and leaving a trail of white foam. In almost a few breaths, the seahorse had closed the distance, the spear in its hand thrust towards Chu Xinyao. Although the move wasn't aimed at a vital spot, it could still incapacitate her. Fang Xian, pulling Chu Xinyao, dodged back just in time, barely avoiding the attack. Xiao Wutong, leading the charge and posing elegantly, deflected the seahorse's spear with his sword, standing at the forefront. Ellie, leading her team, blocked in front of Chu Xinyao. Miss Chu, we are here to protect you. Fang Xian paused, looking at Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao could actually get the 7th Bureau to protect her. What kind of background did she have? Her mother held some power, true, but not enough to get the 7th Bureau to protect her daughter. That meant Chu Xinyao's father was, as the legends suggest, no ordinary man. Fang Xian looked up to find Ellie staring at him. Their eyes met. Ellie smiled and nodded, and Fang Xian courteously nodded back. Besides Xiao Wutong's team, another team had also joined the fray, with their leader battling an electric eel. Upon seeing Xiao Wutong and Ai Li, Qin Juanhao immediately waved his hands excitedly and ran over. Team Xiao, Sister Ai Li, are you here to protect me? Qin Juanhao asked eagerly. Ai Li responded coldly, no. Qin Juanhao awkwardly squeezed out a smile, trying to impress but failing, and quickly changed the subject. So are we on a mission for Division 7? Yes, Qin Juanhao enthusiastically offered. Can I join? I've brought my bodyguards, and the captain of my guards has level 3 combat skills. I want to fight alongside you all. Xiao Wutong glanced at Qin Juanhao with a face full of disdain, feeling uncomfortable every time he saw him. He was all excited about his addition but now regretted it. Moreover, having signed a contract yesterday, cancelling it today would greatly damage Division 7's reputation. To Xiao Wutong, Qin Juanhao was like a pillar of shame. Out of sight, out of mind, he thought. Ai Li, take them and find the exit. Make sure Miss Chu is safely Escorted out, understood. Escort Miss Chu. Qin Juanhao was utterly confused and shocked as he looked at Chu Xinyo, astonished at her significant status that warranted Division 7 special protection. The other students also showed surprised expressions. Follow me, said Ai Li, leading Division 7 squad with Chu Xinyo protected in the middle towards the direction of the emergency exit. Meanwhile, in the distance, the octopus who played the vertical flute and the piano suddenly began frantically hitting the piano keys, creating a disturbing cacophony of sounds, while the piercing sound of the flute added to the chaos. The marine creatures attacking them upon hearing this music had their eyes turned blood red and became extremely agitated, as if empowered. They fought relentlessly, not stopping until the last drop of blood was shed. Floating in the water, a singing jellyfish emitted a beautiful sound that induced a drowsy feeling in anyone who heard it. This is bad, the psychic octopus and jellyfish, shouted Ai Li. Form up, protect Miss Chu. Xiao Wu Tong, who was fighting with a seahorse, had a grave expression on his face. Ai Li flicked her wristwatch, from which a smart device flew out. She broke it open and pressed it onto the ground. The other three members did the same. The devices emitted scarlet rays that connected and formed an octagonal barrier, effectively isolating the overflowing water and sound waves. This miraculous scene filled the students with curiosity. Qin Juanhao, watching the smart devices on the ground, proudly explained to the other students, "This is the Sky Shield smart device, a unique tool developed by the Sky Shield Agency, available only to official members after a full year of service. Brother Hao, I'm so envious of you. You'll have this amazing gadget after a year." Su Xiaoqiang sent a compliment without hesitation. The other students looked on with envy. With a smug expression, Qin Juanhao's eyes swept over Fang Xian and Chu Xinyo as if to show off. "See how awesome I am?" Fang Xian responded with an indifferent emoji. His gaze swept over the Zhilian machine. Just yesterday, Bai Mao had given Fang Xian one, initially thinking it was just a communication device capable of searching for information, but he hadn't expected it to have such miraculous effects. He thought it would hold up for a while. But unexpectedly, almost in the next second, the previous turtle came back with another blame-shifting move. The turtle shell spun and flew towards them, crashing heavily into the barrier. The barrier emitted a thunderous boom and the nearly transparent protective shield cracked. Everyone's expression changed, not expecting the turtle to be this powerful. Almost in the next second, a chill swept in. The water outside the barrier instantly froze and the barrier was covered with dense cracks, shattering in an instant. The turtle shell spun back to the turtle, which then flung it again, this time aiming to completely shatter everyone inside the barrier. But before the turtle shell could hit, it was kicked back the way it came, by someone slamming heavily into the turtle. The turtle's body skidded across the water surface and crashed into the wall, struggling a few times before becoming motionless. A man in a suit stood in front of the barrier. He stomped his foot hard, cracking the ice, and the waves receded all around, revealing a vacuum zone. The man adjusted his glasses, leading them out from the southeast corner. "Okay, team leader." "Team leader?" Qin Juanhao reacted as if struck by lightning, amazed that it was the team leader. "What about the team leader?" "How, brother?" Su Xiaoliang responded as if setting up a joke. Qin Juanhao looked admiringly and excitedly at the silhouette of the man in the suit. The highest commanding title at the 7th Bureau was Bureau Chief, below which were team leaders, squadron leaders, and then squad leaders. Sister Ai Li is a squad leader, which requires 3rd-level combat abilities. Xiao Xiao is a squadron leader requiring 5th-level combat abilities. And the team leader requires 8th-level combat abilities. Su Xiaoliang exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, our small place in Lancheng doesn't have an 8th-level powerhouse stationed here, and today we've seen a living one." Fang Xian glanced at Chu Xinyo to think that at least an 8th-level team leader came to protect her. What exactly is the status of Chu Xinyo's father? The man in the suit adjusted his tie, his eyes cold behind golden-rimmed glasses as he looked towards the diver dressed as a fishman lurking behind the school of fish. "Friend, work is annoying enough, and you hiding and playing tricks in the dark makes it even more irritating." The school of fish dispersed and the diver, smiling, revealed himself. "So it's Director Sheng of the 7th Bureau. I didn't expect a team leader to show up." The man in the suit wrapped his tie around his arm. "Such a fine divine artifact, and you're not able to utilize its full power. What a waste. Try it again then." The diver's expression darkened as he raised his hand, ice forming in all directions from him as the center, seemingly wanting to turn the area into a world of ice and snow, with the fish around him turning into spinning ice-covered spikes, attacking the man in the suit. The man in the suit, his tie coiled around his arm, emitted a dazzling golden glow. Like an icebreaker, he charged straight at the diver, smashing through the ice and creating a massive crack. "Don't look now, move," Ellie urged. Her classmates snapped out of their astonishment. Was this what a clash between powerhouses looked like? Ellie led the way, but unexpectedly, their path was blocked by a dolphin. The dolphin, speaking in a thick accent, fixed its gaze on Qin Juanhao. "What are you?" Looking at Qin Juanhao, hiding behind several bodyguards, retorted, "What about it, you little brat? Who are you talking to?" The dolphin immediately flew into a rage. Fong Xian observed the talking dolphin, aware that some animals with high intelligence could indeed speak. The dolphin made a circle and charged towards them. Ellie stepped forward to shield her companions, her knife glowing with a blue light as she clashed with the dolphin. The dolphin possessed water-based abilities, while Ellie had assassination skills. Both were of the 3rd level in combat strength, making their fight evenly matched. Qin Juanhao and his group watched nervously, but Fong Xian, who had been through numerous battles, was unfazed. A gash appeared on the dolphin's side. "Damn it, you think you're so tough? I'll finish you off." 2 seals, previously seen drumming in the arena, burst forth, leading several shrimp soldiers and crab generals towards Chu Xinyao. "Protect Miss Chu," Ellie shouted as she turned around. 3 teammates quickly surrounded Chu Xinyao, engaging in combat with the approaching enemies. However, overwhelmed by numbers and facing 2 peak 2nd level seals, the 3 teammates struggled. Qin Juanhao licked his lips, sensing an opportunity. "Xinyao, don't be scared, I'll protect you." But in the next second, each seal spat out a drum, pounding on it with a deafening noise. Distracted for a moment, one teammate was instantly reduced to a blood mist and the other 2 were injured. The seals then directly targeted Chu Xinyao. This scene terrified many of the students, facing death so closely for the first time. As the seals approached, Qin Juanhao's chief bodyguard, following previous instructions, moved to protect Chu Xinyao. However, Qin Juanhao grabbed the chief bodyguard. "Protect her, protect me." The seals were almost upon them. Ellie tried to return but was desperately held back by the dolphin, who laughed. "I'm going to accomplish a great feat." Fong Xian shielded Chu Xinyao with his body, twisting his waist. With a punch, a fierce punch honed through countless life and death battles. He is the prodigy who can achieve SS-level strength talent without any drugs, a punch that embodies the principle of simplicity, powerful and overwhelming, breaking through all barriers. With a punch, his arm rubs against the air, creating a sharp, piercing sonic boom. His fist strikes squarely in the chest of a seal. With one punch, he blasts through the chest of the foremost seal, causing blood to spurt from its chest. The seal struggles briefly before collapsing to the ground. Fong Xian continues his movements without pause, leaping forward and clamping the head of another seal between his legs. His elbow strikes down like a blade, crazy and hard. A crackling sound is heard as the seal's head shatters, blood oozing from its nose and mouth. Powerless, it collapses to the ground. After a few struggles, it lies motionless. All this may sound long, but it happened in the blink of an eye. Fong Xian's face remains expressionless as he picks up some water, which barely reaches his knees, to wash his blood-stained fist. Ellie's icy blue eyes sparkle. A dolphin cries out in surprise, wondering how there could be such a hidden master, and a student at that. After washing his hands, Fong Xian turns back to face the shocked Qin Juanhao and his classmates. "I've liked boxing since I was a kid, and I've learned a bit of martial arts. Taking down 2 seals is pretty normal, right?" Qin Juanhao swallows hard. "Normal, my foot? Those weren't ordinary seals, those were peak level 2 combat seals. Even the most ordinary seal wouldn't be killed with one punch." Qin Juanhao's hair stands on end, his shock turning to fear. Why is Fong Xian so strong? If Fong Xian wanted to kill him, his bodyguards probably wouldn't stand a chance. The classmates watch Fong Xian, utterly astonished. The well-behaved student who got along well with everyone turns out to be so awesome. Chu Xinyao pats her chest, takes a breath and gives Fong Xian a sweet smile, saying, "Thank you, little classmate Fong." Fong Xian was about to ask why these people were attacking Chu Xinyao, but then he thought better of it with so many classmates around, and did not ask. Ellie's attacks grow fiercer and the dolphin struggles to parry, finally giving up. It turns its body, merges into the water and vanishes in an instant like a streak of water. Below the shallow water, a dark shadow moves swiftly. Suddenly, a hand emerges from the water, reaching for Chu Xinyao's ankle. Chu Xinyao screams as half her body is submerged. From a distance, a gust of wind comes through the passageway, stirring the water surface. A dazzling golden light rushes towards them, and within it, a man in a suit wields a machete about the length of a forearm and as wide as an adult's palm, chopping at the hand dragging Chu Xinya's leg. A scream rises from beneath the water as a severed hand surfaces. Nearby, the water swirls as the diver who had been hidden emerges, his face pale. The man in the suit bursts into brilliant golden light again and disappears. When the light fades, the diver is already bound and thrown onto the ground. The man in the suit adjusts his tie meticulously and pockets his belongings. Other agents from Section 7 begin to converge on the scene, and Xiao Wu also heads their way. The man in the suit adjusted his glasses and looked towards Qin Juanhao, who was still pale from shock. Xiao Wutong, is this the person you've wasted a slot on for our Section 7's new recruit? As soon as he mentioned this, Xiao Wutong felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Team leader, I must have been mistaken. But still, this kid at least meets the standard, right? The implication in their conversation was clear to anyone listening. Even a dolphin could understand they were disparaging Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao's prior arrogance was completely shattered by team leader Shang and Xiao Wutong's remarks. The other students also looked at Qin Juanhao with various expressions, so it was a misjudgment, huh? Team leader Shang then turned his head towards another student. What's your name? Fang Xian. A talent in the power system capable of killing a second-level peak combatant. Your talent must be at least A, possibly even S. This statement stunned many of his classmates. Fang Xian had such a high level of talent. Qin Juanhao looked even more dejected, all his previous advantages gone. Which organization have you joined? I haven't joined any organization yet. That's odd, hasn't anyone approached you? Yes they have, but I haven't agreed yet. I'm still considering. Team leader Shang paused, still considering. So the organizations that approached you aren't good enough, right? Has Section 9 approached you? No, if Section 9 had, with their aggressive nature, they wouldn't give anyone time to consider? How about you come to our Section 7, after the probation period I could directly promote you to squad leader. The students were stunned by this offer and some even gasped. To be personally invited by the leader of Section 7 and be promised a direct promotion to squad leader after the probation period was an incredibly generous offer. Team leader, we've already filled our quota, Xiao Wutong reminded him. Team leader Shang took off his glasses and exhaled sharply, wiping them as he spoke. Then we'll recruit one more. I'll speak to the director about it. What do you say, Fang Xian? No thank you. Team leader Shang paused in cleaning his glasses. Xiao Wutong and the other students were also taken aback. Only Ellie with her ice blue eyes seemed to have guessed something. Fang Xian had just declined the personal invitation of the leader of Section 7, and so openly? Qin Juanhao, green with envy, had made a big show of his own recruitment by Section 7 as if he wanted the whole world to know. And yet here was Fang Xian publicly turning down an offer that even included a post-probation period promotion to squad leader, an offer most would consider extremely generous. My goodness, is there no law, no justice? Team leader Shang put his glasses back on. So you have other plans? Little one, you could still join us. Suddenly an old voice rang out, surprising everyone. Team leader Shang burst into golden light, instantly entering a combat mode as if facing a great enemy. Turning around, he saw the water surge, and atop a 2-meter-high wave an old man sat on the shell of a sea turtle, smiling at them. Team leader Shang holding a machete, his eyes behind the glasses flashed with a hint of shock. In a small place like Lancheng, they had deployed a level 10 powerhouse. You remnants of the Eternal Night Army really are willing to pay any price, he said coldly, staring at the old man sitting on the turtle's back. The old man chuckled softly. Since the Sky Shield Bureau sent you an 8th level peak leader, shouldn't we show equal sincerity? As team leader Shang's gaze swept across the area, his brow suddenly furrowed. The scenery outside the ocean pavilion window rapidly retreated. The whole pavilion seemed to be flying in the sky. All communication devices also failed at that moment. The old man, still smiling, said, now that we have deployed this sacred artifact, we must complete our mission, right? Don't even think about escaping. No one can save you now. You will all become nourishment for this artifact. His gaze then shifted back to Fang Xian. Except you, young lad, what do you think? I see you act decisively clean and resolute in killing. At your age such skills are rare. Now I offer you 2 choices. Join us in Joyo, or well, I'll have to be ruthless. After all, if you grow stronger in the future you will definitely be a formidable enemy. Qin Juanhao watched Fang Xian with a mix of envy, jealousy and resentment. The 7th Division wants you, and now the villains too. How does anyone else stand a chance? Fang Xian looked at the old man, his hand clutching a small spatial orb. Can I choose option C? The old man laughed heartily. It's not often someone jokes with me like this. Qin Juanhao whispered urgently to Fang Xian, join him even if it's just a pretense. Find a way to get on his good side, talk sweetly, that might give us a chance to survive. Are you willing to watch your classmates die? The old man pointed at Qin Juanhao. This young lad is quite perceptive and a good thinker too. He turned his attention back to Fong Xin. And you young lad, what's your name? Fong Xin replied seriously, I'm Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao froze for a second. Fong Xin, if you're Qin Juanhao, then what am I supposed to be? Don't mess this up for me, Grandpa. His name is Fong Xin. Qin Juanhao exclaimed, laughing. Fong Xin, young lad, you're quite interesting. I like you more and more. If you join us, I can let your classmates go, but if you dare refuse, I can let them die right now. Fong Xin, what are you waiting for? Save us. Qin Juanhao urged in a low voice. There are many ways to save people, not all involve groveling, Fong Xin responded. Then what other method do you have? And team leader Shang turned back, glancing at Qin Juanhao with dissatisfaction. Qin Juanhao managed a smile that looked more like a cry. Fong Xin looked at the old man. Are you really a level 10 powerhouse? Quite strong, aren't you? No one here can defeat me, including this leader from the 7th division. Can you defeat him though? With that, Fong Xin crushed the spatial orb. The space distorted. A man with white hair had his hands in his pockets, standing behind Fong Xin. He flashed a small, white-toothed smile that was his trademark. The elderly man's face changed drastically for the first time. He stood up abruptly, screaming in shock. Zhuge Heng, hey, old tortoise, no need to be so excited to see me, right? Zhuge Heng kept his hands in his pockets, and only then did everyone notice he was floating off the ground. As he moved forward, it was as if invisible steps formed under his feet. As he stepped down from these steps, the water that had spilled on the ground parted to either side. Zhuge Heng stood on the dry ground looking at the old man, who was in a state of panic. Qin Juanhao and his classmates were all dumbfounded, remembering that this white-haired man had also appeared in school before, acting as if he was above everyone else. Everyone knew he was powerful, but they hadn't expected him to be terrifyingly so. Even a level 10 powerhouse was panicking like this. But soon Qin Juanhao and the others realized another issue. Why could Fong Xin summon someone from the 9th division? Could it be? They immediately thought of a possibility, incredulously staring at Fong Xin. Had Fong Xin been recruited by the 9th division, the 9th division, known as the strongest unit of the Sky Shield Bureau, dubbed the Monster Room? Qin Juanhao's pride was completely shattered in that moment, and his mindset exploded. Su Xiaoliang, the loyal lackey, was also shattered. He never imagined Fong Xin could have a connection with the 9th division. Slap! Zhuge Heng slapped Fong Xin on the back of his head. Fong Xin's head jerked forward. Damn it, freeloading off me, you're the first to do so. Although it was a slap, there was no hint of reprimand. It seemed more like an interaction between good friends. Mr. Zhuge. Group leader Shang turned around, and seeing Zhuge Heng, he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that with Zhuge Heng's appearance, the crisis here today was already resolved and the situation was under control. Zhuge Heng, hands still in his pockets, casually walked over to group leader Shang. Too complacent, a huge gap in intelligence retrieval nearly led to the annihilation of 2 teams. Take a month off to reflect. Group leader Shang nodded, not daring to argue. Okay. Zhuge Heng slightly tilted his chin, looking at the old man sitting on the sea turtle. Do you come over and cry, or should I go over there and beat you half to death? The old man's expression was fierce. Zhuge Heng, I might as well fight you. So, I should go over there and beat you half to death, right? The old man stretched his arms upwards. Everyone present felt a chill spread through their bodies. Their blood seemed to start freezing. The human body is composed of 70% water. This old man, with his water attribute talent, could naturally control the water inside everyone's body. The old man lifted his finger, pointing forward once more. The walls of the corridor secreted a highly corrosive and pungent mucus, as if intending to dissolve everyone. You all must die, the old man roared, but in the next second he stiffened. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhuge Heng had appeared beside the old man, one hand in his pocket, the other gripping the old man's neck and smashing him backward. The figures of the two flickered in midair and vanished. The next moment they reappeared in front of the wall. With a thunderous boom, the old man was pressed into the wall by Zhuge Heng, as if embedded into it. The old man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood spurting from his nose and mouth, his expression one of terror. Peak of the 11th level, truly the most likely to ascend to godhood in nearly a decade. Zhuge Heng's grip on the old man's neck slowly loosened. Thanks for the compliment, but you're mistaken, Zhuge Heng said as he hooked his fingers down his sunglasses, revealing eyes as tempestuous as twin thunder pools. It's been nearly 30 years. With a punch, Zhuge Hang's fist heavily landed on the old man's abdomen. The punch seemed to pierce through the void. The old man doubled over like a shrimp, coughing up blood mixed with fragments of organs. Powerlessly he fell to his knees. As the old man hit the ground, the wall behind him, solid as iron, was blasted open by the residual force, creating a 2-meter-wide gaping hole. The walls behind this one were also blown open by the punch, forming concentric circles of various sizes. Miraculously, the walls still writhed as if alive. Zhuge Hang, hands in pockets, bent over to look at the squirming walls and clicked his tongue in wonder. This divine great artifact is quite good. Too bad it's wasted on you. I'll take it and give it to the Dragon Maiden of the Five Elements Palace as a favor. Thanks, old tortoise. The old man on the ground curled up, his gaze vacant and his face pale, utterly despondent. Zhuge Hang turned around and walked towards Fang Xian. Made up your mind? Sure you want to join Section 9? Alright then, the device. Fang Xian, bewildered, asked, what device? The Sky Shield Smart Unit I gave you yesterday. Didn't bring it from home? Where at? Your house, asked Zhuge Hang. After a second of confusion, Fang Xian nodded. On my desk. Why? As Fang Xian and everyone else watched in shock, Zhuge Hang's hand reached into the void. When he pulled it out, he was holding an apple which he bit into. Then he reached into the void again and this time pulled out the Sky Shield Smart Unit he had given Fang Xian the day before. Tossing the device to Fang Xian, Zhuge Hang crunched into the apple. Later, when you get home, explain to your aunt that I took the apple. She might have been frightened earlier. Fang Xian's head buzzed. He knew this guy from Section 9 was cool, but he hadn't expected him to be this awesome. Fang Xian had already activated the device yesterday. After facial verification, it had asked for Zhuge Hang's name. Beep, identity verified. Member Fang Xian, welcome to Section 9. Munching on the apple, Zhuge Hang added, after joining Section 9, someone will come to liaise with you, and your training will also be arranged. I'll check in on your progress from time to time. Fang Xian seized the opportunity to quickly say, give me your contact information. Zhuge Hang raised his chin slightly, pointing to the smart device in Fang Xian's hand. Later, Xiaolu will add you to the group, you'll find my contact there. He glanced outside, then Zhuge Hang continued towards Director Shang. A mistake is a mistake, but credit is credit. I'll take this sacred artifact and I will fully report the merits of your 7th Division, no problem, right? We follow Mr. Zhuge's lead, let's go. Snap! Zhuge Hang, with an apple in his mouth, snapped his fingers. The scenery around them seemed to shatter like a broken mirror, then everything became blurred. When it all pieced back together, everyone found themselves standing on an empty plot of land. Looking around, they realized they were still at the location of the ocean-themed pavilion they had just left, except now the orca-shaped pavilion had vanished without a trace, leaving the ground bare. All the tourists looked bewildered. Fang Xian took a deep breath. The whole thing was too magical. Fang Xian, you've joined Division 9, the infamous monster room. A classmate was the first to break the silence. The other classmates looked at Fang Xian with envy. Director Shang smiled. Earlier you said you hadn't decided yet. I thought you were considering some other organization, but it turns out you were thinking about Division 9. You're the first student to even consider joining Division 9, Fang Xian smiled lightly. Someone always has to be the first. Director Shang chuckled. Su Xiaoqian looked at the Sky Shield Smart device in Fang Xian's hand. Brother, how didn't you say you could only get this after a year in the Sky Shield Bureau? How did he get it early? Director Shang took over the conversation. Because he was chosen by Division 9, it's that simple. Qin Juanhao looked as if he had been struck by frost. Captain Xiao, your new recruit, when facing the enemy, chose to compromise. There are serious issues with his thinking you need to follow up on this. We can't have spineless trainees in Division 7. Director Shang adjusted his glasses, his voice cold and serious. Xiao, almost in tears, responded, understood, Director. While speaking, he looked helplessly at Qin Juanhao. Later, copy the rules and regulations of Division 7 until you can recite them backwards. Qin Juanhao felt like the sky was falling. Xiaowu turned back to look at Fang Xian, liking him more and more. Director Shang approached Fang Xian, extending his hand. I'm Shang Tianqi, we'll be colleagues from now on. Fang Xian shook his hand openly. I'm Fang Xian, pleased to meet you. Director Shang glanced at his watch. Danger's over, prepare to regroup. As the people of Division 7 prepared to leave, Ellie stepped forward, extending her pale hand to Fang Xian, her beautiful ice blue eyes fixed on him. My name is Ellie, classmate Fang Xian, nice to meet you. The emphasis Ellie placed on the word you made Fang Xian paused, slightly captivated by her striking ice blue eyes. Ellie said so. Fong Xin quickly realized that Ellie had recognized him. However, judging by all of Xiao Wutong's actions, Ellie hadn't told Xiao Wutong about it. "Hello, Captain Ellie, just call me Ellie." Their eyes met. Ellie was the first to break the silence. "Can I have your contact information?" "Sure." After exchanging contact details, Ellie left with her team. Fong Xin pocketed his phone. After all the day's events, although his arm had been cleaned, the water he had used wasn't very clean, so Fong Xin planned to go home and take a shower. Xu Xinyo approached sweetly. "Thank you for today, Fong Xin. Aren't you going to bow in thanks?" Xu Xinyo playfully poked Fong Xin's belly with a slightly annoyed finger. "Bad news, the results are out." A student received the message and everyone started checking their phones for their scores. Top of the whole school. The overall top scorer is none other than Fong Xin. Seeing Fong Xin's striking score, the students were all abuzz. Wow. Some people haven't awakened any talents, and brother Xin has awakened 5, he's strong even without any potions. If he used potions, wouldn't all his scores rise a level? SSS-level strength talent. I told you brother Xin is the coolest. Wait, Xu Xinyo is second overall, SSS-level light talent, SS-level healing talent. Wow, Fong Xin looked at Xu Xinyo in slight surprise. Xu Xinyo lifted her chin. "Impressive, right, your sister Yao?" "Impressive, I underestimated myself." Xu Xinyo, feeling a mix of irritation and pride, jabbed her finger hard into Fong Xin's stomach again. Su Xiaoqiang was flipping through the score table. "Bro, how I found you, B-level earth talent." All eyes turned to Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao's talent was among the top in the school, but next to Fong Xin and Xu Xinyo, it seemed like a firefly competing with the bright moon. At this moment, Qin Juanhao had lost all his previous arrogance, enviously eyeing Fong Xin. Fong Xin ignored it. Glancing at the time, "Xiao Chu, I want to go home." "Okay, let's go together." They said goodbye to the other students. On the subway, Xu Xinyo and Fong Xin sat side by side. "With such high talents, why hasn't the 9th Bureau found you?" Fong Xin asked curiously. Xu Xinyo paused. "No, because of my father I have to go somewhere else." "Your father is..." Before he could finish, Xu Xinyo put her hand over Fong Xin's mouth. "Fong Xin, can we not talk about this?" Seeing Fong Xin's expression, Xu Xinyo explained, "My father's identity is quite special. I can't tell you now, but don't worry, if there comes a day when I can tell, you'll be the first to know, okay?" Xu Xinyo looked up at him with pleading eyes. "Okay, I knew you were the best, Fong Xin." They then headed home. As soon as I walked in, I saw my Aunt Fong Huilan and my uncle Jiang Weidong huddled together, looking rather suspicious. Aunt Fong was holding a rolling pin while Uncle Jiang had a mop in his hand. The sound of the door opening gave them both quite a fright. "What are you two doing?" Fong Xin asked, puzzled. "Fong Xin, you have no idea, something strange happened today. It was really scary," Aunt Fong said, still shaken. "I was cleaning the room when suddenly a hand appeared in the living room, groping around, and then it grabbed an apple and disappeared." Fong Xin immediately remembered that it was Zhuge Heng who had done this before. "Auntie, that was Zhuge Heng grabbing an apple while he was fetching something for me. He thought it might scare you, so he asked me to explain when I got home." "Zhuge Heng?" Aunt Fong seemed confused for a moment. "The white-haired guy from yesterday at the 9th Bureau." Fong Xin reminded her. Aunt Fong quickly realized, patting her chest, "Oh, it was him that scared me to death. But people from the 9th Bureau are really terrifying, aren't they? Fetching things through thin air." Fong Xin chuckled. "You haven't seen the scariest part yet. Otherwise you'd remember it for the rest of your life." After taking a shower, Fong Xin wiped the foggy mirror, thinking about having to ask the reflection later tonight whom to guard against. After changing clothes and returning to his room, he noticed the Tiandun Smart Connect device on his desk blinking a light. Upon opening it, he saw that a nickname called Little Deer had added him to a group. The group name was 9th Bureau Red Lotus District Taiyang District Training Class. The group wasn't large, including Fong Xin, Little Deer and Zhuge Heng. There were only 8 members. Fong Xin saw Zhuge Heng's avatar, a Tai Chi fish pattern, and casually clicked to add him as a friend. Someone in the group sent a message. The avatar was a muscular man, and all the group members used their real names as nicknames. The speaker was called Shirtai Lang. Another newbie, named Fong Xin. "Is it a girl? How tall? What's her weight? Her measurements? What talents?" "Fatso, no one talks like that, don't scare off the girl." The next person to speak was Zhang Yaozu, whose avatar was a middle-parted haired dungaree-wearing chick holding a basketball. Shirtai Lang wasn't convinced. "Alright, Zhang Yaozu, girls like my straightforward type." Fong Xin, "Do you like muscular men?" After thinking it over, Fong Xin replied, "Hello everyone, my name is Fong Xin, my biological gender is male but I have gender dysphoria and identify as a girl, also, I'm a lesbian so I only like girls." The group went silent for a long time, then an attractive anime avatar named Bai Yulin spoke up, "Great, another weirdo. Does the Ninth Bureau only recruit students with issues? Are you a brother or a sister now?" Bai Yulin replied, "I am my brother." Sure Tailang said, "Great, the personality split has worsened, now there's another brother. Our Department 9 isn't some monster room, it's a sick ward." Zhang Yaozu changed the subject. "Did you see? After the national talent test results came out this year, there were 18 SSS ranked talents across the 12 regions. Just in our Red Lotus region alone, there were 3. Since the chaos of the gods, the territory of the Dragon Nation has expanded by half, becoming vast and extensive. To better coordinate management, it was divided into 12 regions, with Lancheng belonging to the Qingzhou province and the Red Lotus region." Zhang Yaozu continued, "Even a small place like Lancheng produced an SSS rank talent, right? It seems to be an SSS rank light system talent. It's already rare to possess light system talent, let alone at SSS rank." Sure Tailang took over the conversation. "To protect personal information, the score sheet hid the names, but I heard it's a particularly beautiful girl. Doesn't our classmate Fong Xin's information show that he is from Lancheng? Damn, could Fong Xin be that girl from Lancheng with the SSS rank light system talent?" Fong Xin was stunned, not expecting that Chu Xinyo had already gained some fame. "I'm not," Bai Yulin, suffering from his mental split, lamented. "In a small place like Lancheng, it's truly remarkable to have an SSS rank talent." Unexpectedly, Xiaolu suddenly spoke up. "Strictly speaking, Lancheng actually produced 2 classmates with SSS rank talent, too. The SSS rank statistics table only shows 1 inch instructor Xiaolu explained, because the other student didn't use the potion, so the test grade was SS rank, which is our classmate Fong Xin. Wow, not using a potion and still achieving SS rank. That's incredible," Sure Tailang exclaimed in shock. Zhang Yaozu also expressed his astonishment. "My goodness, I barely made SS rank with the potion and this big brother did it without." "Big brother, why didn't you use the potion?" Fong Xin modestly replied, "I heard that Department 9 is under high pressure, so I thought about not using the potion to keep my scores low and blend in elsewhere." It didn't hold back. After a long silence in the group chat, Sure Tailang messaged, "I can't take this, I'll pay 500,000 who will go to Lancheng and beat him up for me. I'll add 100,000, I'll add 200,000, I'll add another 100,000. Several others in the chat who hadn't shown themselves also started adding to the pot. Xiaolu changed the subject. "Alright everyone, calm down, after the results are out everyone has a week off. After a week someone will specifically come to pick you all up to the youth training camp. See you all in a week." Fong Xin's smart device vibrated again. It was Xiaolu sending a friend request. After accepting it, Xiaolu messaged, "Classmate Fong Xin, please sign the contract and send it to me." "Do I need to print the contract myself?" Just face the virtual screen of your smart device to the table. Fong Xin did as instructed, and with a slight flash of light, a contract appeared on the table. After signing the contract and clicking the plus sign in the bottom right corner, there was a send button which he used to send the contract. Fong Xin watched all this in amazement. "This is too magical. This thing seems like a spatial system treasure. However, I currently do not know what rank it is." After finishing everything, once again Little Deer sent Fong Xin a user manual for the Zhilian machine and the regulations of Sector 9, along with a plane ticket and an unsecured bank card. Fong Xin was urged to carefully read the regulations of Sector 9. The bank card contained 1 million yuan, a bonus for joining Sector 9. At the end, Little Deer welcomed Fong Xin to Sector 9, proposing to meet in a week. Fong Xin responded, "See you in a week." He skimmed through the regulations and memorized the essentials. He then reviewed the manual for the Zhilian machine and was even more astonished after reading it. It turns out this device, also known as the treasure machine, could emit a laser beam to form a laser sword when used individually. When used in small team tactics, cooperation between 2 or more people could form a barrier or even allow short-range teleportation. This device was a highly valued creation developed by the Sky Shield Agency. The artifacts are classified from 1st to 9th grade, and above 9th grade are the spiritual ultimate sacred divine grades, followed by the rule and the legendary forbidden grade. Like the terrifying sacred grade artifact encountered today at the theme museum, Fong Xin's Zhilian Machine was a 4th grade artifact. According to the regulations, new recruits at Sector 9 usually receive a 1st grade device, but Zhuge Hong had pulled some strings, giving Fong Xin a 4th grade one directly. If Fong Xin were to progress in his capabilities after joining Sector 9, higher grade Zhilian machines would be provided. Following the manual, Fong Xin activated the Zhilian machine. Pressing it against a surface, a crimson laser shot out swiftly, resembling a Tang sword in shape, exuding immense dominance. Although this laser sword could slice through iron with ease and was extremely powerful, it required the user's vital energy. Therefore, many people usually refrained from using the laser sword unless they were talents with substantial vitality who didn't mind the energy drain. Fong Xin felt this device was especially suited for him. Swinging the laser sword, it felt great in his hand. He believed that with his killing talent he could even compete with an early 5th level fighter. While he was studying the laser sword, his phone vibrated multiple times. Picking it up, Fong Xin saw messages from Ellie. Fong Xin, do you have a moment? Let's chat. Fong Xin toyed with his phone, unsure of Ellie's intentions, and replied ambiguously, what's up? Ellie responded quickly, thank you for saving me that day. Oh, I almost forgot, thank you for saving me. Fong Xin asked, when did you realize it? Ellie recounted precisely, I noticed it the day I went to your classroom. Confused Fong Xin wondered, why didn't you tell Captain Xiao? Because all signs indicated that you didn't want to expose yourself. I didn't say anything. Fong Xin looked at the message from Ellie. You've said so much, but your ultimate goal isn't just to thank me, right? It is thanks. You are my lifesaver and I will not forget that. But today I indeed have another favor to ask of you. Fong Xin and Ellie had only met 3 times in total and had only spoken twice. They weren't very familiar with each other. Asking for help so directly was akin to asking for a loan upon first acquaintance. No reply came for a long while. Ellie's message came through again. Fong Xin, are you still there? Fong Xin thought for a moment and replied seriously, my brother is asleep. The other party was typing. After a long interval, Ellie's message came again, a lengthy one this time. Fong Xin, I genuinely need your help. My parents were killed many years ago and my younger sister disappeared early in life. The case was declared unsolved, but I've been pursuing the real culprit and searching for my sister all these years. Her name is Aiko. Recently, I've found some clues about her, but the other party has a 4th level expert and I am alone and merely a small team leader without the right or means to mobilize team resources for personal matters. I've only been able to hire a few bounty hunters, but they are not very reliable as they aren't one of our own, so I beg you, could you help me? If you don't believe me, you can access the files through the intelligence network to check the old dossier. Fong Xin checked the information Ellie mentioned. Indeed, there was such a dossier. From over a decade ago, Ellie's parents were doctors who died in a car accident. The dossier also contained a photo of Ellie as a child, a mini version of the current Ellie sitting there with messy hair, tear stains still visible, a face full of confusion, her tiny body alone and pitiful, inevitably arousing a sense of compassion. After reviewing the entire case, it was found that Ellie's twin sister disappeared 6 months after their parents' death. During the same period, hundreds of children went missing. Later, for some unknown reason, the case went cold without any leads. Suddenly, Fong Xin's gaze sharpened as if he had discovered something. He pulled up the dossier of his own parents' car accident to review. His parents' dossier contained only a few brief descriptions and several photos, the rest were encrypted files. Fong Xin's gaze suddenly froze on the photo of the car that had killed his parents. Suddenly sitting up, he pulled up the photo of the car that had killed Ellie's parents. Fong Xin enlarged the photo. Inside both cars there was a sunny doll pendant and both dolls wore a sinister smile. Was this a coincidence, or was it orchestrated? Various questions swirled in Fong Xin's mind. Who exactly had targeted his parents? After much deliberation, Fong Xin decided he had to go. He sent a message back to Ellie, okay, send me the time and place. Ellie seemed a bit surprised, not expecting Fong Xin to agree so readily. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, 122, Tiannan Road. At the cafe. As a reward, all the spoils will be yours after the event, and I will also give you a perception-type fruit to awaken your perception-type talent before you go to the training camp. See you tomorrow morning. Fong Xin sat up, revisited the car accident of his parents, and pondered the encrypted files of their case. To access them, he could either seek help from Zhuge Hong or wait until his own position qualified him to do so. He pulled out his grandfather's phone from the drawer's secret compartment. No new messages. He wondered where his grandfather might be now. As the clock neared midnight, Fong Xin went to the bathroom. Facing the mirror, he stimulated his chi and blood, for crimson runes of slaying slowly surfaced. Fong Xian stared at his reflection. Half past midnight, he had been looking at his reflection for a full 45 minutes, but today he didn't see the Fong Xian he expected in the mirror. Frowning, he watched himself. He even pretended to turn away as he had last night. But in the corner of his eye nothing unusual appeared. Everything was normal last night. What was different this time? Could something have triggered it? Recalling yesterday, perhaps he missed watching a video from his grandfather. The time to act had passed. He decided to try again the next night. Fong Xian returned to his bedroom, lying on the bed thinking about tomorrow's meeting with Ellie. The next morning after breakfast, Fong Xian received a message from Ellie. They were to meet at a coffee shop. When Fong Xian arrived, Ellie was already waiting at the entrance. Her silver-white hair was tied back into a short ponytail and she wore a baseball cap, a varsity jacket and tight jeans that perfectly outlined her figure. Over here, Ellie waved. Fong Xian, who also wore a baseball cap, approached. There's still a significant risk, Ellie said as they got closer. Are you sure you've thought this through? Are you sure the target is only level 4? I've been scouting for half a month. There's no problem. What about the others you hired? Ellie grasped Fong Xian's arm. The people I've hired aren't exactly virtuous, so we'll need to use fake names and information. I'm now Jia Yaomei from out of town. You should change your name too. How about Qin Juanhao? Change it again. Xin Xiuqiang, you're my cousin. As Ellie spoke, she handed Fong Xian a mask and a delicately crafted small box. Wear this mask, it will change your appearance. This is the sensory fruit I promised you. Fong Xian paused, surprised she was giving it to him already. You're really happy I came? Don't your captain and teammates help you? After Ellie put on her mask, which altered her face and even her hair color without a trace, she replied, they've helped before, but this time, because of a misinformation, Captain Xiao recruited Qin Juanhao, mistakenly wasting a spot, and is now in confinement writing a reflection. And as you know, the rest of my teammates were injured in yesterday's mission. Fong Xian scratched his cheek apologetically, his thoughts circling back to himself. If he hadn't signed up randomly earlier, Xiao Wutong wouldn't have chosen Qin Juanhao prematurely. If Qin Juanhao hadn't been chosen, he wouldn't have ended up in solitary confinement. Fong Xian put on the mask and his face transformed. He checked his reflection in his phone and no trace of his original appearance could be discerned. Opening a delicate little box, he found a bright red fruit inside. You can eat it now, Ellie reminded him. Fong Xian took a bite. The fruit was juicy and crisp, and in 2 bites he swallowed the mental fruit. A refreshing sensation spread throughout his entire body, as if he had eaten a big mint candy, making him feel very clear and refreshed. Fong Xian's already sensitive perception abilities suddenly enhanced. Previously his senses like sight, hearing, smell, taste and touch were far above average. But after consuming this sensory fruit, Fong Xian could perceive every movement within a radius of 30 meters in his mind, including the movements of mosquitoes and ants on the ground, all appearing in his mind as a 3-dimensional translucent pattern. Within 30 meters he could clearly sense what everyone was doing and saying, even hearing the voice of the cafe waiter hiding in the bathroom complaining about their boss to a friend. Fong Xian opened his eyes and sighed. So this is what it's like to awaken a sensory talent, he thought. This talent was indeed impressive, allowing him to clearly perceive every movement around him and even scout for enemies in advance. However, using this sense was draining, and extended use could make his head dizzy. Thank you for coming to help me, said Ellie, looking up at him. Her ice blue eyes had turned black after changing her mask, and she spoke earnestly, word by word. Helping you is helping me. Let's go. Ellie paused, not saying much, and led the way. Fong Xian followed her, observing her from behind. Ellie was only a year older than Fong Xian and had become the captain of the 7th unit right after the youth training camp, which showed she had put in more effort than the average person. They crossed the street and entered a grocery store. A burly man with a fierce face was leaning on the counter. As they entered, the doorbell rang crisply. Ellie stepped forward and handed over a card. The burly man took it, glanced at it and instructed, "Go inside 4th room on the right." Fong Xian looked in the direction indicated and saw only a wall. Ellie took back the card and led the way. Suddenly, the wall rippled like water and Ellie pulled Fong Xian through it, finding the 4th room and entering. Fong Xian was still a bit stunned, not expecting the grocery store to have such a hidden space. After they sat down, Ellie explained, every city has its own black market trading spots. This place is the black market trading site for Lan City. Here you can find and accept assignments, exchange items, purchase information. Anything the black market can do can be done here. The bounty hunters I hired will be here soon. Once they arrive, we'll set off. This is the place we're headed to." Ellie took out a small sphere, tapped it, and it emitted light, projecting a hologram above it of a detached villa. The structure of the villa was clearly displayed. "Yesterday, I heard you say you think the car accident that killed your parents and your sister's disappearance are related." Ellie nodded. "I accidentally discovered it from the clues. The driver who killed my parents and the person who took my sister both had a six-pointed star tattoo on their arms." Fong Xin was startled. "You found the driver who hit your parents?" "It was a year after my parents' accident when they found him, but by that time, he was already dead, so many clues were lost," Ellie explained. As the silence fell, the door opened. 3 people entered, one after another. A man as tall as a titan, 2 meters in height, a middle-aged man with golden hair and an extraordinarily long face covered with a goatee, and finally a woman with slightly dark skin and very curvy figure wearing a low-cut top and ultra-short shorts paired with fishnet stockings, looking extremely fiery. "Why are there others?" the titan-sized man asked, sitting down and looking towards Fong Xin with a muffled voice. Ellie responded, "He's my cousin, he won't split your bounty." The muscular man glanced at Fong Xin, sizing him up before saying, "Your cousin looks skinny like a little chick, can he even keep up? Don't hold us back." Fong Xin glanced at the 3 people. His perception-based talent had already awakened. This talent included the ability to sense danger in advance, commonly known as the sixth sense. The topmost SSS tier perception talents could even foresee future dangers. Fong Xin's talent was an S tier without the use of potions, but in the current environment where everyone uses potions, his talent was actually SS tier. Moreover, the King of Slaughter in the mirror had told Fong Xin that his talent could be enhanced by killing enemies with similar abilities. Through his perception talent, Fong Xin sensed no threat from the 3 individuals present, proving that their combat abilities were at level 4 or below. Ellie spoke seriously, "Don't worry, he won't hold us back. Now that everyone is here, let's devise a specific battle plan." The muscular man rubbed his bald head. "What plan? Just storm in?" "No," Ellie immediately interjected. "There are 7 people inside the villa and the 2 sentries on the perimeter are level 1 fighters. Black Pearl, you have a psychic talent, you coordinate with me, you handle confusing the sentries, and I'll take them down." Ellie looked towards the curvy woman who had been playing with her hair since sitting down. The woman twirled her hair around her finger and retorted, "Just this, you want me a peak level 2 to kill 2 level 1s, and I have to coordinate with you? Aren't you underestimating me a bit?" Ellie continued to be cautious. After killing the sentry, there are 2 guards inside on the first floor, 1 level 1 and 1 level 2. On the second floor, there are also 2 guards, 1 level 2 and 1 level 3. Use your psychic abilities to confuse the enemies on both floors. Black Pearl and my cousin Qin Shouqian will attack the enemies on the first floor, while Jean Rue and I will take on those on the second floor. Ellie then turned to the blonde man. "Little brother, stay behind your sister." Black Pearl crossed her voluptuous legs and licked her lips seductively at Fong Xin, throwing him a flirtatious wink. "Slut," the burly man cursed. Fong Xin chose to ignore it. Ellie went on, "Our real target is on the 3rd floor, a level 4 psychic master. So when we attack Baru, you need to go to the 3rd floor and engage that level 4 master. Just hold on for a while and we will come up to help you." The burly man named Baru scratched his head. "If Black Pearl launches a psychic attack, the enemy will sense it, right?" Ellie explained. "Every day around noon, the target calls a lady over to vent. Psychics are often at their weakest defensively during this time. We'll attack then when their sensitivity is much reduced." Bartu, bald and grinning, laughed. "Then I might just scare him limp when I barge in. I love doing this kind of stuff, huh?" "Let's get ready to move." Ellie pocketed the holographic projector ball and the group left the grocery store, splitting into 2 teams. Ellie and Fong Xin got into a car. After more than half an hour, they reached the outskirts and hid the car in the dense woods. Soon another car arrived and Baru and 2 others got out. The 5 of them stared towards the villa. After a while, Ellie glanced at her watch. It was 11:45 a.m. She muttered, "It's time." Just then, a taxi stopped outside the villa. A voluptuous woman in a stepmother dress stepped out, her long white legs moving gracefully, her high heels clicking tantalizingly on the ground as she walked, her ample buttocks swaying from side to side. The 2 guards in the yard went up to check her, their faces breaking into lecherous grins as they made their moves, but the woman did not resist, giggling and flirting back playfully. Baru rubbed his shiny bald head and licked his lips. "This one looks top-notch, must be very comfortable and loud too. Later I've got to ask about the price." Ellie with a stern face checked the time again. 10 minutes to go, then we make our move. Time ticked by. Fong Xin, whose hearing was already far superior to normal and enhanced further today by a perceptual fruit Ellie had given him, confirmed just as Baru had said. The sounds were indeed lively. Fong Xin quickly shifted his surveillance target elsewhere. Go, Ellie suddenly commanded. Black Pearl dashed forward first. Ellie, crouching low, followed closely behind and, in a blink of an eye, miraculously blended into the shadows on the ground. Fong Xin paused in amazement. Truly it was an assassin's talent. Kid, don't drag your feet. I don't know why they brought someone whose whiskers haven't even grown out yet. Baru slapped Fong Xin's shoulder heavily, grinned and strode forward, merging his body with the earth as he moved. Earth attribute talent. The blond man, looking as if he was suffering from kidney deficiency, bent over to gather strength and dashed towards the villa with an oddly fast pace, revealing his wind attribute talent. Fong Xin quickly followed. Black Pearl reached out and grabbed two sentinels. Their pupils dilated instantly, their gazes vacant. Almost immediately, Ellie flashed out of the ground shadows. A pale blue cold light flickered, slashing one man's throat. Then she merged back into the shadows and slipped through a second-floor window. The blond man took a running leap into the second-floor window. Suddenly, the ground writhed and a mud dragon lifted Baru up, his body enveloped in a layer of earthy yellow light as he charged into the third-floor window. The sound of shattering glass followed, then screams. Chewing her gum, Black Pearl walked towards the first floor with her voluptuously long legs, giving Fong Xin a glance. Little bro, hide behind your sister. It'd break my heart if you got hurt, she said, swaying her hips and bumping her waist against Fong Xin as she entered the villa first. The two individuals on the first floor stood up, intending to head upstairs. Chewing her gum, Black Pearl instantly took down one with a level 1 strength, while the other, with a level 2 strength, clutched his head in agony. Little bro, isn't your sister fierce? Black Pearl winked at Fong Xin, but unexpectedly, the enemy they had left on the second floor, a level 3 fighter, ran down the stairs. Upon seeing the two on the first floor, his face contorted menacingly as he charged at Black Pearl. Black Pearl's face turned pale in an instant, her gum swallowed in fright. She activated her mental attack to try to halt his steps. His expression shifted slightly, obviously disturbed by the mental attack. However, being a level 3 with strength-based talent, he charged at Black Pearl regardless. Black Pearl screamed, Jean Rui, save me! Wind sounds came from upstairs, but in that instant a figure flashed by in the corner of his eye. Fong Xin delivered a flying knee right into the enemy's face. Instant takedown. Black Pearl stood frozen in place. The blond man stayed on the stairs between the first and second floors. Fong Xin turned his head and looked at the Black Pearl with a faint smile. Sister, am I fierce enough? Black Pearl stared at Fong Xin in astonishment. Though Fong Xin's appearance had changed, his face still looked youthful, which was why Black Pearl and the others initially thought he might be a drag on the team. It wasn't until just moments ago, when Fong Xin instantly took down a third-level expert, that they began to take him seriously. Coming back to her senses, Black Pearl patted her ample bosom nervously, scraped her silver teeth across her lips and then seductively licked them. Little brother is indeed fierce, but I wonder how fierce he is in other respects. Fong Xin responded with a smile. Dream on about tricking the young and naive. Upstairs, the vibration continued. Fong Xin darted past the blond man toward the upper floor. Black Pearl, having taken care of another enemy, walked over to stand beside Jean Rui and commented, I underestimated him. The blond man said gravely, so young yet at least a third level in combat. I saw that he has a strength-based talent at least. SS grade, probably a young master sent out for training by some super organization. Black Pearl licked her lips again. Then I really must taste him properly. On the third floor, chaos reigned. Baru emanated a dull yellow glow, his body covered in an earthen armor. The beautiful woman from earlier was now terrified, huddled in a corner of the bed, her screams revealing swaths of white skin. A slightly overweight man in tattered underwear was dodging between hands of earth that suddenly emerged from the ground. His face twisted as he reached out toward Baru. A nearly transparent giant hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed at Baru's head, causing him a substantial mental assault. Ellie stood in a corner clutching her blue patterned knife, ready to strike precisely at the right moment. After Fong Xin arrived, Black Pearl and the blond man followed suit. The fleeing overweight man rolled on the spot and rubbed a ring on his finger, conjuring a transparent raincoat which he quickly donned. The moment he put it on, his body turned invisible. Fong Xin tensed up and immediately used his perceptive talent. Everything in the room revealed itself in his mind, a talent that naturally countered such invisibility cloaks. He saw a chubby figure holding a strange revolver aimed at Baru's head. "Careful, he has a gun," Fong Xian shouted. With a loud bang, a bullet was fired. Baru's dull yellow glow moved to protect his head, heart and groin. After the shot, the glow dispersed and a small yellow sphere cracked and fell to the floor. Baru looked pale, his forehead split open, blood trickling down. He was narrowly alive. Turning toward Fong Xian, the slight disdain he had held for him was gone, replaced by endless gratitude. Fong Xian had saved his life, and though the timing was not right, Baru felt an overwhelming urge to bow down to him in thanks. The obese man turned his head towards Fong Xian, a sinister laugh escaping his lips. "Another one with sensory talent," he exclaimed, pointing the dark muzzle of his gun at Fong Xian. Seeing this, Balu, although unable to see the obese man, guessed the situation and lifted his hand. A wall of earth rose in front of Fong Xian. Bang! A gunshot rang out and the earth wall summoned by Balu crumbled instantly. By then Fong Xian had already moved to another location, the runes of slaughter faintly visible on the back of his hand. "Brother, give me your location and I'll take him down," Balu shouted. Bending over, Fong Xian glared fiercely in the direction of the obese man. "Can't you just turn the ground into sand? That way his footprints would show up, wouldn't they?" Fong Xian yelled. With a slap to his head, Balu realized, "Damn, why didn't I think of that?" Stomping his foot, the ground turned to sand. As the obese man moved, a series of footprints appeared. "Ha, little brother, you really are my dear brother." Balu laughed heartily, admitting his previous underestimation. "Without you, brother, I would have been done for today." The obese man, his face twisted malevolently, still aimed his gun towards where Fong Xian had been, with his sensory talent now awakened. Fong Xian was able to anticipate the shooting direction and narrowly dodged the second shot. Balu clapped his hands together and a pair of earth hands rose from the ground, clamping together towards the obese man. Got him. The earth hands tightened, the cloak that made the obese man invisible slipped off as he struggled, his eyes bulging with fury. Ellie and a blonde man launched attacks at the obese man, aiming to incapacitate him. Unexpectedly, the man roared to the sky. A ring on his finger emitted a green light and he fed himself a fruit, his eyes becoming bloodshot as he descended into madness. A powerful aura burst forth. "The forbidden fruit," Balu exclaimed in shock. The obese man's smile twisted. "I'd rather live 3 years less to gain the temporary power of a level 5 fighter and kill you all," Balu shouted. "Run!" As the obese man made a grabbing motion in the air towards Balu, a nearly transparent hand appeared behind Balu's head, squeezing fiercely. Balu screamed in agony, stumbling and falling to the ground, bleeding from all orifices. The blonde man and Black Pearl fled in panic. Ellie, her face cold, yelled at Fong Xian, "Run!" But unexpectedly, the obese man's ring flashed and he held a rod about a foot long, similar to a conductor's baton, pointing it at the fleeing blonde man, Black Pearl and Ellie, and then at Fong Xian. The three who had jumped out of the window and landed in the courtyard trying to escape were suddenly immobilized midair and crashed to the ground, unable to move. Fear painted their faces. The obese man's gaze then fell on Fong Xian, who was still in the room and hadn't fled. Moreover, he saw Fong Xian making a gesture with one hand over his heart. A smile appeared on the obese man's face. Fong Xian stared fiercely at the obese man. "Damn it, it's all because of you that I had to eat the forbidden fruit. Eating one fruit shortens my life by 3 years. I won't kill you, but since I'm going to live 3 years less, I will torture you for 3 years. First, I'll cut off your tongue." As he spoke, the obese man moved to cut Fong Xian's tongue. Fong Xian, hand pressed against his heart, decided that in such a situation, rather than fleeing, he might as well fight back fiercely. Moreover, he still had the trump card of the King of Slaughter at his disposal. In his mind, Fong Xian silently invoked Saya. As the obese man approached him, at that very moment Fong Xian, who should have been immobilized, slowly raised his head. His pupils turned blood red, his face wore the innate disdain of a king. Slowly he raised his hand, and on his arm, rings formed by the condensation of slaughter runes wrapped around a total of 5 circles. "Mortals, look up at me, welcome the judgment of the king." Fong Xian's palm faced the obese man, the slaughter runes on the back of his hand glowing intensely red. The 5 rings of slaughter runes rapidly spun around his arm. The obese man, staring into Fong Xian's blood-red eyes, was shaken to his core. He had never seen such talent before, nor had he ever felt such an overwhelmingly powerful aura, as if a king had descended. His face twisted grotesquely as he tried to escape, but his legs were as heavy as if filled with lead, barely able to move. It was he who had used a treasure to immobilize Fong Xian, but now it was he himself who was immobilized. Fong Xian's palm still facing the obese man. Boom. The rings of slaughter on his arm stamped firmly onto the man. The man staggered back 5 steps, and on his chest appeared 5 concentric circles of a crimson hue, like a target with the very center being right over his heart. Fong Xian raised his hand again, the 5 rings of slaughter spinning wildly around his arm, the smallest ring at his fingertip, increasing in size up the arm, resembling a cone of slaughter. Fong Xian stabbed towards the man's heart from a distance. The cone of slaughter pierced through the man's heart. The man, head bowed, mouth open, blood trickling out, saw through his bulging eyes a fist-sized hole clear from front to back right through his heart. The man struggled to lift his head, incredulously looking towards Fong Xian. What kind of talent is this? With a thud, the man collapsed to the ground, kneeling before falling face down. Fong Xian made a grabbing motion in the air, and a speck of blood essence flew into the palm of his hand. Visibly, the 4th slaughter rune on the back of Fong Xian's hand turned even more blood red. A mental talent could indeed use a boost. His gaze shifted, his blood-red eyes now fixed on a woman hiding by the bed. Terrified, having never seen such a bizarre scene before, she panicked, knocking open the bedside drawer and spotting a gun inside. The woman, hands trembling, pointed the gun directly at Fong Xian. Just as she saw him looking towards her, the woman figured she couldn't escape today, so she might as well fight back. Without a word, she fired a shot at Fong Xian. Fong Xian slightly tilted his head and the bullet grazed past his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. His eyes, crimson and intense, fixed on the woman. He raised his hand to wipe the blood trickling from his face. Almost in the next second, the wound on his face miraculously healed. This bizarre self-healing ability stunned the woman. Fong Xian's crimson eyes flashed with a murderous intent, and his arm, wrapped in a ring of slaughter, raised again, aiming straight at the woman. Boom! A sonic boom sounded. A hole appeared in the woman's chest, and she collapsed limply to the ground. Fong Xian's gaze shifted and his arms spread out from the bodies of several people who had died on the 1st floor and in the yard. Specks of blood emerged and moved toward Fong Xian's arm, silently merging into it. The 4th rune on his arm became even more vividly crimson, as if the 5th could light up at any moment. The ring of slaughter on his arm gained a deeper shade of red. Fong Xian casually waved his arm, retracting the ring of slaughter. The crimson tide in his eyes gradually receded, turning black bit by bit. Fong Xian, clutching his chest and panting heavily, crouched on the ground, one hand on the floor. When he came to his senses, his heart pounded so fiercely it felt as if it might leap out of his mouth. His face was pale, and a thin sweat appeared on his forehead. When his body was taken over earlier, he felt as if he was watching everything the King of Slaughter did from a godlike perspective. Looking at the 2 corpses on the ground, Fong Xian had never imagined that the King of Slaughter, born from his own talent, could be so terrifying. Thinking of the man's body, an idea flashed in Fong Xian's mind. He needed to find a way to lure Ellie and the others over. Noticing that there were no cameras around, Fong Xian breathed a sigh of relief. With the death of the obese man, the constraints on Ellie and the others outside were also lifted. The blonde man and Black Pearl were stunned and hesitantly looked back at the 3rd floor. They didn't dare approach the villa and ran to a safe area. While running, they even dragged Baru, who was severely injured and unconscious. Ellie turned her head back. Fong Xian was still inside, and she had brought him here. Now, with his life in uncertainty, she couldn't just walk away. Now that the immobilization was lifted, this could only mean that the obese man had died or he had voluntarily lifted the constraint, but the latter seemed almost impossible. If it was the former, the obese man had reached level 5 through a forbidden fruit. Could it be that Fong Xian had killed him? Ellie thought this was unlikely, but recalling her first encounter with Fong Xian, where he had effortlessly defeated a level 4 newcomer, it seemed not entirely impossible that he could have killed the obese man. Regardless, she couldn't just abandon Fong Xian. Gritting her teeth, Ellie activated her assassination talent, submerged into the shadows, and ascended the stairs. When Ellie saw the corpulent man's body, she froze in shock. He was indeed dead. Her gaze shifted to Fong Xian, who was lying on the ground, his face pale. Ellie quickly stepped forward. Fong Xian, are you hurt? Fong Xian, clutching his chest, shook his head with difficulty at Ellie. What happened just now? Did you kill him? Ellie asked again. Fong Xian, ever the joker even in serious times, responded, I don't know. I was paralyzed suddenly, then my heart started hurting badly and I passed out. After that, I don't know what happened. Ellie touched Fong Xian's chest and felt his heart pounding fiercely. It seemed he wasn't lying. Ellie was confused about who could have killed the man. Noticing Fong Xian's rapid heartbeat, she quickly held him up. "I'll take you to the hospital." "You better hurry then, if it's too late I might just get better on my own," Fong Xian replied. Ellie paused, momentarily at a loss for words. From the first time she met Fong Xian, he always had a knack for irritating speech. Fong Xian gestured that he was fine. "I just need to rest a bit." Looking at the now lifeless corpulent man, Ellie noted, "He's dead, and with him our leads are gone. We can't get any information now." After a moment of silence, she continued, "It's okay as long as you're alive. We can slowly find more clues. Remember, you have that psychic talent. Once it awakens and your combat level reaches a certain threshold, you can use your psychic abilities to force enemies to speak the truth." Fong Xian was slightly startled. "Psychic talents have that function? You mean you want to team up with me again?" he asked. "Is that okay?" Ellie's voice was soft, cautious, and somewhat pleading. Fong Xian looked at Ellie. The first time he saw her, in an alley, her team was completely wiped out. The second time, at the ocean-themed museum, one of her teammates was severely injured and 2 others were hurt. The third time was today. Their tall friend was severely injured, drooling even after treatment. Fong Xian wondered if Ellie had some strange talent, like a curse on her teammates, which might actually be useful for infiltrating enemy ranks. Seeing Ellie's expression, Fong Xian rubbed his gradually calming chest. "When's the next team up?" "It's not certain yet, but I have another lead. We might get results in 2 weeks at the earliest." After thinking it over, Fong Xian said, 2 weeks, huh? That might be difficult. I have plans then. I need to be a best man at my uncle's second marriage." Ellie, with a wry smile, said, "My fault, I should have gathered more information. This time we almost lost our lives." "Sorry." "Don't be sorry, just reimburse the medical expenses and we're good." Ellie pursed her lips, picked up the paralyzing baton from the ground and then the gun that nearly killed Baru. She took off the invisibility cloak, pulled a ring off the dead man's hand and handed it to Fong Xian. "This is for you, as promised. All the spoils of battle are yours." Fong Xian eyed the ring, and honestly he was quite tempted by these items. However, he had learned his lesson from past experiences. In earlier times, when Fong Xian targeted strangers, he had indeed exploded their equipment, but such equipment was often registered to its previous owner. If they had powerful backers, they could trace him through the residual aura left on the equipment. After suffering a setback, Fong Xian never picked up such items again. "This has his aura. What if they come after me if I take it?" Other spoils of battle need to be handed over, but Section 9 has a special channel to erase the aura from the spoils. You just need to scan the spoils with the Zhilian machine. Fong Xian picked up the items, noticing no movement inside the Black Pearl, and the blonde man crawled in from outside. Seeing the dead man, both were shocked and turned their eyes to Fong Xian. "Did you kill him?" Fong Xian shook his head. "I don't know." "Don't know." Fong Xian repeated the same story he had told Ellie to the two, and they were somewhat skeptical. The group then thoroughly checked the room inside and out. Black Pearl looked upstairs. "How did a level 5 die?" The blonde man thought for a moment, then said more firmly, "It must be what I guessed. He was a young master out for training from a super organization. Either a senior helped him or he was carrying some kind of powerful, unassuming treasure." Licking his lips, Black Pearl grew more intrigued by the prospect. As they were parting, Black Pearl stuffed a small note into Fong Xian's pocket and made a "remember to call me" gesture before getting into the car. Fong Xian pulled out the note. It was a contact number which he casually tossed away. He parted ways with Ellie at a park outside his home. Once home, Fong Xian brought out the Zhilian machine. Sure enough, there was an option for a spoils processing room. Holding the ring, he sensed it and found that the space inside was not small, equivalent to a room, and it was filled with various items. Aside from the immobilization stick, revolver, invisibility cloak, there was also a pile of cash amounting to about 7 million. Suddenly Fong Xian let out a soft exclamation. He sensed something, an old notebook. He took out the notebook. In such a large space ring, to find such a notebook was like spotting a goblin among a group of handsome men and beautiful women. It was hard not to notice it. Opening the notebook, a piece of newspaper the size of a palm with burnt edges floated down. Fong Xian caught it with his fingers. The news from the mid-20th century read, "After 10 years of relentless effort, the research team at Leon Company has made significant progress in the Primeval project. The newly developed Primeval Number 1 is called a groundbreaking material. Primeval Number 1 can enhance the comprehensive abilities of already awakened talented animals and high-grade ferocious beasts. Under its influence can even rival the legendary primeval divine beasts. For those with exceptional talents related to mythical beasts, this represents a groundbreaking opportunity. The success of this research project, which has made 3 leaps in a short period of time, could not have been achieved without the dedication of Professor Shang and his team. The text cuts off there. Fong Xian flipped to the other side of the torn newspaper page. An old photograph was on it, prominently displaying the massive logo of Leon Red Company, a titan in the field of biotechnology. Fong Xian puzzled over this, as he had never heard of Leon Company developing a drug that could enhance animals. He posted the newspaper online for a search but found no related entries. He then searched the key terms from the paper in the Tianshield intelligence system to no avail. There was no record of any primordial plan or primordial one. Fong Xian's suspicions grew. There seemed to be some unspeakable secrets hidden behind this matter. According to the dates, the mention of primordial one in the newspaper was from several decades before the chaos of gods. Fong Xian's gaze then fell on a notebook. Upon opening it, he found pages densely packed with various biological structures and complex formulas spanning dozens of pages. From some of the text, Fong Xian was shocked to discover that the notebook seemed to contain the core secrets of the primordial one. Flipping further, he saw several diary entries, though they appeared incomplete, with many pages torn out. August 2, 2158. Cloudy. These selfish people, they even thought about threatening my teacher's family to take the core formula of primordial one. The teacher burned down the most important laboratory, and I heard their leader was furious, threatening to torture my teacher to death. I am scared, but I must listen to my teacher and never yield to such people. September 4, 2158. Partly cloudy. Madness, all madness. My teacher was taken away half a month ago, and today these lunatics killed my teacher's wife in their quest to obtain primordial one. They claim to be warriors of justice, yet they commit such acts. They are not fit to be called human. December 1, 2158. Heavy rain. My mood is as terrible as today's weather. My teacher has been detained for over 3 months. I have tried all my connections, but none could free him. I heard that a young man named Fong Qingdi spoke up for my teacher. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death today. April 12, 2159. Cloudy. Today, when I visited the jail, my teacher told me a secret in a code that only I could understand. Before revealing primordial one, and she had injected a ferocious beast with it, and the experiment was very successful. He named the beast Qilin. The creature has not yet grown, but my teacher asked me to escape with the young beast. September 19, 2162. Sunny turning to partly cloudy. It has been over 2 years since I escaped from that place. The memories are still vivid, and countless times I have awoken from nightmares about the day I fled. If it hadn't been for the young man named Fong Qingdi, who spared me, I might have died 2 years ago. My teacher has been gone for more than a year, and the fierce beast has gradually grown up. It turned out to have awakened the talents of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. No wonder those people tortured my teacher so harshly. If the primeval creature Honghuang No. 1 fell into the hands of those seemingly upright people, the consequences would be unimaginable. My days are numbered. I do not possess the beast-taming talent and cannot form a contract with this young Qilin. Yet I can't find a suitable candidate. That young man surnamed Fong would be a good choice, but unfortunately he doesn't have the beast-taming talent either. December 18, 2162. Heavy snow. I can't hold on much longer. I have sent the Qilin into the divine and demonic ruins, advising it to find an upright and kind person to form a contract with. Using the last of my witchcraft talent, I have bestowed blessings and curses upon this notebook. Whoever finds this notebook, if they are upright and kind, may form a contract with the Qilin. If they are wicked and sneaky, they shall not die well. This is where the diary ends. Snap! Fong Xian's finger stings as if pricked by something, and without a second thought he throws the notebook away. Checking his finger, he indeed sees a small red. Fong Xian looks at the notebook he threw on the table. This person must be crazy, thinking about blessings and curses in a lousy diary. Indeed, who writes diaries seriously? Rubbing his fingertip. Fong Xian feels as though something has been added to him, yet there is no noticeable change. However, his thoughts return to the contents of the diary. It mentioned his grandfather's name, suggesting a connection between his grandfather and the diary's author, and that the latter lived a few more years because his grandfather spared him. Moreover, the elusive Honghuang No. 1 turned out to be a fierce beast known as a Qilin. The diary writer placed the Qilin in the divine and demonic ruins, stating that if one is upright and kind, they could form a contract with the Qilin. Fong Xian rubs His finger, he happens to have the beast taming talent. If he could tame this Qilin, wouldn't that be a leap forward? He checks the noted divine and demonic ruins marked as forbidden. Fong Xin reflects on himself. Apart from being a bit harsh in speech, he should be quite kind, right? No, starting tomorrow, he will make it a point to help elderly ladies cross the street every day. Fong Xin ponders. But how does this relate to his grandfather again? Fong Xin feels like he's plunged into a series of mysteries, like a tangled ball of yarn without a start. The killing talent, his parents' car accident, Ellie's parents' car accident, Ellie's sister's disappearance, and now this diary, all seem interconnected, yet the exact nature of this connection remains elusive. His thoughts gradually return. He has found the option for the spoils processing room. To be cautious, Fong Xin first scanned the invisibility cloak. The cloak disappeared into thin air, and a few minutes later, the indicator light on the smart connection device flickered, and the cloak was ejected. Fong Xin picked it up and found that it had become unowned. Then tirelessly he stuffed item by item into the device, the freeze rod, revolver, and other items. After processing everything, Fong Xin finally felt relieved and converted all items to his own possession. Among these, what intrigued Fong Xin the most was the freeze rod. The smart device had assessed all items just now. The invisibility cloak was a 4th-tier treasure. The revolver was also a 4th-tier treasure with only 3 bullets, capable of instantly killing an opponent without any treasure for protection up to level 4. However, the freeze rod was a formidable 9th-tier treasure, usable only by those who had reached level 5 combat power. No wonder the previous owner had not used it initially, waiting instead until after consuming the forbidden fruit. At level 5, it could only immobilize someone of the same level or lower, and it could only be used 3 times. As one's combat power increased, the number of times it could be used would also increase. Fong Xin swung the freeze rod, appreciating its power and thrilled by the unexpected loot. Time moved on to 11 p.m. Fong Xin sat up from his bed, pulled out his grandfather's phone from the drawer's secret compartment, and after browsing through the videos in his grandfather's album, he turned and walked into the bathroom. Facing the mirror, he activated the killing rune. 12:30 a.m. Fong Xin observed himself in the mirror. Just like the previous night, no matter how much he tried to shine like a peacock, there was no additional reaction in the mirror. Fong Xin kept pondering what could have gone wrong. Today's routine before looking into the mirror had almost exactly replicated that day's circumstances, yet it failed to trigger the emergence of the King of Slaughter in the mirror. Returning to his bedroom, Fong Xin lay on his bed, trying to determine what triggering mechanism he was missing. Tossing and turning, he couldn't figure out what was lacking. Unable to sleep, Fong Xion's thoughts turned to the diary that mentioned a divine relic inhabited by a creature named by Professor Shang as Kirin, a beast awakened with the talents of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. If he could form a pact with this Kirin comparable to the mythical beasts from ancient times, it would be a tremendous advantage. Fong Xian perused information about the divine relics, which lacked specific historical details. The place was perennially shrouded in dense fog, and few who entered came out alive. Even those who did manage to escape often turned mad. Some top warriors, disbelieving of the dangers, had ventured in but never returned. Only fragmented sentences from the mad survivors could be pieced together. Ancient god statues were erected all over the divine relics, but they were so ancient that many statues were incomplete. Besides, the divine relics housed many rare treasures. Despite being a forbidden area, it was open twice a year. From the experiences accumulated through countless fearless attempts, it seems that the divine and demonic relics impose greater restrictions on those of higher realms and are somewhat more accommodating to those of lower realms. The midterm and final assessments of the annual youth training camps are held in some peripheral areas of these relics. Fong Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this were the case, wouldn't he be able to use the 2 assessments to enter on a public expense and search for the Kirin? The thought was somewhat thrilling. However, the curse written in the notebook was a bit problematic. The man Fong Xian killed today was a prime example of this. To a certain extent, he too was affected by the curse of the notebook. Fong Xian flipped open the notebook again. This time he went through the complicated formulas at the beginning of the diary. There were many parts that Fong Xian couldn't understand, but there were annotations in many places. After seriously going through them once, Fong Xian, visibly excited, sat on his bed. This Kirin, injected with the primeval serum number 1 by Professor Shang, has all 4 talents at the SSS level. If it grows, wouldn't it be comparable to the primeval divine beasts? Considering the time, many years have passed since then. after the awakening of talents, the lifespan of the awakeners has been much longer than that of ordinary people. As far as Fong Xin knew, some of the first batch of awakeners were still alive. Logically, this Kirin should also still be alive. If it is still alive, its combat power is unimaginable. Putting away the notebook, Fong Xin's eyes were determined, and he must find a way to form a contract with this Kirin. The phone had been vibrating for a while. Fong Xin picked it up and saw that in the class group chat Qin Juanhao was showing off again. First, he sent several large red packets. Su Xiaoqiang, as a loyal lackey, naturally was the first to respond after grabbing a red packet. Brother, help, why aren't you asleep yet? Feeling anxious, you're about to report to the 7th location. What's there to worry about? I'm about to go to the training camp and my dad bought me a private plane. He suggested I take the private jet there, but honestly, I wanted to take a train to experience life a bit. However, I heard from our maid that trains are full of people coming to the city for work and it's all quite smelly, so I gave up on that idea. I wanted to keep a low profile when going to the training camp, not wanting to take a private jet, thinking about driving there instead. But I can't decide whether to drive my 7 million sports car or the 12 million supercar. The 7 million one is a bit cheaper, but I really like its style, while everything about the 12 million one is superb. I'm not sure which one to choose, Qin Juanhao lamented. As he spoke, he sent another message, Xin Yao, can you help me choose? Along with the message, Qin Juanhao sent a few photos of the sports cars. Fong Xin, spotting the unclaimed red envelopes, couldn't resist and snatched several. Xu Xinyao noticed the red packet notifications and messaged him, Fong Xin, you're not asleep either. No, I'm worried. What's troubling you? I have too many talents to awaken and their levels are all SOSO. I don't know which one to train first. It's keeping me up. After Fong Xin finished speaking, Qin Juanhao didn't pretend to chat anymore. The chat group also quieted down a lot. Fong Xin's phone vibrated. It was a private message from Xu Xinyao. Fong Xin, my dad says thanks for saving me last time and he mentioned that he'd like to meet you sometime. Sure, let him arrange a time with my secretary, Fong Xin. Xu Xinyao sent an annoyed emoticon. Her father had always been a mysterious figure. His sudden request to meet was quite unexpected for Fong Xin. Honestly, he was curious to see what kind of person he was. When Fong Xin asked seriously, he's quite busy recently and the youth training camp is starting soon. You'll be going there for training as well, so it's hard to find a time. Let's make it after the midterm exams. We get a week off then, Xu Xinyao continued. Okay, Fong Xin agreed. Xu Xinyao was pleased. Then you can't back out. Okay, I won't. Xu Xinyao then gave Fong Xin a heads up. Also, my dad has a bit of a quirky temper, and maybe because of his work he can be quite sharp-tongued. Just be mentally prepared. Okay, no big deal. I know a bit of martial arts myself, Fong Xin. Xu Xinyao playfully hit Fong Xin's profile picture. Just kidding, I wouldn't actually start a fight. She continued, Fong Xin, my dad has some friends in official places and in the Sky Shield Bureau as well. Remember to train hard at the youth camp. I'll be keeping an eye on you. When you visit my house, talk nicely with my dad. I'll plead with him a bit so that if you ever get promoted in Department 9 you won't face any obstacles. Otherwise, even with your achievements, it would be difficult to climb up in such a place without a strong backing. Fong Xin paused for a few seconds. This topic had been discussed before with Bai Mao Zhugahong. At that time, Bai Mao Zhugahong had told Fong Xin that the head of Department 9, Old Master Yi, was a sworn brother of Fong Xin's grandfather. As long as Fong Xin joined Department 9 and didn't make any major mistakes, once his achievements were sufficient, he would rise smoothly without any hurdles. In other words, Fong Xin was the crown prince of Department 9. Fong Xin, why aren't you replying? Did you fall asleep? Fong Pig, remember to message me back tomorrow. Good night. Fong Xin hesitated, then replied, no need to trouble your dad. Xu Xinyao mistook this as Fong Xin's pride being hurt. Fong Xin were about to enter society, and these things are quite normal. To succeed in society, having backing is important. I understand your thoughts, you have the ability and your pride wanting to make it on your own, but if you can get support while striving on your own, it will save you a lot of detours. Fong Xin smiled, fully understanding the logic in Xu Xinyao's words. In any era, if one wishes to grow and prosper enduringly, not only must one possess formidable personal strength, but having a powerful backing is also essential. Xu Xinyao continued, take Zhugahong from the 9th Division for instance. My dad told me that despite Zhugahong being such a formidable figure, it's inevitable that he has the massive Zhuge family supporting him from behind. Fang Xian was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that the white-haired man had such a powerful force behind him. Indeed, it's true that comparisons can be odious. Xu Xinyao seemed to recall something else. Oh, there's another thing. You can listen, but whether or not you act on it is up to you. My dad said that Zhu Gahong might very likely become the head of the 9th Division in the future, and he might even take over as the leader of the Tian Shield Bureau, or at the very least secure a top leadership position there. The Zhuge family, his backing, is a well-known, influential clan throughout our Dragon Nation. If possible, you really should foster a good relationship with Zhu Gahong. It would be beneficial for your future. Fang Xian read the lengthy message from Xu Xinyao. Truthfully, Fang Xian did not enjoy flattering others. He disdained people like Su Xiaoqiang who were adept at currying favor. Even if individuals like Su Xiaoqiang often did well in life, it did not stop Fang Xian from despising them. Moreover, whether it was the white-haired Zhu Gahong or Xu Xinyao's father, to them he would always be an outsider, and they would never fully commit themselves to helping him without expecting something in return. Hence, relying on their protection seemed less appealing than seeking blessings from Emperor Qin Shi Huang or the ancestral dragon. However, Fang Xian understood Xu Xinyao's perspective. Her mother worked within the agency, allowing Xu Xinyao to rub shoulders with many influential figures and understand that society operates on relationships. Thus, she wanted to lend Fang Xian a hand. Seeing that Fang Xian hadn't replied for a while, Xu Xinyao sent another message. Little Fang, it's okay if you don't want to compromise. Just know that you have me backing you. If you dislike these kinds of dealings, I'll handle them. I'll be your strongest support. Fang Xian smiled. He and Xu Xinyao had known each other since kindergarten. Xu Xinyao was good to Fang Xian partly because they were truly fated friends and partly because she hadn't always been as pretty as she was now. She was chubby and simple-looking in elementary school, often bullied for her love of eating, but Fang Xian always protected her. Back then, Xu Xinyao's parents hadn't yet made their fortunes and were workaholics who seldom paid her much attention. Fang Xian remembered once when Xu Xinyao was seriously ill. Her father didn't visit even once and her mother came only to leave again for a phone call. Back then, Fang Xian's parents were still alive and took care of Xu Xinyao. Fang Xian replied to her message, then I'll just focus on being the charm on Sister Yao's leg from now on. Okay, little Fang, I'm sleepy now. Good night. After bidding each other goodnight, Fang Xian lay on his bed and glanced out the window. The town of Lan was eerily quiet tonight. Given that strange beings often roamed at night, Lan had a curfew that banned going out after midnight. Still, there would usually be some noise. Occasional patrols from the police station broke the silence, unlike tonight's quiet. Looking at the constantly blinking Sky Shield Smart Link device, Fang Xian picked it up to see new messages in the Group 9 Youth Training Camp chat. Shi Tailang had sparked another discussion. Have you guys heard about the baseline test at the start of this year's training camp? Zhang Yaozu replied swiftly, it's not just this year. It happens every year. Shi Tailang responded, damn. My brother told me in the baseline test we will confront puppets ranging from level 1 to 3 based on our own combat abilities. But the baseline test at Group 9 is also known as the Devil's Trial. Each level's puppet represents the pinnacle of its combat strength. To put it simply, our level 1 puppets can match level 2 puppets from other places. I heard very few make it through Group 9's test unscathed unless a trainee has reached level 4 combat strength. Level 4 combat strength? Are you kidding? Interjected someone named Shinyu. It's no joke, Zhang Yaozu said. Those who awaken an SSS tier talent early on might reach level 4. Historically, there have been such people. Shi Tailang replied instantly, you said historically? Throughout Dragon Country, from the early discovery of talent awakening last century to now nearly 2 centuries, only 2 high school-aged individuals with SSS tier talent have ever reached level 4 combat strength. Zhang Yaozu retorted angrily, Fatso, must you always argue with me? After a snicker, Shi Tailang asked, has everyone awakened their talent? What level are you all at? I'll start. I'm at the early stages of level 2. Damn, I'm only at the peak of level 1. And you're already at level 2, you fatso, Zhang Yaozu exclaimed. I'm also at the peak of level 1, said Xinyu. Shi Tailang frustrated exclaimed, damn, aren't we all screwed then? Remember to bring all kinds of medicine when you go. Fang Xian observed the chat messages, thinking about how today's youth training camps were akin to the universities of long ago, but unlike those supposedly relaxed days of past college students, the current training camps were grueling. However, graduates from these camps were guaranteed job placements, generous stipends and various benefits. it was said that in the past, college graduates often faced unemployment and a tough life upon entering society. Previous talent tests were just that, tests. Naturally, the higher the talent level, the earlier the awakening. Fong Xian's strength-based talent allowed him to exert peak level 3 combat strength, while his slaughter talent could push him to peak level 4. If he summoned the King of Slaughter, he could reach peak level 5 combat strength. With this, he considered himself modestly among the top 3 in the entire history of Dragon Country. Bai Yulin suddenly sent a message that changed the subject. Tonight in the Red Lotus district, there's a beheading operation targeting the others. Did you guys know about this? Xing Yuran City is also involved in this operation? How's the situation there? Fong Xing was startled and stood up to look out the window, realizing why it was unusually quiet tonight. Just as he was about to reply, a hand appeared out of nowhere. After a few frantic grabs, it seized Fong Xing's arm and yanked him away. Fong Xing disappeared from his spot, his vision blurring. When everything settled down, he found himself standing next to Bai Mao, hands in his pockets, wearing sunglasses at night. Fong Xing looked down and realized he was about 500 meters above the ground, which startled him into shaking. Instinctively, he grabbed Bai Mao's arm. Bai Mao flashed his signature smile, showing his small white teeth. Good evening. Fong Xing steadied his nerves and complained, Big brother, in the middle of the night, if you wanted to talk, couldn't you have just come to my house? Did you have to drag me out here? What if I was using the bathroom or taking a shower? I'd be dragged out naked. Zhuge Heng gestured towards the ground below. I brought you here to offer you a bit of freelance work, earn some points which will make it easier to get stuff when school starts. Fong Xing, still confused, looked down and saw that he was hovering above Ran City. The entire city was within his view. Tonight, Ran City didn't seem so peaceful. From midair looking down, the whole city was covered by a huge hemispherical barrier, and the residences of the citizens were also protected by an almost transparent light film. This served two purposes. It prevented the enemies from escaping, making it easier to capture them in a trap, and it isolated the noise to avoid disturbing the residents. Many places in Ran City were experiencing battles of varying sizes. Fong Xing immediately realized that this was the beheading operation Bai Yulin had mentioned in the group chat. Are you the head of this beheading operation against the others in Ran City? Zhuge Heng, hovering in the night sky, shook his head with his hands still in his pockets. Not the head of Ran City, I am in charge of this operation for Qingzhou province. Fong Xing clicked his tongue. Bai Mao had to show off again. Zhuge Heng looked down and continued to explain to Fong Xing, most of these others are remnants of the Eternal Night Army, something you might have read about in your history textbooks, so I won't go into details. These people still want to restore the Eternal Night. There are many others, organized and unorganized, but any that are harmful to ordinary people are targets of the Sky Shield Bureau. Fong Xing, recalling what Zhuge Heng had just mentioned, asked, what was that about points you mentioned earlier? Upon joining the youth training camp, officials provide a portion of resources to each student. However, these are far from sufficient for a trainee's growth. The officials are not running a charity, so they distribute tasks that allow trainees to earn points, which can then be exchanged for the necessary resources. Killing a level 1 enemy earns 100 points, a level 2 enemy 200 points, and so forth for enemies below level 5, if the enemy is on the official wanted list. There are additional point bonuses. Of course, one can also use real money to exchange for points, but a million only converts to 100 points. The tens of millions in cash your parents left you would only be enough for a few thousand points. Some scarce resources and treasures require tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of points to obtain, making your assets insufficient and not cost-effective. Moreover, many resources are controlled by the authorities and major powers and are not simply purchasable with money. Therefore, in the world of the awakened, points are the real hard currency, far more valuable than cash. Points can represent the true strength of an awakened. If I spent 100 million points, wouldn't that mean my strength is also very poor? Zhuge Heng asked with a grin, flashing his small white teeth. In the world of the awakened, there is a point grading system. Each level has different star ratings. When you have 100 million points, your star level will be very high, and anyone who sees your card will know your strength. Fong Xian nodded in agreement. Did you bring the card and smart device Xiaolu gave you? No, they are on my desk. Zhuge Heng stretched out his hand and his arm disappeared into the void. Seconds later, he handed Fong Xian a bank card pinched between his fingers with 1 million cash on it. Every new student in Section 9 starts with a million in cash, equivalent to 100 points. After you kill enemies, the system will automatically increase your points. Fang Xian took the card and the smart device from Zhuge Hong. So will my points increase normally after I kill enemies? Yes, but you have to scan the killed enemy after the battle. If the information is verified and the opponent is confirmed as an alien, your points will increase. However, scanning an enemy killed by someone else won't work, so don't get any crooked ideas. How can we confirm that I was the one who killed the person? Zhuge Hong explained. When the smart device scans the body, it captures the deceased's aura. The audit staff, usually having sensory talents, will read the memories of the deceased from shortly before their death and match them against your identity data in the database. If the audit passes, points are added to your account. Fang Xian looked at the smart device in his hand, marveling at its capabilities and dubbing it a treasure device. Any other questions? Asked Zhuge Hong. If I work with someone else to kill an enemy, how are the points calculated? Points are distributed based on the proportion of damage you inflicted on the enemy. Fang Xian nodded, understanding. Got it, let's get started. Wait, can I put on a pair of shoes? Fang Xian hastily added, having been brought here straight from bed, still in his pajamas and without shoes. Zhuge Hong grinned, showing his small white teeth. If you encounter a sudden enemy attack while you're sitting on the toilet, do you think the vicious enemy will wait for you to finish wiping before they strike? As he spoke, Zhuge Hong gently patted Fang Xian's back and encouraged him go for it. Suddenly Fang Xian's vision blurred and he found himself within a barrier. Inside the barrier, there were 3 level 2 mutants and 1 level 3 mutant facing a 5-person squad from the Sky Shield Bureau. When Fang Xian, dressed in pajamas and barefoot, suddenly appeared, everyone was stunned for a moment. Standing between the two groups, neither side could tell whose side he was on. With dirty puddle water on the ground, Fang Xian had no choice but to stand on one leg. A fierce-looking mutant stared at Fang Xian. From heaven to hell, Fang Xian hesitated. Is it all just oblivion? The mutant sneered, wrong password, and with that he reached towards Fang Xian through the air. Fang Xian felt a chill rising from his feet as a nearly transparent hand emerged from the dirty water below. It turned out to be a spectral talent. Flash, a beam of light swept past. The squad leader of the Sky Shield Bureau, with a laser sword transformed from his smart device, swiftly cut off the nearly transparent hand. Protect him, the squad leader instructed. One of the agents stepped in front of Fang Xian. Don't move. How did you get here? Fang Xian pointed upwards. Under the crescent moon, a figure stands between heaven and earth. It was the white-haired one who brought me here. The agent protecting Fang Xian paused and instinctively looked up. When he saw the figure, he was stunned again. You were brought by Instructor Zhuge? Are you the new trainee from Section 9? Yes. As they spoke, a new round of fighting broke out between the squad and the 3 mutants. The squad leader, possessing an electric talent with level 3 combat power, was matched against the mutant with spectral talent, also at level 3. As they fought vigorously, the burly mutant stumbled back, pressed a hand on the ground, and a sinister pattern emerged. With a pull upwards, the ground split open and a zombie-like corpse oozing foul-smelling, nauseating slime climbed out, also possessing level 3 combat power. The burly mutant's smile was ferocious. You all must die. Fall back. Protect Fang Xian, the agent ordered, shielding Fang Xian behind him. Given that Fang Xian mentioned he was brought by the white-haired one and seeing him still in pajamas, the agent surmised that this new trainee from Section 9 must have been dragged out of bed by Instructor Zhuge to face the harsh battlefield prematurely. After all, Instructor Zhuge is known for his unconventional methods, and it wouldn't be surprising for Section 9 with its monstrous training to throw an uninitiated new trainee into battle. Stay behind me, the agent instructed Fang Xian. Every trainee from Section 9 is a promising seed, and he dared not take any risks. If a trainee were to die under their watch, they couldn't afford the responsibility. More than training the new trainees, it was also a trial for these seasoned agents from other sections. Unexpectedly, Fang Xian suddenly charged forward from behind. The team members quickly shouted, "What are you doing?" The zombie summoner with level 3 combat strength, seeing Fang Xian charging towards him, grinned viciously and said, "Nice body, turning you into a zombie would be a good choice." The team captain, caught in a confrontation up front, glanced at Fang Xian as he hurtled toward the muscular man. "Hey, what are you do?" He didn't finish his sentence. Fang Xian leapt up. As the saying goes, elbows like knives, knees like spears. His knee, sharp as a lance, struck right into the man's face, brutally nailing him. The muscular man was instantly hit, his face bursting open. Fang Xian pulled his hands back, clamped the man's head between his knees, twisted his waist, and with a snap, the muscular man's neck was broken, killing him instantly. the movement was clean, efficient, and decisively beautiful without any hesitation. As the muscular man was swiftly dealt with, the zombie dropped its head as if its power had been cut off. Before the muscular man's body hit the ground, Fong Xin kicked off his smart device, firing a scarlet laser sword which pierced the forehead of another mutant. As he withdrew the laser sword shaped like a tang blade, Fong Xin spun the blade in another move. Yen return. With his back tightly against the last mutant, the laser sword extended from under Fong Xin's arm, piercing through the mutant's chest. Fong Xin withdrew the laser sword. All these actions, though lengthy in description, happened in a flash. Zhuge Hong in the sky watched Fong Xin's direction, his lips slowly curling into a smile. Not bad, Fong Xin tucked the smart device into his pajama pocket, squatted down, picked up a shoe from a mutant with a similar body size and shoe size, sniffed it, then retched and tossed the shoe aside. Turning around, he saw the entire team staring at him in shock. Everyone's face was full of astonishment. Was this the combat power of a new student from the 9th Division? Indeed, a being worthy of joining the monster room. Such terrifying power in a new student. Is there no law left, no justice, yet to be enrolled and already possessing level 3 combat strength? This was exceptional even for the 9th Division. Although his habit of smelling dead body shoes seemed a bit strange. But that didn't matter. What genius doesn't have their quirks? The team captain walked towards Fong Xin and saluted him. Hello from the 6th Division, Tian Junhui. Fong Xin quickly stood up and saw a badge on the other's chest with a cloud and the character for land in the middle. Hello, officer. My name is Fong Xin. Fong Xin saluted Tian Junhui. The other team members also saluted Fong Xin one after another. Tian Junhui quickly tried to cover Fong Xin's mouth. No, brother, don't call me officer. You're a new student from the 9th Division, right? The other team members all wore smiles. Fong Xin, a bit puzzled, still nodded. Yes. Tian Junhui smiled. A new student from the 9th Division is of the same rank as other division team leaders. Don't call me officer, I really can't bear that title. Fong Xin paused, realizing the high status of the 9th Division. Tian Junhui continued, so are you going to join us next? Fong Xin maintained a golden rooster stance, declaring he could manage, but first needed to find a non-stinky foreigner to deal with a pair of shoes. It was then that the others noticed Fong Xin was barefoot. No wonder he was sniffing the foreigner's shoes earlier. They thought he had some weird fetish. The bodies on the ground, scanned by the smart connector, vanished into thin air. Something flashed inside the pocket of a nightgown. After pulling it out, Fong Xin saw numbers appear on the bank card. They flickered from 100 to 520. The 3 foreigners he had encountered earlier, 2 of level 2 and 1 of level 3, could be exchanged for 700 points. Tian Junhui's squad had caused 40% of the damage and Fong Xin had caused 60%, hence he received 60% of the total points. Feeling a bit guilty for taking their points, Fong Xin suggested, how about you join me in racking up the damage and we speed through the levels together? Once we accumulate a sufficient number of kills, points won't be an issue, right? Tian Junhui looked to his teammates, who had no objections. They had seen Fong Xin's capabilities. As long as the numbers were their scoring points by dealing damage wouldn't be challenging at all. Lifting his wrist, a holographic projection of the city map of Lon City emerged from his wristwatch, dotted with moving red lights representing the foreigners. Curious, Fong Xin eyed the watch, recalling that Ellie had worn something similar the first time he saw her. What is this thing? He inquired. Tian Junhui explained, this is the Sky Shield watch, essentially a basic version of the smart connector, with storage capabilities issued after graduation from the youth training camp. It's also a symbol of identity. However, at your 9th Division training camp you'll get a Sky Shield ring instead, which is more advanced than ours. Fong Xin nodded in understanding. Pointing at several red dots, Tian Junhui asked, there are some foreigners fleeing over there. Shall we go? Let's do it. Tian Junhui noticed Fong Xin was still barefoot, twisted his wristwatch and suddenly held a pair of new shoes. If you don't mind, these are for you. Fong Xin, hardly having time to express his thanks, accepted them. How could I mind? He put on the shoes. Let's go. The squad rushed towards the indicated red dots. Half an hour later, Tian Junhui and his team were visibly pleased. In just half an hour under Fong Xin's lead, they had swiftly cleared 4 enemy squads. They handled the damage while Fong Xin delivered the finishing blows, sharing the spoils fairly with the team. Fong Xin saw his card points had risen from 520 to 1,570. Tian Junhui explained that to check the balance on the card one simply needed to place it on the smart connector. The cleaning up of the foreigners was not yet complete. Tian Junhui picked another foreigner squad, but after choosing he looked to Fang Xian for confirmation, clearly seeing him as their core member. Fang Xian eyed the enemy. The squad consisted of 5 people, 2 of level 3, 2 of level 2 and 1 of level 1. Let's get started. Fang Xian had encountered many outliers before, and these people were notorious for their cruelty and misdeeds. Eliminating them did not weigh on his conscience. Minutes later, Fang Xian and his team encountered the enemy. In the first clash, Fang Xian severely injured a level 3 opponent, then signaled his squad to continue the assault while he waited for the perfect moment to strike. Just when everything seemed to be going smoothly, an unexpected challenge arose. Among the enemy, the lowest level, a level 1, was a young boy with an unattractive face and triangular eyes that gleamed fiercely. He suddenly cried out, "Grandpa, Grandma! Save me!" A chill ran down Fang Xian's spine. Under his sensory talents, a strong sense of danger surged. He swiftly dodged to the side just as the ground where he had been standing cracked open and a gigantic centipede emerged. With its enormous mouth and sharp fangs, it snapped viciously at the spot Fang Xian had just vacated. Missing its target, the centipede curled its body and lunged at the nearest team member. That team member was about to run when a voice rang out, "Dare to flee and you'll trip." No sooner had the words been spoken then the fleeing team member tripped on the spot and the centipede bit off his lower leg. As the centipede surfaced, it became clear that sitting on its back were an old man and an old woman, both with grim expressions and blood-stained mouths, their yellow eyes fixed on Fang Xian. A young man with strength-based talents. "His talents must be strong. Old woman, drain his blood for our precious grandson to drink, it will be a great tonic." The old woman cackled sinisterly behind him. "Yes, yes, we can collect a lot of blood, 1 bowl for you, 1 for me and the rest for our dear grandson." Meanwhile, Tian Junhui looked at his watch, his expression grave. It initially flashed 3 small red dots, then changed to 4, a level 4 beast master and a level 3 witch doctor. He murmured. Looking up, he realized that Zhuge Hong had vanished into the night sky, his whereabouts unknown. He hesitated to use his killing talent and instead thought of the invisibility cloak and revolver in his ring, ready to take a shot at the powerful old man. Tian Junhui and a few teammates dragged the injured team member back. Without hesitation, they were about to call their superior for support, requesting support, "Please." The old lady on the centipede's back chuckled, "Dare to call for support and your tongue will rot." As they tried to call out, Tian Junhui and his men groaned, black blood oozing from their mouths. Fang Xian raised his eyebrows, his eyes widening in shock. So potent is the curse of the witch doctor talent. The old crone's brown eyes stared greedily at Fang Xian, her gaze filled with avarice. "Think you can survive after encountering us, old couple? You must be dreaming, old man. Kill him and let our beloved grandson drink his blood." The huge centipede arched its upper body high. The old man on its back licked his blood-stained lips, apparently having just consumed human blood before arriving. His gray-blue eyes glimmered eerily as he stared at Fang Xian. With a slap on the centipede beneath him, he commanded, "Kill him." The nearly 10-meter-long centipede opened its mouth and emitted a sharp shriek, lunging towards Fang Xian. Tian Junhui and his comrades didn't hesitate to throw out their smart link device, assembling it into a hemispherical barrier that protected them within. "Hold the barrier. Call for backup." Tian Junhui's speech was unclear, his mouth still oozing dark blood. The teammates nearby also sent out requests for support. The centipede with its gaping maw bit down on the barrier, causing a massive sonic boom. An old crone held a human skin drum in her hands, and with each flick of her wrist the drum emitted a disorienting, dizzying sound. Her mouth, full of yellow teeth, was nauseating to behold, and a raspy voice akin to nails scraping against metal emanated from her mouth. "Don't open the barrier, or all your teammates will die." The light of the barrier visibly weakened. Remaining calm, Tian Junhui instructed, "Xiao Chang, use your psychic talent against her witchcraft talent, attack her." Before he had finished speaking, a young man by his side, his eyes fixed on the direction of the old crone, launched a psychic attack. Nearly transparent psychic blades flew towards the old woman's head. Unexpectedly, the old crone pulled out a strange scarf from nowhere, covering her head and blocking all psychic attacks. The crone cackled wickedly. "Old man, attack from below the barrier." Hearing this, the old man got up, stomped his foot, and the centipede beneath him plunged into the ground. Tian Junhui's expression changed drastically. He quickly shouted, "Tile." Beside him, a young man with an honest and stout appearance pressed his hands against the ground. Before their eyes, the ground instantly became as hard as iron. the giant centipede's head pushed up, lifting a huge chunk of the ground right where the barrier was positioned. With another powerful push, the centipede aimed to throw the barrier along with the people inside it into the sky and smash it brutally. Tian Junhui, maintaining a stern face, tried to keep his cool. He lifted his wrist and glanced at his watch. Several small blue dots were rapidly converging towards their location. Fang Xian, don't be afraid, reinforcements are coming soon, he reassured. But just as he was speaking, his gaze shifted and he noticed that Fang Xian was nowhere to be seen. The other teammates also looked at each other in confusion. While they were focused on the enemy's attack, they hadn't noticed Fang Xian's disappearance. He had been at the back of the group when the centipede had lifted them up. Their expressions grew serious. As the barrier was falling, a gunshot suddenly sounded in the distance. The old beast tamer's head was hit by a burst of gunfire which appeared suddenly a meter away. It was as if a watermelon had exploded on the spot, splattering red and white all over the face of an elderly lady nearby. Startled, the old woman screamed, and before she could finish her curse, Fang Xian, invisible in his cloak, was already upon her, twisting his waist and delivering a powerful punch. The old woman's jaw skewed and half her teeth flew out as her body followed suit, soaring through the air. Fang Xian possessed a strength-based talent immensely powerful. Such talents were often despised by other awakened ones for their brute and rude nature. In close combat, strength-based talents were absolutely dominant. Once touched, a single punch could burst a body open. Therefore, some awakened ones would specifically train their bodies so that if a strength-based talent got close, they could at least leave a whole corpse. The old woman struck by Fang Xian's punch flew sideways like a tumbleweed in the wind. Not one to be a saint, and fearing she might not die cleanly, Fang Xian flashed forward and punched again, smashing her head directly into a wall. Who is she cursing to die? My parents are long gone, your damn curse is useless on me. Fang Xian grumbled a stream of curses, feeling unresolved, and kicked the old woman twice more. All of this happened so fast. It was so quick that it took a moment for both sides to realize the elderly man and the old woman were dead. Elsewhere, a giant centipede roared sharply, seemingly agitated, and began wildly twisting and smashing into numerous walls. Cloaked in invisibility, Fang Xian rapidly approached the enemy squad, a punch for each cued enemy. Each punch landed solidly and critically aimed at vital spots. In an instant, all the other enemies were swept away by Fang Xian. As each enemy fell, a faint glow of blood seeped from their bodies and instantly merged into Fang Xian. This all happened so swiftly that no one noticed anything. The moment the blood glow of the beast-controlling old man merged into Fang Xian, he felt an odd sensation as if he had absorbed the old man's beast-controlling talent, enhancing his own. Fang Xian casually picked up the two elderly people's magical instruments and space rings, checking them. The space rings had a variety of things inside. The bank cards in the pocket of his pajamas blinked like a strobe light. He took them out to see. Just the elderly couple alone, both wanted on a bounty list, were worth 450 and 350 points respectively, adding up to a total of 800 points all for Fang Xian. The other five-person squad, Tian Junhui's team, had previously inflicted 37% damage, while Fang Xian had done 63%, totaling 1100 points, of which Fang Xian claimed 693. Now Fang Xian's total score had reached 3063. He was so delighted he couldn't close his mouth, which equaled over 30 million in cash. In the distance, a squad was rushing towards us swiftly. The badge on their chests bore the character signifying the 6th Division. Seeing Tian Junhui and his companions with dark blood at the corners of their mouths, and then noticing the pile of bodies on the ground with Fang Xian standing amidst them wearing pajamas and grinning foolishly, everyone immediately readied themselves for battle facing Fang Xian. Tian Junhui hurriedly grabbed the squadron leader's arm. Although his speech was somewhat unclear, his message was understood. Squad leader Zhang, he is a new recruit from the 9th Division. Squad leader Zhang froze on the spot, looking at the bodies on the ground and then at Fang Xian. Are you saying this new recruit from the 9th Division killed a 4th-tier beast tamer, a 3rd-tier witch doctor, and a 5-man squad? The whole team brought by squad leader Zhang was dumbstruck, staring at this pajama-clad new recruit from the 9th Division. Isn't this too incredible? We all know that the monster room of the 9th Division is filled with geniuses and prodigies, but for a new recruit who hasn't even officially started to kill a 4th-tier beast tamer, a 3rd-tier witch doctor, and a 5-man squad, isn't that a bit too much? Is he at the 4th level? Squad leader Zhang's throat tightened as he asked. To know, at this age, those who had 4th level strength in the entire history of the Dragon Nation were only a handful. Fang Xian pocketed a card and turned back to look at squad leader Zhang. It's not as impressive as you think. I just reached the 3rd level. I was able to kill them all with the help of a treasure. Squad leader Zhang smacked his lips. Even 3rd level is incredible enough, right? That's top notch even in the 9th division. Fang Xian pointed at the giant centipede that was still twisting and writhing. How should we deal with this? Since you killed the beast tamer, this centipede is now your trophy. How you handle it is up to you. Before Fang Xian could respond, a voice rang out. Do you have the talent for beast taming? Would you like to subdue it? A figure with white hair appeared out of nowhere, stepping on spatial steps and stopped 30 centimeters off the ground, hands perennially tucked in his pockets. Instructor Zhuge. All the team members saluted promptly. Zhuge Hong merely grunted in response. Earlier, when Fang Xian encountered danger, the white-haired figure had appeared above Lan Chang. However, upon his arrival, he saw that Fang Xian had already killed the elderly couple and a small squad, causing Zhuge Hang's lips to curl up in delight as if he had found a treasure. Turning back, Fang Xian knew this white-haired figure was omnipresent, thus he had held back a notch earlier, not using his slaughtering talent. Hearing the white-haired man's words, Fang Xian looked at the huge centipede and shook his head. Too ugly. I don't want it, thinking of the majestic Qilin mentioned in the diary he had acquired. What was this centipede compared to that? This is a 4th level mud dragon centipede, and its potential is not low. At the very least, it can accompany you to level 10, Zhuge Hong reminded again. Can it be exchanged for something else? Zhuge Hong nodded. Sure, if you really don't want it, I can exchange it for something similar at the Wan Beast Palace. As he spoke, Zhuge Hong snapped his fingers and the centipede disappeared on the spot. The members of the 6th unit looked at Fang Xian with envy. This white-haired man is known as the strongest genius of the century at the 9th unit, and having his protection promises an immeasurable future. Oh, I almost forgot, your beast-controlling talent hasn't fully awakened yet. Let me take you to the Wan Beast Palace to awaken it. Snap! After another snap of his fingers, the scenery changed. They were suddenly atop a mountain, and in the next second the view twisted and changed again. This happened 3 times before the two appeared in a luxurious bedroom. A man with a long beard and lots of chest hair was sleeping in a huge bed, embraced by 2 stunningly beautiful women of distinct styles. It seemed they had gone through several fierce battles and were now deep in sleep. Zhuge Hong sat in a chair, pouring himself a cup of tea and leisurely sipping it. Under the large bed, billowing dark mist appeared and a huge shadow emerged resembling a giant snake, but upon closer inspection it was a large pit viper with a bulge on its forehead, just 1 step away from transforming into a dragon. The pit viper opened its massive jaws and lunged at Zhuge Hong. Zhuge Hong turned his head slightly downward and his sunglasses slid down slightly by inertia, revealing his dazzling, lightning-emitting eyes. Scram! The fierce pit viper, sensing the intense dread in his look, immediately retreated under the bed, bumping into the bearded man above. The man woke up, saw Zhuge Hong leisurely drinking tea, and immediately became alert and annoyed. Mr. Zhuge, why aren't you sleeping at this hour? And what are you doing here? Zhuge Hong swirled the tea in his cup and took a sip. I heard that Master Shangong's talent in beast controlling is exceptional, and it seems your skills in controlling people are quite impressive too. The bearded man sat up in bed. The 2 women beside him also woke up, startled to find 2 strangers in the room, and quickly clung fearfully to Master Shangong. Master Shangong hugged the 2 women, signaling that there was nothing to worry about. Mr. Zhuge, what brings you to the Wan Beast Palace in the middle of the night? Zhuge Hong pushed his sunglasses up to cover his eyes. First, put away the gun. I don't like being pointed at with weapons. Master Shangong quickly grabbed his underwear and put it on, then casually pulled over a golden robe and stepped down from the bed. Now can you tell me what's the matter, coming here in the middle of the night? I've got a new student here with a talent for beast controlling. We came to the Wan Beast Palace to fully awaken it and also to pick a couple of fierce beasts for him to form a contract with. Master Shangong frowned, glanced at Fang Xian, who was still in his pajamas. You came in the middle of the night just for this? Master Shangong sat down. I have other things during the day. Didn't have time to bring him over. He looked Fang Xian up and down, noticing the bloodstains on his sleeve and his blood-stained shoes. A beast-controlling talent that you deem worthy must be at least an S-level talent? Yes, S-level. Oh, and without any drugs. The chief steward of the palace, who was tying his robe sash, suddenly paused. An S rank without using potions, that meant an SS rank beast taming talent. As he spoke, the chief steward's gaze on Fang Xian was like a starving beast who had stumbled upon fresh meat, his eyes practically glowing. Mr. Zhuge, could you let him join our beast palace? No, that's not possible, Mr. Zhuge said. Although Division 9 is strong, as the saying goes, specialization is key. In the field of beast taming talents, our beast palace is far ahead. If you let him join us, I will devote all my resources to his training. The chief steward gazed at Fong Xin as if a lascivious man beheld a supreme beauty, almost drooling with desire. Mr. Zhuge decisively refused. No, that will not do. What's the issue? He has a beast taming talent and he should be cultivated in our beast palace to fully realize his potential. Mr. Zhuge set his teacup aside. Beast taming is not his primary talent. What? An SS rank beast taming talent isn't his main talent? Then what is? The chief steward stood up, agitated. An SSS rank strength talent. The chief steward walked around Fong Xin trying to muster a friendly smile and patted his shoulder. Young man, what's your name? Fong Xin. The chief steward recalled Fong Xin. I don't remember seeing this name on the list of SSS rank talents this year. Mr. Zhuge smiled. Didn't I just say he didn't use any potions? Slapping his forehead, the chief steward greedily eyed Fong Xin. All the good talents go to your Division 9. He sat down again, pouring himself a cup of tea. Mr. Zhuge, we've been friends for a long time. You know I'm somewhat of a businessman, and as a businessman, before doing anything I must consider the benefits. Awakening a beast taming talent in our beast palace has many advantages, like a higher affinity with beasts, making contract signings much simpler. Mr. Zhuge straightforwardly said, if the beast palace helps awaken his talent, I'll give you a piece of news. The chief steward interjected, you just mentioned sending him a fierce beast. Mr. Zhuge snapped his fingers and a giant centipede appeared in the bedroom. This one was brought by him. Just exchange it for an equivalent one. Of course, if you want to form a good relationship, send him a higher level one. I wouldn't mind. The chief steward chuckled, taking another glance at Fong Xin, still seemingly eager to keep him at the beast palace. Yet, competing with this white-haired man seemed a bit too challenging, and he ultimately restrained himself. All right, what's the news you mentioned? The chief steward asked again. Mr. Zhuge grinned, showing his characteristic small white teeth. First, let him awaken. After awakening, I'll tell you the news I have for you, guaranteed to keep you up all night with excitement. The master of the palace rose to his feet. Mr. Zhuge, of all the people in the Sky Shield Bureau, I enjoy doing business with you the most. I consider you a friend, plain and simple. So, shall we prepare for the awakening? Let's go, I'll take you there. Mr. Zhuge Han laughed and said, what a hassle. Before he finished speaking, the surrounding environment blurred and twisted. When the scene stabilized again, Fong Xin found himself standing at the foot of a mountain. A winding mountain path stretched up to the summit, obscured by lush trees along the way. The master of the palace clicked his tongue. Spatial talent truly deserves its place among the top ranks of all talents. Zhuge Han tilted his head, signaling the master of the palace to lead the way, and casually mentioned individual ability is strong, please don't elevate it above talent. The master of the palace laughed heartily, the night breeze blowing open his golden robe to reveal a chest full of hair. As they walked upwards, the master of the palace chatted, I heard that Mr. Zhuge is getting a promotion. Is this news reliable? Zhuge Han, climbing the steps, smiled and asked, who told you that? I heard it while chatting with a few people from the Five Elements Alliance. The higher-ups gave me two options, Zhuge continued. One is to go to the church and become the governor of the Red Lotus district, and the other is to pick any one of the other 8 positions as head. The master of the palace paused slightly and then continued walking. So Mr. Zhuge, what was your final choice? I went to the old man's house who signs the orders. After a cordial and friendly negotiation, he agreed to let me stay in the 9th division. I don't need to go anywhere else. The master of the palace looked back at Zhuge Han. Mr. Zhuge, the church wanted you as the governor of the Red Lotus district. That's a promotion. Zhuge Han completely dismissed it. Those old priests at the church, other than being able to bewitch people and stir up power struggles, are good for nothing. They annoy me just by being there. The master of the palace quickly covered Zhuge's mouth. Mr. Zhuge, you really shouldn't speak so carelessly. Zhuge disdainfully pushed the master's hand away. I said it, if they want trouble, they can come to me. The master of the palace kept looking around, his actions and expressions showing he was afraid of being overheard. He no longer discussed these topics with Zhuge. The master of the palace, along with Zhuge Han and Fong Xin, finally reached the summit. Atop the mountain was a huge altar, at the center of which stood a massive set of steps. The steps, all 9 of them, seemed ordinary at first glance, but upon closer inspection one could see the skeleton of a giant dragon sprawled across them, with the dragon's head positioned at the very top step. Zhuge Han tilted his head towards Fang Xian. Go on up, climb as many steps as you can, the master of the palace reminded him from the side. If the pressure becomes too much, stop. Try to stay as long as you can on the last step you can endure, especially the last 3 steps, though since you have an SS grade beast mastery talent, gritting your teeth and enduring on the 8th step for a while shouldn't be a problem. What's the benefit of staying up there? Fang Xian asked curiously. The palace master patiently explained that by awakening your beast taming talent through the essence of dragon bones, this essence will merge with your own. The longer you are exposed, the more dragon bone essence will accumulate in your body. In the future, when you wish to form contracts with spirit beasts or even divine beasts, what takes others 3 hours will only take you 3 minutes. Fang Xian walked up the steps. He indeed felt a strange essence akin to that of wild beasts exerting a certain pressure. He climbed 4 steps in one go. The pressure increased as he ascended, feeling as though he was being watched by the king of beasts, yet for Fang Xian it was no pressure at all. In a blink he reached the 7th step. The pressure had increased significantly, but Fang Xian felt it was not a challenge and stepped onto the 8th step. The pressure was almost double that of the 7th step and his heartbeat quickened slightly, but it was still bearable. Fang Xian looked towards the 9th step, eager to continue. The palace master watched Fang Xian with envy. It seemed he had reached his limit, and SS tier beast taming talent was considered a treasure in the Wan Beast Palace. If no SSS tier beast taming talent appeared, he would be a prime candidate for the future palace master. But as soon as he finished speaking, Fang Xian stepped onto the 9th level. What was he doing? The master of the Wan Beast Palace exclaimed in alarm. Zhuge Han also looked puzzled. If Fang Xian couldn't withstand the true dragon's pressure, he might burst and die, the palace master quickly warned him. Zhuge Han watched quietly for a few seconds. Since Fang Xian had gone up, it meant he was mentally prepared. Just watch quietly. But youngsters like him often overestimate themselves. He might not realize the power of the 9th level, the palace master warned again. Zhuge Han glanced at the palace master. Old Shang, are you afraid of being blamed if someone dies here on the 9th level? Don't worry, I'll take responsibility. The palace master gave an awkward smile. I'm just worried we can't just watch a promising talent die before our eyes. Meanwhile, Fang Xian had been on the 9th step for several seconds now. Although he looked flushed as if he had just exerted himself, there were no other adverse reactions. It shouldn't be possible, only SSS tier talents should be able to ascend here, the palace master expressed his doubts. Zhuge Han was also slightly surprised, knowing well what the 9th level of the talent steps in the Wan Beast Palace represented. After a moment of thought, maybe he has a strength type talent. The palace master nodded. That's the only explanation. An SSS tier strength type talent, physically much stronger than ordinary beast tamers. That makes sense. Time passed by the second. Fang Xian felt a strange essence merging with his own. During this process, his demeanor took on a more rugged and wild charm, along with an indescribable air of a sovereign. How long is the longest time someone has stayed on the 9th level in the history of the Wan Beast Palace? The Grand Chamberlain reflected briefly, recalling that it was our Myriad Beasts Palace's founding master who had stayed the longest on the 9th level, enduring it for a full 40 minutes. The second was the former palace master, now retired, who managed 32 minutes. The third lasted only 13 minutes. All 3 had triggered celestial phenomena that attracted the worship of myriad beasts. As for myself, with an SS tier beast mastery talent I had tried before and only lasted 2 minutes before I had to leave. You, the new student, also possess an SS tier beast mastery talent and additionally a top tier strength talent. You should be able to last longer than I did. However, the 9th level is imbued with the purest aura of a true dragon, no matter how formidable one's physical body. There's a limit. Zhuge Han didn't respond but quietly waited for Fang Xian. At this moment, aside from his heart beating slightly faster, Fang Xian felt no other adverse reactions. The aura continued to merge with him. Before long, 10 minutes had passed. The Grand Chamberlain couldn't sit still anymore. He craned his neck to look up, his eyes wide and round with astonishment. 10 minutes already? How is that possible? Could he have died up there, sitting cross-legged? Fang Xian opened his eyes to signal that he was fine. The Grand Chamberlain was startled. He can hear us from that far away. Zhuge Han smiled faintly. I forgot to mention, even without using any potions, he also possesses an S-tier perception talent. The Grand Chamberlain's eyes widened even further, looking at Fang Xian with intense envy as if he were beholding a priceless treasure. You really did find a treasure. While speaking, the Grand Chamberlain kept glancing at the time. 11 minutes had passed and soon Fong Xin was about to surpass the third strongest in the history of our myriad beasts palace. A faint purple aura could be seen swirling around Fong Xin. Many lower-tier fierce and spiritual beasts within the palace began to grow restless and started to roar. 2 minutes later, the Grand Chamberlain seated on a stone stood up with a slap on his furry thigh. Fong Xin had surpassed the third strongest of the myriad beasts palace. The aura around Fong Xin grew thicker. Periodically, the roars of the lower-tier fierce beasts echoed throughout the palace. In the wilderness nearby, a deer carrying a monkey hurried towards the area. The Grand Chamberlain looked over. Both the deer and the monkey were fixated on Fong Xin, who was on the 9th step. Seconds later, the deer turned its head towards Zhuge Heng. Zhuge Heng greeted them with a kind smile. "Good evening." The next second, the deer spoke in a human voice, though it was a very magnetic female voice. "Mr. Zhuge, this is the 9th area's new student." Both figures continued to stare at Fong Xin on the 9th step. Time ticked by and Fong Xin's endurance reached 20 minutes. The aura surrounding him grew even more robust. The middle-tier fierce and spiritual beasts of the entire Myriad Beasts Palace started becoming agitated. For a time, the Myriad Beasts Palace was bustling with activity. Above this mountain, the clear night sky suddenly gathered many clouds within which a terrifying presence could faintly be discerned appearing and disappearing intermittently. 20 minutes had passed. The palace master swallowed nervously. With a tiger's roar echoing, a majestic and awe-inspiring white tiger was seen swiftly approaching. It settled not far away, its amber eyes fixed on Fong Xin. Soon after, a colorful unknown bird of prey descended from the sky, circling overhead before landing on the treetop, also staring at Fong Xin. Following closely, a wild boar as tall as a man charged forward, stopping in front of the crowd, its crimson eyes glaring at Fong Xin. "Good evening, everyone." Zhuge Heng greeted everyone politely. The 9th new disciple, the fierce boar, spoke in a rough voice, one of its sharp fangs broken in half, the other gleaming coldly. "Yes, SSS tier beast mastery talent." The boar inquired further. The palace master, now more polite, patiently explained, "No SS tier beast mastery talent, but SSS tier strength talent." When half an hour had passed, the pale purple aura swirling around Fong Xin had split into 2 streams, joyously spinning around him. Above in the sky behind the rolling thick clouds, a massive dragon's head slowly emerged, its immense terrifying pressure sweeping across all directions with a roar. In that moment, all the ferocious and spiritual beasts of the Wan Beast Palace burst into frenzied agitation, awakening everyone. The palace master's eyes bulged as large as bull's eyes. Half an hour, 31 minutes, 32 minutes, 33 minutes. At the 32nd minute, the palace master, emotionally overwhelmed, clutched his head. He had surpassed the second strongest in the history of the Wan Beast Palace. The other figures were also incredibly shocked. The unrest in the Wan Beast Palace grew louder, as if the entire world was boiling over with the terrifying roars of the beasts. All eyes were fixed in Fong Xin's direction. 34 minutes, 35 minutes. The powerhouses of the Wan Beast Palace watched Fong Xin, who was about to surpass the direction of the founding master of the palace. If he truly surpassed the founder, they were prepared to spare no expense to keep this young man. 37 minutes, 38 minutes. Fong Xin's face was flushed, and he glanced at the back of his own hand, clearly feeling that with the fusion of this aura he could hold on for a little while longer. Yet his innate talent for slaughter was almost overwhelming him. 39 minutes, just 1 minute away from standing shoulder to shoulder with the founding master, Fong Xin suddenly stood up, forcibly ending the process. The clouds in the sky churned and the dragon roared across the heavens, its pressure overwhelming all directions. The Wan Beast Palace bowed in worship. He was just a hair's breadth from surpassing the founding master. The palace master licked his lips, his forehead sweaty. What was initially just a favor had unexpectedly caused such a commotion and even triggered a celestial phenomenon in the worship of all beasts. The deer, monkeys, a white tiger, colorful birds and wild boars that had come to spectate were all visibly shocked. Their expressions varied, and particularly so for the wild boar closest to the action, who had already entertained thoughts of kidnapping. Suddenly a sparrow flew over, fluttering and hovering in front of the palace master, who quickly extended his hands to catch it. "Old master." The sparrow stared at Fong Xin, then tilted its head towards Zhuge Heng, who stood nearby, hands in pockets and a smile playing at his lips. The next second an old voice emerged from the sparrow. "Indeed, a fine seedling, Zhuge family's young one. Hand this child over to our beast palace and I will gift you a divine beast of the 12th order." What say you? Zhuge Heng smiled. A 12th order divine beast. The old master is indeed generous. So, do you agree? I do not agree. Zhuge Heng flatly refused. The sparrow's voice, now even older, offered. 13th order, I'll give you a 13th order divine beast. It's a loss, this child being at your 9th station. Your beast tamers can't teach him. Such a good seedling will only be wasted. Zhuge Heng still shook his head. I do not agree. The wild boar nearby, its eyes blood red and tusks emitting a cold light, exuded a dangerous and terrifying aura. Old master, why waste words? Just take him by force. The massive white tiger, seeming to agree with the wild boar, had the character for king on its forehead, emitting a terrifying murderous intent. The colorful bird had an inscrutable expression, while the monkey and the deer with huge antlers were indecisively shifting from side to side. Zhuge Heng nodded slightly, his sunglasses slipping slightly to reveal his eyes. Thunder roared in the sky, as if a pool of lightning hung overhead. Zhuge Heng, fearless, one hand in his pocket, the other lifted with a ball of lightning floating over his palm, the space around him beginning to warp and twist. He smiled, showing his teeth. Shall we try? The sparrow coughed lightly, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The palace master quickly tried to smooth things over. Mr. Zhuge, didn't you say you had news that would keep us all awake at night with excitement? Old master, Mr. Zhuge said that news alone is enough for this new student's awakened talents. The sparrow tilted its head at Zhuge Heng. What news? Unexpectedly, Zhuge Heng laughed. I've changed my mind. That news, not only for his awakened talents, but also to find him a suitable spirit beast. The palace master hurriedly coughed to signal Zhuge. You didn't tell me this before. Your beast palace wasn't prepared to take action. Don't we deserve some compensation for our psychological distress? The wild boar bellowed angrily. White-haired boy causing trouble in our beast palace. Have you come to the wrong place? Zhuge Heng remained calm. Your beast palace cannot stop me. You can't stop me, but you can make me lose a layer of skin. But you cannot take this fine seedling away. He is personally chosen by old Master Yi for special training, so it seems that Master Yi will have to personally come to your beast palace to demand it. Zhuge Heng's words caused a stir among those present in the beast palace. The chief of the palace shifted the conversation as a sparrow spoke up. What was the news you were mentioning earlier? Let him choose a spirit beast first. After a few seconds of silence, the sparrow waved its wing, and with a flash of light, a small mountain appeared floating in the sky, teeming with various spirit beasts. Go ahead and choose, the sparrow said to Fang Xian in a very friendly tone. Fang Xian was still a bit nervous. He hadn't expected these people to be so eager to fight over him. He couldn't help but glance at Zhuge Heng again. This white-haired man was truly awesome, boldly stepping into their domain alone, facing so many powerful beings without a hint of fear. His gaze returned to the floating mountain where he could see the glittering gold characters of Beast Mountain on it. It was a treasure. Fang Xian wasn't sure of its exact grade, but it was certainly no less powerful than the oceanarium they had visited earlier. This treasure, the Beast Mountain, contained many miniature spirit beasts. As his eyes scanned over them, Zhuge Heng reminded him, choose the one you feel most connected to. Eventually Fang Xian's gaze settled on two wolves, one black and one white. When he saw these wolves, Fang Xian distinctly felt his blood chi moving towards the palm of his hand where there were killing runes, as if both his beast taming and slaughtering talents resonated greatly with these two wolves. I want them, he declared. Zhuge Heng suggested, they are only 3rd tier, pick a better one. See that bear lying in the cave? It's at the peak of the 4th tier, it has a high future potential too, possibly reaching the 12th tier. Choose it, and once you reach the 4th level of combat power you can sign a contract with it. But before he could finish, a boar interrupted. Hey white-haired boy, let him pick whatever he wants, and he's already made his choice. The sparrow turned to Fang Xian. Have you decided? Fang Xian nodded. I have decided. Good. The sparrow flapped its wing again, and the two wolves, one black and one white, appeared before Fang Xian. The wolf stood before him and seemed to recognize him with just one look. The black wolf had a talent for speed, and the white wolf for psychic abilities. Fang Xian placed his hand on their foreheads and a spark of light flew out from each wolf's brow. Fang Xian merged his own aura with these sparks. In just a short moment, Fang Xian had established a connection with the two wolves. Closing his eyes, he could not only control them but even switch to their perspectives. The sparrows, white tigers, boars and others present were beast tamers using their bodies to converse with Zhuge Heng. Normally a beast tamer, upon awakening their talent, can only sign a contract with a 1st-tier spirit beast. As the spirit beast's strength increases, so too does the tamer's. The more talented a beast master is, the more capable they are of forming contracts with highly gifted spirit beasts and even snatch away the spirit beasts of less gifted beast masters. Fong Xian, currently at a level 3 combat power, thus can form contracts with third-order combat spirit beasts effortlessly. After everything settled, 2 wolves transformed into streaks of light and burrowed into Fong Xian's arms, leaving behind a fleeting wolf mark on his skin. These wolves seemed to resonate with a talent for slaughter, but given the crowd, Fong Xian decided to investigate this matter later when he was alone. Zhuge Heng, upon seeing Fong Xian choose those 2 wolves, couldn't help but cluck his tongue. The boar chuckled with a snort. As the sparrow flapped its wings, Mount Myriad beasts vanished into thin air. An aged voice rang out again. Young one of the Zhuge family, I have agreed to all that you requested. Now it's time for you to share the news you mentioned, isn't it? Oh, Zhuge Heng waved his hand and pushed up his sunglasses to cover his eyes that had thunderous pools. The thunder pools in the sky also gradually faded. Does everyone still remember Project Primordial? At this mention, everyone in the Myriad Beasts Palace paused. Fong Xian was also momentarily stunned. He knew about this too. Wasn't it mentioned in that newspaper snippet and notebook? The core secrets of Project Primordial had long since disappeared. Why bring this up? Zhuge Heng smiled and said, the professor who developed Project Primordial had 3 students. When the professor was arrested, 1 student committed suicide by poisoning, another fled abroad, and the professor's closest disciple disappeared. The student who fled was extradited back to the country recently. According to her, during the development of the primordial serum, her teacher cultivated a divine beast whose strength could rival that of the primordial divine beasts. Its code name, Qilin. An aged voice from the sparrow's mouth could clearly be heard trembling slightly as these words were spoken. Upon hearing this, the other formidable entities of the Myriad Beasts Palace also became restless. Continue, urged Sparrow. Zhuge Heng still maintained his cool demeanor. The professor's student who was extradited from abroad is now in the hands of the church. The terrifying entities of the Myriad Beasts Palace fell silent for a moment. If she's in the church's hands, that complicates matters. Unexpectedly, Zhuge Heng continued with a smile, but those in the church are too incompetent, thinking of nothing but power and profit, allowing remnants of the Eternal Night Army to exploit this opportunity. During the escort, they snatched the professor's student away. Upon hearing this, the formidable entities of the Myriad Beasts Palace emitted terrifying fluctuations. When and where? Demanded the boar immediately. Zhuge Heng fiddled with his ear. That's another piece of news. Want to know? It'll cost extra. Name your price. Zhuge Heng pointed at Fong Xian. After he enrolls, the principal must take out 1 day each week to teach him personally. The principal hesitated for a moment, then replied without a second thought, deal. May I continue? Zhuge Heng carried on. 4 days ago, atop Dangyin Mountain, we captured a leader from the remnants of the Eternal Night Army who used to teach students, surnamed Ko. The sparrow paused, then exclaimed in shock, it's him. Zhuge Heng snapped his fingers. I've reviewed the interrogation files regarding that teacher's student. The mythical Qilin beast was discovered by her by chance, but she was certain that her teacher had entrusted the Qilin to a favored student who has since disappeared. As for their whereabouts, that remains unknown. However, she was fully involved in the development of the primordial chaos device. The power of primordial chaos I need not explain, right? The denizens of the Wan Beast Palace fell into a brief silence, but one could feel their minds racing, especially the wild boar whose crimson eyes spelled out one word, seize. The white tiger and the rainbow bird exchanged glances, then looked at Sparrow for guidance. Zhuge Heng was in no rush, calmly observing these beings. Fong Xian gazed at these influential figures, feeling like a helpless newbie amidst these giants. The most troubling part was that he knew what these giants were seeking. All equations of the primordial chaos were in the diary he had previously obtained. He now felt the weight of the saying, an innocent man who carries a jade is guilty of its possession. Although the silence lasted only a few seconds, each second stretched interminably long, Sparrow was the first to break the silence. Young Master Zhuge, this information is indeed valuable. Shall we depart? Wait a moment. Sparrow spoke again. Zhuge Heng stamped his foot and slowly turned his head. Old Palace Master, is there anything else? Sparrow fluttered his wings, and suddenly a treasure from Wan Beast Mountain materialized, briefly revealing a large polar bear before Fong Xian. Fong Xian, right? Sparrow said amiably, consider this explosive flame bear a gift from me. Fong Xian looked at the bear, recognizing it as the one Zhuge Heng had let him choose just moments ago. He glanced at Zhuge Heng wondering if he should accept it. Zhuge Heng smiled. State your condition. There's no particular condition, just consider it building good karma. Of course, if you encounter any disciples of our One Beast Palace in trouble outside and you can help, please do so, as part of this good karma with us. Zhuge Heng tilted his head towards Fang Xian and said, say thank you, old palace master. The old palace master smiled kindly. Visit the One Beast Palace whenever you have time. If you have any questions about beast mastery, feel free to ask me anytime. Thank you, old palace master, let's go. Zhuge Heng snapped his fingers and in a blur the two vanished. The wild boar, watching the spot where they disappeared, growled roughly. Just like that, he's taking away such a promising young lad? From the mouth of the rainbow bird a woman's voice could be heard stating, if we forcibly keep people here, that white-haired one will definitely not let things go easily. Once a fight starts, all of us here together could indeed inflict severe injuries on him, but after that the Beast Palace will have to face the wrath of both Zhuge's family and the 9th Division. The Beast Palace can't afford this. A white mist exhaled from the boar's nose and mouth. As for the matter of the Qilin, the sparrow's voice turned cold. Investigate, go to Yinshan to search for clues and find a way to snatch that professor's student from the Eternal Night Forces. Honghuang number 1 is too important to our Beast Palace. The scenery before my eyes changed several times. Fang Xian found himself back in his own bedroom. Zhuge Heng picked up some chips from the table and took a bite. I'll handle the centipede for you and the corresponding points will be credited to you. I've created a new space to contain this bear. Take this space orb. Once you reach the level to control it, crush the orb and the bear will appear before you. Zhuge Heng flicked his fingers and a space orb appeared in front of him. Fang Xian caught it and asked, if I crush this, will you appear before me? Zhuge Heng laughed. Are you addicted to freeload off me, kid? Fang Xian smiled awkwardly. Is it possible for you to appear precisely in front of me anytime, if I can confirm your exact location and have the spatial coordinates? Yes. Fang Xian nodded, understanding. Any other questions? No more. I have to go now. Call me if there's anything. Oh, and remember, the decapitation operation will last for half a month. Remember to replenish your energy during the day. I'll call you at 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. After speaking, Zhuge Heng disappeared. Fang Xian lay on the bed and sighed. Too much had happened tonight. Occasionally noises still came from outside the window. Fang Xian glanced at the sky. The dome that had been over Lancheng had disappeared. It seems tonight's operation was over. Fang Xian lay there for a while, his thoughts returning to the two wolves. Previously, he had only used his beast-controlling talent to manage the two wolves, but his talent for slaughter clearly had a stronger affinity with them. Fang Xian sat up and raised his arm. Two lights, one black and one white, appeared out of nowhere. The two wolves sat in front of Fang Xian. The black wolf possessed a speed-based talent and the white wolf a mental-based one. They could coordinate their attacks together. Moreover, the black wolf had an instant kill ability, gathering all its strength to strike the enemy at an incredibly fast speed to deliver a devastating blow. Although the skill's initial delay was quite long, the white wolf, with its mental talent, could delay the enemy just enough to compensate for the black wolf's delay, making a perfect setup for the instant kill. To prevent Zhuge Heng, that white-haired one, from suddenly appearing, Fang Xian stored the wolves away and silently jumped out of the window, heading towards a park 2 miles away. Activating his slaughter talent, killing runes reappeared on the back of his hand, 4 of them particularly crimson. The two wolves in front of Fang Xian bowed their heads, seemingly like loyal lieutenants on either side of him. The moment Fang Xian's palm touched the wolves, their bodies trembled slightly, one black and one white. Immediately following, 2 imperceptible streaks of blood-red light pierced the foreheads of the two wolves. In that instant, Fang Xian could distinctly feel an indescribable resonance emanating from the wolves. Their eyes flashed a hint of crimson, and within their pupils a rune of slaughter briefly appeared and then vanished. It was as if Fang Xian had bestowed upon these wolves the gift of slaughter. Moreover, Fang Xian had a clear premonition that if these wolves were to consume power after slaying, their own strength would increase. Since Fang Xian could enhance his abilities through his beast control talent, now with this slaughter talent it was like having an additional skill boost. On top of the original enhancement, Fang Xian would become even stronger. Under the blessing of the slaughter talent, the wolves' capabilities would significantly improve and their self-healing abilities would become terrifyingly effective. In other words, Fang Xian now seemed like a king of slaughter, having granted the wolves a simplified version of this slaughter talent. Visibly, the wolves' aura was much stronger than before. Most interestingly, given their naturally ferocious nature and their propensity for killing, it was impossible to detect any signs of this slaughter talent which they could perfectly conceal. They gained not only this but their original limit of level 10 had now increased to 12. In the long run, they would reach even higher levels. Fong Xian was overjoyed, he hadn't expected his slaughter talent to have such an effect. There was a mission tomorrow night and Fong Xian was eager to test it on the battlefield. Fong Xian still had a bear given to him by the old master of the Myriad Beasts Palace. The thought of bestowing the slaughter talent on that bear excited him. He needed to find a way to enhance his power-based talent to level 4 so he could rightfully make a pact. With the bear, he named the black wolf Xiao Bai and the white wolf Xiao Kai. Raising his hand, he grasped at the air towards the two wolves. They transformed into two streaks of light and entered Fong Xian's arm, forming a wolf pattern that slowly merged into his skin. Fong Xian returned to his room. Just as he lay down, the bank card issued by the 9th District flickered. The display showed a new change. An addition of 400 points, making it a total of 3,460. 3 points. He checked the details and found out the points were from a centipede he had handed over. If this pace continued, with only a few days left until the training camp started, Fong Xian could potentially reach 10,000 points before school began. Just as he lay down, Fong Xian remembered something else, quickly got up and laid out the items he had obtained today from the beast tamer and the witch doctor. Among the old man's items in the spatial ring, not many were of great value, but Fong Xian's attention was drawn to a particular scale. After retrieving it, Fong Xian found a 4th-order defensive treasure along with several insect eggs. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were spider eggs, which he promptly stuffed into his spatial ring, planning to exchange them for points later. After a thorough check, Fong Xian also discovered a large red pair of triangular underwear. Surprisingly, when he scanned it with his smart device, it turned out to be a treasure capable of resisting curses from witch doctors and insects. To use it, one simply needed to wear it over their trousers and activate their qi and blood. Although its appearance was a bit odd, it was nonetheless a 7th-order treasure. Fong Xian scanned these items one by one, making them his own. Among the treasures were also gold, silver and cash totaling over 10 million. People like these, whose identities must remain hidden, carry most of their wealth with them, as their bank accounts would be frozen should their identities be exposed, causing any money in the bank to be lost. Fong Xian then examined the old lady's spatial ring. It contained a 6th-order headband treasure that could resist psychic attacks. Although the gray-blue headband looked somewhat dowdy when worn, its ability to block mental attacks made its appearance irrelevant. There was also a 4th-order human skin drum capable of launching psychic attacks. Inside the old lady's ring was 4 million in cash, along with various bottles and jars containing different insects and poisons. Besides these, Fong Xian found a straw man and several needles. After some research, he discovered that this was a 6th-order curse artifact. To curse someone, one simply needed to attach personal items such as hair, nails, or blood to the straw man and then prick it with the needles. The victim would feel pain wherever they were pricked and could even be killed. This artifact could be used by those without witch doctor talents, though it would consume their qi and blood. After scanning all these items, Fong Xian felt his haul for the night was quite substantial as he awaited tomorrow's battlefield. After a busy night and with action planned for the following evening, Fong Xian allowed himself to sleep in until 10. Upon waking, he checked his phone and saw several messages from Chu Xinyao. Little Fong, I'm leaving lunching tomorrow. Can you spend the day with me today? Where to? Fong Xian replied, to my dad's place. He didn't ask further but agreed to accompany her, though he made clear he wouldn't engage in physically demanding activities. Come over and we'll sit by the moat for a while, then we can visit the school and make a trip to Fengming Temple. I heard there's an old lady there who is very accurate with her fortune telling. I want to get a fortune stick. Seeing the message, Fong Xian wasn't disheartened and agreed, okay, pack up and come to my place directly. My mom isn't here. I'll get ready and we can head out. No problem, see you in 2 hours, little Fong. After taking a shower, Fong Xian changed his clothes. In the living room, Jiang Xiaoyu was pestering Jiang Weidong. Dad, please just give me this spatial ring, okay? Several of my wealthy classmates have one bought by their families. If I wear one out, everyone is going to be so jealous, you'll see. Just wait until my allowance comes in, I'll pay you back double, okay Dad? Xiaoyu pleaded. Xiaoyu, this is vanity talking. It's not good, Feng Huilan said sternly. Mom, what do you mean by vanity? It's not like I won't pay you back, Jiang Xiaoyu argued relentlessly. Dad, can you give this to me, please? she implored. Jiang Wei Dong replied gravely, no, this is for your brother. Oh dad, why do you always favor others over your own? Xiaoyu complained. You give it to him, but he might not even want it. If he doesn't want it, just give it to your daughter. I won't give it. Don't worry, Xiao Cha has never liked to fight over things and always listens to us. If you say it's for her, she wouldn't say a word against it. Why are you always like this, child? Jiang Wei Dong exclaimed, smiling broadly as Fang Xian was about to leave the house. Ever since Fang Xian joined Department 9, Jiang Wei Dong had completely changed his tune, excessively flattering him. Xian is going out, and I won't be back for lunch, I'll eat out with classmates, Fang Xian said. Jiang Wei Dong continued, Xian, I bought you a space ring. It only has a cubic meter of space, but it should be quite handy. Xiaoyu, bring the ring here. Jiang Xiaoyu pouted and reluctantly took off the ring. Unexpectedly, Fang Xian said with a smile, I don't want it, and left the house. Just as he stepped downstairs, he encountered Jiang Xiaocha, who was taking out the trash. Brother, going out to have fun? Yeah. Fang Xian stopped and said, Xiaocha, I have something for you. He handed her the space ring. Is this a space ring? Jiang Xiaocha exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Where did you get it? I got it from a mission with that white-haired guy. Jiang Xiaocha looked at the ring. But if you give it to me, what will you use? I have another one. Xiao Cha looked up. Thank you, brother. Fang Xian tapped her smooth forehead. Go back inside. Back in the room, Jiang Wei Dong stood still, turning to look at Fang Huilan. Does the child still hold a grudge against me? With what you said and did, it's hard not to hold a grudge. And Fang Huilan spoke resentfully. Jiang Wei Dong, holding the ring, said, what should we do? This ring cost quite a bit. Why don't you give it to Xin? He listens to you. Fang Huilan sighed. This child is stubborn like his parents. If he said he doesn't want it, he definitely doesn't want it. Jiang Xiaoyu took the ring and wore it proudly. He doesn't want it, I want it. While they were talking, Jiang Xiaocha came in from outside. Xiaocha, did you see your brother just now? Jiang Wei Dong quickly asked. I did. How was his mood? Jiang Wei Dong inquired further. He seemed pretty good. Jiang Wei Dong's anxiety eased somewhat. Xiaocha, here's a space ring for you. Shall you give the ring to your sister? I won't. It's mine now that I'm wearing it. Jiang Xiaoyu shrieked. What's going on with you, kid? I won't give it to you. Jiang Xiaocha glanced coldly at Jiang Xiaoyu and declared, I don't want it. Humph, even if you want it, I won't give it to you. It's mine, Jiang Xiaoyu said proudly. As Jiang Xiaocha was about to grab an apple, Fang Huilan looked towards Jiang Xiaocha's fingers. Xiaocha, where did you get that ring? On your hand? Jiang Weidong also looked over. Isn't that a spatial ring? Where did you get it? Just now downstairs, my brother gave it to me. Jiang Weidong and his wife were stunned for a moment. Your brother gave it to you? What does he use then? He said he still has one. Did you ask where your brother got it? Fang Huilan asked again. He said he got it from a mission with Mr. Zhuge from the 9th Division. Jiang Weidong slapped his thigh. Joining the 9th Division really makes a difference. How big is the space in that ring? As big as a room. The proud smile on Jiang Xiaoyu's face gradually solidified as he looked at his own spatial ring, which only had a capacity of 1 cubic meter, and he burst into tears. Fang Xian arrived at the gated community where Chu Xinyo lived. After a call, the security at the gate let him in. Fang Xian had been to Chu Xinyao's house before, hadn't met her father, but had seen her mother once. She was always a rather aloof woman, so Fang Xian didn't have a great impression of her and rarely visited. He rang the doorbell. A window on the 2nd floor opened. Xiaofang, come in first. Just wait a bit, I'll finish my makeup soon. Fang Xian shrugged as usual. Unexpectedly, it wasn't the housekeeper who opened the door, but a tall, very strong man dressed in a suit exuding an imposing aura. On his collar was pinned a strange badge featuring an eye, but the pupil was a sun. The man looked down at Fang Xian with golden eyes filled with disdain. You're Fang Xian, if you want to fight, I can be. Xin Juanhao. The two men locked eyes. The golden-eyed man tried to overwhelm Fang Xian with his aura. Unexpectedly, Fang Xian was completely unfazed. In the past, he might have been slightly affected, but now, after encountering many strong figures with Bai Mao, such auras meant nothing to him. The man's combat ability seemed similar, even stronger, than the leader of the 7th group, Sheng Tianqi. Fang Xian grew more puzzled about the identity of Chu Xinyao's father. He seemed to be protected by the 7th Division and also by an 8th-level strongman from an unknown organization. Hearing Fang Xian's words, the golden-eyed man sneered, just a lowly ant that's good at verbal sparring. Fang Xian's smile gradually faded and his gaze turned icy as he stared at the golden-eyed man. Gatekeeper, make way. Fang Xian's words immediately made the man's forehead vein bulge and his golden eyes burst into dazzling light. Yet he dared not make a move and could only release his own domain pressure in vain to disadvantage Fong Xin, but little did he expect that Fong Xin could withstand even the ninth layer of the Wan Beast Palace's true dragon pressure, making his own pressure seem like mere drizzle. "Wisher, let my friend come up." Suddenly Chu Xinyao's voice echoed from upstairs. Fong Xian glanced at the man with golden eyes, so his name was Wisher. The man's golden eyes fixed on Fong Xian as he placed a hand on Fong Xian's shoulder. "You lowly ant, I will make you pay for your words just now. And remember your manners when you speak to my mistress." Fong Xian just smiled slightly, never one to indulge such people. He stepped forward and bumped his shoulder hard against Wisher. Although Wisher was of a high realm, his physical body was no match for Fong Xian's SSS-level strength-based talent, especially at such close quarters. The force sent Wisher staggering. Fong Xian turned his head slightly. "A poodle, even with noble in its name, is still just a dog. It's not a dog's place to teach manners." After speaking, he headed upstairs. Wisher, rubbing his shoulder and moving his arm, knew that even though he regularly trained his body, he was at a disadvantage against someone with full physical talent like Fong Xian without using his own talents. His golden eyes followed Fong Xian, his forehead vein throbbing with frustration, but remembering that Fong Xian was Chu Xinyao's guest and a new student at the 9th Academy rumored to be under the protection of that white-haired prodigy, he could only swallow his anger. "Just wait a moment, Fong, I'll just tie up my hair." Chu Xinyao's room was filled with pink blankets, a pink princess bed, even the piano, bookcase and vanity were pink. Her parents spent little time with her, so they tried to make up for it materially. Today Chu Xinyo had put on light makeup and tied her hair in a high ponytail, wearing a light blue blouse paired with a short skirt and over-the-knee white socks, exuding youthful vitality. She bit on a hair tie, adjusting her ponytail, then looked in the mirror and turned to Fong Xian with a sweet smile. "Fong, do I look any different today? Did I wash my hair today?" Chu Xinyo, hands on her hips and pouting, said frustratedly. "Fong, why do you always have to be so annoying?" Fong Xian was sitting on a desk flipping through a comic book. "SSS-level annoying talent, it's natural, can't help it." Chu Xinyo huffed softly, not wearing shoes, her white sock-clad feet bouncing on the pink carpet as she ran towards Fong Xian. A refreshing scent filled the air as she approached, pointing at her own eyes. "Look, my eyes, do you see any change?" Fong Xian, admiring Chu Xinyao's beautiful eyes which reflected his own image like a mirror, slightly adjusted his own bangs. "How can I be so handsome?" Chu Xinyao, puffing her cheeks, poked Fong Xian's belly playfully. "I didn't ask you to look at yourself, I asked you to look at me." Fong Xian leaned in and scrutinized for a few seconds, seeing nothing unusual. Chu Xinyo huffed. "Didn't you notice my pupils are a bit golden? It seems a bit. Are you wearing colored contacts?" "No, it's the awakening of my light-based talent." Fong Xian paused, recalling the lion downstairs with its dazzling golden eyes. "So awakening a light-based talent changes your eyes like this, huh? That lion dog downstairs is also light-based." Chu Xinyo laughed, pinching Fong Xian's cheek. "You, when you don't talk you're fine, but once you do you can infuriate someone to death. That lion dog. Pfft, that Wisher is also a light-based talent." Fong Xian, "You also have a light-based talent, an A-grade light-based talent." Shaking her head, Chu Xinyo corrected herself. "No, you didn't use any potion, so you are S-grade light-based talent. Your light-based talent hasn't awakened yet, right? Here, this will help you awaken it. Awakening another talent will give you more means to protect yourself." While speaking, Chu Xinyo handed Fong Xian a small 3-inch sculpture. It was heavy, made of an unknown material, but one could feel an indescribable power emanating from it. "During the day or at night hold it towards the sun or the moon, let the sunlight or moonlight bathe it, then stare at it. During your visualization you will enter a mysterious state and then your light-based talent will naturally awaken." "You've given this to me, what will you use?" Fong Xian asked. Chu Xinyo tapped his head with her delicate fingers. "Are you dumb? I've already awakened naturally, I don't need it anymore." "Oh right, normal light-based talents can only awaken either sunlight or moonlight, but you are S-grade so you can definitely awaken both. Alright, continue your visualization when you get back. Today you are here to spend time with me." Chu Xinyo pulled Fong Xian by the arm and headed downstairs. The lion downstairs was sure, seeing the intimacy between Chu Xinyo and Fong Xian, immediately reminded, "Miss, you are noble." Before he could finish, Chu Xinyo interrupted him. "Was sure, I'm leaving launching tomorrow. Today my friend took time to be with me, so today is very important to me. I appreciate your protection, but please do not speak out of line and do not disturb us." Fong Xian, "Let's go." Putting on her shoes, Chu Xinyo pulled Fang Xian out the door. Huishir's golden pupils filled with anger, yet he was helpless, bowed his head and followed silently. The two walked side by side in the tranquil outskirts of Lancheng, Chu Xinyo chattering beside Fang Xian. After a while, the two sat side by side. Fang Xian, we grew up together, but I never thought we'd have to part for our futures. It still feels strange. Fang Xian looked into the distance. The books say there's no banquet that doesn't end, but they also say, where in life do we not meet again? Chu Xinyo, hands supporting her cheeks, gazed into the distance. Fang Xian, what if I miss you? Just knock in the direction of Lancheng, I will feel it. Fang Xian. Chu Xinyo clung to Fang Xian's waist as he handed her a handkerchief, presenting it to her with a flourish. This is for you. Upon examining the handkerchief, Chu Xinyo immediately expressed her disdain. It's so ugly, I don't want it, she declared. Fang Xian tried to explain, but this is a powerful item capable of defending against tier 6 psychic attacks. Still she refused, repeating, no way, it's just too ugly. Hey! Fang, do you have a spatial ring? She asked suddenly. Yes, do you want one? I'll give you one, he replied generously. Really? But if you give it to me, what will you use? She inquired. I have two, said Fang Xian without much thought, and handed one of the spatial rings to Chu Xinyo. Her face lit up with joy as she took the ring. Fang, you're really making it big now, owning not just one but two spatial rings, she exclaimed. Well, I actually had three, but gave one to my sister, he added. Chu Xinyo, gripping Fang Xian's arm and batting her beautiful large eyes, playfully suggested, Big brother Fang, you're so capable. From now on, I'm going to stick with you. Can I cling to your coattails, please? Fang Xian, slightly annoyed, pushed her head away. Go on, get away with you, she laughed and chirped. Let's go. We're heading to Fengming Temple. Fengming Temple, located near the city of Lan, was a Buddhist temple renowned for its miraculous powers, drawing vast crowds daily, and even more so during holidays. Outside the temple stretched an ancient street, lined with vendors selling various local specialties, small inns, and a myriad of curious items. After visiting the temple to offer incense and prayers, Chu Xinyo led Fang Xian to this bustling old street. Wandering the street for about 15 minutes, Chu Xinyo pointed at a small shop. This must be the place. My sister said the old lady here is incredibly accurate with her fortune-telling. They entered the tiny shop, and after calling out several times, a door slid open, revealing a hunched old woman. Young lady, would you like your fortune told? She asked. Yes, please, Chu Xinyo responded, entering a small room adorned with all sorts of oddities. The old woman, severely stooped, sat across a low table and gently pushed forward a crystal ball. Place your hand on the crystal and think of what you wish to know, she instructed. Chu Xinyo complied, and the crystal began to glow softly, growing brighter before suddenly dimming and then brightening again. Only then did Fang Xian realize that the old woman was a master of sensory talents. The old woman placed one hand over Chu Xinyo's, closing her eyes. After a few minutes, both opened their eyes. The old woman smiled. Child, your future is bright, and even if darkness appears, it will be but brief. Thank you, Grandma. How much do I owe you? Asked Chu Xinyo. Whatever you feel like giving, a single yuan, 10,000, or even nothing at all, the old woman replied. Chu Xinyo swiftly paid her 6,666 yuan. The old woman then turned to Fang Xian, her eyes a uniform shade of aqua without any distinction of whites or pupils, yet her gaze seemed to penetrate deep into one's soul. Young man, let me also read your fortune, she offered. I have nothing to be read. Fang Xian shrugged, preparing to leave with Chu Xinyo. Unexpectedly, an ancient voice came from behind him. The distant bells tolled, the war horns circled, the grey hawks overlooked the earth, the vultures feasted on the living. The ancient king descended. Slaughter. The prologue to the absurd apocalypse. Slaughter. The final chapter of a false golden age. Fang Xian paused slightly, slowly turning his head to look at the old woman sitting behind the low table. Her aqua-colored eyes were still calmly watching him. If someone else had heard her words, they might not have reacted at all, at most thinking that the old lady was here pretending to speak some beguiling words. But her words made Fang Xian stop in his tracks. Only he and his grandfather knew of Fang Xian's talent for slaughter. Anyone else who knew this secret had been killed by Fang Xian. The Fang Xian in the mirror had also introduced himself as the king of slaughter. The old woman's words just now almost covered Fang Xian's identity and secrets. Chu Xinyo didn't understand why Fang Xian had taken his seat again, but she immediately sat beside him. Child, what do you want to ask? The old woman asked, her aqua eyes fixed on Fang Xian. Fang Xian stared back at her, their eyes locked. May I ask what you meant by your words just now, madam? The old woman chuckled softly. It means nothing, child. I am but a blind woman and blind people love to speak blindly. After a pause, she continued, child, give me your hand. Fong Xian thought for a moment and then handed his hand over to her. The old woman held Fong Xian's hand, her aqua eyes staring into the void. Seconds later, her body trembled violently, her vacant eyes now fixed on Fong Xian. What's wrong? Chu Xinyo asked, seeing her distress. The old woman turned her head towards Chu Xinyo. Girl, please step outside, I have something to say to him. Confused, Chu Xinyo eventually walked towards the door. Once she was sure Chu Xinyo had gone far enough, the old woman turned her head back to Fong Xian. Child, close your eyes. Fong Xian closed his eyes. As soon as he did, he found himself in the midst of a battlefield. Corpses lay everywhere, blood floating around, countless bodies piled up into a mountain of corpses. Atop this mountain there was a throne very familiar to Fong Xian. It was the same throne he had seen in the mirror. His subconscious drove him towards the throne atop the mountain of corpses, but the next second a beam of golden light pierced through his heart. Fong Xian tried to turn his head, but he couldn't see clearly who was stabbing him from behind. The person's face was masked. Fong Xian tried to remove the mask, but everything blurred. He opened his eyes, his heart pounding. He clutched his chest, gasping for breath. The old woman's gentle whisper reached his ears. The ring of slaughter pierces the world. The hypocritical sword offers the heart. Eternal night descends. You are destined for the throne. Fong Xian lay on the table, one hand clutching his heart, feeling as if it would burst the next second. The old woman's hand rested on Fong Xian's shoulder. A warm current flowed into his body and gradually he began to recover. Madam, what was that just now? A more stable Fong Xian raised his head to look at the old woman. The elderly woman chuckled softly. If one is to see the future, then let it be so. The young man, confused, pleaded for some clarity. The old woman smiled warmly at Fong Xian. Child, I am someone who has been cursed and there are things I cannot say. However, I can warn you to be wary of someone. Fong Xian suddenly looked up at her, recalling that his own reflection in the mirror had once said the same. He asked urgently. The old woman took out a clean handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from Fong Xian's forehead, her gaze tender as if a kind elderly person was looking after her own kin. As I've just mentioned, being cursed limits what I can reveal, she explained, but I can give you a hint. That person, she stands in the light. Fong Xian froze, then slowly turned to look outside the door. Grandmother, is it her? The person I saw who stabbed me earlier, is it her? He asked, trying to recall the face of his assailant. Not clear, then I don't know, the old woman replied, retracting her hand. Her aqua blue eyes locked onto Fong Xian with a gentle smile. You should head back now. That pretty young lady was supposed to leave Lancheng today, but she delayed it for a day because of you. Fong Xian stood up, pulled out his phone, and transferred 6,666 yuan to the old woman. Grandmother, about today's matters, he began, but the old woman interrupted with a laugh. Child, I am blind and a blind person's words are blind words. They are neither heard nor believed by the blind. Fong Xian stared at the old woman, amazed to find such an entity in a small place like Lancheng. Grandmother, can all those with sensory talents see these things about me? He asked. In the entire Dragon Nation only 3 can see them. One is me. Another is that Fate Master from Dragon Nation, and the third you will encounter them. The old woman stated, raising her hand to stop Fong Xian from asking more. What's past is merely a prologue. What lies ahead, that is the future. Child, if fate wills we shall meet again. With it, the old woman nodded slightly. Fong Xian left the small shop feeling lighter. He couldn't help but look back at the old woman's shop, reassured by his senses that she posed no threat, which allowed him to sit down initially. However, the visions he had seen still puzzled him. Despite sensing that she was a powerful seer, she seemed frail, and her mention of a curse seemed to make everything strangely logical. Xu Xinyao poked Fong Xian. Xiao Fong, what did the old woman tell you just now? Fong Xian jokingly replied, she asked whether I prefer sweet or savory tofu pudding. Xu Xinyao poked him again, a bit annoyed. You're still keeping secrets from me. She pouted. She also mentioned that you were supposed to leave today? Xu Xinyao was surprised. Wow, she knew that? Fong Xian, curious, added, it's strange how accurate she is. Why aren't there more visitors? Xu Xinyao walked with her hands clasped behind her back, following beside Fong Xian. The reason was that the old lady who told fortunes only did so when the mood struck her. If she felt inclined, she would make the trip. If someone sought her out during her visit, she would read their fortune. If not, she'd leave after a short while. Therefore few visitors came, especially since the nearby Fengming Temple also offered highly accurate fortune-telling, drawing many people there. Wisher followed. Behind the two of them, Miss, if you wish to have your fortune told, the most powerful diviner in the Dragon Nation is a friend of Mr. Chu. You could certainly consult him. Xu Xinya stomped her foot, turned her head, and sharply interrupted Huisher. Please do not interrupt our conversation. Keep some distance from us, Miss Chu. I am here to ensure your safety, Huisher replied respectfully. Xu Xinya, visibly annoyed, retorted, Is Lancheng safe now, Miss Chu? After the attack you experienced last time, Mr. Chu was furious and initiated a decapitation strike. Although Lancheng has been purged once, it's always better to be safe than sorry. I am here because... Xu Xinya immediately cut him off before he could finish. Fong Xian, with eyes wide open, muttered in disbelief, What? The decapitation strike was launched by Xu Xinya's father. Xu Xinya, pulling Fong Xian's arm, urged, Fong, let's hurry and ignore him. Noticing Fong Xian's expression, Xu Xinya asked Fong, Why are you looking at me like that? Fong, I don't want to work hard anymore. Please support me. Xu Xinya smiled sweetly, All right. From now on, just stand behind your sister. I'll be your support, your most solid backing. After spending the entire day with Xu Xinya, they had dinner and went to watch a late-night movie. Before getting into the car, Xu Xinya waved vigorously at Fong Xian, who waved back. When he got home, it was already past 10 at night. Fong Xian quickly washed up, returned to his room, and took out the mobile phone his grandfather had sent him from a hidden compartment in his drawer. He planned to watch a video for a while and then look in the mirror in the bathroom. However, when Fong Xian turned on the phone, he was surprised to find a new message. Fong Xian, during the midterm test at the training camp, you must visit the number 9 Divine Demon Ruin. Remember. Delete after reading. Do not contact grandfather. Proactively wait for grandfather's message. Fong Xian pondered why his grandfather specifically instructed him to visit the number 9 Divine Demon Ruin. Upon recalling the entries in his notebook, he remembered an entry where a professor's student had specifically mentioned Fong Xian's grandfather helping them. Turning it over in his mind, he checked the sender's area code of the message and found it was from an unknown area. Lying in bed full of questions, he sighed. For now, he decided to put these questions aside. He would know more once he got there. Now it was time to watch the video of the King of Slaughter again. Earlier, the King of Slaughter had been cut off mid-sentence, and today the old lady had repeated the same warning to Fong Xian about being wary of someone. Recalling the person who had stabbed him, he knew he must identify this person ahead of time. He watched the video once more. Fong Xian arrived at the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. Half an hour later, everything was still the same. Nothing had appeared. He lay back down on his bed, pondering over the trigger conditions of that day. However much he thought, he couldn't pinpoint what was missing. Glancing at the time, it was already past midnight. Around 12:40, Zhuge Hong had mentioned that the operation would start at 1 a.m. Fong Xian got dressed, put on his mask, and sat quietly on his bed waiting for Zhuge Hong's call. Footsteps could be heard outside the door. Fong Xian casually sensed that it was his aunt going to the bathroom. His sensory talent could sometimes be overly sensitive, which wasn't always a good thing. More than once he had perceived couples in this building getting intimate. That's why after returning home he only focused his senses on his own room. The door was gently knocked. Xiao Xian, are you asleep yet? Not yet, aunt. May I come in? His aunt asked again. His aunt was always good-natured and respected the children's privacy. Sure, aunt. Fong Weilan pushed the door open and walked in, only to find Fong Xian fully dressed and sitting on his bed. Why are you dressed? Are you going out? In a bit, I have a mission. Fong Weilan looked puzzled. A mission? What mission? As they were talking, a hand appeared out of nowhere, clumsily grabbing at something before it firmly squeezed Fong Xian's face. Fong Xian swatted away the hand that was scrambling with white fur and then grabbed it, giving it a tug to signal that everything was fine. With a pull from the white-furred hand, Fong Xian vanished from the spot. Fong Weilan stood frozen, dumbstruck. After a long while she muttered, My lord, these awakened ones are truly incredible. High above 500 meters in the air, when the white-furred hand had grabbed Fong Xian's face, it got smeared with saliva, which it nonchalantly wiped onto Fong Xian's clothes. Suddenly, a crystal ball appeared in its hand. Zhuge Hong tossed it into the sky. The crystal ball spun in midair, quickly emitting a cold brilliance that spread over the entire city below. In a few breaths, the entire city was covered by a dome, and then beams of light wrapped around many residential buildings. Zhuge Hong, hands in his pockets, yawned and tapped his sunglasses, giving the command action. Only then did Fong Xian see that the white-furred creature's sunglasses were also a magical artifact. Soon he saw squads emerging in the streets and alleys below, beginning to purge remnants of the Eternal Night Army. "This is Lan City?" Yu Fong Xin asked. Zhuge Hong cleaned his ears. "Right, a small place like Lan City wouldn't be a focal point for the remnants of the Eternal Night Army. It's easy to clear them out. Any other questions?" At this moment Fong Xin was getting impatient to test the combat abilities of those two wolves. "Can I operate alone?" "No problem." As soon as the words fell, Fong Xin was already on the ground ready for action. As soon as he landed, Fong Xin immediately put on a headband to guard against psychic attacks. He then donned a pair of bright red underpants over his trousers to shield against curses. Swiftly he slipped into an invisibility cloak, holstered a revolver at his waist, and clutched a defensive talisman tightly in his hand. Fully prepared, he stealthily merged into the night. Zhuge Hung in the sky rolled his eyes dramatically at the sight, holding a smart device that still displayed the location. Signals of the remnants of the Eternal Night Army. Fong Xin chose not to draw too much attention for his first move. He targeted a small enemy squad with only a third-level combat strength. He then released two wolves, one black and one white. Their forms flashed across the night sky. The white wolf initiated a psychic attack, while the black wolf, after gathering its strength, transformed into a streak of black light that pierced through an enemy's chest, killing them instantly. The event unfolded in the blink of an eye. Both wolves absorbed the enemy's vital energy, enhancing their own power, and as their strength increased, so did Fong Xin's. He looted useful magical artifacts from the fallen foes, then recalled the wolves and continued his stealthy traversal through the urban night. Using this method, Fong Xin wildly harvested 4,620 points in a single night, bringing his total to 8,083 points. Operating solo as a team, his share of points naturally increased. Sent home in the evening, Fong Xin sorted through various spoils of war. He selected a few useful items, converting the rest into points, which quickly brought his total to 9,228 points. Suppressing his excitement, Fong Xin looked out at the moonlight through his window. He took out a small sculpture given to him by Chu Xinyao, which depicted a winged female angel. Holding the sculpture up to the moonlight, he stared intently at it. Slowly, the cool moonlight began to emanate from the sculpture, swirling around Fong Xin, seeping into him with each breath. In his mind, a majestic figure in silver armor appeared, wielding a cross-shaped sword and flapping pure white wings under a luminous full moon. The moonlight cast a sacred halo over the figure, and with each flap of its wings, countless beams of light sprinkled down upon the earth like stars, seeming both a guardian and a sovereign of the night. However, as he watched, the pristine white moon gradually turned a sinister crimson. Within this blood-red moon, there seemed to be a throne, and on it a vague figure sat, reigning supreme over the heavens with a commanding presence. The 12-winged deity in the sky slowly turned around, facing the blood moon, and bowed in worship. Fong Xin slowly came back to reality, pondering the vision he had just witnessed. The figure within the blood moon looked eerily familiar. He could almost guess that this was the effect of his slaughter talent. Looking up at the night sky, the cool moonlight entered his nostrils, soothing his spleen and lungs. Quite comfortable. His talent was divided into sunlight and moonlight. Tomorrow he would test the effects of sunlight. The next day, as the sun hung in midair, Fong Xin once again took out the small sculpture facing the sun. As he began to meditate deeply, gradually a vision of the bright sun emerged in his mind. Beneath the sun, a colossal figure hovered between heaven and earth, clad in golden armor and waving enormous wings. Despite the distance, Fong Xin could feel the intense scorching energy radiating from the figure, as if it could instantly dry up the vast land. This immense figure seemed to represent the source of light in the world. However, as Fong Xin continued his meditation, the sun itself began to change. The sun hanging in the sky slowly turned black as time passed, as if undergoing an eclipse. The once golden armored figure beneath the sun, an ancient deity representing daylight and brightness, saw its armor gradually dulling, emitting strands of dark aura. Then slowly the deity turned around to face the black sun, hands holding a treasured sword and lowering its proud head, as if choosing to submit. Following the direction of its worship, Fong Xin saw another figure once again hovering within the black sun, seated on a throne. This figure rested an elbow on the armrest of the throne, hand supporting its cheek, coldly overlooking all of humanity. With a sigh, Fong Xin opened his eyes, recalling the vision that had just unfolded in his mind. The figure on the throne was all too familiar. It was himself. Fong Xin raised his hand, noticing the runes of slaughter manifesting on the back of his hand. He hadn't realized that this talent for slaughter could be so defiant of the heavens. previously the reflection of Fong Xin in the mirror had told him that he was the foremost of the 7 kings, which meant that apart from the king of slaughter there were other talented kings. As his thoughts returned to the present, Fong Xin could feel particles of light slowly converging towards him, indicating that he had also awakened a talent related to light. He took out his phone and turned on the front camera, yet found no changes in his eyes. Fong Xin thought that his awakening might be different from others. After pondering for a moment, he took out his smart device and searched for how the awakening of a light talent typically looks. The search results left Fong Xin stunned again. Light talents were divided into solar and lunar types, and those with ordinary talents could only awaken one of the two. Those with talents reaching S rank could awaken both. During meditation, one needed to hold a sculpture of the goddess of light facing either the sunlight or moonlight, and then they would see either the sun god or moon god. However, depending on the talent, the vision might differ, discernible by the number of wings. The talents below B rank would see deities with 2 wings, while those with B rank and above could see 4, 6, 8, 10, and the highest 12 wings. Confused, Fong Xin knew his talent, unaided by any potion, was A rank, but his actual results showed S rank, which should only allow him to see an 8-winged deity of light. Why then could he see one with 12 wings? Could it be the effect of a talent for slaughter? Fong Xin checked again for information on the light talents, but oddly enough only superficial details about light talents were accessible. In the intelligence device, many talents had corresponding skills and techniques listed, yet there was no introduction on how to utilize the light talents. Subsequently, Fong Xin looked into why there was so little information on light talents. Several answers eventually appeared. All resources, techniques, and skills related to light talents had been monopolized by the church. As Fong Xin browsed, his gaze settled on an image, an emblem to be precise, the church's emblem, an eye whose pupil was a sun. Fong Xin recognized this design. Wasn't it the same badge worn on the chest of the lion dog he encountered at Chu Xinyao's home? It seemed that Chu Xinyao's father was a member of the church. Fong Xin couldn't help but recall a past conversation at the Beast Palace where Zhuge Hang and the master of the palace discussed the church's desire to appoint the white-haired handsome Zhuge Hang as the governor of the Red Lotus district, an offer that was declined. Moreover, the professor who developed the Primordial One and his still-living students were extradited back by the church from abroad, indicating significant power held by the church, and from the few words Zhuge Hang had shared, it was evident that there was intense power struggle within the church. Thus the white-haired man despised the church's actions. Fong Xin searched more about the church. Beyond what was already visible, no other information could be found, shrouded in mystery. Now, thinking carefully, every time Chu Xinyao had refused to discuss her father, the root cause lay here. However, there was another piece of information he found: anyone identified with light talents, regardless of their level, would be forcibly taken by the church. As Fong Xin caressed his intelligence device, he realized that his own light talent was not inferior, and the only reason he hadn't been taken by the church was his affiliation with the 9th Department. While Fong Xin pondered these matters in the imperial city within the ancient and majestic Temple of Light, a middle-aged man wearing a crown and a gold-embroidered white cape looked up at the enormous sculpture of the goddess of light. His cape, embroidered with sun, moon, and stars, seemed to orbit slowly as the cape moved. Behind the sculpture, a huge orb suspended mid-air, akin to the daytime sun, was now slowly being consumed by darkness, as if undergoing an eclipse. The crown-wearing man's eyes burst into a golden radiance. The temple trembled. A figure rushed inside hurriedly, the red cape trailing on the ground, swinging as he ran. Seeing this, his pupils shrank. "Your Holiness, what is this?" The middle-aged man's golden eyes, fixed on the sun still being devoured by darkness, murmured, "The great eclipse, the inversion of light and dark, the reunion of the 7 kings, the judgment descends." Hearing this, the figure behind trembled violently, his voice shaking. The chaos among the gods had ceased less than a century ago. Is there any way to prevent the arrival of the 7 kings? The middle-aged man slowly turned his head, his golden eyes bursting with a terrifying brilliance. "Yes, either enslave them to serve us, or do everything possible to strangle them in their cradle." The figure behind him shuddered violently again, and a bone-chilling cold swept through the temple that should have been warm. Constantly watching over the remnants of the eternal night, he sent people to infiltrate its ranks. If the 7 kings were to appear, they would surely detect them before us. Before they could guide them away, we must act to snatch them first. Those who are with me prosper, those against me perish. Understood? Fong Xin, in order to gather enough energy, stayed up late to earn more points and then slept a bit longer. Soon it was evening. Fong Xian persistently stared at the mirror. After the usual lack of results, he returned to his bed to wait quietly. When a hand appeared out of thin air, Fong Xian reached out and grabbed it, and with a tug he vanished. Looking down at the city below, Fong Xian realized he was in another city. Zhuge Hong tossed a spherical treasure into the sky and the protective dome snapped shut again. Any questions? Asked Zhuge Hang. Can you find me some skills or techniques related to the talent of light? Zhuge Hong paused, his finger in his ear. You've awakened the talent for light? Yes, techniques and skills for the light talent. This stuff is different from other talents. You can find other talents on the internet or through the smart linker, but the light talent has been monopolized by those old bastards in the church, a bunch of self-righteous people thinking they are superior. Getting this might be a bit difficult, considering I broke the leg of the church's top person's nephew not long ago. But since you've asked, I'll definitely find a way for you. I'll get it to you after school starts. Fong Xian was amazed. This guy really was something. Thanks. Any other questions? Not for now. With a snap of his fingers, Fong Xian found himself back on the battlefield. Tonight's harvest wasn't as rich as the previous days since the decapitation operation had entered its third day. The remnants of the Eternal Night and those mutants who could escape had done so, thus there were significantly fewer targets. Fong Xian only managed to gather 2,832 points in one night. His current points totaled 12060. Just as Fong Xian's points reached 10,000, his card flashed suddenly, displaying 2 stars. Dear Mr. Fong Xian, congratulations on being promoted to a 2-star user. Over the next few days, Fong Xian continued to reap and slaughter in the cover of night. Members of the Sky Shield Bureau who came to clear the mutants knew there was a new recruit from Section 9 on the battlefield, invisible yet ruthless and decisive, whose combat strength had already reached level 3 even before entering school. Few knew what he looked like, his legend only circulating under the cover of night. Everyone thought things would pass quietly. However, on the last day he encountered a wind element anomaly. A strong gust blew away Fong Xian's invisibility cloak, revealing the red underpants he wore underneath. This scene was coincidentally captured by someone from the Sky Shield Bureau, although his face wasn't shown. Everyone knew about the flamboyant new recruit at Section 9, a third-level fighter known for wearing red underpants over his clothes. Just as Fong Xian lay down at home, Shi Tailang in the junior camp's chat group posted a message. Did you know? This year at Section 9 a big shot joined us even before starting school, already a third-level fighter. Zhang Yaozu was the first to reply. Who is it? That's strong. Shi Tailang replied, don't know, the details are hidden, those on the mission aren't allowed to talk, but a photo is leaked. Saying this, Shi Tailang sent a photo. In it, the man leaped high wearing an old lady's headscarf, a strange mask over his face, brandishing a revolver in one hand and a Zhilian-Chi laser sword in the other, and conspicuously wearing very eye-catching red underpants embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks. Look, now everyone calls him the Red Underpants War God. Such a flamboyant outfit. Who could this be? Surely not someone from our chat group. Shi Tailang continued, there have always been 2 people in our group who don't speak much. Could it be one of them? Bai Yulin took over the conversation. The person in the photo is clearly a man. We have 2 quiet ones in the group, Fong Xian and Li Bauer, and Bauer is a girl. Xian bro is the Red Underpants War God. You woo. Fong Xian looking at the chat messages and then at the photo, typed with trembling hands, how could it be me? In our Lanchang or even the entire Red Lotus district, there can't be someone so flamboyant. Fong Xian wished he could find a crack to crawl into. This was too socially embarrassing. Shi Tailang also replied, wow, it's rare for Xian bro to even message. Now in our group only Li Bauer is left silent. By the way, did any of you participate in the Red Lotus district's decapitation operation this time? Zhang Yaozu inquired. Shin Yu took over this year's Section 9 only recruited 36 new trainees, and it seems they only selected one with the best overall performance from each group for an early trial. I'm just saying, not sure if the information is accurate. Zhang Yaozu asked who from our group went, Xian bro or Bauer. Bai Yulin replied, Bauer messaged me that day, said she was thrown into the battlefield by instructor Zhuge. Looks like Bauer topped our group in overall performance. Damn, we already have someone as awesome as Xian bro. How amazing is Bauer? Bai Yulin continued, Bauer has a rare talent as a blade god, an SSS class blade god talent, super fierce. She and I are from the same school, her grades topped our entire Taiyang district. Zhang Yaozu exclaimed, no way, just our small group has 2 SSS class big shots? Section 9's monster room is terrifying indeed, Shi Tailang said. If that's the case, then if the war god in red underwear isn't Bauer, he must be among the top 5 in overall performance. We'll find out at the youth training camp. All the new agents of the Sky Shield Agency train at one academy. Sure, Thailand then changed the subject. I have a little insider news. My grandfather told me. He said the palace master of the Myriad Beasts Palace will personally come to teach at our Sector 9. The palace master of the Myriad Beasts Palace, someone of such status coming to teach? Are you joking? Is this information reliable? Pretty much, he continued. A few nights ago, a new student at our Sector 9 with a talent in beast mastery was taken to the Myriad Beasts Palace to awaken his talent. The awakening caused a phenomenon between heaven and earth, a talent second only to the founder of the Myriad Beasts Palace. Even the old palace master was alerted. I heard that the people from the Myriad Beasts Palace even tried to poach him but eventually backed off due to the pressure from Sector 9. But they really liked our new student from Sector 9-inch, so they specifically arranged for the palace master to come and teach. Wow, which big shot has such clout that the palace master himself comes to teach? Sure, Thailand continued. I don't know, there doesn't seem to be anyone in our group whose main talent is beast mastery, so it must be from another team. We are reporting to the youth training camp tomorrow, so we'll find out then, right? Time to sleep, everyone, we need to report by noon tomorrow, and the entrance test starts at 3 in the afternoon. Fong Xian put down his smart device. Although the youth training camp is located in Yun City in the Red Lotus district, it's not in the same province as Fong Xian, so he needs to take a flight tomorrow which will take over an hour. He took out his card and swiped it on the smart device. Beep, the card displayed the points, 18,328 points. This is what Fong Xian had desperately earned over the past few days. Converted into cash, it's almost 18 billion of the treasures he had collected these days. Only 2 caught Fong Xian's eye. One was a 5th-tier bead called the Earth Spirit Bead, which allowed him to dive 10 meters underground and even pass through walls. Another was a 6th-tier mask, which when worn could make the enemy temporarily blind for 3 seconds. In the rapidly changing battlefield, 3 seconds were enough to turn the tide. Both items were obtained by Fong Xian from a level 4 alien in a surprise attack. The rest of the treasures were all converted into points. As for cash, Fong Xian had gathered over 230 million from these aliens in the past few days. Although these lower-level aliens didn't possess valuable treasures, their habitual acts of violence and plundering naturally accumulated a substantial amount of cash. However, what troubled Fong Xian the most at the moment was that he had run out of bullets for his revolver. Within the intelligence connector, there was indeed a marketplace for trading treasures, and Fong Xian actually found bullets that were compatible with his revolver. Shockingly, each bullet cost 400 credits. Fong Xian asked the seller if he could give him a few bullets for free since he was a student. The seller politely told Fong Xian to get lost as far as he could. With a heavy heart, Fong Xian spent 2,000 credits to buy 5 bullets. After all, 1 bullet could take down a level 4 mutant, and the rewards from a level 4 mutant were definitely worth more than 400 credits. The next morning, Fong Xian heard his aunt packing things up. He got out of bed, glanced at the time, quickly gathered his things and took a shower. Aunt Fong Huilan was packing for her daughter Jiang Xiaoqiao, all the while incessantly reminding her of various things. Seeing Fong Xian emerge, she said, "Xian, after you and your sister go, keep in touch often and take care of each other." "You got it, Auntie." Auntie packed many things, including various clothes, and even brought along some food that she had started preparing since 4 in the morning, which Fong Xian and Jiang Xiaoqiao loved to eat. Zhang Weidong consoled her. "The kids are just going to school. Why the tears? I heard you have a break in the middle of the term. They will be back then." Fong Huilan patted Fong Xian and Jiang Xiaoqiao on their heads, her eyes brimming with reluctance to let them go. Their younger sister Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't going to enroll, as although this year there were reforms in the system, she still needed to stay at school for a semester to learn theoretical knowledge, but she had already signed a contract with an organization, so she would have a nice stipend during her school period. Fong Xian and Jiang Xiaoqiao were on the same flight to Yuncheng. When the plane arrived, it was already 10:30. There was a direct shuttle to Tiandun Academy. Fong Xian and Jiang Xiaoqiao boarded the bus, which was filled with new faces, all chattering non-stop, all new recruits from various places coming to join the Tiandun Bureau. After boarding, Fong Xian casually pulled out a travel guide from the seat pocket in front and covered his face with it, but the noise from the new recruits was unbearable. Jiang Xiaoqiao pulled out earphones and put them into Fong Xian's ears, giving him a sweet smile. Fong Xin leaned his head against the window, grateful for his sister's understanding. In the front row sat a girl whose shrill voice was incessant since she got on the bus. Honestly, I was just not in the best condition that day, so I barely made an A grade, otherwise I could have joined the 9th division too. Just missed it by a bit, but no one from our school was picked by the 9th division. The best among us was me, reaching the 6th division. My name is Huang Hui. What divisions are you guys in? What are your names? We're all going to be classmates, so let's get to know each other in advance, she asked a few people in front. We don't have anyone from the 9th division, huh? Huang Hui sighed. True, the 9th division is not for everyone. It's like a monster room. This year, the Tiandun Bureau recruited over 1,800 people across 12 regions, and the 9th division only took 36. As she spoke, Huang Hui turned to look at Fong Xin and Jiang Xiaocha sitting in the back. Classmate, what's your name and which division are you in? Jiang Xiaocha, 1st division, replied Jiang Xiaocha. 1st division, that's great. Huang Hui looked over at Fong Xin, who had a travel guide covering his face. She reached out, pulling the guide off his face, and said, Hey classmate, what's your name? Which department are you from? Jiang Xiaocha furrowed her brows. Fong Xin, annoyed, opened his eyes and replied, Qin Juanhao from Department 7. Huang Hui uttered an O and added, Department 7, huh? Not as good as our Department 6, but not bad. Fong Xin gave a forced smile, took the travel guide, and covered his face again to catch up on some sleep. Huang Hui, seeing this, clicked her tongue and said, Pretty aloof, huh? Watch, after graduation I might end up being your boss. The bus jolted along the road with Huang Hui chattering all the way. When they disembarked, there were many cars parked at the school gate. New faces, filled with curiosity and eagerness, walked towards Tiandun Academy. At the gate, there were signs for 9 special action departments, each with members at their respective registration desks. After getting off the bus, Huang Hui chattered excitedly, Wow, the senior students are so handsome, so cool. Fong Xin's gaze shifted towards Department 9, where he saw the little deer he had met before sitting at the registration desk. Jiang Xiaocha waved at him. Bro, I'm going to register. Fong Xin responded, Alright, call me if you need anything. Huang Hui glanced at Fong Xin and teased, Your cousin from Department 1 is much better than your Department 7, Mr. Qin Juanhao. Fong Xin responded with a smile. Huang Hui pointed to a spot. Your Department 7 is over there, right next to our Department 6. We're on the same path. Tian Junhui walked over to them. Huang Hui excitedly squealed, Hello senior, I'm Huang Hui from Department 6. Tian Junhui nodded, pointed towards the registration desk for Department 6, and said, Go register there. Okay senior. As Huang Hui was about to leave, she saw Tian Junhui suddenly stand at attention and salute Fong Xin. Fong Xin returned the salute. Tian Junhui smiled and said, Your Department 9 is over there. Fong Xin nodded and lightly patted Tian Junhui. Then I'll head over first. Sure. Huang Hui stood frozen, watching Fong Xin's retreating figure and then looking at Tian Junhui. Senior, he's from Department 9. Tian Junhui reverted to his cool demeanor and simply grunted in affirmation. Huang Hui watched as Fong Xin walked away, completely stunned, feeling played yet helpless. Fong Xin made his way through the crowd to the Department 9 registration desk. Little deer was resting her chin on the table, dozing off. Fong Xin waved his hand. Little deer sis. Little deer lifted her head, smiled sweetly at Fong Xin and said, Fong Xin, you're here. Look at the camera, let's register. Fong Xin faced the nearby camera and with a beep, Little deer extended her hand. Welcome aboard, Fong Xin, a voice called out. Fong Xin turned his head to see a chubby, clean-looking little boy standing behind him. The boy came closer, extending his hand with a giggle. I'm Sher Tai Lang. Fong Xin shook his hand. Hello, hello. Behind Sher Tai Lang stood a dark-skinned girl dressed in a sports outfit with the word struggle printed on the front and youth on the back. Hey Xin, guess who this is? Sher Tai Lang asked with a mischievous grin, wrapping his arm around the girl. After thinking for a moment, Fong Xin replied, Is it Li Bayer? The girl's dark cheeks flushed red, and after punching Sher Tai Lang in the stomach, she turned to Fong Xin with an embarrassed smile. Xin, I'm Zhang Yaozu. You're Zhang, huh? You're a girl. Fong Xin stood frozen, surprised. Wow, your name really throws people off. Zhang Yaozu scratched his head and chuckled. My brother is named Zhang Guangzong. Fong Xin was momentarily silenced by Zhang Yaozu's remark. Thinking of this member who often bickered with Sher Tai Lang in the group chat and who used a profile picture of a chick with a middle-part hairstyle, Fong Xin had always assumed the person was a boy. Where are the others? They went to their dorms to set up their beds. we're here waiting for you and keeping watch. Sir Tai Lang revealed a slightly sleazy smile. Keeping watch for what? Sir Tai Lang leaned closer. Aren't you curious about who the red underpants warrior is? A lot of people are dying to find out. Fong Xin coughed subconsciously and cleared his throat. I'm not that nosy. Even if they show up, they wouldn't wear their underpants on the outside. Sure, Tai Lang chuckled. Actually, after a comprehensive assessment, we've figured out who the red underpants warrior is. It's Zhang Chang from Squad 6. He's the top performer in their squad and participated in the Red Lotus decapitation operation. Plus, someone asked him and he didn't deny it. He arrived just 5 minutes before you, dressed quite flamboyantly, no one else but him. Hearing this, Fong Xin thought, if someone is willing to bear such an embarrassing nickname, then let him, sure. Tai Lang continued. Xin, before heading to the dorm, you need to go over there to pay the accommodation fee and various other miscellaneous charges. Remember to bring your card. Zhang Meiqiu will take you to make the payments. Our students from Section 9 all get single rooms. Xinyu arrived early and has already cleaned our dorms. You just need to drop off your stuff. I'll go book a private room in the dining hall. The 6 of us will have a meal together first. Meiqiu, take Xin to make the payments. I'll send the location in our group chat. Zhang Yaozu, who was slightly dark-skinned, punched Sir Tai Lang in the stomach again. Get lost, you fatso. You're the coalball. Your whole family is coalballs. Sir Tai Lang laughed and said, I'm heading off first. Xin. Zhang Yaozu led the way and Fong Xin curiously asked, do you two know each other? Our families have been close for generations, so I've known that fatso since we were kids, Zhang Yaozu explained. Unexpectedly, they ran into an old acquaintance while going to pay the fees. Qin Juanhao stood among a few students from Section 7, very generously declaring, no one fight with me, we're all from Section 7, future classmates and comrades in arms. As a welcoming gesture, I'll cover everyone's tuition and miscellaneous fees from Section 7 myself. It's not much money. Saying this, he waved his card around. Before coming here, my dad loaded this card with 5 million, let me get along with everyone here, he declared, swiping his card to show a transaction of 392. Around Qin Juanhao, classmates started to cheer. Young Master Qin is really generous, it's just like splashing water. Qin Juanhao waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Yaozu shook his head and clicked his tongue. I wonder whose foolish landlord's son he is, such extravagance. He has already paid for many of the new recruits at the 7th Division, with each person's fee being 20,000. Nearly 200 new recruits at the 7th Division, that's almost 4 million, wealthy people are truly domineering. Fong Xin was indifferent. Young Master Qin, as always, was desperately trying to show off with his spending power. There were several payment windows. The 9th Division had a dedicated payment window. Since there were fewer personnel, there was no need to queue. As Fong Xin walked toward the window, many new recruits looked over, envious of the new recruits at the 9th Division. Joining the ranks of what's known as the Monster Room, every one of them was a genius. Qin Juanhao turned his head and saw Fong Xin. Immediately his mind became active. Fong Xin, Qin Juanhao waved at him. Many people around him started looking towards Qin Juanhao. Young Master Qin, you know someone from the 9th Division? Qin Juanhao immediately replied, know him. How could I not know him? We're both from Lancheng, classmates from the same class, and we're good brothers. The new recruits from the 7th Division all gasped in surprise. Qin Juanhao walked over to Fong Xin, holding his card. Fong Xin, I'll pay your miscellaneous fees. Qin Juanhao draped an arm around Fong Xin, pretending to be very familiar with him. After all, knowing a monster from the 9th Division could really show off one's connections. Are we that close? Fong Xin pushed Qin Juanhao away with his elbow, clearly seeing through Qin Juanhao's little scheme. Qin Juanhao sked, still holding Fong Xin with a falsely benevolent smile. We're fellow townsfolk, old classmates. It's only right for me to pay your fees. Besides, after your parents passed away, the inheritance they left you couldn't have been much. For you, this fee of over 20,000 is quite significant. Considering your aunt and uncle's modest salaries, it would take them a long time to save up. With that, Qin Juanhao stepped on Fong Xin further, and after stepping on him, he paid his fees, elevating his own image. Many classmates looked at Fong Xin, their eyes filled with a certain pity, realizing the difficult family situation of this new recruit from the 9th Division. Zhang Yaozu frowned inexplicably, developing a dislike for Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao shamelessly lowered his head to the payment staff. Teacher, I'll pay his fees. Fong Xin, my dad topped up 5 million for me and I still have over 3 million left. That's more than 300,000 points. You don't need to be embarrassed, we're old classmates. Your family is in such a difficult situation, me helping you out is nothing. Zhang Yaozu furrowed his brow, feeling irritated whenever he looked at Qin Juanhao. He pulled out his own card, ready to pay. For Fong Xin. Just as he was about to swipe his card, Fong Xin, with an expressionless face, already had his card placed on the payment machine. Beep, 2 points deducted for successful payment, account balance, 16,326 points. A long string of numbers appeared. Qin Juanhao, holding his card, froze on the spot, his eyes wide as he stared at Fong Xin's 5-digit point balance. That's equivalent to 160 million in cash. Zhang Yaozu, who had also been ready to pay for Fong Xin, was equally stunned, his eyes bulging in surprise. He hadn't expected Fong Xin to have so many points in his card. The nearby new students also saw this, and a burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Those who couldn't see clearly hurriedly asked what had happened. The news spread from 1 to 10 10 to 100. The payment area was in an uproar. Everyone stared at this new student from the 9th section. It was their first time seeing so many points on a new student's card, over 16,000 points. Just who was this wealthy young master who had come to play? No wonder he was in the 9th section, a place for unusual ones. Even his entrance was different from the ordinary students. Even the teacher collecting the fees was shocked and couldn't help but take a second look at Fong Xin when handing over the betting. There were many young masters present today, but the highest point balance in their cards was barely 4 digits. This was the first new student with a 5-digit point balance. Qin Juanhao, with his mouth agape, still held his card aloft, which had a balance of just over 300 points, a mere fraction of Fong Xin's points. How did you get so many points? Qin Juanhao asked in shock. Before school started, I did some odd jobs to earn some pocket money, Fong Xin replied nonchalantly, pushing Qin Juanhao aside with a gentle push of his hand. After walking a few steps, Fong Xin paused, turned his head to look coldly at Qin Juanhao and said, "It's fine if you want to show off in front of others, but remember, don't step on others too. Display your so-called virtue, it's lowly. Also, we're not familiar with each other." After saying this, Fong Xin turned and walked away. Qin Juanhao stood there dumbstruck as the surrounding new students pointed and whispered about him. Many students had seen and heard Qin Juanhao's actions and felt that his public attempt to call out Fong Xin's family situation was indeed very low. The teacher at the payment counter also gave Qin Juanhao a disdainful look. Qin Juanhao squeezed out a smile, thankful for his thick skin, and shamefacedly returned to the 7th section. He had intended to pay for the students behind him, but one of them immediately said to Qin Juanhao, "I'll pay my own tuition, your money is dirty." Another student followed suit. "Qin Juanhao, I've returned your money to you." Meanwhile, Fong Xin admired everything about the Tian Shield Academy. The academy occupied over 1,000 acres, an immense space featuring many large training venues. At the very center of the academy stood a huge sculpture, cast in silhouettes of steel. 4 figures stood guard at each cardinal direction, while 2 took position in the center, one crouched with hands clasped before his chest, the other with a shield raised high as if to ward off all the darkness of the world. Trailing eagerly behind Fong Xin was Zhang Yaozu, who couldn't help but ask, "Bro Xin, how did you amass so many points?" "Just from grinding minor monsters," Fong Xin evasively replied. "For now, it's best not to let others know about my involvement with the beheading mission. That way the identity of the Red Underpants War God remains a secret. Otherwise, just starting school and already being labeled as such by so many new students is the least of my worries. It could lead to a loss of all my dating options, and I might end up being forever known as Underpants Bro." Imagine someone asking, "Do you know Fong Xin?" "No, you know the guy called Underpants Bro." "Oh, that guy." Just thinking about this scenario makes Fong Xin curl his toes. Dormitory number 9 was undoubtedly the most luxurious of all, equipped with every conceivable amenity. Led by Zhang Yaozu, Fong Xin arrived at his dorm room located on the easternmost side of the floor and set down his bedding. "Bro Xin, I'm right next door to you, and next to me is the room of a chubby guy. Across from you, from left to right, are Li Bayer, Bai Yulin, and Xinyu." While they were talking, a student with a rather delicate and even beautiful appearance entered from the opposite door. With long hair and a somewhat feminine dress, this student extended a beautifully manicured hand. "Fong Xin, hello, I'm Bai Yu." Fong Xin paused, remembering that this person was supposed to be Bai Yulin. Zhang Yaozu whispered in his ear, "Bro Xin, this guy has multiple personalities. Right now he's his sister Bai Yu. He also has a younger brother named Bai Lin and an older brother named He Yulin. Each personality represents a different talent." Astonished, Fong Xin managed to compose himself and extended his hand. "Hello." Just then, another voice chimed in, "Is Brother Xin here?" Looking towards the door, Fong Xian saw a towering figure standing outside who ducked to step in. Upon closer inspection, Fong Xian's eyes widened. This person was enormous, standing like a steel tower nearly touching the ceiling. Bro Xian, I'm Shinyu, said the newcomer, extending a hand as large as a fan. Stunned beyond words, Fong Xian reached out to shake his hand. And where's Bayer? Asked Zhang Yaizu. I'm here, came a soft, mushy voice from the doorway. Fong Xian looked over to see a clean and pretty girl standing there, somewhat dazed and naive looking, which was slightly undermined by the 2 machetes tucked under her arms and a bag of chips she was noisily eating, with long hair draped over her shoulders, dressed in a white shirt and loose sports pants, one leg of which was hoisted up to her knee. She presented a contrast to her weaponry. Bro Xian, this is Li Bayer, introduced Zhang Yaizu. Hello, Fong Xian greeted her. Li Bayer continued to munch on her chips in a mechanical, almost dazed manner. Baobao, Xian Gu is greeting you, Bai Yulin reminded. Li Baobao's unfocused eyes refocused as she exclaimed, oh, hello. Zhang Yaoyu changed the subject. The fat guy sent his location, let's go over and eat. The group followed the location to the restaurant booked by Shi Tailang, who efficiently distributed the cutlery and poured tea, looking eager to gossip. I just saw Underpants' brother Zhang Chang over there. Shi Tailang nodded towards a direction with his chin. The group looked over and saw a new student sitting in the distance, wearing a floral shirt, pink trousers and golden shoes. Fong Xian couldn't help but glance too. Many new students were pointing at him and some were even taking sneaky photos. But Zhang Chang seemed to enjoy the attention. Fong Xian shook his head. If you're happy being Underpants' brother, then be it, Shi Tailang added. I heard Underpants' brother has reached the late stages of level 3 combat power. He's likely to pass this afternoon's baseline test without any injuries. Zhang Yaoyu checked the time. It's past 12, let's eat and rest a bit. We gather at 2:30 and the test starts at 3. I heard this year's difficulty has been adjusted to be even harder than before. It's tough to get through unscathed. I heard some seniors ended up seriously injured and took a month to recover. Bai Yulin added, I brought some medicine. I'll distribute it before the test, Shinyu said. Fong Xian checked his communicator and received a message from Zhuge Han. Xian, can you help me move some stuff? Followed by a location. Fong Xian stood up. Zhuge called me over. You guys go ahead, I'll join you later. Alright, Xian, good. If you can't make it back, send us a message and we'll save some food for you. Thanks. After bidding farewell, Fong Xian left. Watching Fong Xian leave, the group returned to their earlier conversation. I heard the top 3 fastest to pass the baseline test get bonus points. Shi Tailang sipped his tea. Fastest to pass, surviving till the end would be lucky enough. Let's not even dream about that, Zhang Yaoyu scoffed. Baobao has level 3 combat power, she should be the most relaxed among us. Unexpectedly, Li Baobao looked bewilderedly at Zhang Yaoyu, her voice soft and slow. I can't beat Fong Xian. After Li Baobao's statement, the other new students in the team looked shocked. Baobao, you're saying you can't beat Fong Xian? Bai Yulin turned back to look at Li Baobao. Li Baobao nodded. Are you sure? Li Baobao crunched on her chips, her voice still soft and mushy. Very sure. My goodness, so that means Xian Gu also has level 3 combat power. Shi Tailang exclaimed. Among us, there are 2 with level 3 combat power. Yes, Xian Gu has an SSS-level strength talent. Now that I think about it, it's not surprising, Shi Tailang pondered. But that's not right. Wasn't it said that each squad picked their top overall performers for the beheading mission? Since Baobao can't beat Xian Gu, why did our squad send Baobao instead of Xian Gu? Zhang Yaozu looked puzzled. Li Bayer raised her head, her big eyes blinking, looking innocently cute. Bai Yulin asked, is this information accurate? Heard it through the grapevine. Bai Yulin rolled his eyes. Heard rumors aren't reliable. Maybe our little squad with Bayer and Xian went there. Then why didn't Xian mention anything about the beheading operation when asked in the group chat last time? Li Bayer, resting her chin on the table and munching on chips, replied, because he was busy chopping people up. No time to chat with you guys. Zhang Yaozu suddenly realized, so that's it. Do you think Xian could actually be the war god in red underwear? Shi Tailang immediately retorted, Lump, has your brain gone bad? Haven't we confirmed that it's Zhang Chang? Our Xian looks so righteous, how could he possibly wear such flamboyant outfits? Fatso, you're the real Lump, by the way. Xian should also score well in this afternoon's preliminary test. Not necessarily, the preliminary test at Division 9 is tough, but anyway, he's better than me, Shi Tailang said. A dozen trucks loaded with various equipment were parked on the road. Fong Xian stood there staring blankly at the neighboring by mouth slurping noodles. Is this what you called a little moving? Zhuge Hong slurped some noodles and resting his elbow on Fong Xian's shoulder asked, what's wrong? Not enough for you? Fong Xian frowned. I have a preliminary entrance exam this afternoon, big brother. Zhuge Hong raised his chin slightly. All this equipment in the trucks is for training at various venues. I've already spoken to the teachers responsible here. If you manage to move all this equipment as required, I'll grant you a manager position. Others would need to pay and beg for permission to train outside designated times, but not you with a manager status. How about that? Fong Xian paused, then smiled. Thanks, big brother. Go for it, Pikachu. Zhuge Hong gave Fong Xian a push and disappeared while still slurping his noodles. Fong Xian wondered, what's Pikachu? He opened the truck door and began moving the equipment as instructed. Thankfully, being talented in strength, it wasn't too exhausting for Fong Xian. He kept busy until almost 2:30 p.m. Sure Tai Lang and others messaged asking where Fong Xian was, as it was time to gather for the exam. Fong Xian had just finished unloading several trucks and then a few more arrived. Xiaolu sent a message in the group. Fong Xian, Mr. Zhuge has informed the chief examiner it's okay if you come a bit late. Fong Xian replied with a strained laugh, understanding. Once everything was done, it was past 3 p.m. The person in charge handed Fong Xian an ID card with Fong Xian on the front and manager on the back. After thanking them, Fong Xian rushed towards the exam venue. By the time Fong Xian arrived, the exam had already started. The exam venue consisted of 9 huge arenas. Above the sky, a huge screen was suspended displaying the scores of the new students from the recent baseline test. These were comprehensively evaluated based on combat strength, time taken to complete the course, or duration sustained in combat. The so-called completion involved first facing a puppet at the peak of level 1 combat strength, followed by 2, then 3, and after passing level 1 moving on to level 2, again increasing from 1 puppet to 3, and finally level 3 peak puppets, also increasing from 1 to 3. If one couldn't defeat them, it was a matter of who could delay the longest. The longer the delay, the higher the score, although there were limits at each level. 10 minutes at level 1, 20 minutes at level 2 and 30 minutes at level 3 could conclude the test. After this baseline test, the first place winner received 300 points, second place 200 points and third place 100 points. When Fong Xian arrived at the venue, he glanced at the large screen above. So far, the top scorer was someone named Chengyu, who completed the course in 17 minutes and 58 seconds. The top 20 were primarily dominated by students from the 9th fracture zone, and as new students from this zone gradually entered the arena, they began to fill up the top 30, leaving others far behind. In the distance stands sat a row of leaders, among them a particularly conspicuous figure with white hair. Unlike the other leaders who sat upright and formal, he appeared somewhat relaxed, and being the only young person among mostly middle-aged and elderly leaders, he stood out. Zhang Yaozu waved at Fong Xian, shouting, Xian bro, over here. Fong Xian hurried over and Zhang handed him a luxurious handheld pancake and a cup of porridge, saying, here you go. Just as he took a sip of the porridge, a shout erupted from the crowd. Someone had topped the first place score. It's underpants bro, Zhang exclaimed, staring at the screen. All the new students buzzed with discussion. Unexpectedly, underpants bro with his flashy attire also proved flashy in combat, updating the best score to 17 minutes and 42 seconds. Soon after, they saw underpants bro walking out of the testing area, his face bruised and swollen. Fong Xian noticed that almost everyone finishing the test sported bruises and swellings. Nearby, several ambulances and healing talent staff were ready at all times. Zheng too was bruised as he watched the big screen where he ranked 29th. Just as Fong Xian took another bite, an announcement came over the speakers instructing the next group of students to enter the arena for testing. Another big screen displayed several names, including Fong Xian's. He quickly slurped some more porridge and gobbled down a couple more bites of the pancake. Zhang took the unfinished pancake from Fong Xian, saying, Xian bro, good luck, I'll go heat up your pancake again. As Fong Xian headed towards the arena, the big screen flashed once more with updated rankings. Everyone gasped in shock. Fong Xian couldn't help but look. The first place now showed a new name, Ji Xuanzi, with a record time of 12 minutes and 6 seconds, a full 5 minutes faster than underpants bro. Before the exclamations had even subsided, even louder gasps filled the air. Once again the leaderboard changed, Lee Bayer's 7 minutes and 1 second, the shots swept through the crowd like a furious tide. Was this the monster room, 7 minutes and 1 second? I struggled for a full 7 minutes and ended up in tears, and she cleared it in 7 minutes. Can we separate the scores of the ninth room from the rest of us? It's too demoralizing, she's from a whole different world. 7 minutes and 1 second is a rare feat even in the history of Tiandun Academy. She's secured the first place for sure. 300 points in the bag. In the stands, an elderly man sitting right at the center clasped his hands together, leaning back slowly, clearly impressed. This Lee Bayer is truly exceptional. 7 minutes and 1 second would rank in the top 5 in the history of Tiandun Academy. The dean next to him, a middle-aged man, spoke with excitement. The old man, looking towards the distance inside the examination area, saw a simple and pretty girl walking out, carrying 2 broadswords under her arms. Is that Lee Bayer? Yes, the old man replied with a face full of satisfaction. Such a formidable young lady. She looks about the same age as my granddaughter, but her talent and combat ability are far beyond hers. Another elderly man with glasses quickly added, Dean, your granddaughter is also quite capable. The old man waved his hand dismissively. No flattery, please, let's stick to the facts. This girl is absolutely first class, no doubt she's the top entry of this year's Tiandun Academy entrance exam, right? Definitely, echoed several others. Zhu Gahong crossed his fingers behind his head, leaning back slowly, rocking his chair. He watched as Fang Xian walked towards the examination area, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As Fang Xian stepped into the examination area, an owl flew overhead, the owl's eyes fixed on Fang Xian. Beep, new student Fang Xian at Station 9, identity verified. Baseline test begins. As the voice fell, the owl flapped its wings, soaring high, hovering like an invigilator. Fang Xian's gaze shifted, noticing the scenery around him changing. The classroom transformed into a dilapidated old district. Shortly after, a man with a scarred face appeared, swaggering as he sized up Fang Xian. Fang Xian was momentarily stunned, not expecting the puppet to be so lifelike, and the setting of the examination room was unexpectedly close to actual combat simulation. The scar-faced man twisted his head, clutching a dagger as he charged at Fang Xian. The opponent was a top-tier fighter, but hardly a match for Fang Xian. Without any fancy moves, Fang Xian struck a forceful blow. The scar-faced man's head twisted, and he lay motionless on the ground. The owl in midair tilted its head. Scarface stood up from the ground, and a young man with long hair emerged from the side. Scarface specialized in physical strength attacks, while the long-haired youth used fire-based attacks. The two coordinated their moves, one from afar and the other up close, quickly encircling Fang Xian. Without giving the two puppets a moment to strategize, Fang Xian charged forward. With a twist of his waist, he threw a punch that sent Scarface crashing to the ground, motionless. Dodging an incoming fireball with ease, Fang Xian ended it with a swift knee strike. In the blink of an eye, as the two puppets rose again, another youth wearing a baseball cap appeared, launching a mental attack with a nearly invisible palm reaching for Fang Xian's head. Rolling on the spot and drawing from countless previous battles, Fang Xian knew to immediately focus his attacks on any opponent wielding mental assaults. A sliding tackle brought the mental attack puppet down, and a sharp elbow strike broke its neck. Turning around, he threw the disabled puppet, knocking over the fire attack puppet. Leaping forward, Fang Xian smashed the Scarface puppet's head into its chest and finished with a whip kick, disabling the fire attack puppet. Trainee Fang Xian level 1 cleared, time 42 seconds. As the scene shifted, Fang Xian found himself standing at a ferry crossing. An ice spike surged from the water. With overwhelming power, Fang Xian broke through all spells, giving his opponent no chance to attack, and charged with an Iron Mountain lean. His brute strength talent was aptly named, as rationality became irrelevant after reaching a certain physical threshold. Soon, a psychic attack puppet and a metal attack puppet appeared. To someone as seasoned as Fang Xian, these were mere child's play, and he ended the fight with casual ease. Having anticipated a challenge, he found this far simpler than previous beheading missions. Trainee Fang Xian level 2 cleared, total time 2 minutes 12 seconds. Entering level 3, he encountered a beast control attack. Seeing this, Fang Xian couldn't help but smile. With a flick of his arm, 2 wolves of black and white light flashed out. Given the simplicity of the test, he wasted no time attacking with both wolves to quickly clear the level, aiming for a high score. Outside the examination area, Lee Bayer's score hung above everyone else's at 7 minutes and 1 second. An achievement ranking in the top 5 in the history of the Shield Academy. Many new trainees and even teachers craned their necks to look in Li Bear's direction. Somewhat shy and embarrassed, Li Bear hid behind Zhang Yaozu, scratching his head, clearly uncomfortable with the attention, especially incongruous with the 2 broadswords tucked under her arm. Shi Tailang, bruised and battered, walked over. Both his eyes were swollen shut with only slits to see through, and one side of his lip was grotesquely swollen. Shi Tailang, with his mouth awkwardly twisted, took a sip of water and exclaimed, "Bear is incredible." 7 minutes and 1 second. Bai Yulan, sporting a bruised face and Xinyu with a dislocated arm, also came over. "Bear is really amazing, #1 in the fault rankings." She used 5 minutes less than the second place. "What about Xin Good?" Shi Tailang asked again. "He just went in." Shi Tailang tightened the bottle cap. Bear said she couldn't beat Xin Gu, and she did it in 7 minutes and 1 second. "What about Xin Gu?" 6 minutes. Turning to Li Bear, who looked up with a naive and dazed expression, he questioned, "What do you think, Bear?" "I don't know, we've never sparred. It can't possibly be under 5 minutes, right?" Zhang Yaozu asked. Shi Tailang licked his swollen lips. "Under 5 minutes? Zhang, you must be joking." In the entire history of Tiandun Academy, only 2 seniors have ever done it under 5 minutes. The record is 3 minutes and 39 seconds, and the entrance test back then wasn't as tough as it is now. "Dead fatty, can't you think bigger?" Shi Tailang retorted, "But you have to stay connected to reality. You can't be dreaming up big dreams that don't make sense, right? Dead fatty, always arguing with me." "How long did our instructor Zhuge take to complete the course?" Instructor Zhuge skipped the training camp and joined Division 9 directly, but with his talent it was easy for him to make it into the top 3. Shi Tailang brought the conversation back. "Speaking of which, Bear is truly formidable. Some people don't even last 7 minutes on the first level, and here Bear is clearing it in 7. Bai Yulan raised an eyebrow. "In other places, let alone last 7 minutes, there are at least 1,200 people who can't last 3 minutes. After all, they were students before coming here, lacking practical experience. The test dummies are all at the peak of level 1 combat capability, so it's quite normal not to last 3 minutes." Zhang Yaozu, arm in arm with Li Bear, added, "So this even more proves how impressive our Bear is." "Did Xin Go finish half of his pancake and porridge?" Shi Tailang noticed the half-eaten food in Zhang Yaozu's hand. "Yes, just took a couple of bites, then the announcement for the test came on. I'll have to heat it up for him later." While they were talking, the whole school suddenly became quiet. Shi Tailang, with his swollen eyes, looked around and whispered, "What happened? What happened?" Everyone's eyes were glued to the big screen displaying the results. The screen flickered once. Above Li Bear's name, another name slowly appeared. On the stands, the elderly dean, with a gentle and kind smile, looked affectionately towards Li Bear, his eyes filled with the joy and pride of seeing a successor surpassing the previous generations. "Later, when awarding the top 3, I'll personally present it to this young lady," confirmed Dean Su with his fingers interlaced over his belly. 7 minutes and 1 second, huh? It's been many years since a new student broke into the top 10 minutes. Dean, hasn't the difficulty of the entrance exams increased year by year? A middle-aged man said ingratiatingly. Dean Su twirled his thumbs around each other and replied, "Doesn't this just show how impressive this young girl is? Who recruited her?" Everyone's gaze turned to Zhuge Hong. The dean, quite pleased, patted Zhuge Hong on the shoulder. "You always manage to surprise me, my boy." Zhuge Hong grinned, showing his teeth, and responded, "Oh, Dean Su, this is just the beginning." The dean slightly turned and inquired, "What's the background of this young girl?" Zhuge Hong chuckled and said, "There are only a few in the Dragon Nation who are skilled with the knife. Her last name is Li. I bet you can guess who she is." The dean was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, "Is she the granddaughter of that person?" "Exactly," replied Zhuge Hong. The dean, excitedly moving his fingers, smiled broadly. "I knew it. Such a strong girl couldn't possibly come from an ordinary family." "How many new students are left to finish the test?" someone nearby answered. "Dean, there are still over 90. The dean adjusted his clothes and declared, "This young girl is already confirmed to be the top of this year's batch. Let's go, I need to personally present the award to this girl." Just as he stood up, the previously noisy Sky Shield Academy fell silent. All the teachers and students turned their eyes towards the big screen displaying the scores. The rankings table flickered. Li Bear's first place slowly shifted to second. A name slowly appeared above Li Bear, student, Fong Xin, score, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The entire school of over 1,000, nearly 2,000, fell silent. The silence was profound, so quiet you could hear a pin drop, as if a spell of immobility had been cast on everyone. Seconds later the school erupted. What, 3 minutes and 12 seconds? Am I seeing things from playing too much? Is this for real? No wait brother, you cleared it in just over 3 minutes? And without a scratch? I thought 7 minutes and 1 second was unbeatable. Who is this guys? Master, what's this, a monster room? Is this what they call a monster room? It's unbearable. More than 1,200 freshmen from other divisions couldn't last 3 minutes, and here someone clears it in 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Sky Shield Academy's previous best was 3 minutes and 39 seconds. This record is shattered. The gap between first and second is 3 minutes and 12 seconds, and between second and third is over 35 minutes. The difference between first and me is like that between humans and dogs. Stop joking. I heard that the 9th Division has a B-level fire talent watchdog with level 8 combat strength. You're not even comparable to the dog from the 9th Division. It's unbearable. Strongly suggest removing members of the 9th Division from the list. It's too demoralizing for the rest of us. Man, stop it. Even we in the 9th Division are shocked by this score. Amidst the crowd, Qin Juanhao, covered in injuries, saw Fong Xian's name and was stunned. Many new students from the 7th Division who knew Fong Xian through Qin Juanhao were amazed by Fong Xian's score and looked down on Qin Juanhao even more. Jiang Xiaoqiu looked up at the scoreboard with her head tilted back. Upon spotting Fong Xian's name, she adjusted her glasses and broke into a sweet smile. A classmate next to her asked curiously, Xiaoqiu, what are you smiling about? Nothing much. Meanwhile, the dean who was about to leave lifted his head, his eyes bulging with surprise. Thinking he was seeing things, he rubbed his eyes, leaned forward with his hands on the table and stared at the scoreboard again. 3 minutes and 12 seconds, absolutely correct. The dean's fingers trembled as he pointed at the big screen. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Other leaders from the Tiandun Academy in the same row were also overwhelmed with astonishment. It's a record breaker, it's a record breaker, Dean. The dean, emotionally stirred, sat down, patted his rapidly beating heart and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, his lips almost stretching back to his nape in excitement. Turning his gaze, the dean saw the comb by Mao Zhuge hang and asked, Zhuge, did you anticipate this? Almost. Is this new student also one you brought in? Exactly, Zhuge Heng grinned, showing his small white teeth. The dean slapped Zhuge Heng's shoulder hard. You lad, I'll credit you with top honors. No, I must share this great news with old Master Yi. While on the phone, the dean inquired, Zhuge, what's the background of this Fong Xian? Zhuge Heng, hands in pockets, slowly stood up, patted Dean Su's shoulder and whispered in his ear with a smile, old Su. Knowing too much too soon isn't always good. You'll definitely find out later. Dean Su paused, then the call connected. A robust elderly voice came from the other end. Hello. Dean Su quickly picked up the phone. Old Ji, it's me, Su Bosshan. I have great news. The top scorer in this year's Tiandun Academy baseline test, 3 minutes and 12 seconds, a new record. His name, Fong Xian. Laughter boomed from the other end. Good, haha, I know. Is Zhuge next to you? Pass him the phone. Dean Su stood up. Zhuge, old Master Yi wants to talk to you. Zhuge Heng, who was about to leave, turned back. The usually arrogant and domineering Bai Mao became unusually polite and respectful on the phone. Old Master Yi, what are your instructions? After a few responses, Zhuge Heng hung up the phone and handed it back to Dean Su. Dean Su wanted to ask more, but Zhuge Heng waved his hand and disappeared. Dean, how shall we proceed with the awards? The top 3, I'll award them. Su Bosshan responded, his mind whirling with doubts. Old Master Yi's tone seemed to imply he already knew about this new student named Fong Xian. Combined with what Zhuge Heng had said earlier, Su Bosshan was puzzled as he turned his head toward Fong Xian, wondering about the young man's background. Fong Xian, rubbing his shoulders, walked out of the examination hall. Brother Xian. Shi Tailang nearly shouted himself hoarse, and in his excitement he lifted Fong Xian right off the ground, spinning him around in celebration. Brother Xian, you're incredible. Shi Tailang was almost losing his voice. Fong Xian took the half-eaten food from Zhang Yaozu's hands. Zhang Yaozu in a daze handed over the pancakes and porridge to Fong Xian, still warm. Brother Xian, you're too amazing, you broke the record in just over 3 minutes. Did you know that? Shi Tailang exclaimed with great emotion. Zhang Yaozu retorted, Fatso, you just said it was impossible for Brother Xian within 5 minutes. Shi Tailang clicked his tongue. I always knew Brother Xian was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Fong Xian hurriedly responded, it was just luck, It's not that I am strong, really not that strong, it's just that the test was too simple. Sure, Tai Lang spread his hands. Listen to this, can you even believe what he's saying? Can't beat him or outdo him. How are we supposed to live? Just as Fong Xian was about to speak, Zhuge Hong appeared beside him, placing a hand on Fong Xian's shoulder. The next second, Fong Xian was surprised to find the voices of Shi Tai Lang and the others becoming muffled, as if they were behind a wall of air, and it seemed they could not see Zhuge Hong. There's something I forgot to tell you. Fong Xian looked at Zhuge Hong puzzled. Zhuge Hong, hand still on Fong Xian's shoulder, continued, don't go around telling everyone you're the grandson of Fong Qing Emperor. Even if asked, don't say. Although your grandfather's wrongful case has been redressed, when he left the Divine Court he had severely wounded many people there who now hold high positions in the Shield Bureau. If they find out you are his grandson, you will definitely not escape social persecution. When I was checking your information, I modified your family's details a bit. It won't be easy to trace. Right now only Old Master Yi and Xiaolu know your identity in the 9th Department, but your identity will inevitably be exposed sooner or later, so before that happens, try as much as possible to improve your own strength. Old Master Yi and I can indeed help you avert many troubles, but we can't be solving problems for you every second. Also, you've made quite the impression this time and will definitely be watched. Keep a low profile in the upcoming midterms, just aim for the top 10, Fong Xian quickly asked. Wait, don't go yet, there's something else I want to ask. What is it? The detailed case file of my parents' car accident, can I see it? Oh, Zhuge Hong paused for a moment before replying. Actually, the official investigation didn't turn up any useful clues, and the clues are all tangled up with no leads. The reason why your parents' information is encrypted is that the case is indeed bizarre and linked to many other cases from many years ago. Also, because their research involved high-level secrets, your current realm and position are too low so you can't see it. Moreover, this case is now being investigated by multiple parties, and even the 9th Department doesn't have absolute say. Even I can't fully intervene. Fong Xian was stunned. You can't fully intervene? Zhuge Hong shrugged his shoulders. So you see how complex this case is. Your main task now is to improve your strength. Once you are powerful enough, everyone will be under your command, and you can investigate whatever you wish. Since we're on this topic, I must remind you that someone might come to ask about your parents. Tell them what you know, and if you don't know, no matter how they try to persuade you, just say you don't know, especially those people from the church. Fong Xian was a bit confused. How did the church get involved? That's why it's complicated. Fong Xian lowered his gaze, surprised by the convoluted nature of the case. Zhuge Hong had mentioned that Fong Xian's parents' case was linked to another case from many years ago. This brought to Fong Xian's mind the image of a beautiful girl with ice blue eyes. The cases of Ellie's parents and her sister were also connected to Fong Xian's parents. Ellie had mentioned other clues before. Now that the two were aligned in their investigative goals, their fronts were united. It was necessary to strengthen ties with Ellie. I'm off, Zhuge Hong said, and then vanished from the spot. The vague voices of Shi Tai Lang and others became clearer, followed by a bustling noise of chattering. Zhang Yaozu waved his hand in front of Fong Xian. Bro Xian, what are you daydreaming about? Fong Xian snapped back to reality. Nothing, just thinking about some other stuff. They just announced that the top 3 are to receive awards. Our Dean Su will personally present them. Fong Xian looked over. The dean of Tian Shield Academy was smiling broadly at Fong Xian's direction, his gaze lingering on both Fong Xian and Li Bei'er. He seemed quite fond of these two new students. Li Bao seemed a bit socially anxious, following closely behind Fong Xian as they went up on stage. The one who ranked third, Ji Xuanci, was already on the stage. Ji Xuanci, not very tall but with thick eyebrows and big eyes, looked robust. He smiled and nodded at Fong Xian and Li Bao as they approached the stage, and Fong Xian politely nodded back. Dean Su Bozan came over with a ceremonial demeanor to present the awards, which included points, trophies, certificates, and a spatial ring, handing the trophy to Fong Xian. Dean Su grasped Fong Xian's hand. Very good. Which hometown are you from? Lancheng. Dean Su nodded, his tone slightly prolonged as if pondering which powerful family or organizational force in Lancheng could have nurtured such a promising young talent. Then, touching Li Bao's head, Li Bao, I know your grandfather. How is the old man doing recently? Li Bao, looking up, accepted the trophy and naively said, "Ah, he's doing well. That's good to hear. I'll visit him when I have the chance." Li Bei'er raised her head and said earnestly, "Oh, my grandpa said that if I come to Tiandun Academy and someone tells me they'd visit him if they have time, I should tell that person, stop pretending with your fake politeness. Don't you know in your heart whether you'll come or not? Subasan forced a smile and replied, Oldly still has such a character, I'll visit him this month, this very month. Lee Bayer received another prize and heard this commenting, Oh, my grandpa also said if someone specifies when they will visit him I should tell them my grandpa now only wants to see me, everyone else is just a hypocrite and he won't meet them. Subashan's smile froze, but luckily with age his skin was thick enough to maintain it. Did he say anything else? Subasan asked, keeping his composure. Lee Bayer with a soft and slightly timid voice said, My grandpa also said if the person asking me these questions is Subasan I should tell him, dare to make life difficult for my granddaughter and my knife that could cross half the empire will be nailed to your forehead. Subasan turned pale and then forced another smile. Oldly really is, as mischievous as ever. Fong Xian stifled a laugh, taking another look at Lee Bayer. This innocent and cute teammate, usually quiet, had just delivered a shock, making the high-ranking Dean Su's forced laughter look worse than crying. Fong Xian was indeed interested in Lee Bayer's grandfather, feeling that the old man must be quite a character, and definitely formidable and terrifying. The mention of his knife pinning someone in the middle of the empire was surely not just talk, as could be guessed from Dean Su's expression. How strong one must be to do such a thing, and not just in strength. After all, Subasan is the dean of Tiandun Academy, a high-ranking position. Fong Xian, looking at Lee Bayer's profile, received some chips from her, indicating they should eat together. Who would have thought that this talented yet naive teammate was actually a genuine third-generation martial artist? Subasan walked up to Ji Xiansu. Ji Xiansu bowed slightly. Hello, Dean. My name is Ji Xiansu. Subasan paused, sizing up Ji Xiansu, a member of the Ji family. Ji Xiansu had thick eyebrows and big eyes, with the tips of his eyebrows slightly raised, giving him a somewhat fierce look. Subasan patted Ji Xiansu's shoulder. Very good, it's comforting to see such outstanding young people in the new generation. Ji Xiansu bowed slightly. Thank you, Dean. How has your grandfather been doing recently? Subasan subconsciously asked, then glanced at Lee Bayer munching chips next to him, still feeling the aftershock of her earlier words. For someone in such a high position, it had been a long time since someone had confronted him this directly. Ji Xiansu's words were quite pleasant to hear. Dean, our grandfather has been very well. Before the school term started, he asked me to send his regards to you. Subasan patted Ji Xiansu on the shoulder. That's great. Several people stood together for a photo. Afterwards, all the new students lined up according to their respective units. Subasan delivered the entrance speech. During the speech, Xiao Lu came over and softly informed the new students from Section 9 not to publicize their exam results nor discuss anything that happens at Tiandun Academy, including all facilities on campus, information about the tutors and the internal details of their teammates. Should any leaks be discovered, expulsion from Tiandun Academy would be the least of one's worries, with severe cases potentially facing imprisonment. It was only during this briefing that everyone learned Xiao Lu was the new mentor for Section 9. According to Shi Tailang, Xiao Lu appeared innocent and sweet, with a gentle and non-confrontational demeanor, much like the girl next door. However, her background was anything but ordinary. Her grandfather was one of the founders of the Tiandun Bureau. By the time the meeting dispersed, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. As Fong Xian and others walked side by side towards the dormitory, Bai Yulin suddenly stopped in his tracks, his head bowed and his body slightly twitching, mumbling to himself. A somewhat immature voice came from him. Bro, let me out to play for a bit, only to be sternly rebuked by a steady voice. No, can't you see our sister wants to chat with Fong Xian? Bai Yulin, what nonsense are you spouting? I want to talk with all my teammates, not just Fong Xian alone. A female voice was clearly heard, and Bai Yulin's cheeks turned visibly red as he glanced at Fong Xian with a coquettish look. Fong Xian tensed up, shivering inside. Your face is as red as a bubble tea kettle. Then another deep voice boomed, what's there to chat about, you losers? You scored so poorly and still have the face to play. Let me out, I want to fight Fong Xian to determine who's superior. Shi Tailang leaned close to Fong Xian and whispered, don't be scared, brother Xian, this kid has a very peculiar talent, even quite miraculous. When his sister's personality takes over his body transforms into that of a girl. Fong Xian's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder when he first met Bai Yulin at noon, Bai Yulin's feminine voice sounded so natural, not like a falsetto. It was the first time Fong Xian had heard of such a talent to switch genders. After a severe bout of trembling, Bai Yulin shook his head vigorously, his eyes refocusing, and he extended his hand to Fong Xian. Brother Xian, hello, I'm Bai Yulin, As Fong Xian shook his hand, he could clearly see that Bai Yulin's features had also slightly changed. What was previously a rather feminine and beautiful visage had now become more androgynous. Shi Tailang suggested that after returning everyone should take a shower and gather in the dormitory in the evening for a hot pot dinner. The lunch gathering was hurried and not satisfying since Fong Xian was absent and the group wasn't complete. Those present were expected to be a team after graduation and they would be spending a lot of time together, so it was important to start off on the right foot and get along well. From the beginning, the selection of trainees took into account the compatibility of talents within each team, covering roles such as command, offense, defense, control, and support. In Fong Xian's team, he was in charge of overall command and launching attacks. Dai Li Bauer, with his Blade God talent, was responsible for close-range combat. Bai Yulin, with his main specialty in psychic talents, handled long-range attacks. The big guy Xingyu, with his Earth attribute talent, was in charge of defense. Zhang Yaozu, nicknamed Cole, with his healing talent, was the support, and the chubby kid with his martial arts talent was ready to assist wherever needed. It seemed that Zhuge Hong had specific ideas in mind when selecting these new trainees. Back in the dorm, as Fong Xian was about to grab his things for a shower, he received a message from Chu Xinyao. "Little Fong is awesome, I'm now your little fangirl." Fong Xian was puzzled. "What are you talking about?" Chu Xinyao chuckled. "You topped the school in the placement test. I knew little Fong is the best. How did you know about it?" Fong Xian was confused. Previously, Sister Lu had specifically mentioned that today's internal events at the academy were not to be disclosed. Chu Xinyao was not a student at Tiandun Academy. How could she have known about this? Chu Xinyao sent a voice message with a sweet tone. "Little Fong, call me sister and I'll tell you." After pondering for a moment, Fong Xian was sure that Chu Xinyao had been to the church. Based on what he knew, the church held considerable power, even enough to challenge the 9th department. But as a new ordinary student, Chu Xinyao shouldn't have access to Fong Xian's results. There could be only one explanation. "Did you hear it from your dad?" There was a long silence from Chu Xinyao's end. Then she asked, "Little Fong, how did you know?" "Just guessing," she huffed, apparently annoyed. Then Chu Xinyao sent a string of symbols and numbers that seemed to be typed in frustration. Fong Xian stared at the long string of characters. Chu Xinyao always loved playing encryption games with him, passing notes in class without words, just numbers and symbols. They had their own system of corresponding strokes of Chinese characters that they had arranged. Fong Xian was already familiar with recombining these strokes. He understood the meaning behind the string of numbers and symbols Chu Xinyao sent. "The church is looking for you. Be very careful. My messages are being monitored. Do not ask further." After seeing this message, a storm of emotions surged within Fong Xian. This afternoon, after the placement test, Zhuge Hong had also mentioned this issue, even discussing how various powers, including the church, were involved in his parents' case and that they would eventually reach out to Fong Xian for some information. Now hearing this directly from Chu Xinyao further confirmed it. This news was surely not known to everyone in the church, and without a doubt Chu Xinyao had seen it from her father. Although it's unclear what specific position her father held in the church, it certainly wasn't a minor one. This confirmed the authenticity of the information. The reason Fong Xian was involved was something Zhuge Hong had explained long ago. Zhuge Hong had once said that Fong Xian's parents had discovered a substance that could alter genes with minimal cost, which suggested that the car accident that caused their deaths was shrouded in conspiracy. Now, according to what Fong Xian knew, there must be a mastermind behind all this. As Zhuge Hong had put it, many things were like a tangled mess with no clue in sight. Fong Xian's thoughts returned to the message from Chu Xinyao, which most likely came from her father. He was also warned to be extra cautious, indicating that trouble was looming. He replied to Chu Xinyao's message, "All right, don't be mad, I'll treat you to a big meal next time we meet." "I'll remember that. Oh, and congrats on topping the test. My dad praised you for being outstanding. Also, remember our previous agreement? After your midterm tests, there's a holiday, and my dad would like to invite you over as a thank you for saving me." "No problem. I'm off to shower now. Stay warm, remember to eat regularly, and hit me up for a chat when you're free." After sending the message, Fong Xian went to take a shower. By 6 in the evening, Shi Tailang in his dormitory was already getting ready for a hot pot feast. All sorts of ingredients were prepared. This guy even managed to get a huge iron gourd filled with liquor. Fong Xian, Bai Yulin and Xinyu were drinking beer, while Zhang Yaozu and Li Beier drank juice. Shi Tailang, holding the iron gourd filled with liquor, took a big gulp. Seeing everyone's astonishment, Shi Tailong's childhood friend Zhang Yaozu explained, "Don't be surprised, this fatty has a high tolerance for alcohol, it's an old family tradition. Plus, his martial arts talent is at the S level before drinking and SS level after drinking." Seeing everyone surprised, Shi Tailang holding the liquor gourd said, "Outside I might be a big brother, but here I'm just a little brother, especially in front of brother Xian and sister Bao, I'm definitely the littlest brother." Bai Yulin curiously asked, "Brother Xian, you're so strong, your parents or elders must be very strong too, right?" Zhang Yaozu nudged Bai Yulin's knee under the table and winked at him, signaling him to not speak carelessly. Fang Xian sensed this but still laughed and said, "My parents are gone, I'm an orphan." Bai Yulin quickly apologized, to which Fang Xian nonchalantly replied, "What's there to worry about? Otherwise, how do you think I got so strong? As the old saying goes, how can you be the protagonist if you're not an orphan?" Seeing Fang Xian's response, everyone laughed. "Come on, let's eat," Shi Tailang continued. The meal was enjoyed in high spirits and everyone got to know each other a bit better. After the meal, Xiaolu sent a message in the group chat. The class schedules were all set and everyone was reminded to check their own schedules. Since each person's awakened talent is different, the instructors assigned were also different, and naturally, each person's curriculum varied. The strongest talent within each person is referred to as the main professional talent, and the training here is mainly focused on that talent. Besides the talent-specific courses, there were courses on combat tactics and a variety of others, including geography, cultural studies, and even courses on secret communications used in dealings with various forces. Fang Xian glanced at his schedule. His instructor for his strength-based talent was named Hua Chang. By clicking on each instructor's profile picture, one could access the instructor's homepage, which also included reviews from former students. He scrolled through the reviews for this so-called Hua Chang, a name that seemed quite ordinary. Hua Chang was a level 10 warrior in strength-based talents, known for his robust physique almost reminiscent of a Buddhist Vajra. His colleagues referred to him as Hua Jin Gang because he was the sixth child in his family, and both friends and foes alike knew him as Hua Liuya. Not only did he serve as an instructor here, but he was also the team leader of Group 6 at Department 9. Former students affectionately called him Brother Hua Lu. He was famous for his fiery temper but was equally renowned for his fiercely protective nature over his students and subordinates. He would be the first to defend them should anyone dare to cause them undue trouble. However, Hua Chang was notoriously ruthless in training new students. He always adhered to the principle that more sweat in training meant less blood on the battlefield, showing no mercy during training sessions. As long as it didn't kill, he pushed students to their limits. Yet every student who trained under Hua Chang was profoundly grateful for his rigorous training methods. Fang Xian also noticed that his minor talents had been scheduled for classes too, varying in intensity according to the level of talent. The courses for the sensory talent were slightly fewer than those for the strength talent. The instructor for the sensory talent was a stunningly beautiful woman named Chung Bingqing. From her photo, one could tell she had an attractive figure, and the unanimous descriptor from former students was simply goddess. The column for the instructor of the light-based talent was empty, as the new students with this main talent were almost entirely monopolized by the church, where all light-based talent masters seemed to reside. The instructor for the mental talent was an elderly lady who looked quite old in her picture, wearing square-framed glasses and knitting. Even through the photo, Fang Xian could feel her intense gaze. Her name was Sun Bijuan, a level 12 master of mental talent. Although she was not originally from Department 9, her late husband had been, so she was specially invited to join. The comments below her profile were all anonymously posted with terms like merciless master, inhumane, utterly ruthless, and surviving against all odds. Fang Xian flipped through all the comments. Some people had posted dozens each, accumulating to tens of thousands in total. Less than 100 of these praised an old lady, and those that did were viciously attacked by other anonymous users. Fang Xian had initially thought that all the comments left by previous students were positive, but it now seemed that this was not entirely the case. Bai Yulin was holding his phone, exclaiming dramatically, "Brothers, has anyone signed up for the class by the ruthless old teacher?" Shi Tailang had just taken a sip of his drink, and hearing this he spurted it out, laughing maliciously, "Old Bai, you're doomed, haha, I am too." Fang Xian joined in, "Both of you are doomed, haha." Shi Tailong's laughter was annoyingly smug. "Brother Xian, that old lady does not care how talented you are or what rank you got in the placement test. She treats everyone equally terribly. Old Bai, brother Xian, I'll be remembering you guys often, offering incense and paper money for you, ha ha ha." Bai Yulin hugged Fong Xin. Brother Xin, now we are truly brothers in hardship. Fong Xin patted Bai Yulin's back. Little Bai, you might have misunderstood. My psychic talent is just my secondary profession. I don't really need to attend this class. As long as I'm diligent with my main profession classes, it's fine. Bai Yulin grinned naively. Brother Xin, you might skip other classes where you're not the main talent and the instructors might turn a blind eye, but not with this ruthless old teacher. Forget about skipping her classes. You must arrive 5 minutes early. Dare to be late and you'll regret it. Is that true? Bai Yulin said despairingly. My uncle was her student. He thought just like you back then. He's over 40 now, graduated more than 20 years ago, yet he still gets nervous at the sight of an old lady knitting a sweater. Fong Xin looked at the photo of the old lady, somewhat skeptical, planning to see for himself if she was really as formidable as rumored. When the time came, scrolling further down the schedule, the instructor for the Beast Mastery talent was unnamed, just a big question mark. Clicking on the question mark revealed many freshly posted comments. Is anyone there? Heard that this mysterious instructor is the master of the Thousand Beasts Palace? True or false? Anyone with solid info, speak up. Don't just speculate. Would someone of the master's stature really come here to teach? The guy above, stop showing off your ignorance. I have reliable information. This mysterious instructor is indeed the master of the Thousand Beasts Palace. There's a student in Section 9 with an extraordinary beast mastery talent who caught the old master's eye. The master came to teach to connect with him. Again, Section 9, which big shot is it? Does anyone know? No idea, but whoever manages to get into the master's class has this big shot to thank. The school is really leveraging this opportunity to let us freeload off the master's classes. Thanks to the big boss at Department 9. Department 9 ranks high in the baseline tests, primarily focusing on beast taming talents. Who could it be? It seems like Brother Underpants has a beast taming talent. Now that you mention it, someone did ask Brother Underpants and he just smiled without giving a clear answer or refusal, but his expression pretty much confirmed it. Brother Underpants has such an identity? Thinking about it now, it's not surprising that he's known as the Red Underpants War God, but why didn't Brother Underpants make it into the top 3 in this baseline test, given his prowess on the battlefield? Well, you might not understand this, but as the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down and the tree that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. Brother Underpants is laying low to develop quietly, planning to surprise everyone with a big reveal later. Moreover, beast taming talents usually come into their own later in the game. Take Fong Xin, who ranked first, for example. He has a strength-based talent, and such brute force talents are almost unstoppable in the early stages, which is a major reason he took the top spot. I just asked Brother Underpants, and indeed his family has connections with the Wan Beast Palace. Brother Underpants let it slip during a meal that the fierce beast he currently has was a gift from the Wan Beast Palace. Thanks to Brother Underpants, we get to freeload off courses from such a formidable existence as the master of the Wan Beast Palace. Brother Underpants is amazing. Fong Xin read through the post once and couldn't help but shake his head. This fake Brother Underpants really likes to impersonate others. After dinner, when he returned to his dormitory, it was already past 9, nearly 10 o'clock. Sister Dear sent a message asking if Fong Xin would like to be the representative for the new students and speak at tomorrow's assembly. Fong Xin declined outright. According to Zhu Gaheng, being the first in today's baseline test has already made him a target. It's better to keep a low profile for now. Fong Xin lay on his bed and casually took out the mobile phone his grandfather had sent him to check. There had been no messages from his grandfather these last few days, and he didn't know where his grandfather was currently. As for the midterm test at the number 9 Divine Demon Relic, there was still a long way to go. Fong Xin reopened the video to watch and pondered over the matter of the King of Slaughter he saw in the mirror last night. He stood up and checked around the dormitory for any surveillance devices. Not finding anything but wanting to be on the safe side, Fong Xin decided to keep things steady. Given that he was now in the spotlight and being watched by the church, if the King of Slaughter caused any disturbances from the mirror, he might end up being taken away for dissection, which would be a loss. His communicator vibrated. Fong Xin picked it up and saw a message from Zhu Gaheng. On the virtual screen it showed, "You have a delivery, would you like to check it?" Fong Xin clicked yes and saw a small sculpture less than 10 centimeters tall being transported slowly into his hand from the screen, looking quite similar to the one Chu Xinyo had given him before. Inside were 2 light-based talent skills, both of 9th grade, but they were sufficient for his current use. Make do with these. Zhuge Hong had written, the core skills of the light-based talents are tightly controlled by those old coffins at the church and are hard to get. I'll find you a couple more skills from the church when I get the chance. Thank you, you're too kind. Fang Xian held the small sculpture, aligning it with the moonlight in the night sky, his gaze fixed on the sculpture as he visualized. A few seconds later, a scene gradually formed in Fang Xian's mind. A blurry figure completed a flash move under the moonlight, divine technique, flash of light. With the aid of the light-based talent, one could achieve teleportation within a certain range. Due to the limitations of the technique, at a basic level, teleportation could only cover distances up to 10 meters with a maximum reach of 5 kilometers. This was incomparable to Zhuge Hong, who could traverse several regions in the blink of an eye. However, having this ability was better than none. But as Fang Xian continued his visualization, he suddenly discovered that what was initially a moonlight-like silhouette had turned into a figure almost indistinguishable from darkness, and it teleported a distance far greater than before. Fang Xian suddenly realized that his talent for slaughter seemed to enhance this skill. Originally, the basic level allowed for a mere 10-meter flash, but now it could stretch up to 30 meters, and its limit had extended from 5 kilometers to 15 kilometers, a threefold increase. Fang Xian now realized he knew too little about his talent for slaughter. In addition to the light flash technique, there was another technique, divine technique, light slash. A figure raised both hands high and moonlight gradually formed a moonlight cross sword in his hands. Following this, a lunar deity's phantom slowly emerged behind him, and as the figure raised the sword, the deity mimicked the motion. Within a 10-meter radius at the basic level, this sword could strike an enemy at the speed of light, hitting with absolute certainty and harnessing the power of the lunar deity to wield the user's peak strength at their current level. As Fang Xian continued his visualization, the lunar deity's figure gradually transformed, much like the changes he had previously envisioned. The deity's silver armor turned into pitch-black armor with hints of bloodthirsty crimson flashing through it. With the enhancement of the slaughter talent, the original 10-meter range of the light slash could now lock onto enemies within 30 meters. Fang Xian took a deep breath. He hadn't expected that the enhancement from his talent for slaughter could triple his combat effectiveness. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with a sharp light. However, using such skills would surely reveal that they were not of the light-based talent if seen by those with such abilities. Therefore, one must ensure that all witnesses are eliminated, and to prevent those with sensory talents from extracting memories from before death, their memories must also be destroyed. As he prepared to sleep that night, Fang Xian felt that there was some movement in the neighboring dormitory and sensed around. Bai Yulin was arguing with himself, employing different voices, expressions and tones in a heated dispute. Shi Tailang held a wine gourd, sipping from it while stroking it, looking like a smug old man uttering phrases that were not suitable for broadcast. Li Bei'er had 2 machetes upright on the bed, using one as a pillow and resting his heels on the other, soundly asleep. Surprisingly, Zhang Yaozu was sleepwalking, and not just that, he was cradling a pillow in his arms as if soothing a child. Swaying as he walked, Xinyu spoke the least, but unexpectedly, this tall man, over 2 meters high, wasn't sleeping in bed but on the floor, curled up in the arms of a human-shaped sandbag like a child, mumbling about wanting milk. Fang Xian sat up suddenly. A squad of just 6 people, 5 of them were not normal. What the 9th division had was a monster room. Are you sure this isn't a psychiatric ward? Fang Xian withdrew his perception, limiting it to just within the room. The next morning, the group was notified of a big meeting. First, a representative of the new recruits would speak, followed by a representative of the mentors. When they arrived at the venue, many people were pointing and discussing something in the front. Following their gaze, Fang Xian saw Zheng Chang, known as the counterfeit underwear brother, sitting in the front row. He was dressed in a yellow suit with shiny scales that reflected light under the illumination, wearing bright red trousers and golden shoes, his hair slicked back as if licked by a cow. His outfit was flamboyantly eye-catching, the most dazzling in the room. After the host's opening remarks, it was time for the mentor representative to give a speech. A very robust figure quickly stepped onto the stage, saluting the leaders and the students below. He then said, "Hello students, I am Chen Yuanjue, the leader of the 2nd group of the 1st Special Action Division of the Sky Shield Bureau and one of the mental power mentors of this term. I am honored to stand here to welcome the new students. The Sky Shield Bureau was established at the beginning of this century, aimed at defending the peace of our motherland and eradicating social threats from organizations like the Eternal Night Army. We bear the heavy responsibility of the safety of ordinary people's lives and properties. After a long speech, Chen Yuanjue continued, I see many new students are quite concerned about their entrance assessment results. However, these results are just a reference. Many of you have not experienced combat before coming here, so the results might not be ideal. But with the upcoming specialized training, many of your scores will significantly improve, so having poor results now does not define your final performance. And those who did well should not be complacent, as it's very likely that other diligent students will surpass you. Fong Xin clearly felt many eyes turning towards him. After Chen Yuanjue finished speaking, the host returned to the stage, thanked Teacher Chen for his speech, and invited the outstanding new student representative Zhang Chang to give his speech. After getting up, Zhang Chang stomped his golden boots and flicked his shiny hair, striding confidently towards the stage. Below, many classmates started to cheer, awesome Underpants Bro, truly worthy of being called Underpants Bro. I told you Underpants Bro was holding back his true power. Being the representative of the outstanding new students says it all. Just yesterday, because of the matter with the Beast Control Mentor, someone argued with me claiming that the master of the One Beast Palace didn't come for Underpants Bro. But Underpants Bro himself subtly admitted it, and now those doubters have been proven wrong. This is the best proof. Zhang Chang cleared his throat. Respected leaders, fellow students, my name is Zhang Chang. I am honored to speak here as the representative of the outstanding new students. As Teacher Chen said earlier, the results of the entrance exam do not determine our future performance. Some students who are currently performing well might not necessarily continue to do so in the future, even if you've broken the school record. In the future, it's not impossible for others to surpass you. This statement immediately caused a stir among the new students. Many instinctively looked towards Fong Xin. It was clear that Zhang Chang's words were directed at Fong Xin, who evidently did not expect Underpants Bro to target him in front of so many new students. Zhang Chang even paused deliberately, his gaze shifting towards Fong Xin. Even the school leaders and mentors seated at the front instinctively looked in Fong Xin's direction. The new students were abuzz with discussion. Soon the new students were divided into two factions. One faction thought surpassing Fong Xin was an impossible dream, commenting as if they were still half asleep. After all, Fong Xin had broken the academy's record, becoming the first person in the history of Tiandun Academy to top the entrance test, a feat not achieved merely by luck but through his own strength. Zhang Chang, on the other hand, seemed to be the one talking in his sleep. However, others believed what Zhang Chang said made sense, especially since Teacher Chen Yuanjue had said the same thing earlier. What are you all arguing about? Teacher Chen Yuanjue said the same thing. If you disagreed, go argue with him. Some people were really convinced. Exactly, the entrance test is not the final test. Some talents simply peak later, and we know this. Moreover, in the history of Tiandun Academy, there have been many who started well in the entrance tests but were surpassed later on. What's the big deal? Anyway, I support Underpants Bro. He's being personally taught by a big shot like the master of the One Beast Palace. Does he need your petty barking? Many of you are just riding on Underpants Bro's coattails. Have some dignity. It's just a slightly better baseline test, not something insurmountable. The new recruits from both factions were chattering non-stop. Sitting next to Fong Xin, Shi Tailang glanced back and wondered, do these people really not understand, or are they pretending, thinking they can surpass Brother Xin? Are they dreaming? Even Brother Xin's worst talents got him into the 9th division. Do they even deserve to bark? Fong Xin, on the other hand, wasn't at all offended by these doubts. In fact, he found them quite convenient for his stealthy development. Let these people think they can surpass him while he quietly grows stronger, then crush them all with his power. Zhang Chang, with a smile on his face, seemed quite pleased with the ongoing debates among the new recruits below, as if this chaos was exactly what he desired. Casting a provocative look at Fong Xin, it seemed as if he was saying that he was supposed to be the most prominent among the new recruits, but Fong Xin had stolen the spotlight. Fong Xin calmly returned the smile. Shi Tailang grumbled, questioning how someone like Zhang Chang even qualified to be the representative of the outstanding new students. Why didn't the school choose Brother Xin? And Fong Xin laughed and said, because I refused. His companions were stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, thinking Zhang Chang was more impressive than he really was, only to be picking up Brother Xin's leftovers. It wasn't until the host called for silence that Zhang Chang continued his speech. As he stepped down, he adjusted his hairstyle, standing tall and proud like a rooster that had just triumphed over an old hen. The debates ignited by Zhang Chang's words continued even after the assembly ended. Some students, whose initial scores weren't great, strongly supported Zhang Chang's words, while others scoffed at them. The situation escalated, eventually leading to physical altercations among the new recruits, only stopping when a teacher intervened. The heated arguments even spread to the Tian Shield Academy's online forum. Finally, someone threw down the gauntlet. Let's see at the midterm tests if those with good scores can really be surpassed. See how arrogant you can be then. After the tests, it'll be time to shatter your illusions. Frankly speaking, the one who topped the initial test won't be at the top in the midterms. Level 3 combat strength is a minor watershed after which talents like psychic and witchcraft can compete with strength-based talents. Just you wait and see. Fang Xin was dismissive of these provocative posts. That afternoon, textbooks were distributed, and the next morning there was a class for strength-based talents, followed by a beast control class in the afternoon. Fang Xin's phone vibrated. Someone had sent him a friend request. Upon checking, he discovered it was from someone named Baron Dragon. Curiously, he visited the person's profile, which bore the signature "Pure Love Old Boy." Just yesterday, this person had shared a daily photo revealing himself to be Shang Tianke, the master of the Myriad Beasts Palace. Fang Xin rolled his eyes dramatically. "Pure love, my foot. If I hadn't seen you hugging two gorgeous girls with my own eyes, I might have believed you." Fang Xin then added, "I'll be coming to teach your class tomorrow." "Great, thanks for taking the time out of your busy schedule to tutor me," Shang Tianke replied with an emoji of clasped hands. "Hey, I wanted to ask you something. Is there a mentor in your batch named Chung Bingqing?" "Yes," Fang Xin responded. "Could you do me a favor? If it works out, I'll send you a 4th-tier battle beast." Fang Xin wary asked, "What is it?" Shang Tianke with a sly grin said, "Could you give me Chang Bingqing's contact information?" Fang Xin laughed. "No wonder you, an old dragon baron and pure-hearted boy, came here. It's not for me but for our teacher Chang. Aren't the mentor's contact details in the faculty introduction? That's in your internal system. I can't access it. Look. Wasn't it me who helped you with your talent awakening? Zhuge Hang is my good friend and you are Zhuge Hang's proud student, so by extension we're almost good friends too. Help a friend out." After thinking it over, Fang Xin agreed. He then slyly sent Shang Tianke the contact information of Qin Juanhao instead. Qin Juanhao's avatar was a rather cute cartoon image which might just do the trick. Shang Tianke replied with a voice message, laughing, "Haha, thanks brother, I'll bring the beast to class tomorrow afternoon." "Is there any way you can send it over right now?" Fang Xin inquired, knowing that wouldn't work for tomorrow. Shang Tianke explained, "Sorry, no can do. The teleportation on your end only works through internal channels. I can't send it from here. But don't worry, you've done me a big favor and I won't forget it. Got to go chase love now. And remember, don't tell anyone it was me who gave you the contact." Fang Xin reminded him, "Don't worry, you've helped me out big time. I won't betray you." As night fell, Qin Juanhao racked his brain about how to mend fences with his classmates from Section 7, his eyes eventually settling on Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang had spoken strongly against Fang Xin at today's freshman assembly and had many followers. If Qin could get on Zhang Chang's good side, it might just help improve his own reputation. Just as he was pondering how to connect with Zhang Chang, his phone vibrated. Someone had added him as a friend with the note "Master of the Beast Palace." Qin Juanhao sat up sharply. He repeatedly checked the account and then the profile of the person who added him. From the daily shares, it really seemed to be the Master of the Beast Palace. Qin Juanhao searched online for information about the Master of the Beast Palace and found a few scattered details and photos that matched exactly with the person who had added him. However, Qin Juanhao was puzzled. It was true that his family had some money, but there were always bigger fish in the sea. In the eyes of the Lord of the Myriad Beasts Palace, his family was insignificant. Why would such a person seek him out to become friends? Suddenly an idea struck Qin Juanhao. It was well known in the academy that Brother Underpants knew the Lord of the Myriad Beasts Palace. Apparently the Lord had even come to teach at the academy because of Brother Underpants. Seizing this opportunity to inquire and possibly get closer seemed like a good plan. Qin Juanhao quickly found out Brother Underpants' contact details and added him as a friend. As soon as Brother Underpants accepted the request, Qin Juanhao greeted him warmly. "Brother Chang, my name is Qin Juanhao and I admire you greatly." Brother Underpants was rather aloof, simply responding with a Shin Juanhao continued, Brother Underpants, I need your advice. Someone just tried to add me as a friend, but I don't recognize such an important person. Could you help me verify if this is for real or someone impersonating him? He sent a screenshot to Brother Underpants. A few seconds later, Brother Underpants' tone was less cold. This is Uncle Shang's contact. Who are you? I'm Qin Juanhao, the new student from Division 7, your admirer. Who is your father? Brother Underpants asked. Qin Juanhao was startled but replied, my father is Qin Zongxing. Did Uncle Shang mention why he added you? I thought it was a scam, so I didn't accept. That's why I'm asking you. Holding his phone, Qin Juanhao's hands trembled with excitement. The great lord himself had added him. With a trembling heart and shaky hands, Qin Juanhao accepted the friend request. Hello, he typed. The reply came instantly, no need for formalities, just call me Big Brother Shang, it's friendlier. Qin Juanhao was dumbfounded. I dare not, you are the lord of the myriad beasts palace, it would be presumptuous to call you Big Brother Shang. I'll stick to Lord Shang, there's nothing presumptuous about it. Outsiders call me Lord Shang, but you're an exception. Call me Big Brother Shang or even Tian K if you want to be more intimate. Qin Juanhao's eyes widened. That didn't seem right. Calling the Lord Big Brother Shang was already a stretch, let alone Tian K. I dare not, you flatter me too much, Qin Juanhao replied. Your profile picture is very cute, just like you, playful, charming and lively, Lord Shang continued. Qin Juanhao's eyes widened even more. That sounded odd. Are you sure you haven't added the wrong person? No, it's definitely you. I must confess, ever since I saw you last time I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. I've dreamt about you many times and the faint scent you emit is still memorable, lingering in my mind. Qin Juanhao tensed up. That sounded ominous. What scent? I don't emit any scent. After some thought, Qin Juanhao wondered if perhaps the Lord really had added the wrong person. Lord Shang, are you sure you know who I am? Of course, Teacher Xiao Qingzi, pure as jade. Qin Juanhao stiffened. Lord Shang, I'm not who you're looking for. Little mischief, still trying to fool me. Palace Master, I'm truly not the person you're looking for. Have you possibly added the wrong person? Perhaps you're looking for Teacher Chung Bingqing. The other party was silent for a long time. Who are you? What's your name? My name is Qin Juanhao, the new recruit at Division 7, Qin Juanhao explained clearly, but after speaking, Qin Juanhao regretted it. He realized he had stumbled upon some formidable secrets and beads of sweat began to form on his anxious forehead. You must not speak of today's matter to anyone, understand? Shang Tian K commanded sternly. Definitely not, I didn't see anything. While speaking, Qin Juanhao even deleted his chat history and took a screenshot for Shang Tian K to see. Qin Juanhao swallowed hard, feeling as if he was preserving a massive secret. At this moment, Brother Underpants asked Qin Juanhao, did Uncle Shang add you for a reason? Added the wrong person. After typing a few characters, Qin Juanhao deleted them again. Being out in the world, one crafts their own identity. It's better to be vague, which could help in getting closer to Zhang Cheng in the future. After some thought, Qin Juanhao replied to Zhang Cheng. He mentioned a little something. What did he talk about? Brother Chang specifically? It's really not convenient to say, Qin Juanhao mysteriously responded. He set his phone aside, now privy to the grand secret of the master of the Wan Beast Palace, never expecting such a high and mighty figure to have such a side. Wan Beast Palace. Shang Tian K lay in the swimming pool with a fair-skinned, beautiful Caucasian lady sitting beside him, massaging his temples. He was using the lady's snowy legs as a pillow, flanked by two stunning beauties, one holding a drink for him and the other feeding him fruit. Setting his phone aside, Shang Tian K couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing about, master? I got tricked by that kid Fong Xin. Ha, how can you still laugh after being tricked? Shang Tian K laughed. This kid is different from others. Any other person would have given me Chang Bingqing's contact to curry favor and get a 4th-tier battle spirit beast from me, but this kid didn't even ask for it. He has principles. I like making friends with people who have principles, but there's one thing that needs handling. Later, go fetch a clearing pearl for me. I need it for tomorrow when I go to the Tian Shield Academy. Just to be safe, we need to erase the Qin Juanhao's memory to avoid future embarrassment. Tomorrow afternoon I still have to beat up that kid Fong Xian. Damn little rascal dared to play me. Counter to the heavenly gang. The next morning, after having breakfast, the morning was dedicated to the class for strength-type talents held in the gravity room. Fong Xian greeted a few others and headed towards the gravity room. Not many attended Hua Qing's class, just over a dozen, and the class wasn't taught solely by Hua Qing, one of the instructors. Hua Qing's class was composed entirely of top students, mainly those gifted in physical strength. Upon Fang Xian's arrival, he noticed that most of the new students with physical strength talents were incredibly muscular, each boasting a broad back and thick waist. At the very least, each had a well-built physique. Among them, Fang Xian appeared relatively lean, but he was the type who seemed slim in clothes yet muscular without. As he entered, his classmates nodded in his direction. After all, Fang Xian had topped the preliminary tests, despite the controversy sparked by Zhang Chang's remarks the previous day, which had led many to look down on those with physical strength talents. These students had united in support of Fang Xian, brother Xian. The students greeted him warmly as he nodded and exchanged simple introductions with them, including Fang Xian. There were 12 people in total. While they were chatting, someone else walked in. "Teacher Hua," they exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer. They had seen Hua Cheng, also known as Hua Jinggang, in photographs before, so they recognized him immediately. Standing at 19 meters, Hua Cheng's presence was formidable. His muscular build was accentuated by the unique uniform of the 9th Academy, giving him an imposing aura. "Meeting here is fate. Previous students have liked to call me Brother Hua 6, and if you don't mind, you can do the same," he announced. "Brother Hua 6. The students chorused. Fang Xian, following suit, could sense that Hua Cheng's hearty demeanor was genuine, a sentiment echoed by many alumni who spoke highly of him. Hua Cheng removed his jacket and draped it over some nearby equipment. "Let's get straight to the point. You are all here because of your talent in physical strength, often derogatorily referred to as brute talents or labor talents, usually placed at the bottom of the talent hierarchy, but true strength doesn't care about societal labels. The best way to combat prejudice is to shatter these stereotypes with sheer power, proving that a single force can overcome 10 skills. Absolute strength renders all else moot. Moreover, when immense power is combined with top-notch skills and incredible speed, our combat effectiveness is unmatched." Suddenly, Hua Cheng called out Fang Xian. Caught off guard while listening intently, Fang Xian responded quickly, "Here." As Hua Cheng instructed him to attack with full force, Fang Xian hesitated, only briefly, knowing this was meant as a demonstration for the others. Without further thought, he charged at Hua Cheng using Taizhan Kao, a move from traditional martial arts. Unmoved, Hua Cheng simply raised a hand and pressed it against Fang Xian's shoulder. Responding instantly, Fang Xian shifted his attack strategy. His fists like cannons, elbows like blades, and knees like spears, he launched a flurry of strikes at Hua Cheng from tricky angles. These techniques were honed through countless battles and were based on the Bajiquan martial arts that his grandfather had taught him. During the attack, Fang Xian was surprised to discover that no matter how fast his attacks were, Hua Cheng's defense was impenetrable. Moreover, Fang Xian's strength, which he had always taken pride in, seemed utterly insignificant before Hua Cheng. However, during the attack, a smile involuntarily crept across Hua Cheng's lips. The other students also couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Fang Xian's powerful and overwhelming style of attack provided them with a visual feast, while Hua Cheng's composure added an unprecedented level of oppressive feeling. When everything was over, Hua Cheng was the first to raise his hand in applause, followed by the other students. Hua Cheng patted Fang Xian on the shoulder and said, "No wonder Zhuge values you so highly, you truly stand out. Everyone saw it, didn't you?" Although there were some flaws in Fang Xian's attacks, one aspect was very commendable. Each of his strikes aimed straight for the vitals. This is crucial in a life-or-death battle, where it's either kill or be killed, so never miss any opportunity to take down the enemy. While they were chatting, someone else walked in. "Teacher Hua," they exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer. They had seen Hua Cheng, also known as Hua Jinggang, in photographs before, so they recognized him immediately. Standing at 19 meters, Hua Cheng's presence was formidable. His muscular build was accentuated by the unique uniform of the 9th Academy, giving him an imposing aura. "Meeting here is fate. Previous students have liked to call me Brother Hua 6, and if you don't mind, you can do the same," he announced. "Brother Hua 6. The students chorused. Fang Xian, following suit, could sense that Hua Cheng's hearty demeanor was genuine, a sentiment echoed by many alumni who spoke highly of him. Hua Cheng removed his jacket and draped it over some nearby equipment. "Let's get straight to the point. You are all here because of your talent in physical strength, often derogatorily referred to as brute talents or labor talents, usually placed at the bottom of the talent hierarchy. So everyone don't feel inferior because of some idle talk. Use your strength to smash all those nonsensical mouths." Everyone grinned. Hua Cheng raised a hand and added, "One more thing, this is my rule. Now that you are my students, you must remember this. if any one of you is bullied, no matter who the opponent is, the other 11 must stand up and back him up. If you can't handle it, then find your seniors. If your seniors can't handle it, then come to me. If I can't handle it, I still have 5 older brothers. If my brother can't handle it, my father and his 12 brothers will come out and support us. But remember this, all of you, you must never bully the poor, never overpower the weak, never harm the good, and never rape, not even women, and certainly not men. Got it? Remember, brother Hua Lu. Fang Xian looked at Hua Chang and couldn't help but feel that this Hua Jin gang exuded a kind of magic, seeming like a very reliable big brother. Hua Chang clapped his hands. Alright, let's officially start our first lesson. Many people have misconceptions about talents related to strength, including all of you present here. The most powerful aspect of our strength-related talents isn't that our strength is superhuman, but that our exploration and application of our own bodies far surpasses that of ordinary people. Long ago, our realm classification wasn't simply first level, second level, and so forth. They were called summoning, source, flow, pulse, standing ground, observing the well-merging paths, breaking the mirror, and so on. And this set of classifications is more suitable for the realm perception of our strength-related talents. Today let's talk about the first 4 realms. Summoning, as the name suggests, is about summoning the talent within your body which comes naturally upon awakening. Source flow is about refining the body through one's talent, controlling the continuous flow of qi and blood through the veins. Pulse is about brewing the qi from the qi and blood and bursting it out in a pulsating manner. This power was also known in the distant past as dark energy. As he spoke, Hua Chang placed a hand on Fang Xian's chest. Without any visible movement from Hua Chang, Fang Xian felt a strange power surge through his limbs like an electric current, causing him to stagger backwards in amazement at the terrifying nature of this power. Hua Chang smiled at Fang Xian. Your combat strength is strong because firstly, your talent is extremely high, secondly, your combat experience is rich, and thirdly, your skills are strong. However, you know very little about the pulse of qi and blood. If you can comprehend this pulse, your combat power will directly reach the 4th level, which is standing ground. The realm of standing ground for those with strength-related talents is about enhancing your defensive mechanisms, allowing you to continuously refine your qi and blood, and cultivating a protective barrier on the surface of your body, making you as stable as a rock, unbeatable in your stance. Come, attack me again. Fang Xian threw a punch only to see a nearly transparent protective membrane appear on Hua Chang's body. Fang Xian's punch didn't even touch Hua Chang's flesh. Hua Chang's body slightly vibrated and Fang Xian was immediately thrown backwards. Astonished, Fang Xian thought that indeed one must rely on a master's guidance, as self-study could never achieve this level of understanding. Hua Chang continued. Originally the first lesson was only going to cover the first 3 realms, but because of Fang Xian I included the 4th realm. Now take a look at the martial techniques and skills I've distributed according to your progress and strengths and weaknesses. Next, I will teach individually. Oh, and the textbooks issued by the school, just glance over them in your spare time. Mainly you should listen to me. Fang Xian glanced at the martial technique prepared for him by Hua Chang. Martial technique, 9 layers open sky force. This was an attack technique that could unleash 9 layers of accumulating power with a single punch. Martial technique, Golden Bell Shield. This second technique is a defensive method usable only after reaching level 4 combat power. However, Fang Xian during a previous beheading mission experienced a surge in combat power due to his innate talent for slaughter, and his strength-based talent also skyrocketed, bringing him to the peak of level 3 combat power. Yet he always seemed stuck at this peak, not understanding why until today's explanation made it clear he was not adept at pulsing his blood and qi. Hua Chang stepped forward, noticing Fang Xian studying the Golden Bell Shield. This is meant for those who've reached level 4 in combat power. For now let me teach you about blood and qi pulsing, he said, leading Fang Xian to a strength measuring device. Punch, commanded Hua Chang. Fang Xian threw a punch and the numbers flickered on the device's display. 15999. The other students gasped in astonishment. Hua Chang laughed. Not bad, kid. The power of a strength-based talent is the square of the current level plus 1 multiplied by 1,000. The peak power for level 3 combat power is 16,000 kilograms. You're just a bit short. Now relax your mind, he continued, placing a hand on Fang Xian's shoulder. Close your eyes and feel. As Fang Xian closed his eyes, he could distinctly feel a pulsing force transmitting from his shoulder, causing fluctuations in the qi and blood within his body like tidal surges. This sensation grew stronger. the chi brewed from his blood gathered in his fist. Fang Xian felt that a punch now would be qualitatively improved. Remember this feeling? Hua Chang withdrew his hand, patting Fang Xian's shoulder with a smile. Don't rush, take your time to grasp this feeling. With your strong talent, you should be able to master it within half a month and reach level 4 combat power. Fang Xian kept his eyes closed. After Hua Cheng's initial stimulation, the surge in Fang Xian's qi and blood had slowed down, but the fluctuations remained. Clinging to that sensation, Fang Xian awkwardly tried to stimulate the flow of qi and blood within himself. Hua Cheng clapped his hands, looking at the other students. Let Fang Xian find his feeling. I'll teach the rest of you now. Fang Xian, initially clumsy, found crucial help from Hua Cheng's initial aid, grasping the sensation which grew increasingly intense, ready to burst forth at any moment. His previous killings had accumulated too much energy, now surging powerfully. As Hua Cheng got along well with everyone and made classes enjoyable, time passed quickly. The class ended swiftly. As the students prepared to leave, they noticed Fang Xian still standing motionless in front of the strength measuring device. Hua Cheng approached and patted his shoulder. Class is over, these things can't be rushed. You have to take it slow, he said as he was speaking. Fang Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Hua Cheng exclaimed in surprise as Fang Xian twisted his waist and threw a punch. The force meter issued a rapid beeping sound as the numbers soared. The nearly 16,000 value instantly broke through to 16,000. The numbers kept climbing sharply. A second later, the display changed again, shockingly stabilizing at 18,000 kilograms. The other students were about to leave, but they came over after noticing the commotion. In no time, everyone's eyes widened considerably. Wasn't this a bit outrageous? The first class, everyone was still confused from the lesson and some points hadn't even been digested yet, and he had already made a breakthrough? At the entrance exam, Fang Xian had set a record with an unprecedented first place and even broke the official historical records. Now, in this first lesson, he had already achieved a level 4 combat power. Was there no rule of law anymore? How were others supposed to cope? Hua Cheng grinned, draping his arm around Fang Xian. What teacher wouldn't love such a student? No wonder that white-haired official always liked to pull this kid aside. Great talent, good understanding, strong combat ability, absolutely remarkable. Hua Cheng patted Fang Xian on the shoulder, visibly thrilled. The upper limit for level 4 combat strength was 25,000 kilograms and Fang Xian had just broken through to 18,000 kilograms. The other students felt both helpless and admiring. Fang Xian had already won too much at the starting line. Hua Cheng shook his head and sighed, truly an SSS-grade power talent. I was just saying it would take half a month for you to break through, and now it looks like you've proven me wrong. Fang Xian smiled, thanks to brother Hua Lu. If it wasn't for your help just now, I wouldn't have reached level 4 combat power so quickly. Hua Cheng boasted, I'm your mentor, isn't this what I'm supposed to do? When the student excels, it reflects well on me too. At this point, Hua Cheng seemed to remember something, his gaze shifting to the other students. Let's keep Fang Xian's breakthrough a secret for now. As the old saying goes, the taller the tree, the stronger the wind. Fang Xian just topped the entrance exam, and too much attention might bring unnecessary trouble. Not to mention, if word gets out, it could attract the attention of hostile organizations or remnants of the Eternal Night Army. They might target Fang Xian either to recruit him or to eliminate him directly, which would be very detrimental. Everyone nodded and remembered. Got it, brother Hua Lu. Hua Cheng, still with his arm around Fang Xian, added, but that doesn't mean you have to play weak. Show your strength when it's necessary. After all, some people are just looking for trouble. Fang Xian grinned, finding his mentor very much to his liking. Who wouldn't love such a mentor? All right, class is over, it's time to eat. I've got to go too, but if you have any questions, whether about studies or life, or if you face any difficulties, you can always come to me. Okay, brother Hua Lu. Oh, today is the first day, so the gravity factor in the gravity room hasn't been adjusted. From the next class, we'll start weight training, so be mentally prepared. Got it. Fang Xian and a few classmates went to the cafeteria together. During the meal, everyone asked each other about the afternoon classes. When they heard that Fang Xian had a beast mastery class in the afternoon, a classmate nicknamed Pot Lid asked while eating, Xian bro, who's your beast mastery teacher? It's a mystery, Pot Lid said. That would be the master of the Myriad Beasts Palace. I've also got his class. This time they really took advantage of the master's visit to let us freeload off him. Anyone with a decent talent in beast mastery got pushed to attend his class. Xian bro, let's go together. Is it settled? A tall guy in a tank top named Zhang Bing asked. Pot Lid nodded, it's confirmed. Don't look down on some of our classmates, they come from very impressive backgrounds. Someone's family has connections with the Myriad Beasts Palace, and it's confirmed that the Palace Master will be coming. Zhang Bing bit into a piece of bone. There's a rumor that the Palace Master is coming specifically for Underpants Bro. Is that true or false? Mostly true. Someone very confidently stated that Underpants Bro has connections and his family has dealings with the Myriad Beasts Palace. Some even heard him calling the Palace Master uncle over the phone. Zhang Bing took a sip of his drink, but it seems like Underpants Bro has never explicitly mentioned any relationship with the Palace Master, right? Potlid, sucking on a fish bone, replied, though he hasn't said it. Isn't that just as obvious as if it were clearly stated? That's true, but to be honest, every time I see that pampered Underpants Bro, it just irritates me. I don't know why. Me too, ha. Fong Xian took a sip of his drink, feeling somewhat guilty since he had tricked Shang Tianke yesterday. But after all, this is Tiandun Academy. That old teaser probably won't trouble him, right? In a blink it was the afternoon. Fong Xian and Pot Lid walked into the classroom together. As soon as they entered, they saw Underpants Bro already there, sitting in the front row, dressed as flamboyantly as ever, hard to miss. Around him sat many people, each one flattering Underpants Bro. Zhang Chang. Obviously Zhang Chang was enjoying the process. Those who supported Zhang Chang were basically from the faction that agreed with what he said during the freshman meeting yesterday. The initial tests don't represent the future. Those with poorer scores but better talents will surely surpass others. Seeing Fong Xian enter as a hot topic among the new students, Fong Xian was now considered a top influencer. Why is he here? Someone sitting around Zhang Chang asked in confusion. Others followed with their doubts. Yeah, what's he doing here? Sitting beside Zhang Chang was a chubby guy with a face full of acne and permed hair who sneered. What else could he be here for? Isn't it obvious with so many people around today? They are all here to bask in our brother Chang's glory. The master of the Wan Beast Palace came for brother Chang, and now the higher-ups at the Tian Shield Bureau are taking advantage of this to freeload. They've even crammed a bunch of students in here. Damn, these people are all shining thanks to brother Chang. Some of them even dare to talk back to us. We should charge these idiots an extra tuition fee. Zhang Chang, known as the imposter Underpants Bro, cleared his throat and said no need to bother with them. Uncle Shang is here to contribute to our Tian Shield Bureau. It's also a kind of fellowship. Since everyone is here, Uncle Shang will surely teach everyone. The acne-faced chubby guy clapped his hands in praise. That's our brother Chang, always thinking big, but it's just disdain for this bunch. Look at that Fong Xian after he came and everyone crowded around him. It's hilarious, they don't even realize whose light they are basking in today and just flock their humph. Wait until our brother Chang makes his move, then we'll really slap these people's faces hard. Let them know that just because you start well doesn't mean you'll always do well. Some trainees spoke without regard, even raising their voices deliberately so that Fong Xian could hear. Pot Lid glanced at Fong Xian's profile and comforted him. Bro Xian, don't mind these fools. They are just jealous of you. It's just the connection with the master of the Wan Beast Palace, and it's not even theirs, it's brother Zhang Chang's. Why are they barking like dogs, a bunch of eunuchs? Fussing over the emperor's concerns. Fong Xian was thinking about something else and just smiled in response. As everyone was chattering, a figure walked through the door. All eyes turned towards him. The man with a big beard looked exactly like the photos found online. It's Master Shang. It really is Master Shang. The large classroom erupted. Underpants Bro is impressive. It must be said, it's all thanks to Underpants Bro, to have such a person come and teach us. If I may say so, everyone here is basking in Underpants Bro's light. We really should learn to be grateful. Indeed, some people are just ingrates, even bad-mouthing brother Chang. From now on, I am Underpants Bro's loyal fan. The classroom was abuzz with discussions. Unexpectedly, imposter Underpants Bro, who was sitting in the first row, suddenly stood up. Stand up. The sound of chairs and desks moving filled the room as everyone instinctively stood up. Hello, teacher. Please everyone take your seats. Master Shang Tianke responded, scanning his gaze from below. Imposter Underpants Bro smiled. Master Shang, everyone warmly welcomes you. Shang Tiang's gaze swept across Zhang Chang's face and he smiled at Zhang Chang. Oh, it's you. Have a seat. This immediately stirred a lot of chatter among the crowd. I knew it, they really know each other, as expected of Underpants Bro. I'm tired of saying it, Underpants Bro is amazing. Someone questioned, but why would he say it's you? What's that you're holding in your ear? A toilet? Do you even have to ask? Obviously he's pretending not to know him. This is also for Brother Chang's sake, so people won't think Brother Chang got in here through connections. Indeed, some people really make you wonder how their brains function asking such silly questions. What idiots. Engaging with such people is just a waste of time, they are just jealous of Chang's success. You can almost taste the sourness in their words when they talk. As the heated discussion continued below, Shang Tiang's gaze settled on Fong Xin, who was sitting in the back row. Fong Xin, the sudden call silenced the entire classroom and all eyes turned towards him. Why call Fong Xin? Perhaps because he ranked first in the entrance assessment, just curious to see what he's like. Quite normal. Fong Xin stood up, his smile simple and charming. Hello, Instructor Shang. Shang Tianke cracked a smile. Come sit up front. With a radiant smile, Fong Xin replied, there are no seats at the front, I'm quite fine here. Suddenly Shang Tianke pointed at Zhang Chang, who was sitting in the very front row wearing his faux underpants. You move back a bit, let him sit here. Zhang Chang froze, his face turning pale instantaneously. The whole classroom was stunned, thinking they had heard wrong. Seeing the situation, Fong Xin, trying to clear the air with a pure smile, said, Instructor Shang, everyone is already seated and class has begun, there's no need to shuffle around now. Please start the lesson, I can hear perfectly well from here. Shang Tianke, seeing Fong Xin smile and remembering the embarrassment he caused the day before, felt an urge to kick the lad. With a beckoning finger he said, I came specifically for you, kid, the others are just sitting in, what are you doing hiding at the back, come sit at the front. The vast classroom fell silent, you could hear a pin drop, all the students turned their gaze towards Fong Xin. The statement from Shang had been thunderous, no one expected that the venerable Shang himself was here for Fong Xin. And it was clear as day that Fong Xin and Shang knew each other, but soon everyone realized something. Aren't you supposed to be talented in strength? How come the master of the Beast Palace is here to teach you beast control? Could it be a dual main talent? Everyone gasped, utterly shocked as they stared at Fong Xin. Those who had mocked Fong Xin before now felt as if their faces were being repeatedly slapped by him. They had desperately tried to curry favor with Underpants' brother Zhang Chang, thinking they were basking in his reflected glory while saying that Fong Xin had no shame in attending the class uninvited and without even a word of thanks. Now it appeared that the shameless ones were them, benefiting from Fong Xin's presence. Meanwhile, the person with the palest face was still Zhang Chang. Before school started, he had usurped the title of Red Underpants War God, but he never acknowledged it, dressing flamboyantly only to stand out among his peers and become the celebrity of his cohort. Moreover, his academic performance upon entry was far from poor. Not only was he a representative of excellence among the newcomers, but he also spoke up for those freshmen whose placement test scores were lacking. When he learned that Master Shang was coming to teach, he became quite motivated, dreaming of becoming the center of attention. To achieve this, he made sure people knew he was acquainted with Master Shang, even going so far as to let others overhear him casually calling Master Shang Uncle Shang, all to earn their admiration. However, he was aware that Master Shang's visit wasn't specifically for him, so he never admitted it outright, just hinted at it, letting everyone else speculate. He was betting that Master Shang wouldn't publicly disclose whom he was really visiting for. Clearly, gambling requires caution. Sitting next to Fong Xin was Pot Lit, along with other new students who supported Fong Xin, all of whom gasped in surprise. The classroom erupted into a noise loud enough to nearly blow off the roof. Brother Fong is amazing, Pot Lit exclaimed in admiration. Turns out Brother Fong is the real powerhouse. What was Zhang Chang even trying to pull, thinking Master Shang came for him? Almost had me fooled too, turns out he's just a fake. Where are those who were fawning over Zhang Chang now? Keep barking, let your master keep up his act. Hilarious, the higher you fly the harder you fall. Now those boasting about being Zhang Chang's loyal followers can finally shut up. Poor entrance scores and poor character, yet dreaming of surpassing Brother Fong. Dream on. Mockery filled the air. Zhang Chang's face turned pale, but he tried to maintain his composure. What's going on, Brother Chang? Master Shang didn't come for you, asked Tin Foil Perm, his face covered in acne. Puzzled, Zhang Chang responded with feigned calm. Did I ever say that? Did I ever admit it? Tin Foil Perm paused, realizing that it was all just hints from Zhang Chang and the rest was everyone's assumptions. For a moment, those who had supported Zhang Chang's claims turned shades of green and white. Master Shang Tianke cleared his throat. Fong Xin, come here. Reluctantly, Fong Xin walked to the front row. Master Shang glanced at the fake Zhang Chang, and from the few words he had overheard, he wasn't pleased at all. Dare to use me to boost your ego? Absolutely not. Giving you face. you go sit at the back." Zhang Chang's mouth opened, feeling an unprecedented insult, wanted to say something but ultimately held back, lowering his head and walking to the back. As he passed by Fang Xin, Zhang Chang bumped his shoulder against him, whispering softly, "Fang Xin, right? We'll see at the midterms." Fang Xin casually replied, "Who cares about you?" Zhang Chang's forehead vein throbbed. If today it had only been revealed that Master Shang came specifically for Fang Xin, it would have been merely embarrassing for him, but having to move to the back to make room for Fang Xin was a great humiliation. "We'll see how it goes, just wait and see." Fang Xin paid him no heed and walked straight to the front row where Zhang Chang had been sitting. Tin Foil Perm, who had been fawning over Zhang Chang earlier, approached Fang Xin with a sycophantic smile. "Brother Fang, how nice, how nice." Tin Foil Perm paused, licked his lips and gave a dry laugh. "Really nice having you sit next to me, I'm truly thrilled. You celebrated too early." Shang Tianke looked at Fang Xin with a smirk that was not quite a smile. This kid really knows how to speak his mind. "Alright, let's get to the point. Today is our first lesson and I believe many of you are already familiar with the Beast Mastery Department, the profession associated with Beast Mastery. Talents is known as Beast Masters. Initially, our combat ability as Beast Masters may not seem top-notch, but as we advance in our realms and nurture stronger beasts, the more feedback we gain for ourselves. As everyone knows, our physical bodies as Beast Masters are not as overpoweringly strong as those with brute force talents." He clicked his tongue. The classroom, previously very quiet, was suddenly pierced by Fang Xin's clicking tongue from the front row, making it exceptionally noticeable. Shang Tianke, smiling, directed his gaze at Fang Xin. "I'm not calling you a brute, my point is that all of you with strength talents are brutes." Fang Xin looked helplessly at Shang Tianke. He couldn't win in a fight, and what's more, he couldn't deny the truth in those words, which was the most irritating part. Many new students were whispering and covering their mouths with laughter. Even the palace master had said that those with strength talents were brutes. Shang Tianke continued, "As Beast Masters, our strength is our weakness, so we must maintain a strong resonance with the beasts we bond with, as their physiques are typically much stronger than ours. There are 3 types of beasts. Those with a maximum of level 5 combat power and below are called fierce beasts. Levels 6 to 10 are called spirit beasts. Level 11 beasts are known as king beasts. Level 12 are emperor beasts. Level 13 are saint beasts, and those above level 13 are called divine beasts. Based on different talents, beast masters control different types, levels and numbers of beasts. Naturally, the higher the talent, the more and stronger beasts you can control. Today for our first lesson, we'll discuss how to establish connections with beasts and sign contracts." As he spoke, Shang Tianke waved his hand and suddenly a giant lizard over 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall appeared beside him. The moment the giant lizard appeared, it opened its massive jaws and roared at those below. Many students in the first row were so frightened that they stood up and retreated. Soon only Fang Xin remained calm and seated. Looking around, he saw chaos behind him. Students from the first to the third rows were scrambling backwards, leaving him sitting by himself in the front. Fang Xin stood up, crossed desks and chairs to join his classmates at the back, patting his chest. "Mom, that scared me to death." Shang Tiang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, wishing he could go up and give the kid a beating. Initially, the new students were quite scared, but after seeing Fang Xin, they didn't quite know what to make of the situation. Pointing at Fang Xin, Shang Tianke gritted his teeth. "Get back here, sit down properly." With a dry laugh, Fang Xin returned to the front row and sat down. The other students followed, coming to sit in the front row as well. Unexpectedly, Shang Tianke spoke up, instructing everyone except Fang Xin to move back from the first row. The students thought Shang Tianke was angry, and some even believed he was playing favorites. But then Shang Tianke explained, "This fire-scale giant lizard has a very aggressive nature. Sitting in the front row might put you at risk of getting hurt." The students, who had been looking glum, burst into laughter upon hearing this. They all turned to look at Fang Xin. Zhang Cheng, sitting at the back, showed a particularly satisfied grin. Now it was Fang Xin's turn to scowl. "What's the matter? You're quite the mischievous one, aren't you?" Shang Tianke asked seriously. He chuckled and added, "If it weren't for the crowd here, I'd really like to give this young man a good thrashing." Seeing Shang Tianke and Fang Xin conversing in such a manner, Zhang Chang couldn't laugh anymore, and the new students were buzzing with curiosity, wondering about Fang Xin's background that allowed him to speak so freely with Shang Tianke. the fire-scale giant lizard, showing its teeth and snarling at the students below, then swung its huge head towards Fang Xian. Many of Fang Xian's supporters tensed up, while many from Zhang Chang's faction seemed pleased at the prospect of Fang Xian making a fool of himself. Some even sneakily took out their phones hoping to capture Fang Xian's embarrassing moment to later share on forums for a good laugh, showcasing how insignificant a brute with physical strength is in front of a master beast tamer. As the hideous fierce head drew closer, Fang Xian, disgusted, pushed it away with his hand, saying, "Get lost, don't bother me." At that moment, the true dragon aura he had acquired from the dragon steps at the Beast Palace emerged automatically. The previously aggressive fire-scale giant lizard instantly became much more docile, its eyes softened, and it nuzzled Fang Xian's hand before returning to Shang Tiang's side. The classroom fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into chaos. What just happened? No way, is this possible? Top-level beast taming talent? Oh my god, could this guy have dual main talents? Someone exclaimed. Did you feel the aura he exuded just now? The oppressive force was too strong. Clearing his throat, Shang Tianke brought the topic back. Quiet down, as you all saw, high-level beast taming talents have strong affinity with beasts. Now, back to the topic at hand. This is a king beast with a combat limit of level 11. Most of you students have already awakened your beast taming talents, right? Those who haven't will receive assistance from other beast taming teachers. Let me first teach you the specific methods of signing a contract with a beast. Having said this, Shang Tianke demonstrated how to sign a contract with a beast. He then added, but remember this, every beast tamer has their own inherent beast grid. The higher your talent, the more grids you have. However, no matter how many beast grids you have, remember when choosing to sign a contract you must never be reckless with your inherent beasts, as they are crucial to your future potential. Some people might be born with an S-level talent, but if your destined beast mutates one day in the future, becoming even more powerful, your talent level and your maximum capabilities will rise accordingly. Therefore, when choosing your destined beast you must pick a high performer. Fang Xian couldn't help but think of the Kirin beast mentioned in his notebook. If he could sign a contract with that Kirin, making it his destined beast, the thought alone was exhilarating. Although Shang Tianke was tricked into a freebie by the officials of the Tian Shield Bureau, he was still a man of morals and did not slack off, teaching diligently. With 5 minutes left before class ended, Shang Tianke dismissed the fire-scale giant lizard, suggesting everyone digest the content he had just covered. Class will be over soon, you can go back after that. Fang Xian, come out with me, he said. Fang Xian stiffened, seeing Shang Tianke's expression. He knew this old trickster definitely wanted to trouble him over last night's incident. We can talk here, Fang Xian said with an innocent smile. Shang Tianke gestured. Come out, your instructor Zhuge had to leave for a bit. I need to tell you something to pass on to him. Fang Xian, somewhat skeptical, followed him outside. As soon as they stepped out, bang, the classroom door shut behind them. Seeing the situation turning south, Fang Xian attempted to flee, but Shang Tianke grabbed his arm and kicked him. You little rascal, still trying to trick me, huh? With his sturdy arm around Fang Xian's neck, he asked, Who is that? Qingjuan, how to you? Bo. Fang Xian sheepishly smiled. A high school classmate. Why are you always so naughty, tricking not one but two? Shang Tianke kicked him again. You dare to target our female instructor? How could I ignore that? Hey, you're quite the righteous one. Can't help it, it's in my nature. The two were whispering when a figure appeared at the corner of the staircase. It was an old lady wearing square-framed glasses, a bag hanging on her arm filled with yarn, her hands busy knitting a sweater. Seeing someone approaching, Shang Tianke immediately let go of Fang Xian, regaining his authoritative demeanor. Recognizing the newcomer, Fang Xian straightened up. It was none other than the renowned mental strength coach of the academy, Sun Bijuan, also known as Master Zhu Mia. Seeing the old lady, even Master Shang bowed respectfully. Senior Sun. Fang Xian quickly followed suit, bowing and greeting. Hello, instructor. The old lady frowned, her eyes clearly showing disdain as she looked at Shang Tianke. What are you doing here? The school invited me to teach, Shang Tianke responded. Without hesitation, the old lady retorted, Has the Tian Shield Bureau run out of people to send, letting someone like you teach? Are you trying to lead the students astray? Shang Tianke, unruffled, merely squeezed out a smile. Fang Xian stared wide-eyed. Could this old lady be so ruthless, not even sparing a thought for the master of the Myriad Beasts Palace? Who exactly was she? The old lady glanced at Fang Xian again. Shang Tianke caught a glimpse of Fang Xian and said, This is my student. I specifically came here to teach him, and he's also a friend of mine. We have a good relationship. Hearing this, Fong Xian felt somewhat flattered by the old man's lift in status, but in the next second the old lady's expression abruptly turned cold and she sternly rebuked Fong Xian. You, as a student, associate with such dubious characters? And even consider him a friend? Fong Xian was immediately dumbfounded. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Shang Tianke suppressing a smirk, realizing he had been set up. I'm not close with him, he just came to teach our class, not just me but many beast control students, Fong Xian explained. However, the relentless old lady was unimpressed, dismissing his words as slick talk. How could the Tian Shield Agency recruit such a dubious student like you? Associating with such people, what good can you be? Fong Xian turned to look at Shang Tianke, who was barely holding back his laughter. Clearly, this old man didn't leave a good impression here. The old lady frowned. What's your name? Without hesitating, Fong Xian began. Xin Juanhao, but before he could finish, Shang Tianke interrupted. Senior son, his name is Fong Xian. I'll go and have a word with Dean Su Boshan to see how the school could admit such a student mingling with dubious characters. I'll have you expelled in no time. After saying this, Sun Bijuan turned and left. Fong Xian stood there stunned. What the hell? The notoriously merciless exterminator Master Sun had truly lived up to her reputation in that moment. Shang Tianke, laughing uproariously, clapped Fong Xian on the shoulder. Brother, you're in for some tough days. Haha. Fong Xian with a grim face pleaded. Master Shang, big brother Shang, she's going to get the dean to expel me. Can you please speak on my behalf? From what I've read in senior students' reviews, this old lady is quite troublesome. Shang Tianke, delighting in the disaster, said. Troublesome? Brother, she's the most troublesome one in the entire Tian Shield Academy, but don't worry, Dean Su definitely won't let you go. If he doesn't want you, just come to our Myriad Beasts Palace. The old palace master has already said he'd train you as the next palace master. Fong Xian recalled carefully. Wait, she called you a dubious character. It's clear I got dragged down because of you. How did you ever provoke her? Shang Tianke, watching Sun Bijuan walking away, said. Previously I asked Zhuge Hong for Cheng Bingqing's contact, and then, Shang Tianke sighed deeply, a look of painful reminiscence on his face. Then that blockhead gave me Sun old lady's contact by mistake. I didn't check carefully, just added her and started sending all sorts of flirty messages and even some photos. What kind of photos? Fong Xian asked curiously. The kind, you know, showing off my pecs and abs. And then what happened? Well, Shang Tianke smacked his lips, sighed again, apparently recalling some traumatic memory. This old lady is a mental strength expert. She then invaded my dreams for a whole month. Every time I closed my eyes, I would see a bunch of old men dancing in front of me in bikinis, asking if I wanted to date. Do you want to get smacked? Fong Xian wore an expression of disdain. Shang Tianke slapped Fong Xian's shoulder with glee. This old lady really doesn't think much of me. You better watch out, kid. In the dean's office, Su Boshan was sipping tea when suddenly the door banged open. A knitting old lady stormed in with a furious aura. Su Boshan, what kind of students are you recruiting? The tea in Su Boshan's hand shook, spilling over his trousers. He quickly put down his cup and grabbed a tissue to wipe it off. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Su Boshan quickly stood up, walked to the door, looked outside and then closed it. What's gotten you so fired up, sister-in-law? Sun Bijuan sat down. Su Boshan hurriedly poured another cup of tea for her. Why would you let a shady character like Shang Tianke teach the new students? Su Boshan explained. Well, sister-in-law, among this year's new students, there's a promising one in the beast control department. As they say, specialization is key, so we invited the head of the Wan Beast Palace to teach our new students. This is for their benefit. Originally he was only supposed to teach that one promising student, but as you might have seen, many new students with talent in beast control are attending his lectures. After all, he makes his living from this and has a deeper understanding of the subject. It's better for our new students to learn more now than to suffer later. That kind of shady person, Shang Tianke, can really accept such a raw deal? Sun Bijuan said coldly. Su Boshan smiled. The details were negotiated by Zhuge Hong. Sun Bijuan snorted again. Lazy loafers and little ruffians, truly birds of a feather flock together. What else could Su Boshan say? He could only offer a forced smile. There's another thing. Among the new students, there's one called Fong Xian. Fire him. Hanging around with someone shady like Shang Tianke, he can't be any good. Su Boshan was taken aback. Sister-in-law, that's quite a biased thing to say. I could consider firing someone else, but not Fong Xian. Why not? Keeping such a person in the Sky Shield Bureau is a disaster. Sun Bijuan's voice turned icy, perfectly embodying the old lady's unreasonable tirade. Subhasan squeezed out a smile, took 3 steps to the door, opened it to look outside, then closed it again just in case, and casually set up a soundproof barrier. Sister-in-law, I really can't fire Fong Xian. You might not be aware, being uninvolved in external affairs, but he is the new student who broke the school record in the baseline test, clearing the tiered challenge in just over 3 minutes. Sun Bijuan's brows furrowed slightly, her hands pausing briefly. Is it him? What uses talent if one's character is poor? Sister-in-law, this young man is under the protection of Elder Yi, someone mentioned. Sun Bijuan paused, her brows furrowing in annoyance. I really despise these kinds of nepotistic relationships, so what if Elder Yi is protecting him? Subhasan hurriedly added, sister-in-law, there's another thing I must tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Sun Bijuan didn't respond, simply continuing with her knitting, waiting for Subhasan to continue. Leaning forward, even with a soundproof barrier, Subhasan lowered his voice. Sister-in-law, his parents were the young couple killed in a car accident at the Research Institute, Fong Zhengping in Yerugia. Sun Bijuan's hands shook violently, and she abruptly looked up, staring at Subhasan, her lips trembling. The frightening look in her eyes behind her glasses vanished, replaced by astonishment, confusion, helplessness and sorrow, a mix of emotions that complicated her gaze. He is Fong and Ye's child, yes. The old lady's previously domineering demeanor suddenly deflated, her head drooping as if evoking some memory. Sinking slowly into the sofa like frost-stricken eggplant, she murmured softly, repeating, he is Fong and Ye's child. Yes, sister-in-law. Subhasan confirmed again. The old lady, head still bowed, after a while managed a bitter yet tender smile. Back then I owed that young couple a huge favor, and after that incident I never thought I'd encounter their child here. Subhasan joked, sister-in-law, do you still want to fire this young man? If you still wish to, I can process it right now. Sun Bijuan regained her usual icy demeanor, glancing indifferently at Subhasan, who immediately sat up straight. Just kidding, just kidding. Tell the kid to stay away from Shang Tianke. It's not a good influence, don't let him be led astray. After saying this, she turned to leave. Subhasan hastily stood to see her out. Sister-in-law, there's one more thing, the young man's identity information is encrypted and his parents' case is quite complicated. What you heard today, please don't. Sun Bijuan scoffed disdainfully. Humph, I'm not one to blabber like a loose pair of cotton pants. Accompanying her laughter, Subhasan was about to deactivate the sound barrier, but it dissolved by itself, creating an opening. Sun Bijuan, still hooking her sweater, strolled out leisurely. Seeing this, Subhasan could only smile helplessly. After seeing off Sun Bijuan, Subhasan sighed, closed the door and returned to his chair. He took out a file from a folder. It was Fong Xian's information. Tapping the file with his finger, Fong Xian, Fong Zhengping, Fong Yingtai, to think Elder Yi would protect him, this young man's true identity. Tisk, it's no trivial matter. At this moment Fong Xian was feeling anxious. Shang Tianke was overly delighted, still pulling Fong Xian along to dine together and even suggesting Fong Xian invite Qin Junhao out to help erase Qin Junhao's memory. Seeing Fong Xian about to send a message to Zhuge, Shang Tianke spoke up, you're looking for Zhuge? Wouldn't it be counterproductive? Have you forgotten who gave me the old lady's contact information? Zhuge even avoids her like the plague. Don't worry about it, Fong Xian replied, trying to soothe the situation. Think about it this way. If the Sky Shield Bureau doesn't need you anymore, you can join us at the Beast Palace, then you'd be the young palace master. Think of the prestige. Fong Xian, feeling helpless, said, I have a secure job here, safe regardless of the situation. Your place is a private enterprise. How can it compare? Shang Tianke laughed heartily. You're quite picky, aren't you? Once you join us, my position will be yours. At Sky Shield Bureau, without any backing, even if you're exceptionally capable and have outstanding achievements, the best you can hope for is to be a team leader in the 9th Division or maybe a deputy director somewhere else. Without connections, you're doomed to be a lackey for those born with a silver spoon. I've been keeping the position of young palace master open for you. If Sky Shield Bureau dares to let you go today, I'll take you with me. As Shang Tianke draped an arm around Fong Xian, thumping his chest vigorously, they walked towards the cafeteria, only to see Sun Bijuan walking out of the administrative building. Fong Xian, spotting the old lady from afar, felt an inexplicable pressure, his heart in turmoil. Shang Tianke also noticed Sun Bijuan and slapped Fong Xian's shoulder, grinning, with that old lady's temperament, even if she doesn't fire you, you're in for a rough time. Fong Xian elbowed Shang Tianke. The one who sent the flirty texts and pictures was you, and I'm the one getting punished. How is that fair? Shang Tianke, unable to contain his amusement, said with a gloat. What are you afraid of, man? If you get fired, so be it. I've got your back. Just then the old lady noticed them and started walking their way. Fong Xian quickly tried to distance himself from Shang Tianke, but the latter clung to him, deliberately showing their close relationship in front of the old lady. Sure enough, the old lady walked over with a stern face. Shang Tianke bent over to greet her senior son. He glanced at Fong Xian, barely holding back his laughter. Sun Bijuan ignored Shang Tianke, her icy gaze unusually soft and warm as she looked at Fong Xian. Fong Xian elbowed Shang Tianke again and managed a humble smile. Hello, mentor. In them, Sun Bijuan's gaze softened, and she raised her hand to ruffle Fong Xian's hair. If you ever face any difficulties, come to me. I'm in the tutors. Apartment Building 26. Fong Xian was stunned, so was Shang Tianke, who wondered if something was off. Did something happen at the administrative building? She seems like a completely different person. Was she bewitched? To Fong Xian's surprise, Sun Bijuan pointed at Shang Tianke and sternly advised, keep away from such people in the future. They have corrupt morals, nasty personalities, and their lifestyle is a complete mess. Don't get too close to them. Though Fong Xian was confused, he nodded and replied, yes, instructor Sun. Shang Tianke, utterly bewildered, thought, old lady, isn't that a bit harsh? Get lost. His face froze as he watched Sun Bijuan walk away. Turning back to Fong Xian, Shang Tianke asked, what's gotten into that old lady? What did they say to her at the administrative building to make her change her attitude so drastically? Fong Xian sighed in relief and joked, maybe she went to the dean and realized just how outstanding I am. Shang Tianke pondered and reluctantly agreed that it seemed like a plausible explanation. He had been trying to make Sun Bijuan make things difficult for Fong Xian, but in the end he was the only one who got hurt. The news that Shang Tianke was targeting Fong Xian had already spread among the new students. Fong Xian, already in the spotlight, was now shining even brighter. Fortunately, Hua Lyoga had mentioned in passing keeping the classmates in the power department from revealing that Fong Xian had reached the 4th level of combat power, otherwise the new students would have been in an uproar. Fong Xian had arranged to meet with Qin Juanhao and hinted that a significant figure wanted to see him, asking him not to tell anyone. Qin Juanhao, initially puzzled, now understood that Shang Tianke was after Fong Xian and guessed that Shang Tianke was the significant figure Fong Xian mentioned. Now Qin Juanhao was both excited and envious. He had never been able to surpass Fong Xian back in school and had tried unsuccessfully to put him down. Now he was falling further behind. The formidable figure he looked up to was actually coming for Fong Xian. However, Qin Juanhao was comforted by the fact that the master of the Beast Palace wanted to meet him, which was also a chance to meet a significant figure. Even though he had guessed the reason, he was still thrilled as he headed to the designated place. As soon as they met, Shang Tianke didn't waste words and began interrogating Qin Juanhao. After confirming that Qin Juanhao hadn't disclosed the specifics to anyone, he felt relieved. However, Qin Juanhao had told Zhang Chang about the Beast Palace master, adding him as a friend. Shang Tianke checked their chat logs but couldn't discern anything significant. Then he pulled out a bead, waved it in front of Qin Juanhao, who then lost focus and fainted. Shang Tianke patted Fong Xian on the shoulder. I'm leaving first. Deal with him when he wakes up. Curious, Fong Xian looked at the bead in Shang Tianke's hand. What is this thing called? Shang Tianke glanced at the bead and casually tossed it to Fong Xian. It's called a reset bead, just a 5th-tier artifact. It can erase some memories of those below level 5 combat power, but it uses a lot of mental energy when activated. Fong Xian played with the reset bead and thanked him. Shang Tianke waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities with me. I have to go and socialize with some leaders from your Sky Shield Bureau. I'm off. Fong Xian watched as Shang Tianke left. Fong Xian was studying the Qingling beads when he glanced at Qin Juanhao and then deleted their chat history from Qin Juanhao's phone before using it to call himself. After waiting a few minutes, Qin Juanhao woke up, shaking his head. He rubbed his head and looked around. When he saw Fong Xian next to him, he immediately became alert and distanced himself. He checked his body and found no issues. It seemed he hadn't been hit. Where is this? Why are you here? Qin Juanhao asked. Fong Xian shook the phone. You called me, said you had something to tell me. I came and you were just lying here. I was about to ask you what you wanted me to do. Qin Juanhao patted his Hedge feeling like he had a memory lapse, vaguely remembering that he had indeed contacted Fong Xin, but the rest of his memory was fuzzy, his mind a blank. Fong Xin glanced at the time. What did you want to see me about? Rubbing his head and looking at Fong Xin, a hint of jealousy flashed in Qin Juanhao's eyes. He then cautiously said, I forgot what it was. Why did I faint? You called me here and then you lied down and I've been guarding you up to now. You didn't even say thank you and now you're asking me why you fainted. Are you trying to scam me? Qin Juanhao was taken aback. I really forgot why I called you. Think it over and contact me when you remember. I have other matters to attend to. I'm leaving. Originally Fong Xin didn't want to deal with the mess left by the old flirt Shang Tianke, but being indebted he eventually agreed to take it on. Now Qin Juanhao, guided by Fong Xin, only remembered that he had contacted Fong Xin and as for the imposter underpants brother Zhang Chang, the things Qin Juanhao had told Zhang Chang were unclear. If Zhang Chang were to ask, Qin Juanhao would have no idea and Zhang Chang would just think Qin Juanhao was feigning ignorance. Let the two of them guess. On his way back to the dormitory, many new students greeted Fong Xin actively and his contact list was exploding with friend requests, including some from very pretty female classmates. His phone kept vibrating and Fong Xin had no choice but to change the friend request settings, which finally brought some peace. Back at the dormitory, Xiaopang, Shi Tailang and a few others were chatting. Hearing Fong Xin's return, Shi Tailang was the first to rush up. Brother Xin, how much more about you do we not know? What happened? Shi Tailang asked excitedly. The palace master came looking for you. Oh my, I was analyzing with others, thinking it might be the underpants brother who invited the palace master. I didn't expect the real god to be right beside me, Fong Xin explained. I wasn't sure if he would really come. If I had told you earlier and he didn't show up today, how embarrassing would that have been? Indeed, brother Xin is the real deal, Zhang Yao father chuckled. It's just that brother underpants pretends too much. He deliberately misled everyone, making them think that the palace master was coming for him only to be slapped in the face. That big silly brother underpants had already said that he never claimed the palace master was coming for him. It was all everyone else's imagination. If you ask me, this guy is quite mischievous. Like a pink rotten underpants tied with a bow, always trying to show off when he really can't. Bai Yulin crossed his arms and took over the conversation. Fong Xin observed that Bai Yulin's voice was very rough and masculine at the moment. He even tied up his hair and wore a tank top and training pants with his muscular arms very evident. Shi Tailang exclaimed, wow, big brother, although your words are rough but true, they're really too rough. Zhang Meiqiu is one thing but Bauer is still. Here, Fong Xin realized this must not be Bai Yulin but He Yulin, Bai Yulin's older brother. Zhang Yaozu punched Shi Tailang in the stomach. Li Bauer crunched on potato chips and innocently said, my grandpa says it's okay to be a bit vulgar as long as your heart isn't dirty. Xinyu, who always kept a low profile, spoke up. Brother Xin, we're planning to go to the multifunctional training hall, you coming? Sure, I'll change clothes and then we can go. Fong Xin wanted to practice the martial arts techniques given by Hua Cheng today and the two light-based skills from Zhuge Hang. Shi Tailang checked the time. It's 6:30 now, the training hall closes at 9:30, let's head over early so we can practice for a while. After changing, he casually put the manager card in his pocket. The group headed towards the training hall. Upon arrival, the training hall was bustling with noise, many people were already there. Fong Xin's gaze shifted and spotted a familiar figure. The person also noticed Fong Xin. Turning her head, she gave Fong Xin a sweet smile. Fong Xin waved his hand. Jiang Xiaoqiao ran towards Fong Xin, her ponytail bouncing joyfully. Jiang Xiaoqiao was beautiful with an oval face, delicate features and a tall figure. Although she always wore loose clothing, sometimes it was hard to hide the voluptuous figure that was gradually developing with age. To outsiders, Jiang Xiaoqiao always had a cold demeanor like a frosty goddess, but whenever she saw Fong Xin, Jiang Xiaoqiao always had a sweet smile. With the start of the youth training camp, many students had started a fragrance list on the internal forum, voting for the best-looking student of the session. Jiang Xiaoqiao was also among them, ranking third. Li Bauer, in the same team as Fong Xin, was also on the list, although her attire truly resembled that of a nerdy girl, scoring slightly lower. However, with her strong facial features and high martial prowess, she still made it into the top 10. Seeing Jiang Xiaoqiao here attracted many students' attention. Fong Xin raised his hand and flicked Jiang Xiaoqiao's tender forehead. As Jiang Xiaoqiao walked towards Fong Xin, many students looked on with envy and jealousy. It was unexpected that the third-ranked beauty on the fragrance list Jiang Xiaochao was so close to Fang Xian. Shi Tailang with a lecherous look sidled up and said, "Brother Xian, introduce us." Fang Xian replied, "My sister Jiang Xiaochao, this is Shi Tailang." "Hello," said Jiang Xiaochao indifferently. Shi Tailang's face broke into a naive smile. "Hello little sister Xiaochao, just call me brother Tailang." Fang Xian then introduced each person next to Jiang Xiaochao one by one. "We will all be colleagues at the Sky Shield Bureau from now on, seeing each other day in and day out. It's better to have more friends than fewer." After the introductions, Bai Yulin raised his voice and said, "Everyone should be racing against the clock to train, don't waste time on unnecessary things." Fang Xian, "These losers say you are very strong, I want to have a match with you later, let's determine who is the best." Fang Xian responded, "Determining who is better is okay, but if we're talking about determining who is the male or female, I think you are bugging out." Bai Yulin was stunned for a moment, and the few companions around him immediately burst out laughing. "Just let me see how strong you really are." Bai Yulin, "These three losers all say you're strong, I don't believe it. If you beat me, I will unconditionally vote for you as the leader of our team." Fang Xian looked at Bai Yulin thinking he was somewhat psychotic, even cursing himself. "Zhang Yaozu," sniffed brother Xian, "he's the only one in our team who doesn't accept you make him cry later." "Alright," Bai Yulin's fists collided, and he couldn't wait to smile. "My fists are already starving." Just then Shi Tailang pointed to the side. "There is a team simulation training hall right here. We can have a match inside." Fang Xian had noticed this multifunctional training hall while moving equipment earlier. It was magical, divided into solo and team sections, the solo for honing individual combat skills and the team for improving team coordination. Each training hall could adjust the training mode according to the talent and even choose various scenarios for simulated combat, offering many functions. The group walked into one of the team training halls. Bai Yulin's fists collided again. "Then let's start. Let's see if we are mules or horses." As he spoke, a red and black aura wrapped around Bai Yulin, and his eyes also filled with a bloody hue. Shi Tailang exclaimed in shock, "Ferocious talent. No wonder Bai Yulin's brother is always so hot-tempered." Bai Yulin grinned, pushed off the ground with force, his energy violently bursting forth as he shot towards Fang Xian like a cannonball. In almost the blink of an eye, he was in front of Fang Xian, throwing a punch at Fang Xian's face. Fang Xian slightly tilted his head. Bai Yulin's fist missed, brushing past Fang Xian's cheek as the breeze from the punch swayed his hair. Fang Xian raised a hand. Snap! Fang Xian grabbed Bai Yulin's neck and lifted him up. The surge of blood and energy roared like a tide. Bai Yulin's agitated expression quickly receded like the tide, his eyes becoming gentle, and soon his facial features softened. Visibly his chest puffed out and his long legs slowly came together. "Fang Xian, you hurt me." A somewhat aggrieved female voice came from Bai Yulin's mouth. Fang Xian was taken aback. Zhang Yaozu was also completely bewildered. "What's going on? Has it started?" Li Bei'er turned her head and said blankly, "It's over." "What? One move? There wasn't any fancy technique. It's over just like that. How strong must one be?" Jiang Xiaochao looked at Fang Xian with her beautiful big eyes, genuinely happy to see her cousin so powerful. Fang Xian realized that this was Bai Yulin's sister Baiyu and finally let go of her hand. Baiyu rubbed her reddened neck, her eyes watery as she looked at Fang Xian, saying, "Hey, Yulin is weak and playful." Fang Xian, "Hey, Yulin asked me to tell you he's thoroughly convinced this time. The gap is too big. Ordinary people see you as a frog in a well looking at the moon and the sky, while awakened ones see you as a mayfly glimpsing the blue sky." Fang Xian immediately said, "That makes me feel a bit embarrassed. Everyone who comes to the 9th facility is a standout, a genius in their own field of talent. Of course, geniuses are just meeting my threshold." Everyone looked at each other. Others might sound pretentious saying this, but brother Xian, I truly believe you when you say it. Using He Yulin's words, you're like a top-tier spatial ring. What does that mean? Others can't pretend, but you really can. Fang Xian couldn't help but smile. "Alright everyone, hurry up and train." Zhang Yaozu said bitterly, "They're closing at 9:30, we still need to race against time. I heard from a senior that if you want to continue training you have to plead with the administrator and pay extra, and it's quite expensive, 5,000 per hour, that's pricey, so we really can't waste time." The group left the multi-person training hall and each went to find a single-person training hall. Fang Xian turned to Jiang Xiaochao, "If there's anything, just message me." "Got it, brother." Fang Xian went to find his training hall. The person in charge of the training hall, a kind Looking uncle named Rin Liancheng, who had met Fang Xian before, approached. Fang Xian, Rin Liancheng came over. Teacher Rin, Fang Xian greeted. Did you bring your ID? I brought it. Fang Xian shook his administrator's badge. Ren Liancheng glanced at the time. I have to go out for something, just watch over here, make sure everyone follows the rules, and if there's any special situation like people causing trouble you can punish them, banning them from the training hall for 3 days to a month. You can handle it with your smart connector. Of course, normally no one would dare to break the rules here. Watching over here mainly means keeping an eye on after 9:30. If someone still wants to continue using it, you can charge them 5,000 per person. This fee will automatically transfer 10% into your card as your administrator's commission. Of course, you also have the right to bring people in for free, but just be mindful of the limit, not more than 10 people. Got it, Teacher Rin. Rin Liancheng patted Fang Xian's shoulder. Then I'm off. Alright, Fang Xian found a single-person training hall. Today I came here to practice the 4 skills imparted by Hua Cheng and Zhu Gahang. Fang Xian adjusted the gravity to 4 times its normal level. Having already experienced the power of the dark energy earlier today, it was much easier to unleash the ninefold heaven's opening force. After practicing for a while, Fang Xian began to grasp the essence of it. With a punch, the force meter started beeping and displayed a force of 18,000 kilograms, and then the value continued to double. The ninefold heaven's opening force can stack power, allowing up to 9 layers of force to be accumulated. On his first day of practice, Fang Xian could only reach the 3rd layer. However, with the enhancement of his killing talent, even though the power of the 3 layers was as described in the skill manual, it also added armor-piercing damage. A single punch could inflict pain on the enemy that was more than just physical force. Afterwards, Fang Xian studied the skill of the Golden Bell Shield for a while, and a nearly transparent membrane appeared on the surface of his body. He tested its resistance to strikes and found it could completely withstand a powerful blow from a mid-level 4th stage combatant. Fang Xian was delighted. This was all thanks to the optimization from his killing talent. He took a deep breath and then shifted his focus to the 2 light-based talents: Divine Skill, Flash of Light, Divine Skill, Instant Kill of Light. With the enhancement of his killing talent, the activation distance of these skills exceeded their original range. Fang Xian changed the training hall into a combat environment suitable for light-based talents. The skylight above opened and moonlight poured in. Fang Xian continuously absorbed it, the moonlight enveloping his body in specks of light, turning his eyes silver like twin moons. His body gradually blurred, as if it were being erased by an eraser. In the next second, Fang Xian appeared 30 meters away. He gasped for air, his hands on his knees, his eyes filled with excitement, having succeeded on his first try. However, the stored moonlight in his body was too scant, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Storing moonlight was simple. One only needed to bask in the moonlight. After a few minutes, Fang Xian took a deep breath and absorbed more moonlight. He raised his hand and, amidst the moonlight, grasped to form a cross sword made of condensed moonlight. A sparring puppet appeared in the training hall. Fang Xian slashed at the puppet with the sword, and in just a breath the sword light reached the puppet, slicing it in 2, turning it into sparkling particles. Fang Xian gasped for air again. The moonlight within him was still insufficient, and his light-based talent was not top tier, so there was a limit to how much moonlight he could store, allowing him only 3 uses of his skills. Without using any potions, his true strength was merely that of an S-rank light-based talent. The simplest and most direct way to increase his limit would be to kill a few awakened individuals with light-based talents and plunder theirs. Fang Xian glanced at the time. It had flown by unnoticed, and it was already 9:26 p.m. Leaving the practice hall, he noticed that many of the students had already left, worn out from the long session. However, some diligent ones were still around. As Fang Xian's gaze wandered, he saw Jiang Xiaocha stepping out of the practice hall, wiping sweat from her brow. Seeing Fang Xian, she waved and started walking towards him. Unexpectedly, the group blocked her path. The leader, holding a bouquet of flowers, declared Xiaocha, "From the first moment I saw you, I've liked you. Will you be my girlfriend?" His companions chimed in, egging her on. Say yes, say yes." This commotion drew the attention of many onlookers. Jiang Xiaocha frowned slightly and politely requested, "Excuse me, please let me through." But the man, stubborn, didn't move and even had his friends circle around her. "Xiaocha, my name is Yang Haoxi, a new student from the 2nd Division. I've noticed you since the day I enrolled. From the moment I saw you, I knew you were my destined one." "Xiaocha, I truly like you, will you be my girlfriend? With a cold expression, Jiang Xiaocha demanded. Move aside. Yang Haoxi, with a cheeky smile, refused. No, unless you agree to be my girlfriend, I won't let you go today. As Jiang Xiaocha tried to sidestep him, Yang Haoxi blocked her again, smirking and even snatching her towel to sniff it, exclaiming, "Wow, Xiaocha, what shower gel do you use? It smells so good. Can you not be so disgusting? Move aside." Unabashedly, he continued to block her way, and even took her glasses to wear them himself. "Xiaocha, get to know me first and then you'll see how great I am," Jiang Xiaocha, face stern, demanded. "Give me back my glasses." Yang Haoxi, holding the glasses aloft, teased, "Call me hubby and I'll give them back." His group of hangers-on spurred her on to call him hubby. "Call him hubby," Jiang Xiaocha, tears brimming in her eyes, insisted. "Give them to me." Yang Haoxi revealed he knew about her financial struggles and her non-awakened parents. "I heard you talking about wanting to train more today, that you need the money. It's a lot for you, isn't it? I'll pay for it. Just call me hubby." Coldly staring at Yang Haoxi, Jiang Xiaocha refuted, "Can't you understand human speech? Give me my glasses." As Yang Haoxi was about to reply, his wrist was suddenly seized and excruciating pain shot through his arm, making him howl in agony. His fingers loosened, dropping the glasses. Fang Xian caught them and handed them back to Jiang Xiaocha. He then slapped Yang Haoxi's cheek lightly. "If you can't speak properly, better shut your mouth." Yang Haoxi, rubbing his arm and undeterred by Fang Xian's presence, pointed at him aggressively. "What do you want? Playing the hero? What's it to you if I confess to her? Why the rush?" Fang Xian gave Yang Haoxi a slight smile. "This is my sister. Stay away from her. This is your first warning, and it's also the last." Yang Haoxi suddenly burst into laughter, turning back to look at the people who had come with him. They all laughed along, jeering, "Young Master Yang, this guy really thinks he's something. Let's teach him a lesson." Yang Haoxi, pointing at Fang Xian's chest, chuckled, warning me, "You must think you're pretty tough, huh? So what if she's your sister? Even if she were your mother, if I fancy her, I'll find a way to have her. What's the use of your talent and fighting skills? In this world, it's power that counts." A young man by his side sneered, "Kid, do you even know who our young Master Yang is, and you dare bark at us? You're really bold." Yang Haoxi leaned forward towards Fang Xian, pointing at his own head. "Want to hit me? Come on, try touching me." Fang Xian grinned. "That a challenge? Alright." He clenched his fist and swung a massive punch. Smack! Under the tremendous force, Yang Haoxi's jaw shattered and his eardrums burst, with blood spurting from his nose, mouth and ears. His body swayed, his pupils dilated as he briefly lost consciousness, then staggered and fell to the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably. Yang Haoxi's cronies rushed to help him up. The one who had spoken up for Yang Haoxi pointed at Fang Xian again. "You're done for. Do you know what kind of person young Master Yang is? Do you know his background? His family is top-notch and his uncle holds a high position in the church. You think you're safe just because Instructor Zhuge is protecting you. Even with Instructor Zhuge, you're finished this time." Yang Haoxi struggled to throw another punch at Fang Xian, who easily slapped it away and delivered a stinging slap back. Smack! The slap was clean and resoundingly loud. Fang Xian didn't care about Yang Haoxi's so-called background. He pulled out his smart link and scanned. "Yang Haoxi, you're banned from the multifunctional training hall for a month." Blood still dripping from his mouth, Yang Haoxi sneered. "Who do you think you are to say that?" The friend supporting Yang Haoxi shouted angrily, "Do you think you own the multifunctional training hall? You say young Master Yang can't come and he just can't?" Smack! Fang Xian slapped him, sending half of his teeth flying. Digging in his pocket, Fang Xian pulled out a badge and pinned it to his chest. "The multifunctional training hall isn't mine, but I'm in charge now." Holding up his smart link, he scanned the friend who had been speaking for Yang Haoxi. "You're also banned from entering for a month. No one else is allowed in for half a month," Fang Xian declared, scanning with his smart device. After pocketing the device, his gaze swept over the few people before him and he stated bluntly, "Scram." Yang Haoxi's entourage, a group of fair-weather friends, hurriedly carried him out. Fang Xian then turned to Jiang Xiaocha and asked, "Are you okay?" Jiang Xiaocha, eyes red, voiced her concern. "Brother, what if they come after you?" Fang Xian dismissed it casually. "Don't worry, they're the ones at fault. As long as I'm in the right, that's all that matters." The other students buzzed with discussion after witnessing the scene. Sure, Tai Lang and a few others came over and asked Xian, "Bro, are you alright?" Xin Yu, looking in the direction where Yang Haoxi and his group had departed, muttered, "Yang Haoxi is a tough nut. His background is solid. His grandfather is the vice chairman of the White Lotus Society and his uncle holds a position in the church. They will definitely cause trouble. given that XIN bro beat Young Housey up like this, even if we're in the right with their connections, XIN bro won't escape punishment easily. Sure, Tai Lang countered, what's there to fear? XIN bro has his own powerful backing, the Beast Palace. Shin Yu expressed his concerns for Fong Xin. Even with the Beast Palace, their backing includes the White Lotus Society and the Church. Jiang Xiaoqiu, biting her lip, was on the verge of tears. Fong Xin smiled, wiped her tears and comforted her. It's all right. The chief of Section 9 is a sworn brother of my grandfather, as my grandfather told me. In the words of Zhu Gahong, Fong Xin is the crown prince of Section 9. This place is my stronghold. If they cause trouble here, they're just asking for discomfort. No worries at all. Unexpectedly, Li Bauer, who had been zoning out, snapped back to reality, munching on chips, and said, Fong Xin, tell your sister not to cry. If Yang Housey's family dares to trouble you, I'll have my grandfather take down the White Lotus sect. Fong Xin looked at Li Bauer and couldn't help but laugh. Bauer, is your grandfather that powerful? Sure, Tai Lang asked. Li Bauer continued munching on chips, her little mouth moving like a rabbit's. Well, not as strong as I will be in 30 years. Everyone fell silent for a few seconds. Li Bauer, already a top contender among all the newcomers, would undoubtedly be formidable in 30 years, and her grandfather even more so. Bai Yulin changed the subject. So do we continue training or head back? Fong Xin shook his administrator badge. If you want to keep training, just come to me. He ruffled Jiang Xiaoqiu's head. Don't cry, didn't you hear? We've got Sister Bauer covering us. No need to panic. Jiang Xiaoqiu, head bowed, apologized. Sorry brother, I've caused you so much trouble. Why should you be sorry? He came to harass you and even provoked us deliberately. He's the one who should be apologizing. Come on, dry your tears, go train, and later I'll take you home. Understood, brother. Fong Xin then processed the formalities for other students who wanted to continue training. Exactly 400 people continued training, each paying 5,000. That made 2 million for the night, and with Fong Xin taking a 10% cut, that was 200,000. As soon as the money hit his account, his card immediately accrued 20 more points. The current score is 16646, it must be said. Earning millions overnight, this place really makes money fast. For a student from an ordinary family, 5,000 is not a small amount. Even with scholarships, those are not enough to come here every day. Therefore, students from ordinary families dare not waste time here, while those from wealthy families don't care about the money at all. To them, money is just a series of numbers. The rich can stay here indefinitely, while those from ordinary families can only train within limited time, gradually widening the gap. Over time, if students with influential backgrounds work even a bit harder, their strength will grow increasingly far apart from those of ordinary families. Later, with their families pouring in various resources, they will truly take off, eventually becoming the natural leaders of the team. Subsequently, they rise through the ranks, and the upper echelons of the Tian Shield Agency are basically monopolized by these well-connected individuals. It's tough for ordinary people to make a significant breakthrough. Fong Xin picked up his communicator and saw a message from Zhu Gahong, which read simply, the fight is done, eat and drink what you need, don't take it to heart. No problem. Right after, Hua Cheng also sent a message, well done, my student needs to be spirited, not a coward. If he dares use his family's influence to trouble you, come to me, I'll handle anyone they send. Fong Xin couldn't help but smile. Thanks brother Hua. 6. Unexpectedly, his phone vibrated again, this time with a message from Shang Tianke. You're quite something, not even 3 days into school and you've beaten someone up, and not just anyone but the grandson of the vice president of the White Lotus Society. Shouldn't you have hit him? Ha ha ha, I've looked into the matter. He was bullying your sister. I'd have lost respect for you if you hadn't acted. He deserved it, that son of a mistress, thinking he's really something. If his family tries to mess with you, come to me, I'm on call 24/7 to back you up. Fong Xin was amused, not expecting this lustful old man to be so righteous. Thanks, Palace Master Shang. What Palace Master Shang? Call me Old Shang and I'll call you Shinzi. Thanks, Old Shang, no big deal. Shinzi, why so formal with me? Just treat me to a big health spa after you graduate. Fong Xin read Shang Tiang's message. No wonder Sun Bijuan was so repulsed by this lecherous old guy. This ambiguous title was all earned through his own efforts. On the other side, young Housey, his face covered in blood, dialed a video call. As soon as the call connected, a very beautiful and seductive woman appeared on the screen, dressed in a cheongsam and playing mahjong. When she saw Yang Housey's condition, she exclaimed in shock, my son, what happened to you? Yang Housey sobbed, Mom, I got beaten up. What happened? Who dared to hit my precious son? The woman screamed. Yang Housey wiped away his tears. It was a guy named Fong Xin, a total jerk. I was just messing around with a female classmate, didn't really do anything, just joking normally. Somehow I must have hit a nerve with him and then he deliberately started picking a fight with me and even hit me. Mom, he knocked out several of my teeth and my jawbone is fractured. If it weren't for the healing abilities of the school doctor, I wouldn't even be able to speak. The vixenish woman immediately flew into a rage. Blind fool, daring to strike my precious son, I want him dead. What did you say his name was? Fong Xan. Just wait, I'm going to find your dad right now. With these words, the woman pushed away from the chair and, clacking in her high heels, dashed outside, tears streaming down her face in sympathy. My precious son, it must hurt so much, Mommy. We'll take you home. Come back home and recover for a while, Yang Haoxi shouted angrily. Mom, the physical pain can heal, but the psychological pain won't heal so quickly. I want compensation from him, 10-fold, 100-fold. Okay, son, don't worry, Mommy will find a way to deal with him for you. Bang! The woman kicked open the door to the study where a middle-aged man was poring over some documents. The vixenish woman screamed, Yang Yanbin, are you even in charge anymore? Look at what happened to your son. As she spoke, the woman handed over her phone. Yang Yanbin, puzzled, took the phone and immediately frowned when he saw the state Yang Haoxi was in. What happened? Yang Haoxi, with tears in his eyes and looking utterly miserable, choked up. Dad, while I was playing with a classmate, I got into an argument with a new student. He insulted me, even said our Yang family was nothing. I told him to watch his mouth and he just hit me. I've already seen the school doctor, if not I wouldn't even be able to speak with my jaw fractured like this. Hearing this, Yang Yanbin's brow furrowed slightly, but he knew what his son was like. Haoxi, are you telling the truth? You didn't start this, did you? The vixenish woman immediately burst into flames again. Yang Yanbin, are you sick? Your own son got beaten up and you still doubt him? Yang Yanbin looked at Yang Haoxi. Wait a moment, I'll call a friend at the Sky Shield Bureau to verify this. I'm asking you again, are you telling the truth? Yang Haoxi couldn't meet Yang Yanbin's eyes. Are you sick, Yang Yanbin? Does the truth matter that much? Regardless, your son is injured. Is this how you father? The vixenish woman screamed again. Yang Yanbin looked up coldly at the vixenish woman, causing her to shiver under his gaze. He then stared back at Yang Haoxi. Answer me, is it true? Yes, Dad, look at what they did to me. Yang Yanbin opened a drawer from which he selected one of several phones and dialed a number. After Yang Yanbin hung up the phone, his face completely darkened. He snatched the phone away, glaring at Yang Haoxi on the screen, taunting someone's female classmate, and in front of her brother no less, who happens to be a new recruit of the 9th Bureau. How could you not expect to be beaten? You brought this upon yourself. You were sent there to learn not to bully others. Yang Haoxi didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Yang Yanbin threw the phone to the seductive woman. I've spoken to someone at the Shield Bureau and he will apologize to that student's siblings sincerely. The woman, with tears welling up in her eyes, hung up the phone and screamed at Yang Yanbin. Why, Yang Yanbin, are you even human? When you sweet-talked me into bed you didn't talk like this. I've been with you for so many years without any proper status, and now you don't even care when your son is bullied. Apart from hitting and scolding him, have you ever taken any responsibility as a father? Do you even consider yourself a father? Have you ever treated him like your own son? It's the 9th Bureau. I don't care which bureau it is. It's not okay to bully my son. If you won't take care of it, I will. Yang Yanbin looked coldly at the seductive woman. Su Qing, his personality is the result of your indulgence. If you keep this up, it will only lead to disaster. I don't care. All I know is my son was hurt by some reckless fools. Watching the seductive woman storm out, Yang Yanbin called out, the old master is in seclusion, don't disturb him. Su Qing turned back, her eyes cold and venomous. If the Yang family won't handle it, I'll turn to my own family. With those words she left. Su Qing sent a message to Yang Haoxi. Don't worry, baby, if your dad won't help you, I'll ask your uncle for help. After sending the message, she called her brother. As soon as the call connected, Su Qing burst into tears. Brother, your nephew has been bullied, nearly beaten to death. Who did it? Yang Yanbin. No, it happened at the training camp by a new recruit named Fong Xian. Her brother paused. Fong Xian. Yes, what's wrong, brother? Perfect. The church needs to investigate someone, and it turns out it's a student named Fong Xian from the Shield Academy. There's only one student by that name, so it must be him. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Someone dares to touch my nephew when nobody who thinks he can strut around just because he's talented. I'll show him that without backing, talent only gets you stepped on. I'll have him thrown in jail and let Haoxi take his revenge personally. Su Qing wiped her tears. Thank you, brother, it's always family who helps. After hanging up, Su Qing called Yang Haoxi, baby, I just spoke to your uncle. They're going to investigate that Fong Xian soon. He won't be enjoying his days much longer, just wait. Your uncle personally promised that he will have him arrested and let you take your revenge. Upon hearing this, Yang Haoxi's face twisted menacingly, and after hanging up, he excitedly waved his fists. A group of fair-weather friends gathered around asking how's it going, young Master Yang. Yang Haoxi gave a fierce smile. My uncle who works at the church said he'd help me get revenge. This damned mutt won't have many good days left. Wu Zhishuan, who always spoke up for Yang Haoxi, covered his mouth, previously battered by Fong Xian, and said, young Master Yang is mighty. No poison, no great man. We must teach this mongrel a lesson. What does it matter if he has talent and good grades? He's just trash with no backing, not worth a fart. After this, the incident with Fong Xian hitting Yang Haoxi began to ferment rapidly. Fong Xian was once again thrust into the limelight, helplessly lamenting that he truly had the fate of a top influencer. Initially, many new recruits applauded, thinking Yang Haoxi deserved the beating. However, as time passed, many other voices emerged. Fong Xian is doomed. Young Master Yang has the support of both the White Lotus Society and the church. How many heads does Fong Xian have to dare strike young Master Yang? Doesn't Brother Xian also have a backing, the leader of the Wan Beast Palace came specifically for him? Stop kidding, Brother Xian has backing? He's got nothing, he just has talent, and with instructor Zhuge's support he managed to connect with the leader of the Wan Beast Palace. If young Master Yang's powerful backers come knocking, do you think the leader of the Wan Beast Palace would antagonize the White Lotus Society and the church for a new recruit from Section 9? Brother Xian's grave is going to sprout 3 feet of grass now, despite being the top new recruit in Section 9. When Yang's people arrive, Section 9 can't just stand by, can they? Are you out of your mind upstairs? Have you ever seen the church flinch before? They are autocratic and won't give Section 9 any face. How many times do I have to say it? Entrance assessment scores don't predict the future. Fong Xian has no backing. Even if he doesn't die this time, he's going to be skinned. Fong Xian just skimmed through these comments, not taking them to heart. With Zhuge Hong, Hua Chang and Shang Tianke standing in front, Fong Xian was not afraid at all. Moreover, with Elder Yi from Section 9 behind him, he was even less worried. When sending Jiang Xiaoqiao back, her eyes were still red. To comfort Jiang Xiaoqiao, Fong Xian showed her the messages from Zhuge Hong. Jiang Xiaoqiao then breathed a sigh of relief. Upon returning to his dormitory and going upstairs, he happened to run into Zhang Cheng, the counterfeit underpants brother. As Zhang Cheng passed by Fong Xian, he smirked. I was thinking of settling scores with you in the midterm test, but now it seems you might not even live to see the midterms. Fong Xian glanced at him indifferently. If you keep barking like a brainless villain, don't worry about the midterms, you might not survive tonight. Zhang Cheng sensed the aura emanating from Fong Xian. He couldn't help but feel goosebumps. Having previously been through a beheading operation, he had experienced life and death struggles firsthand. He could clearly feel that in that moment just now Fong Xian possessed the same aura as those he had seen before, whose hands were stained with much blood. Zhang Cheng swallowed hard, daring not to stay any longer, fearing that Fong Xian would send him off before Yang Haoxi could punish him. He hurriedly ran downstairs. Just as Fong Xian returned to his dormitory and sat down, Shi Tailang, Bai Yulin, Xinyu, Zhang Yaozu and Li Beier entered from outside. What's wrong? Shi Tailang chuckled. Bro Fong, we just called our families. If that fool Yang Haoxi dares to trouble your family, our families will also lend a hand, especially my dad. I'm his only son. If he dares not to help, I'll smash my 2 joy beans and deprive him of the happiness of being a grandfather. Hearing this, Fong Xian smiled, touched by their words. Thank you, everyone. Shi Tailang thumped his chest loudly. We are comrades in a squad. Supporting each other in times of trouble is only natural. We are your backing. Fong Xian stood up and they all opened their arms and hugged each other. I won't say cheesy words. Let's meet in action from now on. Alright, bro Fong. After seeing them off, Fong Xian sat down again. His mind kept replaying the scene with Yang Haoxi and his gang of fair-weather friends. Although Zhuge Hong, Hua Cheng and Shang Tianke had clearly stated they would help Fong Xian, he was well aware that it was because of his strong talent and promising future. No matter what, he must improve his own strength. Fong Xian flipped his hand, holding a small spatial orb which was a gift from the old master of Wanshou Palace at their first meeting. With a flick of his finger, the spatial orb shattered and a bear appeared before Fong Xian. The huge white bear pounded its chest fiercely. Fong Xin immediately released the aura of a true dragon. The white bear no longer appeared ferocious but instead became very docile, lowering its head and approaching Fong Xin. Fong Xin placed his hand on it. This white bear, named Burst Flame Bear, possessed fire attribute talents and a berserk talent. In battle, its body was covered in flames and its combat power increased as its health decreased. It was currently at the peak of the 4th tier. In terms of combat strength, Fong Xin signed a contract with the white bear. The bear affectionately rubbed Fong Xin's palm. As the contract was signed, a flash of crimson passed through the bear's eyes. Fong Xin was stunned. He had not activated his slaughter talent, but during the contract signing, this white bear had also been granted a simplified version of the slaughter talent. He stroked the soft fur of the white bear. With the white bear, Fong Xin had gained a new combat ally. Next, he needed to find ways to enhance his own strength. He must increase his own value. As long as his abilities were strong enough, he would receive ample protection. The simplest way to enhance strength was through slaughter. The idea that one can simply go on a killing spree at Tian Shield Academy is nothing short of a fantasy. The easiest way is to take on some missions. The next day arrived in a blink. Early in the morning, Bai Yulin knocked on the door. Brother Xin, it's the class of Extinction Master Tai this morning. Stop sleeping, we need to get to the classroom 5 minutes early to grab seats at the back. If we're late, we'll have to sit in the front row. Bai Yulin's expression was as if he was about to enter a battlefield, while Shi Tailang with a toothbrush in his mouth leaned against the door smirking mischievously. Have a good trip, I'll remember you too. Zhang Yaozu and Li Beier returned from breakfast and heard that Bai Yulin and Fong Xin were heading to Extinction Master Tai's class. Maikier drew a cross on his chest and then clasped his hands together. Ahmadba, I bid farewell to the 2 brave donors who are about to ascend to heaven. The Lord will bless you, amen. Bai Yulin annoyed flicked Maikier's forehead weakly, saying move aside. On the way to the classroom, Bai Yulin handed Fong Xin a small wooden plaque. What's this? Bai Yulin stuffed the small plaque into Fong Xin's hands. I got it from a senior with talent in witchcraft. It's a blessed plaque. Holding this can greatly reduce the risk of being called on by Extinction Master Tai. You know, if she calls on you to answer a question and you fail, your semester is pretty much doomed. Fong Xin fiddled with the wooden plaque, pocketing it casually, recalling his encounter with Sun Bijuan yesterday. She seemed quite fierce at first meeting but was somewhat gentler the second time. The instructor is terrifying, but she might have a gentle side too. Bai Yulin looked back at Fong Xin. Brother Xin, what's wrong? Shocked. Extinction Master Tai gentle. If she were gentle, pigs might fly. The two continued chatting as they entered the classroom. Once inside, they saw the vast lecture hall with the first 3 rows completely empty. Everyone gathered from the 3rd row backwards, and those who arrived early had taken all the back seats, leaving only the front rows for the latecomers. It was quite a spectacle, unique in the entire Tian Shield Academy. As they say, a person's reputation precedes them, and Madame Sun's fame was indeed terrifying. As a top talent at Tian Shield, Fong Xin's arrival immediately drew many eyes. Damn, isn't that Fong Xin? Why is he attending this class? How many talents does this guy have? I heard he's awakened 5-inch, with the weakest being an S-rank psychic talent. Damn, comparing people can really be disheartening. What use are several talents if you've angered young Master Yang? Just wait for your doom. But look at him, so calm as if nothing's wrong. Is he supposed to cry in front of everyone? He's definitely pretending. When young Master Yang's family comes looking for him, just wait to see him wet his pants. I talked to young Master Yang, they'll be coming this afternoon. At the earliest, tomorrow morning at the latest, to give Fong Xin trouble. Can't wait to see him taught a lesson. Are you sick? Why are you so eager to see Fong Xin get disciplined? Sorry, but it's always the prominent ones who get targeted, he lamented, discussing how someone's conspicuousness had drawn unwanted attention. Moreover, this individual, along with a group that boasted about their good entrance exam scores, had garnered quite a following, which only added to the frustration. I just wish Yang Xiao's family would teach him a lesson until he cries. As the room buzzed with whispers, a figure appeared at the classroom door. Wearing square-framed glasses and toting a sweater, the figure entered, and the classroom fell instantly silent. Old Mrs. Sun walked up to the podium, pulling a class roster from the briefcase hanging on her arm. Lock the doors, it's roll call, she commanded. The students sitting near the doors quickly secured them, and everyone sat up straight, barely daring to breathe under the intense presence of the elderly teacher. Mrs. Sun began calling out names one by one. When she reached Fong Xin, he raised his hand in response. Mrs. Sun looked up in his direction, her tone softening. Don't sit at the back, come to the front row. With these words, all eyes in the classroom turned to Fong Xin. Bai Yulin kept his head down, cursing under his breath. Is my charm not working anymore? The other students whispered among themselves, causing a low buzz of murmurs to fill the room. Why would she call on him? Because he scored well on the entrance test, obviously. They speculated. Don't be silly in front of the formidable Mrs. Sun. She doesn't care about your entrance scores. She detests students who don't follow rules, no matter if you're right or wrong. If you fight on campus, she dislikes it. Didn't Fong Xin fight with young Master Yang yesterday? If it's not directed at him, then who else? Everyone thought Fong Xin was doomed. They believed that even before young Master Yang could act, Mrs. Sun had already made her move. As Fong Xin stood up, he was somewhat unsettled, though he remembered Mrs. Sun speaking more gently when she came out of the administrative building the previous day. Despite this, her past reputation was enough to keep anyone on edge. Now, in the first 3 rows, Fong Xin was all alone. Just as he was about to sit, Mrs. Sun's gaze softened, resembling that of an elder admiring a promising younger relative. The psychic department can be quite challenging. Sit at the front and feel free to ask me any questions, she said gently. Fong Xin was momentarily stunned. Having felt nervous just moments before, he hadn't expected this change of attitude. Though he didn't know what Mrs. Sun had discussed with the dean in the administrative building, her sudden gentleness was a dramatic shift. This left many students puzzled about why Mrs. Sun was treating Fong Xin so differently. How else could it be? Brother Xin has good grades, and talented individuals are always noticed even by the formidable Mrs. Sun. Those who had been gleefully anticipating Fong Xin's punishment were now metaphorically slapped across the face by an invisible hand, their cheeks burning with the sting of humiliation. Bai Yulin was initially bowing his head, but upon seeing that Fong Xin received special attention, he immediately clutched his small wooden plaque and laughed. "Ha, that scared me. The small plaque is still useful." Just as he finished speaking, Sun Bijuan on the podium pulled a stern face again and announced, "Any student who brings items blessed by the witchcraft department to the next class, prepare to fail this semester. Such inferior items are useless to me." After saying this, Bai Yulin was dumbfounded, and he wasn't the only one. Many students had read reviews left by previous seniors and thus had purchased various blessed items, only to find that they were utterly ineffective against this formidable instructor. Sun Bijuan then sat down and continued knitting her sweater. "Now let's start the class. The psychic talent has a strong offensive capability, capable of long-range attacks and controlling a person's mind, emotions, or even their dreams. There are many methods of control, but the main ones are through sound, vision, and psychic waves. Harsh sounds or even melodious sounds can immerse and captivate a person, which is a form of psychic attack. Confusing visuals, disordered arrangements, and indistinguishable views can also cause one to lose oneself. Now everyone hold something you've been using for a long time as a reference object. Next, I will use my psychic power to immerse you in an illusion. In that setting, focus your attention on the reference object to break free from it." As Sun Bijuan spoke, the needles in her hands rubbed against each other, producing a grating noise that made everyone restless. Fong Xin was holding his phone, which he had used for a long time. Suddenly, everything before his eyes blurred, and he found himself in a dim, lightless void enveloped by the dark. The knitting sounds filled this dark world. Fong Xin looked around cautiously, barely making out a vague colossal figure in the darkness, resembling an ancient demon god sitting there knitting. The sounds from the clashing needles were headache-inducing. Her eyes glowed like 2 crimson lanterns hanging in the sky. "Is this the power of a high-level psychic talent?" Fong Xin murmured to himself. Terrifying indeed. The harsh sounds were dense and growing louder. Fong Xin remembered his reference object. He had clearly been holding his phone, but now his hands felt empty, engulfed in darkness. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated, focusing intently on his hands. As Fong Xin focused, the noisy, irritating friction sound gradually faded. Now Fong Xin's psychic talent had not yet awakened, and among his many talents, it was considered one of the weaker ones, so the process was relatively slow. As time ticked by, Fong Xin's focus intensified, causing a sour swelling at his brow, reminiscent of the sensation felt when pointing at one's forehead with a finger during playful times as a child. The more concentrated his spirit, the more real the sourness at his brow became, diminishing the surrounding noise. The darkness gradually receded and he slowly regained some sensation in his hands, feeling his own cell phone in his grasp. He didn't know how much time had passed. When the sour swelling reached its peak, Fong Xin could clearly see his cell phone. The dark tide ebbed away and the piercing noise around him lessened, leaving the environment quiet except for the soft sound of Sun Bijuan knitting. Fong Xin's face was somewhat pale as he took a breath and glanced at his phone, surveying his surroundings. He was sitting in the classroom. Some of the more talented had already awakened, though they seemed drained and were pale, slumping over their desks. Many other students remained seated, brows furrowed, still lost in illusions. Fong Xin was shocked. The power of those with mental talents was terrifying. In actual combat, one could be completely controlled in the blink of an eye. This was why it was essential to have a teammate with mental talents in team battles. Fong Xin looked up at Sun Bijuan, who was still knitting. The old lady smiled kindly at him. As a secondary profession, having mental talent and waking up so quickly was beyond her expectations and quite impressive. The students who woke up later looked at her with surprise. Had the old lady taken the wrong medication today? According to the legends told by the seniors, she was usually as fiery as gunpowder at work, scolding anyone she caught and even launching mental attacks when in a bad mood. Why was she so nice to Fong Xin today? Could it be that Fong Xin was her illegitimate son? The old lady smiled kindly again and asked, "Is your brow feeling sour and swollen?" When Fong Xin nodded, she explained, "Keep hold of that feeling. It's the source of your spirit. To launch a mental attack, you need it. The more energy your spirit source has, the stronger and more enduring your attacks will be. This spirit source is also known as the divine spring, and possessing it is akin to stepping into the first tier of mental talent, historically known as the calling realm. Do you know what the subsequent realms are called?" Fong Xin had heard about them from Zhuge Hong and Hua Chang. They included Source Flow, Pulse Stand, Ground View, Well Joined Path, Break Mirror, Respond, Void, Spirit Platform, and others. Sun Bijuan's eyes sparkled and she smiled satisfactorily. "Not bad, having the spirit source. You've entered the calling realm. But the realm of mental talents isn't just about summoning your own mental power, it also involves summoning others' mental power. By continually refining your mental power, and when it overflows from your divine spring, you reach the second realm. The second realm, the source flow realm, allows your spiritual power to overflow and cover every part of your body. Only when your spiritual power fills your entire body does the third realm begin, marking the true entry level of spiritual talent. In other words, the attacks launched by the spiritual talent in the third realm start to become effective. Spiritual power can be used in attacks involving sound, pupil techniques, and psychic waves against enemies. As for the fourth realm, it enables you to use your spiritual power to form a protective barrier around yourself. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Your power talent has already reached formidable levels among your peers, placing you at the forefront, very strong indeed. However, your spiritual talent has only just touched the threshold. Take it slow, there's no rush. First, solidify the foundations of your spiritual spring and I will gradually teach you the rest." Fong Xin nodded. "Okay." Just as he finished speaking, a blindfold appeared on the table in front of him. "Wearing this, you can train your spiritual power." "Thank you, mentor, no need." Sun Bijuan, who was knitting her knitting needles, once again making a hissing sound. The few students who were awake fell back into their illusions. Fong Xin was momentarily stunned. Sun Bijuan asked, "Did you happen to strike a young master from a major family?" Embarrassed, Fong Xin smiled. "He was bullying my sister, so I took action." Sun Bijuan nodded. "If they come to bother you, come to me. Even the president of the White Lotus Association would give me some face, let alone the grandson of a vice president." "Thank you, mentor Sun." Sun Bijuan said gently, "Don't be formal with me, I know your parents. They call me Aunt Sun. You can call me Grandma Sun in private." Fong Xin was stunned again. No wonder this old lady was so kind to him. She knew his parents. "Alright, continue to feel the spiritual spring." Fong Xin closed his eyes, summoning the sour and swelling sensation at the center of his eyebrows. As time passed, Fong Xin felt as though he was in a strange space, and in front of him a spring eye appeared, slowly emitting strands of spiritual power. Soon it was time for the class to end. Sun Bijuan packed up her things and left. Almost everyone's face was pale to varying degrees. Bai Yulin approached Xin. "Let's go." Fong Xin got up and the two walked out together. Many classmates watched Fong Xin's departing figure with varying degrees of envy, jealousy, and resentment. "Xin, why does the stern master favor you so?" Bai Yulin rubbed his head. Fong Xin thought for a moment. "Maybe because my name is Fong Xin, so she favors Xin." Bai Yulin rubbed his forehead. "Damn, then I'm changing my name to Bai Yu Sin." What class do you have this afternoon? Perception system. Wow, it's teacher Chang from the Sky Shield the Goddess. Yulin's eyes sparkled. Xin, you don't know, I saw her in person at the start of school. She's the most beautiful of all the people I've seen. How beautiful can she be? Let me put it this way, using my brother Yulin's words, he could drink her spit diluted in water for half a year. Fang Xin looked curiously at Yulin. Old Bai, is it that whenever you do something wrong or say something wrong you can blame it on your brother or sister? Yulin gave an awkward smile. You caught me. During their meal at the restaurant, many classmates were pointing and whispering, some showing sympathy while others seemed to revel in the misfortune. The voices were loud and clear, intentionally raised so that Fang Xin could hear. Someone's going to mail it this afternoon. Young Master Yang's family will be here this afternoon. The church folks as well. It's going to be quite the show this afternoon. The clamor made Fang Xin the center of attention in the restaurant. Yulin turned his head and glared fiercely at the nearest and loudest student. Brother Xin, don't mind them, Yulin consoled. Fang Xin took a bite of his food and said in a relaxed tone, I originally wanted to be just an inconspicuous nobody, but somehow I keep becoming the most talked about new celebrity over and over again. I guess even the real celebrities are no different. Seeing Fang Xin so composed, Yulin also relaxed. As they walked back after eating, the new students continued to gossip about Fang Xin. Fang Xin sighed, remembering what Zhuge Hong had advised him to restrain himself a bit more or else it would be easy to become a target. The saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. He made a mental note to lay low during the midterms. Back in his dorm room, Fang Xin lay on his bed. Ignoring the outside world, he took out the eye mask that Sun Bijuan had given him from his spatial ring and put it on. The moment he wore the mask, he entered into darkness. With today's classroom experience, Fang Xin focused his attention. He felt a slight throbbing at his forehead, sensing his psychic power subtly neutralizing the harsh sounds in darkness. With his experience and a bit of psychic power, Fang Xin gradually got used to the eye mask. He woke up from the illusion, the throbbing sensation still present. Fang Xin lay with his eyes closed, in his own mental space where the nearly transparent psychic power emitted from the divine spring seemed to have increased a bit. Just as Fang Xin was about to take off the mask, he noticed that the originally transparent psychic power in the spring suddenly turned blood red, making the spring look more like an eye of a god or demon. Fang Xin was startled. This was the influence of his slaughter talent. He removed the eye mask and slowly sat up. His awakened talents, strength, light perception, psychic and beast control, were all influenced by the slaughter talent, not just enhanced but mutated. Although Fang Xin's talents are not all SSS grade except for his strength-based ability, killing others with similar talents in the future would enhance his own. It's like Fang Xin's beast mastery talent. Now that he looks back, the reason he could step onto the 9th tier of the dragon steps at the Wan Beast Palace was partly due to his solid foundation. More importantly, before going to the Wan Beast Palace, Fang Xin had killed an old man with a beast mastery talent and absorbed his abilities. Glancing at the time, he realized it was almost time for his afternoon classes. As Fang Xin walked along the path, students pointed and whispered about him. Some looked sympathetic, others seemed to relish in his predicament. Outside the classroom, a beautiful woman with long, straight black hair stood in the corridor. Her hair draped over her shoulders, her appearance gentle and sweet, and her beautiful eyes blinked softly, captivating the hearts of those around her. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, were slim and straight, drawing quite a bit of attention. Inside the classroom, students scrambled to sit at the front, eager as if they were animals, almost fighting to sit on the lecturer's desk itself, a stark contrast to the classrooms of old Mrs. Sun Bijuan. Fang Xin, the lady with the long black hair, suddenly called out. Fang Xin paused, then turned to her. Hello, Director Chang. She smiled back at him. Have you seen Xiaobai? Yulin, he's at the shooting talent class. She shook her head. Not Yulin, but Zhuge Hang. I call him Xiaobai. Do you know where he is? I don't know. I haven't seen him these last few days. Director Chang, with her hands behind her back, asked, Can you help me find out where he is? Fang Xin puzzled. Why don't you ask him yourself? He ignores me. Seeing Fang Xin's expression, Sheng Bingqing spoke frankly. Haven't you heard about our gossip? I'm his devoted fan and everyone in the 9th division knows it. I've been pursuing him since my teens and I still am, but he always brushes me off. It's an open secret at the 9th division. Fang Xin's face twisted in curiosity, surprised that someone as handsome as Bai had such a beautiful admirer. No wonder the old flirt Sheng Tianke wanted Bai's contact for Cheng Bingqing, but Bai didn't give Cheng's contact. Instead, he gave Sun Bijuan's. It all made sense now. Chung Bingqing, with hopeful eyes and hands clasped in front of her chest, pleaded, "Can you please ask him for me?" Fong Xian hesitated but eventually texted Zhu Gahong, "Where are you, big brother? Did Director Chang ask you to inquire?" Fong Xian felt slightly awkward as by ever perceptive seemed to predict this. Chung Bingqing, blinking her big mascara-laden eyes, asked, "Can I send him a message?" Fong Xian handed over his smart connector. Chung Bingqing, a bit nervous, took a moment before sending a voice message. "Xiaobai, please don't hide from me, okay? It's getting cold, I bought you some clothes, can I come over and bring them to you later?" After sending the message, Chung Bingqing eagerly awaited a response. Seconds later, her own smart connector vibrated. Excitedly checking it, her expression mixed with joy, grievance, helplessness, and a stubborn perseverance. Fong Xian couldn't help but marvel the goddess revered by all past and present students could be so humble before by the white-haired Zhu Gahong. Fong Xian returned the intelligence connector and Chung Bingqing smiled lightly. "All right, time for class." She followed Fong Xian into the classroom. Instantly, the students' gazes shifted from Chung Bingqing to Fong Xian. It was a rare treat to see something amusing, as the goddess was an everyday sight, but entertainment was not. The eyes of the students lingered between Fong Xian and a figure at the back of the classroom. Following their gaze, Fong Xian noticed several people sitting in the back row, led by Yang Haoxi, whom he had previously confronted. At that moment, Yang Haoxi, arms crossed, watched Fong Xian enter and flashed him a smug smile. "Xian bro, over here." Zhang Bing, a classmate from the strength department, waved him over. After Fong Xian sat down, the classroom buzzed with whispers. "This is going to be interesting. Young Master Yang doesn't have the talent for perception, yet he's here, which means his people are coming this afternoon. Fong Xian is in trouble now. With no background and having offended someone with such a strong backing, isn't he clearly seeking trouble?" If it were anyone else, knowing the strong background of the other, they would have tried to make peace, but him, with no background and acting recklessly, does he really think his good grades give him impunity? Good grades are useless here. It's all about the background. Even if Instructor Zhuge has his back, he can't save him this time. If it were just the White Lotus, Instructor Zhuge might help him, but with the church behind young Master Yang, and not to mention the Master of the Beast Palace? Don't be silly, the Master of the Beast Palace is just a connection made by Instructor Zhuge. Do you think he would step in for a newbie from the 9th Division? Think before you speak. Big guy Zhang Bing turned his head, cursing under his breath at the pettiness of others. Fong Xian shrugged. Typical. Chung Bingqing gently tapped on the lectern. "All right, quiet down everyone. Today is our first class in the perception department. Before we start, let me introduce myself. My name is Chung Bingqing and I will be leading your course on perception. Among the various talents, the perception talent is rare as it lacks offensive power. However, no team can do without a member with perception talent. This ability allows you to sense not only the location of enemies but also imminent dangers. As your realm advances, you might even perceive a person's past and future, and perhaps even the past and future of this world." Before she could finish, Chung Bingqing frowned towards the door. Almost instantly, a loud, jarring noise of the door being pushed open interrupted her. Several people stood at the doorway, each dressed in a distinctive uniform with a badge pinned on their chests. The badge bore a totem and eye shape with a sun positioned at the pupil. The people from the church, all of them appeared arrogantly superior, as if born with a sense of entitlement. Leading them was a middle-aged man with triangular eyes. With a slight tilt of his head, a blond young man stepped forward from behind him. Fong Xian recognized him at a glance. It was none other than Huoshi, the lion dog he had seen before at Chu Xinyao's house. Huoshi pulled out a device resembling a smart connector and swept it over the crowd. A beeping noise ensued, directly targeting Fong Xian. Everyone in the classroom turned their gaze towards Fong Xian, realizing the church members were here for him. Yang Haoxi, sitting at the back, crossed his arms and revealed a smug smile. Seeing Yang Haoxi's expression, the other students showed shocked faces, unable to believe the audacity of the church's people to storm in and capture someone during class. Huoshi strode towards Fong Xian's position. He roughly grabbed Fong Xian's shoulder and yanked him up. Looking down from his height, Huoshi wore a disdainful cold smirk. "We meet again, let's go for a walk." The classroom erupted in chaos. Yang is so powerful. The church has come to capture Fong Xian. Now Fong Xian is really done for. No one can protect Fong Xian today. Amidst various clamorous voices, students once again turned their eyes towards Yang Haoxi at the back. Yang Haosi with a blooming smile and a malevolent gaze then watched Fong Xin and arrogantly whistled with a finger in his mouth. Huasher dragged Fong Xin, who couldn't help but burst with anger, thrusting his chest against Huasher's. Huasher grunted, his eyes suddenly exploding with golden light, his golden eyes fixed on Fong Xin. Behave yourself, no one dares protect you today. Zhang Bing, sitting beside, stood up abruptly. This large, physically strong classmate bellowed, on what grounds are you taking my classmate? As he went to grab Huasher's body blazed with golden light, and with a backhand slap, he sent Zhang Bing flying. Fong Xian's killing intent surged instantly. He grabbed Huasher by the neck. Come at me, but don't touch my classmates. Huasher paused, obviously not expecting Fong Xian to fight back. The intense killing intent that burst from Fong Xian made him uneasy. He couldn't fathom why such a young man harbored such fierce and turbulent killing intent. His lofty golden radiance was visibly shaken. With a surge of golden light, Huasher's aura exploded, and he forcefully subdued Fong Xian, clamping handcuffs on him. He gripped Fong Xian's shoulder, punching him fiercely twice in the stomach, causing Fong Xian's face to turn pale. Holding Fong Xian's chin, Huasher whispered in his ear, "Kid, don't be arrogant. Someone personally decreed that you should suffer a fate worse than death, and should stay low. This time, the young lady can't save you." After that, he dragged Fong Xian out. On the podium, Cheng Bingqing's pretty face suddenly turned cold. With a slap on the desk, she exclaimed, catching someone in my class. Aren't you showing too little respect for me? Aren't you also showing too little respect for our Sky Shield Bureau? The man with triangular eyes standing at the doorway chuckled and said, "Professor Cheng, this is just routine business. Sorry for the disturbance and I hope for your understanding." Routine business? What routine business requires you to apprehend a freshman? Cheng Bingqing asked sharply. With a disdainful sneer, the man with triangular eyes replied, "Church affairs." No further comments. Huasher then grabbed Fong Xian and headed outside the classroom. The triangular-eyed man and several members of the church swept their gaze over the teachers and students below, still carrying an air of superiority. Cheng Bingqing, angered, quickly sent a message to Zhuge Hang Xiaobai. Fong Xian has been taken away by the people from the church. After sending the message, she dashed out of the classroom. The chaos erupted as many students also rushed out. Yang Hao, walking leisurely, moved towards the door. The crowd automatically parted for him. Many new students kneeled and flattered him. Young Master Yang, impressive. The church is backing young Master Yang. Fong Xian is doomed now. Zhang Bing, who had been hit by Huasher earlier, stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and made a call using his communicator. Brother Hualu, people from the church forcibly took Fong Xian from the classroom and even attacked me and Fong Xian. It's a perceptive class. They are still in the corridor. The noise was too loud, attracting the attention of teachers and students from other classrooms on the same floor. As they saw Fong Xian being forcibly dragged out by the church members, many students skipped their classes and rushed out to see what was happening. The news spread quickly and more teachers and students flocked to the scene, jamming the corridor completely. Huasher, twisting Fong Xian's arm, looked disdainfully at the teachers and students blocking the corridor. The church is handling its affairs, all unrelated persons move aside. But as more people gathered, Huasher gave a sign. A church member with a crew cut and heavy dark circle stepped forward, raised his hand, and a light sword materialized out of thin air, cleaving a crack through the congested corridor. The crowd tumbled to both sides. Huasher, with golden eyes, stared down the corridor. "This is a warning. The church is handling its affairs. Dare to block our way again and there will be no mercy." Not to be intimidated, Chun Yuanjue, the leader of the first section teaching freshmen on the same corridor, stepped forward with a cold face. "Does the church think it can run wild here?" The triangular-eyed man stepped forward, raising one hand with a golden light flickering between his fingers and then pinching a document. "The highest commander of the church's Red Lotus district personally ordered the removal of the 9th section's new student Fong Xian. Do you have any objections?" Chen Yuanjue stepped forward, took the document and examined it closely, only to find it was indeed an official document signed by the church authorities. His brows furrowed tightly. The triangular-eyed man pinched the document between two fingers, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "Make way." Seeing Chen Yuanjue's changing expression, the new recruits were all abuzz. Yang is so formidable. To use such a large force to capture Fong Xian, having connections really makes one powerful. Damn, Fong Xian might be doomed now. Please, it's clear to anyone with eyes that Fong Xian is completely screwed. In 7 days it will be his soul returning. Knight, what uses good academic performance, what uses talent if you don't have the connections? Without them you are just an ant in the eyes of those with powerful backers. Among the crowd, Brother Underpants was taking pleasure in the scene. Yang Hao whistled at Fong Xian, flashing a highly provocative smile. Huasher, gripping Fong Xian's shoulder, pushed him forward. A lowly ant without any background dares to dream about getting involved with my mistress. Feel the gap now, what good does joining the 9th Bureau do? Any noble son can easily crush you, but they hadn't walked far when someone blocked their way. The man had a full beard and a slightly open collar revealing a hint of sexy chest hair. Gentlemen, this kid is my man. Did you get my permission to take him away? When they saw who it was, the crowded hallway exploded in noise. The master of the Myriad Beast Palace is here. Who said the master of the Myriad Beast Palace wouldn't come? He actually came to support Fong Xin, Brother Underpants. Frowned, his eyes filled with envy and resentment. Several church members stamped their feet in frustration. Master Shang, don't make trouble for yourself, the church is handling its affairs. Triangular Eyes frowned, clearly not expecting Shang Tianke to personally intervene. Shang Tianke grinned, this is my precious student. How do I know if you are really handling church affairs? He came here specifically for this matter today. The old master values Fong Xin highly. Before he came here today, the old master specifically instructed him to protect Fong Xin within reasonable limits to solidify the bond between them. Triangular Eyes impatiently pulled out a document. Shang Tianke took it, looked it over and pointed at the document while giving Triangular Eyes a sarcastic smile. It says here to take him away, not to arrest him. What do you mean by handcuffing my student? Triangular Eyes frowned again, turned his head to look at Huasher, who said with a smile, the document doesn't specify how to take him away. Shang Tiang's face turned cold and a terrifying aura suddenly burst forth, a massive one. Horned serpent appeared out of thin air behind him, its huge form looming over Shang Tianke. You dare speak to me like this, young man? This scene once again elicited gasps of shock. Huasher involuntarily swallowed, stepping back in fear. Triangular Eyes' face darkened, and after a glance at Huasher he said, unlock the handcuffs. Huasher hesitated for a moment, clearly reluctant, but still unlocked the handcuffs. Triangular Eyes and Shang Tianke stood face to face, shoulder to shoulder. Master Shang, I've given you face, that's enough. I must take him away, and today no one can change that. Just as the words fell, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air and a chair flew rapidly toward them, smashing directly into Huasher's face, covering him in blood. Hua Cheng, known as 6th Master Hua, approached. He patted Triangular Eyes on the chest. Jiang Weiqi, he's my man. Bring someone and let's see. With the arrival of 6th Master Hua, the scene erupted into noise once again. The 9th place King Kong Hua, 6th Master Hua is here. Does 6th Master Hua have a big name? How stupid must one be to utter such words? Not only is this master strong in his own right, but do you know who his grandfather is? Huamo, a character specifically mentioned in our history textbooks, a terrifying figure who held military power, one of the heroes in the chaos of the gods. How could he not come out to protect Fong Xin? Fong Xian's main talent lies in strength, just like 6th Master Hua, who is also a strength-based mentor. And 6th Master Hua is famously protective. If Fong Xian was to be taken away, how could he not appear? 6th Master Hua is not even afraid of the church. A direct confrontation is definitely to be avoided, but without direct orders the church wouldn't dare do much to 6th Master Hua. After all, he comes from a prestigious family and the Hua family's military is famously cohesive. Touch one and you provoke the entire nest. This means that Fong Xian is not without his own support. He has two powerful figures backing him, it seems. Yang Xiao's desire for revenge might not be so easy to achieve, but then again, the church regards no one, and this time, they are following official procedures. The noise never ceased. Among the crowd, Yang Hao's face was grim, never expecting that the church's involvement would be challenged not just by anyone but by two heavyweights. Triangular Eyes Jiang Weiqi looked grim to the extreme. 6th Master Hua, I'm just following orders. Don't overdo it. Hua Cheng grinned. Orders? What? Orders? Jiang Weiqi stepped forward, lowering his voice. 6th Master Hua, this kid has been personally named by the higher-ups for questioning. Your grandfather might not be able to protect you if something happens. This remark infuriated Hua Cheng instantly. I'm stopping this today, what can you do about it? Jiang Weiqi's triangular eyes shone fiercely, but he was helpless against Hua Cheng, and with a flick of his wrist he pulled out an official document and handed it to Hua Cheng. Open your eyes and look carefully. Is this a document signed by the higher-ups? Is this official business? Just as Hua Chang was about to speak, another voice sounded, official business, is it really just official business? Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw an old lady with square-framed glasses hooking a sweater as she walked toward them. As the old lady made her appearance, the crowd parted like a tide on both sides. It seemed that the old lady's presence was even more formidable than some ancient beasts. Shang Tianke awkwardly adjusted his clothes to cover his slightly sexy chest hair and respectfully stepped aside. Elder son. Hua Cheng, once arrogant, now bowed humbly as he addressed Sun Auntie. Sun Bijuan moved through the crowd standing in front of Jiang Weiqi, using the name of public office for personal affairs. Who gave you the right? Jiang Weiqi's tone softened unusually, perhaps realizing the elderly lady's standing within the Shield Bureau. Madam Sun, this matter seems unrelated to you, doesn't it? This child is my student. You come to arrest my student and you ask if it concerns me? Her words caused an uproar in the crowd. The scene was unprecedented. People were astounded that even this venerable figure had intervened. Is this the same stern and ruthless Master Miezhu I remember? My sense of security is through the roof. After this incident, my view of Master Miezhu has shifted from very dark to slightly less dark. Young Master Yang was completely taken aback. He thought he could easily handle Fong Xin, but look at the heavyweights Fong Xin has brought out. What about those who were gleefully predicting Fong Xin's downfall? Keep barking, a bunch of sewer rats, always squeaking in envy and jealousy of our brother Xin. These people are so sour. They've been utterly humiliated by Fong Xin. Those who were reveling in misfortune are now silent. The situation has taken an unexpected turn. Brother Kuchai stood with his mouth agape, clearly not expecting three heavyweights to intervene, let alone Master Miezhu. Zhang Xiaochao was also in the crowd, watching the scene with a mix of anxiety and anger. Yang Hao with a fierce expression looked almost murderous. He had skipped class specifically to watch Fong Xin's misfortune, planning to later take him to an interrogation room for a private punishment, but three obstacles had unexpectedly appeared. Jiang Weiqi squinted his eyes and shook the official document again. Madam Sun, even if he is your student, the document states he must be taken. Please cooperate. Is this purely official business? Sun Bijuan asked. Jiang Weiqi smiled. Madam Sun, I assure you, this is purely official business. Sun Bijuan's hand, which had been crocheting, paused briefly before she turned to look at Yang Hao in the crowd. Behind her spectacles, her eyes coldly fixed on Yang Hao as she simply said, tell the truth. Yang Hao's pupils dilated. I harassed Fong Xin's sister and Fong Xin hit me. I told my mom and she contacted my uncle. My uncle agreed to help because their church was already targeting Fong Xin. They planned to capture Fong Xin and lock him in a secret room where I could punish him privately. As he finished, Yang Hao's pupils focused again, his face turned pale and a fine layer of sweat formed on his forehead. As his words ended, Jiang Weiqi's face turned ashen and the church members behind him also showed great alarm. The onlookers erupted into chaos. Sun Bijuan's crocheting became more frantic, her eyes behind the lenses emitting a terrifying aura. Tell me again, this is you conducting official business? Hua Cheng poked the air with his finger, indignantly exclaiming. Damn it! Jiang Weiqi, come here and explain this to me. Is your damn church surnamed Jiang, using the church's banner to bully our Sky Shield Bureau people? What more do you want? Today you dare to arrest our trainees under the church's banner. Tomorrow you might dare to capture our instructors. Are you trying to provoke a conflict between the church and our Sky Shield Bureau? Jiang Weiqi tried to stabilize the situation and replied, Hua Laolu, you can eat messily but you can't speak recklessly. Could it be that the official documents are also fake? Sun Bijuan stared at Jiang Weiqi. Then the abuse of private punishment by you guys must also be true, right? Jiang Weiqi smiled. Madam Sun, the words of a child in a fit of anger. How can we take them seriously? If today we let you take people away, wouldn't it mean that anyone can step on the Sky Shield Bureau in the future? Jiang Weiqi's smile gradually faded. Ladies and gentlemen, I have advised kindly and given the due respect, but please don't mistake tolerance for weakness. Jiang Weiqi tapped the badge on his chest. The words spoken just now, the person above me has already seen them. This person I must take away today. Even if it were the emperor himself, he couldn't stop me. While they spoke, whether it was Hua Cheng, Shang Tianke, or even Sun Bijuan, their communicators started ringing. Hua Cheng saw the caller ID and frowned deeply, but eventually he answered the call. Shang Tianke and Sun Bijuan, seeing their own caller IDs, also answered their calls. Hua Cheng stepped aside. What's up, Dad? Are you standing up for a student? Did the damn church call you? It reached your uncle and he said don't get involved. Hua Cheng's brow furrowed further. Not get involved? Just watch as my precious student is taken away by these bastards. This is complicated. Don't worry, some big shot will step in to protect that student. After hanging up, Hua Cheng's expression was somber. Shang Tianke and Sun Bijuan looked similarly grave. Jiang Weiqi with a disdainful smirk said, gentlemen, isn't it time to step aside? Seeing the few make way, the onlooking students were utterly shocked. These three big shots stepped aside. I underestimated the church. Damn, now Fang Xian is really screwed. I was naive. Just now I thought Yang Xiao couldn't avenge his great grudge, but now it seems Yang Xiao is bound to succeed and Fang Xian will have to shed a layer of skin. Brother Underpants revealed a smile again, thinking to himself that the church was still one step ahead. In the crowd, Jiang Xiaocha's eyes were red with emotion. Fang Xian, witnessing the contest of forces from all sides for the first time, felt the importance of having a strong background. Without a background, one could only drift helplessly like a rootless duckweed. Looking at the people from the church and then at the triumphant young housey, Fang Xian silently vowed to create his own force and suppress all these bullies. Huasher wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and clutched Fang Xian's shoulder. Do you now feel like you're truly just an ant? Do you feel the gap now? Today you're done for. Just as Jiang Weiqi and his group were about to leave, a girl who looked naive and silly, munching on chips, emerged from the crowd and walked straight towards Jiang Weiqi. Many teachers and students recognized her. Darn, Li Bauer, why is she joining in the chaos? Could she be here to save Fang Xian? Who knows what background Li Bauer has? Unknown, but how could she possibly stand up to the church? Jiang Weiqi frowned and raised his hand to push Li Bauer away. Get lost. But as soon as he touched her, he didn't really push hard. Li Bauer suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. Ouch, I'm knocked down. Lying on the ground, she pulled out her phone. Hello grandpa, someone hit me, my head's dizzying, my body hurts, and it's hard to breathe. Jiang Weiqi scoffed disdainfully. Su Bashan arrived late, and upon seeing Li Bauer lying on the ground, his face turned pale and he hurriedly shouted, don't provoke her. Jiang Weiqi ignored him, thinking Su Bashan was talking to Li Bauer. Completely disregarding Li Bauer on the ground, he was about to step over her when Su Bashan's expression suddenly changed and he clapped his hands. That's it, we're totally done for. We've hit an iron plate. The next second, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, covering the entire Tian Shield Academy. The sky thundered, and then, as if the void itself shattered, a nearly transparent blade struck directly onto Jiang Weiqi's shoulder. Jiang Weiqi had no time to react. His body was hurled backward by the immense force, and he was literally pinned to the wall. Blood spurted out. Jiang Weiqi's eyes bulged, his face turning the color of liver from the intense impact. Who dares to touch my granddaughter? A thunderous, angry voice boomed through the heavens. Blood trickled from the corner of Jiang Weiqi's mouth. For the first time, his face showed a look of terror, as if he had just realized something. He cried out loudly, Old Master Li, please let me explain. The powerful aura of the blade filled the entire corridor, instilling terror in everyone present. This oppressive feeling from the sky was overwhelmingly intense. Several terrifying auras emerged from the Tian Shield Academy, probing the newcomer's presence. The onlooking students were stunned. What kind of terrifying being is this? This power? It must be level 13 or more. Such beings are not unknown in the entire Dragon Nation. Who exactly is Li Bauer, and how could she have such a terrifying grandfather? Did you guys hear that? Jiang Weiqi from the church turned pale. He seems really scared of Li Bauer's grandfather. Anybody with a brain could see that he almost lost his life. Of course he's scared. Even the church fears Li Bauer's grandfather. Brother Kucha stood with his mouth open, utterly shocked by the scenes, staring at Li Bauer, this naive and simple girl with such a powerful background. Not to mention these students. Watching Shang Tianke, Sun Biju and Sheng Bingqing and the others were all visibly shocked. Shang Tianke seemed to realize who the other party was, took a deep breath, and his eyes widened in an instant. It was that senior Su Bashan, the only one who knew Li Bauer's identity, watched the scene helplessly with an expression of utter despair. Jiang Weiqi was pinned to the wall by a transparent broadsword. His face was pale and sweat beaded on his forehead. Elderly, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't touch your granddaughter. His voice boomed like thunder from above. Didn't touch my granddaughter? Stop talking nonsense. My granddaughter has always been honest. Are you saying she would falsely accuse you? But Jiang Weiqi felt like the sky was falling. Elderly, I really didn't touch your granddaughter. You can ask her. Li Bauer lay on the ground, her gaze scattered, looking injured, her voice soft and tender. "I can't move, my head is dizzy, my body hurts." Jiang Weiqi was completely numb and exclaimed in panic, "Little sister, you must not talk nonsense, I didn't touch you." Li Bauer lay there speaking in a very weak tone, "Your words hurt me, your presence overwhelmed me, your behavior offended me, your actions attacked me." Jiang Weiqi's gaze was vacant. He turned his head painfully towards Dean Su Bashan. "Dean Su, you have to vouch for me." Su Bashan's face was stern, cursing internally. "Vouch for you, my ass? You come here to our Tiandun Academy with such arrogance, arresting people and even hitting them, and now that you've met your match you want me to testify for you. Besides, I warned you not to mess with her, you didn't listen, and now you're asking me for help." Su Bashan slowly stepped forward, raised his head to look at the sky and forced a smile. "Elderly, actually, I didn't really see clearly what happened just now." Jiang Weiqi immediately stared at Su Bashan with wide eyes. "Dean Su, you clearly saw that I didn't touch her." Su Bashan's expression was icy cold. "I'm the dean of Tiandun Academy, a civil officer in the entire Tiandun Bureau, but still an official and higher in rank than you. You still talk to me like this at this time, thinking the church can disrespect anyone? If it weren't for today's complicated situation, would you be so arrogant? I arrived late, there were too many people, I didn't see clearly." Jiang Weiqi tried to argue, but the knife twisted in his chest and he immediately let out a cry of pain. Jiang Weiqi slapped the badge on his chest. "Bishop, save me." Sunlight filtered through the window enveloping Jiang Weiqi, a golden halo radiated around him. The badge on his chest was particularly glaring, like a small sun. The eye within the badge seemed to come alive. Before long, a golden silhouette appeared. Its face was indiscernible, merely a radiance of golden light that at first glance seemed like a burst of golden glow. "Deputy Commander Li, after all these years, you still have the same old temper." Laughter emanated from amidst the golden light. It sounded like distant thunder. "No wonder your subordinates are clueless. It turns out they are under the command of a one-eyed man like you." The laughter resumed from the golden light. "Your subordinates have offended you on my behalf, and for that I offer my apologies. As for your granddaughter, how about this? I'll gift her a supreme grade treasure as a token of my apology. Would that satisfy you?" "Whether I'm satisfied doesn't matter. What's important is if my granddaughter is satisfied." The silhouette within the golden light turned to look at Li Bauer, who lay on the ground with a pitiful, helpless expression. Naturally cute and with a naive demeanor, her lying there could not entirely be blamed on old Master Li's fury. Li Bao pointed at Fong Xin, "Grandpa, this is my friend." The voice from the golden light continued, "Deputy Commander Li, we mean no harm to your granddaughter's friend. This matter is complex, linked to an incident from over a decade ago. I believe you know what I am referring to." There was a moment of silence from Li Bao's grandfather, and after a long pause he said, "You must promise me no harm must come to him." "No problem, Bauer, get up." Li Bauer stood up, dusting off her clothes. A fist-sized orb of golden light flew out from the golden radiance and entered Li Bauer's space ring. "Here's your gift, Deputy Commander Li, I fulfilled what I promised." The knife pinned against Jiang Weiqi quietly dissolved, and Jiang Weiqi, sitting against the wall, drew a thick crimson line on it. A cold voice emerged from the golden light, "Take your people and leave." Jiang Weiqi struggled to his feet, pulling out a potion from his space ring and swallowing it without a word, giving Huashur a look. Huashur rudely grabbed Fong Xian's shoulder and started to leave. Hua Chang, with a look of fury, stepped forward rapidly, his arm covered in chi that transformed into dragon scales, and delivered a powerful punch to Huashur's abdomen. Huashur instinctively raised a golden protective shield, but it was instantly shattered by Hua Chang's punch, sending him flying backward against the wall, bouncing off to the ground where he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Hua family kid, do you know what you're doing?" An angry voice came from the golden light. Hua Chang shook his wrist nonchalantly. "The official document says to take him away, and you said it yourself, take him away. Does this look like taking him away?" The figure in the golden light glanced at Huashur, who immediately lowered his head, not daring to breathe heavily. Huashur struggled to his feet, feeling a tearing pain in his abdomen. He stood behind Fong Xian, not daring to be rough again. "Let's go." Wu Fong Xian was about to leave when suddenly he heard Huashur's voice in his mind. "You lowly ant. Wait and see, you won't even need young Master Yang to lift a finger. I'll show you what true torment is. I'll make you beg for death. I'll find a healer to cure you," again and again, so you know just how desperate it is to offend those in power. The onlookers watched Fong Xian, and although many big shots had come forward to help, in the end he was still being taken away. Once taken, who would believe mere verbal promises? A Fong Xian would still be tortured and then healed as if nothing had happened. But just as they took a few steps, ripples appeared out of nowhere and a figure emerged. His hair was completely white, hands in his pockets, flashing a toothy trademark smile. "Good afternoon, everyone." With the appearance of the white-haired figure, the crowd exploded again. "The prodigy from Division 9 has shown up too. Fong Xian has really brought out all these heavyweights. Who dares say Fong Xian has no backing now?" From amidst golden light, a voice rang out, "Zhuge Hong, are you here to block the way too?" Zhuge Hong, with his hands still in his pockets, floated in mid-air, "Not blocking, but you can't take him away. You can only interrogate him here at Tianshield Academy. Are you insisting on opposing our church?" Came an angry shout from the golden light, which grew more intense, making the air tremble and the windows roar. Zhuge Hong leisurely lifted a hand, holding a token between two fingers. "Master Yi has spoken, he cannot be taken away. Do you want to oppose Master Yi?" The token hung in mid-air, emitting a vast and terrifying fluctuation that chilled the spine, indicating just how formidable the man behind it was. The figure within the golden light fell silent, hovering in mid-air as if frozen. The atmosphere became still at that moment. The energies that had been emanating from the Tianshield Academy now enveloped this area. The church had hesitated to act because the higher-ups had not given the order, but now, with the backing of someone from Division 9, there was no longer any need for restraint. The church's actions were exceedingly oppressive. The energies seemed eager to grind the church members into dust. Time seemed to stand still. After a few seconds, a voice came from within the golden light. "Then we'll listen to Master Yi." But Zhuge Hong continued, "There's one more thing. Today your church ignored the regulations of Tianshield Academy and violated the covenant signed among our organizations, and in front of so many freshmen you attacked our new student from the Shield Bureau. Don't you think you owe us something? What do you want? Donate 10 or so of your church's level 10 or higher techniques to our Tianshield Academy." Came a cold sneer from the golden light. "10 or so, you dare ask for that? You can negotiate," said Zhuge Hong. "One technique." Zhuge Hong shook his head. 10 level 10 or higher techniques. The golden light erupted in anger. "White-haired boy, don't push it too far, we still have personal scores to settle." Unafraid, the white-haired man continued to flash his toothy smile. "Bishop Wu, it's working hours now, and during work hours we use official titles. I am the chief instructor of Tianshield Academy, please call me Instructor Zhuge." The figure in the golden light trembled slightly, seemingly very angry, and after a few seconds of silence, offered 3 techniques. "Sure, no problem. If not, well, we might just have to drag it out in court." "No worries, the technique," Zhuge Hang agreed cheerfully. "But I have 2 conditions." "Let's hear them." "The technique must not be shared with outsiders. That's the first point, and the second, Tianshield Academy must not trouble him afterward." The figure within the golden light pointed towards young Housey. "No problem." 5 orbs of light flew out from the golden light, and after Zhuge Hang inspected them, the meeting room was ready. "Let's head over now." Snap! Zhuge Hang snapped his fingers. Several people vanished into thin air. This trick stunned many of the new students present. Many new students had heard that there was a powerful white-haired street wanderer in Section 9, but no one knew just how powerful he really was. That super cool snap had them all dumbfounded. Many female students let out amazed cries, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Chung Bingqing watched the direction in which Zhuge Hang disappeared like a little fangirl, her big watery eyes filled with adoration. Fong Xian looked around and found himself in a spacious and bright office. After appearing, everyone sat on the leather sofas. Zhuge Hang, with his legs crossed, said, "Ask whatever you want." Jiang Weiqi looked around, then glanced at the orb of golden light for permission. After receiving a signal, he took out an eyeball-shaped treasure from his spatial ring. With a gentle toss, the eyeball-shaped treasure floated in mid-air. A beam of light shot out from it, enveloping Fong Xian. Jiang Weiqi looked coldly at Fong Xian. "I say you answer. Did you hear?" Zhuge Hang nodded at Fong Xian. Fong Xian responded, "Where were you when your parents had the car accident?" "At school." "After your parents' accident, did any strange people contact you or give you anything?" Fong Xian shook his head. "No, never." Fong Xian nodded affirmatively. "Never." "Did your parents ever give you anything strange?" "No." "Did they ever secretly vaccinate you with anything?" "No." Jiang Weiqi glanced at the eyeball floating in midair, which showed no abnormalities, then asked, "Before their car accident, did you notice anything unusual about them?" Fong Xian thought for a moment. "No." Unexpectedly, the eyeball suddenly burst into a blinding light, flashing like a strobe light. The orb sitting on the sofa suddenly swelled, filling the room with a brilliant, piercing golden light. Jiang Weiqi's pupils abruptly turned golden. "Tell the truth." Fong Xian was silent for a moment, then Zhuge Hang said with a smile, "Speak the truth. My father never touched alcohol, but the night before the accident he came home drunk." "Go on." "He entered and immediately passed out." The voice from within the golden light urgently pressed, "That's it." Fong Xian shook his head. "That's it. What about the next day when he woke up?" "By the time I got up he had already left. There was a sticky note on the table saying he and my mother had an important seminar in the morning and told me to eat outside. After that, I never heard from them again until the police called me to the morgue." The interrogation paused for a moment before Jiang Weiqi spoke again. "After your parents left, did any strangers come to you to say something, or did strangers deliberately provoke and try to harm you?" "Yes." This statement made the church members stare intently at Fong Xian again. "Who? What did they look like? Do you remember what they were called?" As he spoke, a paintbrush and a canvas flew out of Jiang Weiqi's spatial ring. Fong Xian described blonde hair long down to here, a somewhat square face, light brown eyebrows, quite big eyes, a high nose bridge, slightly fleshy nostrils, and somewhat thick lips, overall more ugly than handsome. As Fong Xian described, the brush swiftly moved across the canvas, gradually forming a lifelike portrait. Looking at the portrait, Jiang Weiqi furrowed his brows and couldn't help but turn his head to look aside. As the portrait was completed, Fong Xian added, "His name is Huashur. The one sitting next to you." Huashur's face darkened, glaring at Fong Xian with a fierce hatred, wishing he could tear Fong Xian to pieces. Bang! Jiang Weiqi slammed his fist on the table. Fong Xian earnestly replied, "Didn't you ask me?" Jiang Weiqi choked for a moment, suppressing his anger. "Is there anyone else?" "There's another." "What's his name? What does he look like?" "Young Housey." Jiang Weiqi was rendered speechless again, put away the brush and canvas, his eyes brimming with anger. If not for Zhuge Heng being there, he would have already started to exact private punishment. "Gentlemen, are you done asking? If so, may I leave?" Zhuge Heng took over the conversation. Jiang Weiqi stared at Fong Xian, then glanced at the figure in the golden light, which quickly shrank and disappeared into Jiang Weiqi's badge. As he was leaving, he left a sentence, "Let's go, it seems he knows nothing." Jiang Weiqi stood up and Zhuge Heng leisurely rose. "I'll see you out." The two walked ahead. Fong Xian followed behind. Huashur stepped forward and walked alongside Fong Xian. Huashur's voice echoed in his mind, "Insect, you may have dodged a bullet today, but the young Master Yang will not let this go." A murderous intent slowly rose in Fong Xian's heart. His eyes, dark as night, stared directly into Huashur's golden pupils. Suddenly Zhuge Heng stopped. "All right, I'll leave you here." Without waiting for Jiang Weiqi to say anything, snap! After a snap of the fingers, Jiang Weiqi, Huashur, and many of the church members vanished. Zhuge Heng put his arm around Fong Xian's shoulder. "Today's lesson was truly educational. Did you feel how insignificant you are?" "I did." "Since you felt it, you should find ways to enhance your strength. This world has been like this since the day humans were born. The survival of the fittest is etched in our bones. No matter how civilization evolves, survival of the fittest simply changes its methods." As he spoke, Zhuge Heng shifted the topic. "Do you want to take down that Huashur?" Fong Xian grinned and replied, "Yes." Zhuge Heng, with his arm around Fong Xian, asked, "Did you see that punch Laolu landed on Huashur today?" Fong Xian recalled the punch Hua Cheng delivered to Huashur, who couldn't dodge in time and had all his golden protective shields shattered by that single blow. Despite the disparity in their realms, Huashur was left utterly defenseless against Hua Cheng's punch. "I saw it. That technique is called the Tai Rising Dragon art, specifically designed to counter Hua. Sure, once mastered, it can even counter the entire light faction. Given what happened to you at the church today and knowing Laolu's temperament, he will definitely teach you the Tai Rising Dragon art to strike against the church. The midterm test will take us to the demonic god's relics and the church will be there too. Anyone with a power level above 5 will be suppressed there. Huashur will be there as well, and he can only unleash the power of a level 5. Whether you can kill him will depend on your own skills." Fong Xian was momentarily stunned. "Won't I be pursued for killing someone from the church?" Zhuge Heng explained. "When the demonic god's relics open, apart from various so-called righteous organizations, remnants of the Eternal Night Army and various mutant organizations will also enter. It will be total chaos inside. As long as you don't kill a comrade from the Sky Shield Bureau, you can team up or hunt each other, including church members." A murderous intent flickered in Fong Xian's eyes. "Can someone who isn't a student also enter during the test?" "Yes, there are many treasures inside the demonic god's relics, and many people risk entering to find them, not just the students." Fong Xian paused, then asked, "Can I choose which demonic god's relic to enter?" Zhuge Heng smiled, "You can. have a particular one in mind. I want to go to the ninth demonic god's relic. Zhuge Hong tilted his head looking at Fong Xian. Of all the relics, why the ninth? 9 is my lucky number. Fong Xian evaded. No problem, was sure we'll definitely be there. Oh Zhuge. Hong gave an okay gesture. Any other questions? Aren't you the chief instructor? Why don't I see you teaching? Zhuge Hong, hands in his pockets and flaunting a cheeky grin, replied, because my dear brother, I am the 9th Street rascal. The answer was impeccable. Take a look at these 3 techniques first and remember to return them to me after. I need to hand them over to the Sky's Shield Bureau. 3 orbs of light flew towards Fong Xian, who stored them in his spatial ring, thanking him. No big deal. The drama's over, go back to class. Snap! Zhuge Hong snapped his fingers and Fong Xian vanished on the spot. After Zhuge Hong and the church members left, Principal Su Boyan sternly reprimanded the new students who had come out to watch the commotion, ordering strict punishment for those who had instigated the trouble. Although they had returned to their classrooms, these new students were still buzzing with discussions. Today, many big shots had come out to support Fong Xian. Even the influential figure behind the 9th district had sent a message. This clearly showed how much they valued Fong Xian. Young Housey thought he could carry Fong Xian away, but he kicked an iron plate instead. Previously, those trainees who had praised and fawned over Yang Housey were met with backlash from the faction supporting Fong Xian. Where are those who were licking Yang Housey's boots now? Continue speaking. Have your vocal cords been left at home? They kept saying how great young Master Yang was, and that even though Brother Xian has talent, it's useless. Look now, having talent, performing well, it does matter. All the big shots will back you up. They are just like rats in a sewer, begrudging others their success, always spewing sour words about Brother Xian. Now, those who fawned over Yang Housey must be even more bitter. Stop making a fuss. Brother Xian getting help from so many big shots, seems like he also has connections. I heard from someone at the 7th place that when Brother Xian enrolled, he had over 10,000 points in his card. That's equivalent to over 100 million in cash. Under such verbal attacks, those who previously praised Yang Housey didn't dare to even fart. Now everyone sees the 9th place is determined to protect Fong Xian. When the people from the church left earlier, Yang Housey along with a few of his cronies also slunk away with their tails between their legs. Cheng Bingqing stared blankly in the direction Yang Housey left. Her gaze was vacant, as if she had gone offline. Shang Tianke came up, rubbing his hands together like a fly, but before he could finish speaking, Sun Bijuan looked up with a cold glance and crisply said, "Scram." "Alright." Shang Tianke squeezed out a smile and rolled away a few meters. Sun Bijuan glanced at Cheng Bingqing. A few minutes later, Cheng Bingqing's eyes regained their sparkle, though her face was a bit pale and she was panting. "What did you see?" Sun Bijuan asked, hooking her sweater. Cheng Bingqing looked in the direction Yang Housey had left. He's going to strike Fong Xian lethally, on the life and death stage, utilizing the power of his background. Exhibiting at least the combat power of a mid-level 4th rank. Madame Sun's hands paused slightly in their movements, then she continued to inquire, and then. I couldn't see clearly. I only saw someone died, but who exactly, I don't know. Madame Sun furrowed her brow. Unusually, you couldn't see clearly. Cheng Bingqing nodded. The possibilities for a clairvoyant with a sensory talent not seeing clearly are, either the opponent's realm is very high, or there is a higher level clairvoyant obscuring the heavenly secrets, or the person being investigated is protected by an unknown existence. Hearing this, Sun Bijuan said, "So you mean someone obscured the heavenly secrets, or there is an unknown existence protecting Yang Housey? If a clairvoyant was obscuring the heavenly secrets, I would have sensed it. So there's only one possibility between Fong Xian and Yang Housey. One of them is protected by an unknown existence. Such an unknown presence is terrifying. A person protected by such an existence, if they don't die young, reaching the peak, can rival deities." Madame Sun's hands paused involuntarily as she was moved by these words, her crocheting stopping momentarily. "Can you not tell at all which one of them it is?" Cheng Bingqing was about to speak when a commotion erupted among the crowd. Fong Xian suddenly appeared in the corridor. Cheng Bingqing stared intently at Fong Xian, her gaze once again becoming vacant. A few seconds later she grunted, her eyes turning bloodshot and devoid of any color, her already pale complexion turning utterly colorless as she swayed, nearly collapsing. Sun Bijuan quickly steadied her. What had she seen? Beads of sweat formed on Cheng Bingqing's forehead, her long legs wrapped in silk trembling slightly. She saw nothing. It was Fong Xian who had the protection of the unknown. Sun Bijuan stared at Fong Xian in a daze, also stunned. Sheng Bingqing steadied her breathing and took out a fruit from her spatial ring, nibbling on it slightly, which improved her complexion a great deal though her eyes remained red and bloodshot. She then took out a pair of sunglasses from the ring and put them on. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the sunglasses were of the same style as Zhuge Heng's. A couple's set. Back to class, a tutor's voice barked, prompting the students to head towards their respective classrooms. As Fang Xian was about to return to his, Hua Cheng emerged from the crowd, wrapped an arm around him, and said, "Meet me in the gravity room after class." Remembering what Zhuge Hong had said earlier, Fang Xian nodded in agreement. Soon after returning to the classroom, Cheng Bingqing walked in. The commotion had taken up most of the class time, and only 20 minutes remained. Cheng Bingqing spoke concisely, "Let me get straight to the point. Some students have already awakened their perception abilities and some have not. For those gifted with the perception system, you just need a perception fruit, which I won't go into detail about now. Our perception system consumes the same resource as the spirit system, mental energy. There are similarities between the two talents, though the spirit system focuses more on offense. The first realm of the perception talent, the calling realm, involves using one's senses, sight, hearing, smell, touch and feeling, to assess safety within a certain range. The second realm, source flow, involves using unique methods to condense mental energy, create a spirit spring, and enhance sensitivity and range of perception. The third realm, pulse, involves syncing mental energy pulses with the external airflow for enhanced sixth sense and increased sensitivity to danger. The fourth realm, standpoint, weaves mental energy into a vast net, much like a spider web, capturing any dangers that approach within a certain range. Since you're beginners, I'll only discuss these 4 realms for now. Don't underestimate our perception system. No team can do without us. With our perception, a team's chances of success can increase manifold. No matter how strong you are, if you can't perceive your enemy, it's all in vain." Fang Xian clicked his tongue. "What about the power system? Why does everyone have to mention it?" Cold shudder. When Willis Brutes stand up, "Teacher, what realm is needed to foresee someone's past and future?" Cheng Bingqing answered with a gentle smile, "That would be the 5th realm." Cheng Bingqing, with her beautiful appearance, sweet voice, and pleasant demeanor, made every minute of her class fly by. In the blink of an eye, the class was over. Everyone went their separate ways, with many still turning back to look in Fang Xian's direction. Today, Yang Haoxi had used his connections with the church to make a move against Fang Xian, and everyone had thought Fang Xian was doomed. However, the outcome was unexpected, revealing just how much the 9th Division valued Fang Xian. Those who had been fawning over Yang Haoxi were subjected to widespread ridicule. Fang Xian did not rush back to his dormitory. Instead, following Hua Cheng's instructions, he headed to the gravity room. Upon entering, he was met with the sound of thudding. Hua Cheng was practicing his boxing against a high-level puppet. Shirtless, his muscular build was clear, resembling a perfect piece of art. Every muscle seemed to burst with explosive power. Hua Cheng's body was covered with dragon scales formed from his vital energy, as if he was wearing a suit of dragon scale armor. This armor not only enhanced his defense but also boosted his attack power, making it a formidable combination of offense and defense. Hearing footsteps, Hua Cheng twisted his arm, his muscles writhing like dragons, and the dragon scales on his arms flowed with energy, eventually transforming into 9 small dragons, clinging to his arms. With a punch, boom, the air exploded with a massive sonic boom followed by a deafening dragon roar. The high-level puppet was immediately knocked back by the punch, flying backwards as if it was skimming stones through the air. Hua Cheng turned around. "You're here." Fang Xian responded affirmatively. Hua Cheng waved his fist. "See that? Want to learn it?" "Yes." Hua Cheng grinned. "Good. If you don't learn it, I'd have to beat you." "Damn it, the cursed church, my people have suffered so much. Today we can't just swallow this humiliation, we must find a way to vent this anger. This technique is called the Tai Rising Dragon technique. It was acquired by our old man by chance. Before I teach you, you must promise me, do not use this technique to bully the weak, do not use it to harm the innocent, do not use it to hurt our comrades." Fang Xian nodded. "I promise not to use the Tai Rising Dragon technique to bully the weak, not to harm the innocent, not to hurt our comrades." "Good." Hua Cheng patted Fang Xian on the shoulder. As he spoke, he took out a set of bamboo slips. "Starting today, every afternoon, set aside 2 hours to come here and focus on practicing this technique. If you encounter people from the church during the midterm tests, beat them to death. The church has gone too far. We must show them a lesson." Fang Xian carefully read through the Tai Rising Dragon technique. After reading it, he felt a surge of excitement. Hua Cheng was truly straightforward. A 13th level technique was taught just like that. This technique, balanced in offense and defense, used vital energy to form dragon scales. Once mastered, the physical strength could be comparable to that of a true dragon. Once the physical body was sanctified, it could dominate all things in the world. Moreover, the dragon scale armor refined by this technique can withstand attacks from the light element and even has bonuses for piercing and critical strikes against light shields. Just as Zhuge Hong said, this technique counters the light elemental talents. It's time to prepare a grand gift for Huo. Hua Cheng continued. The two techniques I taught you before share many similarities with the Tai Rising Dragon technique. Once you have mastered the Tai Rising Dragon technique, the other two will naturally follow effortlessly. However, before you start training, you need to sense the true dragon's chi. I have a piece of dragon bone here. Try to sense the true dragon's chi today. Only when you possess the true dragon's chi and the dragon's might will your combat power be enhanced accordingly. Wu Fang Xin looked at the palm-sized dragon bone, and the moment his fingers touched it, the true dragon's chi burst forth from within him. Hua Chang was momentarily stunned and exclaimed in shock, where did this true dragon's chi in your body come from? I acquired it during my awakening at the Beast Palace. Hua Cheng couldn't stop smiling. I knew it. No wonder Shang Tianke from the Beast Palace personally requested to support you at the school, so that's the reason. This is great. You are a natural Tai Rising Dragon technique saint body. Keep training, and if there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Hua Chang laughed heartily. Honestly, Fang Xian had a very good impression of this Mr. Hua VI. After observing the technique, Fang Xian followed what he had learned earlier, allowing his internal chi and blood to pulsate, and suddenly a trace of chi emerged. A finger was wrapped in chi, transforming into a dragon claw, but it quickly dissipated. Still a bit unskilled at the beginning, Fang Xian took a deep breath as Hua Chang adjusted the gravity multiplier again. Normally, a fourfold increase in gravity was just right for a level 4 combatant, but Hua Chang set it to 6 times the gravity. Under such conditions, an ordinary person could hardly move, and even Fang Xian felt the heaviness, breathing with difficulty but still manageable. In his mind, images of those arrogant people from the church flashed by. Fang Xian's eyes turned cold. His resolve strengthening. I must become stronger, the strongest there is. I must break all the strongholds in this world. I will annihilate all those who bully and oppress the weak. At first, under the heavy gravity, even lifting his arms was difficult, but Fang Xian, with a determined look, endured all discomfort, lifted his arms, mobilized the chi and blood around his body, and threw punch after punch. Hua Chang stood by, and seeing Fang Xian punching determinedly, he couldn't help but grin with satisfaction. If this perseverance continued, reaching level 5 combat power during the midterm test seemed possible. Yang Hao dialed the phone. Mom, that Fang Xian is still fine. Not only did I fail to get my revenge, but I've also become the laughingstock of the whole school. Now everyone points and talks about me, saying very unpleasant things. Some even call me a clown. If this continues, I might really get depressed. On the phone, Jiang Suqing hurriedly explained. Housey, listen to Mom. I've asked your uncle. And it's not the people from Sky Shield Bureau who are protecting Fang Xian. It's because Fang Xian is involved in some matters that are inconvenient to disclose. Your uncle said that the reason the 9th Division keeps Fang Xian is that he is of use. Being a man without any background, once he loses his usefulness, no one would care if he lives or dies. Young Housey gripped his phone tightly. But I want him dead now. Jiang Suqing continued. Son, don't be hasty. Let Mom tell you a secret. This comes straight from your uncle's mouth, and you must not spread it around. What secret? This time, the 9th Division is protecting this new recruit named Fang Xian, which has upset some people in the church. Moreover, it's said that Fang Xian has quite the talent. The 9th Division already has a demon like Zhuge Hang, and they absolutely won't sit by and watch another emerge from the 9th Division. If they can't have him, they'll destroy him. Doesn't Sky Shield Academy have a life and death stage? The church will bribe a new student to challenge Fang Xian on the stage and then eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Yang Haosi said, Mom, Fang Xian is very strong, the top of the new recruits. Challenging him must be a joke, right? Jiang Suqing hummed. Son, just be patient. Let me explain. This plan will be implemented after some time. Fang Xian has a strength-based talent, and those with such talents are often brash. In time he'll be surpassed by other talents. The church will provide a kind of magical artifact to the bribed student. This artifact can transfer strength, as long as that student wears the artifact. Someone outside the school with a higher battle strength of the same talent can transfer strength to him. To avoid suspicion, they will gradually set the stage, making it seem like the student's power is steadily increasing. However, among the new students, the increase in combat strength can't be too exaggerated. It will be controlled at a 4th level battle capability, but killing that Fong Xin will still be easy, so son, just bear with it a little longer. You will definitely see Fong Xin get beaten to death. Yang Haoxi's eyes turned wild. Mom, don't bother with some new student, let me do it. I want to finish him with my own hands. Son, you are the apple of mom's eye. Let someone else handle this rough and tiring task. Yang Haoxi said sinisterly. Mom, if I don't do it myself, those students will always treat me like a clown and mock me. I can't stand that ridicule. I need to reclaim my honor, son. Jiang Suqing was interrupted before she could finish. I don't care, go talk to my uncle. I want to be on the life and death stage and kill Fong Xin myself. If you don't make it happen, I won't want to live. Son, please don't be foolish, you are everything to me. I'll talk to your uncle right away. After hanging up, Yang Haoxi kicked a chair beside him, his eyes filled with a sinister glow. Soon, the phone rang again. Son, your uncle really cares for you, he has agreed. Boom, Fong Xin punched a puppet. The mid-4th level puppet staggered back half a step. Standing aside, Hua Cheng's eyes lit up. Currently, Fong Xin's strength-based combat power could deliver a punch of 18,000 kilograms. The upper limit of a 4th level combat power is 25,000 kilograms. That means Fong Xin's actual combat power is still at the early stages of level 4. In the initial stages of level 4, Fong Xin was able to repel mid-level 4 opponents, a testament to his exceptional talent. He had an almost intuitive grasp of new concepts. After being taught several times by Hua Cheng, Fong Xin quickly understood the essence of the techniques. In just 2 hours, Fong Xin was able to envelop his palms with his qi, which then morphed into the shape of a dragon's claw. With a sweep of his fingers, he caused several cracks to appear on the chest of a training puppet. This was under 6 times the normal gravity. His combat abilities would double if he were outside. Although those with strength-based talents are often labeled as brutes, this assessment is quite fair. As long as a well-trained individual with a strength-based talent gets close, they are invincible within the same level of combat power. During training, Hua Cheng also sparred with Fong Xin, pointing out flaws in his combat skills. With countless real combat experiences, Fong Xin learned and understood quickly. After the training, Fong Xin was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked and clinging tightly to his body. His physique was ideal, not as bulky as those muscle-bound types, but lean and well-proportioned, each muscle perfectly defined. When Fong Xin and Hua Cheng left the gravity room, many female trainees turned to look. Indeed, the female trainees often proved more lecherous than the males, almost drooling over Fong Xin's physique. With his current reputation at Tian Shield Academy and the added buff of his status, he attracted quite a bit of lustful attention. Hua Cheng checked the time and said, I need to go back now. From now on, we'll continue at this time daily. I've secured this gravity room for you alone, just train as hard as you can. As long as it doesn't kill you, train to your limits. If I can't make it and you have any questions, message me. Okay, brother Hua. Hua Cheng clapped Fong Xin on the shoulder, adding, remember Xin, be decisive and firm in your thoughts. Repay kindness with kindness and enmity with vengeance. If you can't avenge an insult immediately, don't whine or curse fate. That's what weaklings do. Every injustice we see is rooted in our own weakness. Right and wrong are dictated by the strong. Only when we are strong can we defeat those who abuse their power. Fong Xin looked up at Hua Cheng, growing fonder of his character. Got it, brother Hua. Hua Cheng grinned. No need to be formal with me. In class, I'm your instructor. Off the clock, we're brothers. Alright, I've got to head home now. With a wave, Hua Cheng left. Fong Xin tugged at his sticky shirt, regretting not bringing a change of clothes. He needed to hurry home for a shower and also to thank Li Bear. Today, Li Bear took the stage in a manner that was quite abstract, yet he undeniably lent a hand to Fong Xin, grateful for the assistance. Fong Xin expressed his thanks to Zhuge Hong, Shang Tianke, Sun Bijuan and Cheng Bingqing. He knew well that simply repaying a favor with a meal or a gift wouldn't suffice. It wasn't just about settling debts but preserving future relationships. Fong Xin was determined to reciprocate fully when they needed his help. As he was walking back, a crisp and familiar voice called out, brother. Turning around, Fong Xin saw Jiang Xiaocha running towards him, handing him a soft, fragrant towel. After wiping his sweat, Fong Xin playfully flicked Jiang Xiaocha's smooth forehead. How did you know I was here? He asked. Sure, Tailang told me, she replied. Fong Xin nodded. Need something? Nothing much, just came to grab dinner with you. Wiping his sweat again, Fong Xian said, I need a shower first. Alright, I'll go tidy up your room. While walking, several students glanced over at Fong Xian with some greeting him. Has Yang Haoxi stopped bothering you? Fong Xian asked. Jiang Xiaocha shook her head. Brother, today's events, they made you think? Fong Xian probed. She nodded emphatically. Fong Xian ruffled her hair. Then write me an 800-word reflection and leave it on my desk. Jiang Xiaocha looked up and smiled, though her smile was tinged with bitterness. Brother, I used to think being a good student solved everything. When it came to talent tests, I thought good scores meant a perfect life. But today, I felt truly insignificant for the first time. Facing powerful people, we who lack connections and support are as insignificant as ants. They could crush us whenever they want, even if we are the victims. Looking at Jiang Xiaocha's profile, Fong Xian saw that this girl always had a deeper understanding of issues from a young age. So what now? He smiled. Jiang Xiaocha looked up, emphasizing each word. Brother, we need to become stronger. I don't want to be an ant. I don't want to be trampled underfoot. If we are strong enough, we can be each other's support, each other's backing. Fong Xian looked into Jiang Xiaocha's resolute eyes and smiled slightly, seriously responding, good. Jiang Xiaocha raised her hand. Pinky promise. Fong Xian raised his hand and the siblings sealed their vow. Who's your mental strength teacher? Fong Xian asked. Chen Yuanjue, she replied. Fong Xian nodded. Not bad. Thinking it over, he took out an eye mask that Madame Sun Bijuan had given him from his spatial ring. This is for training mental strength. Use it while I train my other talents every day. Jiang Xiaocha took it over. Okay. When they arrived at the dormitory, Fong Xian knocked on Li Bayer's door. Zhang Yaozu came out from his own room. Xian, bro, Bayer isn't here. She went out to practice her knife skills. She said before she left that if you come back and want to thank her, there's no need, just manage her potato chips for a month and that's fine. No problem. Zhang Yaozu sniffed. Xian, bro, today only Bayer helped you. We didn't do much. Well, it all happened so suddenly, I didn't even have time to react. What about the others? Zhang Yaozu chuckled. They all went to train. The church was too arrogant today. A lot of people are furious, hearing that we might encounter members of the church during the midterm test. They are all eager to train hard, so when the time comes, they can take on the church members. Then you should go too. You are our team's healer, and in team battles, healers are very important. Zhang Yaozu nodded vigorously. I like the term healer. I need to improve my skills. In future team battles, if Fatty gets injured and doesn't call me mom, I won't heal him. I'm off to store up some healing powers. See you later. He waved goodbye. While Fong Xian showered, Jiang Xiaocha trained his mental strength using an eye mask. After showering, the siblings went to eat. Fong Xian then entered a single-person multifunctional training room. He took out a cultivation technique acquired from the church from his spatial ring. Opening the first technique, the words light technique, divine concealment, caught his eye. Fong Xian looked at this first technique, a level 10 technique, essentially an invisibility skill. Fong Xian opened the skylight as the sky gradually darkened with only the moonlight spilling over him. Observing the divine concealment skill, Fong Xian tried it little by little. The moonlight seemed to be crushed into specks of light, merging into Fong Xian's body. Fong Xian had some talent for light-based skills, although not an SSS-level top talent, still an S-level talent. Moreover, Fong Xian's talent could grow through his killing talent. From the moment Zhu Gahong mentioned arranging a meeting with Hua Shi at the Relics of Gods and Demons, Fong Xian had the idea of killing Hua Shi and plundering the talents of the church members. The words Zhu Gahong said resonated deeply with Fong Xian. No matter how civilization evolves, the law of the survival of the fittest remains unchanged, just cloaked in different civilized guises. The killing talent even more vividly displayed the law of the survival of the fittest. Specks of light fell on Fong Xian's body, making it gradually blur. Having practiced light instantaneous movement and light slash before, he had some experience. Soon Fong Xian's body became completely transparent. After 3 minutes, Fong Xian's body slowly reappeared, gasping for breath. The stored light in his body was not abundant, so he could only maintain it for 3 minutes. This skill had the advantage over invisibility cloaks in that it could avoid detection to some extent. Wearing an invisibility cloak, if someone manipulates the sandy ground, footprints could be discovered, but with the divine concealment skill, the user completely merges with the light, leaving no footprints. Fong Xian looked at the second skill, light technique. Fierce sun scorches the sky, using the light technique to condense a fierce sun to launch an attack. The damage was very high, although it had a long initial delay. Fong Xin recently discovered while absorbing the brilliance of the sun that above his xinquan a small sphere of light energy was suspended. This sphere, where black and white intersected, closely resembled the crescent moon in the sky. If one looked carefully, the white represented the crescent and the black symbolized the moon's shadow. Upon closer observation, Fong Xin realized that besides the specks of moonlight entering the sphere of light energy, there were also tiny black dots merging into it. This, he deduced, must be the influence of his slaughter talent on his light-based talent. As Fong Xin consulted his cultivation manual, the sphere was referred to as the divine source, functioning similarly to the xinquan but specifically for the light-based talent. Regular exposure to sunlight and moonlight was advised, as both solar and lunar energies would be absorbed and stored. However, Fong Xin was capable of absorbing not only solar and lunar energies but also the tiny black dots. During nighttime, reflecting on the methods of the sun-burning sky technique, he utilized the solar energy accumulated in the divine source. Immediately, a ping-pong ball-sized white sphere appeared between his fingers. With a flick, the sphere struck a puppet, scorching a burnt mark upon its body. After some thought, Fong Xin extracted some of the black energy and launched the sun-burning sky technique again, producing another ping-pong ball-sized black sphere. This sphere emitted strange vibrations, giving an odd sensation akin to having a fever while feeling cold. Fong Xin flicked the black sphere onto the puppet, which entered its body. The puppet appeared unharmed initially, but seconds later it collapsed with a thud. Upon close examination, Fong Xin was astonished to find that the puppet's spiritual power was being burnt by the black sphere, and its inner light energy fueled the fire like oil. Fearing damage to the puppet, Fong Xin quickly extracted a fist-sized black sphere from it. He was astounded. This mutated light-based talent was incredibly powerful, capable of burning not only the light energy inside the opponent but also their spiritual power. Since everyone possesses spiritual power, though varying in strength, this ability was a significant advantage. Holding the black sphere that now hovered in his palm, Fong Xin realized that his skills, influenced by his slaughter talent, were enchantingly effective against both light-based and spirit-based talents. With a grasp, the sphere dispersed and merged back into Fong Xin's body, further solidifying the divine source suspended above his xinquan. In the realm of innate talents associated with the system of light, the divine source was either white, symbolizing the light of day, or silver, representing the moon. However, Fong Xin encountered an unexpected delight, a hint of black akin to the night itself. As he absorbed the moonlight, he turned his attention to the third skill technique, light technique, divine movement. After some study, he discovered that this skill was designed to increase speed, essentially a movement technique. By utilizing the power of light to enhance speed, it acted like a light energy accelerator. Initially, it could achieve 3 meters per second, and how long one could maintain this depended entirely on the user's talent. Fong Xin felt that with his beginner-level talent, he could sustain it for half an hour, roughly covering a distance of 5,400 meters. Moreover, Fong Xin joyfully found that at night, with the black energy from the divine source, the duration could be doubled. Being only an S-grade talent, if his talent level were higher, he could sustain it for even longer. Having reviewed these 3 techniques, Fong Xin committed them firmly to his memory. His next task was to bask in the sunlight, moonlight, and even the darkness of night. After all, none of it was a loss, and not losing meant gaining. His strength-based talent had already reached level 4. He also had a level 4 battle-capable polar bear from his beast mastery talent. His mental talent was just beginning, while his sensory talent was considered level 2, although his light-based talent had only recently condensed its divine source. It was already capable of launching attacks, barely touching level 3 in combat strength. With the enhancement from the black energy, he could exert the power of mid-level 3. After reaching level 4 in strength, his talent for slaughter had surged, reaching a combat strength of level 5. However, he was unsure how the King of Slaughter's power would fare. Now he needed to continuously strengthen his strengths and spend time improving his weaknesses. However, if he wanted to completely compensate for his weaknesses and max out his secondary talent attributes, there was one method: slaughter, plunder. After a few more days of refining, Fong Xin planned to take on some missions. Having endured the church's trials, the only thought in his mind was to become stronger. He practiced the Tai Rising Dragon technique a bit longer, and before he knew it, it was 9:30. Fong Xin went out to handle the formalities for the students who wanted to continue training. He himself trained until 11:30. he escorted Jiang Xiaochao back to her dormitory. Jiang Xiaochao handed Fang Xian and I mask brother, train your mental strength a bit more tonight. Returning to the dormitory, Fang Xian knocked on the door and delivered 2 large boxes of potato chips into Li Bear's room. Shi Tailang had somehow acquired a projector which was currently showing a movie and floated mid-air. Shi Tailang and Zhang Yaozu were in Li Bao's room, watching a movie. As Fang Xian entered, the movie was showing a heavy rain scene and he instinctively rubbed his arms, acutely aware that the projector could barely be considered a mental series artifact capable of affecting one's spirit, making one feel as if they were there in person. Seeing Fang Xian with 2 boxes of chips, Li Bao's eyes lit up. Brother Xian is here, let's watch the movie together, Shi Tailang invited. Fang Xian set down the chips and took out other snacks to place on the table while Shi Tailang and Zhang Yaozu thanked him and began to show off. What kind of movie is it? Shi Tailang exclaimed excitedly. A suspense movie starring the popular young actress Zhao Rojuan, my goddess, who looks just like the girl of my dreams. If I could meet her, I'd be willing to let Zhang Meiqiu fail his midterm exam. Damn fatso later. Fang Xian glanced at the 3D hologram, noticing a very spirited and beautiful actress. Nowadays selecting actors relies on their natural talent for acting. Whatever they play they resemble, and they even gain popularity through their acting skills. The higher their popularity, the more likely it is to attract awakened fans who fervently support them. It is said that centuries ago, star actors could earn exorbitant fees just by batting their eyes and counting to 4. If that happened today, any pretense would be met by awakened viewers with Xiong syndrome who would literally take them down in person. Fang Xian greeted a few people and then returned to his own dormitory, sweating profusely after the evening's training. After showering, he lay on his bed and took out the mobile phone his grandfather had mailed him. He lit up the screen and sat bolt upright when he saw a new message notification. Xian, if someone with the surname Ko looks for you, don't be afraid, he's one of us. The message was just this simple sentence, then there was no more follow-up. Fang Xian flipped the phone over and over, confirming it was the only new message. The surname Ko, it was quite rare, but his grandfather hadn't explained who this Mr. Ko was, or what he did. Could he be from Section 9? However, the surname Ko felt eerily familiar. Just as Fang Xian was about to lie down, he suddenly remembered something and sprang up from the bed, even more agitated than when he had received the message from his grandfather. He finally remembered where he had heard the surname Ko. Previously, on his first visit to the Beast Palace with Zhuge Heng, Zhuge had mentioned exchanging a piece of news that kept the Beast Palace awake at night for Fang Xian's awakening. In the palace, that message mentioned Honghuang number 1 inch, mentioned the Qilin, and also mentioned an old professor who developed Honghuang number 1 and one of his living students who was extradited back from abroad by the church. Due to internal power struggles within the church, that student was taken away by remnants of the Eternal Night Army at Dangyin Mountain. The leader of the remnants who took the student, his surname was Ko. Fang Xian couldn't help but wonder, the Mr. Ko mentioned by his grandfather, could he be the same Mr. Ko who took the professor's student mentioned by Zhuge Heng? But with all these clues intertwined, it was hard not to be suspicious. If this was true, then his grandfather was involved with the remnants of the Eternal Night Army. The organization Fang Xian belonged to, the Sky Shield Bureau, was in a fight to the death with the remnants of the Eternal Night Army. Could it be that he would have to perform a drama of filial piety against his grandfather? If it was true, how did his grandfather become one of us with the remnants of the Eternal Night Army? Fang Xian tapped his temple lightly with the phone, pondering all the clues once more. Grandfather once defected from the Divine Court organization, even injuring many of the elders. He might have been able to join forces in hearts with the remnants of the Eternal Night Army, living a carefree life in the mortal world, galloping through the human joys with a raised whip. Such thoughts swirled in his mind. Regardless, since grandfather declared they were one of us, there was no need for further conflict. Enhancing one's own strength was the utmost priority now. Yang Hao was exceptionally obedient, but being a spoiled second-generation heir, he couldn't stand losing face and being dubbed the clown. He could only behave for a few days. The feud he had with Fang Xian was far from over. Fang Xian put away his phone and lay back down, putting on his eye mask and plunging back into darkness, focusing his mind to break through the shadows. In the following days, life at the Sky Shield Academy calmed considerably. Everyone resumed their normal study routines. Fang Xian practiced the Tai Rising Dragon technique daily without fail, then soaked in the training hall till 11:30 every night. Hua Chang was extremely strict with Fang Xian's training, always pushing him to his limits. Although Fang Xian had been previously bullied by the church, Hua Lao was even more infuriated than Fang Xian, wishing he could transfer his own skills to Fang Xian, empowering him for a massacre. These days, Fang Xian's mental talent improved the most. Initially, it took him half an hour to regain consciousness with the mental training eye mask in the dark space. Now he could snap out of it within 3 seconds. His spiritual spring had also solidified, with a faint crimson-colored mental force flowing out like water. However, these were just preliminary exercises for the eye mask, designed for S-class and below mental talents. Sun Bijuan informed Fang Xian that the eye mask had 2 more settings, one for SS class and another for SSS class mental talents. If Fang Xian wanted to try, he could, and if he managed to pass, it would greatly enhance his mental power, though mental ability was just his secondary skill, so there was no need to be too harsh. Lying on the bed, Fang Xian adjusted the difficulty setting to the intermediate level targeted at SS class mental talents. He was curious to see what kind of illusion he would face at the SS level. Putting on the eye mask, Fang Xian found himself in a room draped with pink gauze. He lay on a strange chair, unable to move, as if he were experiencing sleep paralysis. A beautiful woman approached him, tall and shapely, with fair skin, picturesque features. Dressed in light gauze, her graceful figure slightly veiled. The small flowers on the gauze modestly covered key areas, and as the enchanting song played, the woman danced towards him. Her dance steps were light and inviting, gradually closing in on Fang Xian, her demeanor shy yet inviting, delicate but not coy, her sleeves fluttering, the scene subtly revealing and concealing itself. Fang Xian frowned. Is this the test they really want to give me, just 18 years old? Who among the comrades could withstand such a test? Isn't this leading me into error? This thing that tarnishes my pure soul, yet it looks so beautiful. No wonder it is said that even if one dies under the peony flower, they remain elegant as ghosts. As the woman drew closer, Fang Xian couldn't help but flush with warmth. It was hard not to react in such a situation. Unexpectedly, this illusion turned out to be so dangerous, an SS-level spiritual trial terrifying like this. The woman's slender fingers traced over Fang Xian's chest, slowly bending down. The real touch made it difficult to distinguish whether everything in front of him was real or fake. They say lust could be as threatening as a knife above one's head. Indeed, what young person doesn't dream a little wildly in their youth? But what was before him seemed even more real. Fang Xian wanted to move but found himself unable to, lying there at the mercy of another. His clothes were slowly lifted, the woman's index and middle fingers stepping across his chest, then gently drawing circles. Fang Xian wanted to shout, but his mouth was immediately silenced by the woman's slender fingers. She pressed her body against Fang Xian's chest, her temples brushing against him, blowing warm, ticklish breaths. Brother Xian, I want you. Damn it, in my heart there are only the organization and the people. This test will not defeat me. Fang Xian focused his attention, but every time he concentrated, the woman would play some tricks, scattering his focus. Fang Xian persisted, constantly reminding himself that all this was an illusion. Even if real, they were but deadly allurements. My robust physique is not to be wasted here. It is for building the beautiful dragon country. Audacious Demonis, dare you disrupt my cultivation? Fang Xian recalled an ancient video from centuries ago. There was a spell in the video. Whether it could be used or not, he decided to chant it anyway. Great majestic dragon, the great Tharni, all Buddhas, Prajna Paramitha Hridaya. His spiritual power gathered and then dispersed and then gathered. After a grueling 2.5 hours, Fang Xian opened his eyes, tore off the eye mask, gasping for air. His body felt like it was falling apart, sweating profusely. The bedsheet even had a person-shaped mark soaked in sweat. It felt as if he had been through several intense battles. He lay in bed for a long time to rest. Fang Xian rubbed his groggy head. An SS-level spiritual talent trial truly was terrifying. If the SS-level trials were this hard, one could only wonder about the difficulty of SSS-level trials. Fang Xian checked his own xingquan, wanting to see if there had been any progress, but upon checking he was stunned. Thinking his eyes were blurred from being drained in the tender land, he quickly widened his eyes to look again. Next to Fang Xian's original xingquan, there was now an additional xingquan. Fang Xian checked several times to make sure his eyes were not deceiving him. 2 xingquans? What was going on? Could this be the benefit Madame Sun Bijuan mentioned if one passed the SS-level trial, or is it that SS-level spiritual talents have 2 xingquans? After the emergence of this divine spring, my psychic abilities have indeed improved. Fang Xian, holding his smart device, reviewed all the information related to psychic talents. He also looked up what changes occur for S-level talents who barely pass the SS-level trials. The comments below unanimously mentioned the expansion of the divine spring, stating that more psychic energy would overflow from it. There was no information about having two divine springs. Fong Xin did not search further. Querying too much with the smart device could potentially attract unwanted attention. He logged into the country's largest Awakeners website using an old gaming account, switching IP addresses for safety. After some thought, he posted in the Psychic Talent Forum section asking if it was possible for a genius to have two divine springs. He changed his bedsheets and pajamas, took a quick shower, and then checked the forum for any responses. One top comment read, "Has the poster gone mad? Must be a muggle with psychic talents asking this, or a low-talent muggle indulging in fantasies." Among the comments, a highly upvoted reply from a user named Spear Stinks of Shit Kills Whoever said, dismissively, "Stop bragging about geniuses having two divine springs. What, should I believe you if I say I have two big ones?" Another top response from a user named Water Gun Filled with Urine Sprays Whoever countered, "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, I have them." To which Spear Stinks of Shit Kills Whoever retorted, "Stop arguing, okay, if you have two divine springs show me the evidence and I'll call you daddy." Water Gun Filled with Urine Sprays Whoever replied, "I wasn't talking about divine springs." Amidst the chatter, a comment from a user named Carrying Chest Hair to Transplant caught Fong Xin's eye. Awakeners with more than one divine spring do exist. At the end of the last century, there was a strong figure with two divine springs from an enemy faction which our officials deliberately concealed, leaving no records. I stumbled upon this in a biography when browsing old books. The post included a photo from the biography, but it was old and blurred due to coffee stains, showing only a slender old man in military attire. Parts of the text were also stained, but Fong Xin managed to discern some information. Yin Shengjun, one of the 8 great generals of the Eternal Night Army, a psychic talent holder with two divine springs. His psychic power was vast and abundant, single-handedly facing multiple enemies, and battled for 21 days without exhaustion. Fong Xin tried searching for Yin Shengjun, but found no information available. After the chaos of the gods, much information about the Eternal Night Army became difficult to access, as if deliberately obscured. Textbooks only praised the heroes who quelled the chaos of the gods, painting the Eternal Night Army in a uniformly negative light, documenting their inhumane acts. When Fong Xin lived with his grandfather indeed told him many stories about the Eternal Night Army, similar to what the textbooks described. Wherever the Eternal Night Army went, they left devastation like locusts, committing arson, rape, and all forms of evil. However, each time he mentioned the Eternal Night Army, Grandpa would sigh, staring into the distance, lost in thought. Fong Xin thought for a moment and messaged the person who had sent the photo earlier, "Big brother, could you send me a more detailed introduction?" The reply came quickly, "Who's big brother? I'm a woman." Fong Xin paused for several seconds, staring at the ID of the person who used chest hair for hair transplants. "Sister, could you send me a more detailed introduction?" "Sweet talker," the person replied quickly, and resent a clearer photo. Fong Xin scanned the entire text but found no detailed introduction to the two divine springs, and the introduction to Yin Shengjun was incomplete. "Sister, what about the rest? Does little brother have abs? Why, show your abs to your sister and I'll send you the rest." Seconds later, Fong Xin looked at the remaining introduction. It had to be said that Yin Shengjun was indeed a ruthless character. His control over mental power was extremely precise, knowing exactly how much to use without any excess or deficiency. He also possessed two powerful divine springs, using one while the other charged, equivalent to a normal person having not only 2 kidneys but 4 indestructible ones. The phone vibrated as the person with the chest hair transplant ID sent another message. "Haha, your abs are delightful, little brother. Want to see any more biographies? Sister will send them to you, as long as you keep showing your good stuff. If you don't want to see biographies, we can exchange other things." Without hesitation, Fong Xin exited the forum with the attitude of a person who pulls up his pants and denies acquaintance. "I am a formidable entity who has emerged from an SS-tier mental trial. How dare this mere femme fatale disturb my spiritual focus?" Fong Xin observed his second divine spring, noting a significant improvement in his mental power. If he could pass the SS-tier mental trial in 3 seconds, his mental power would surely increase further. Combined with the introduction to Yin Shengjun, his application of mental talents could remain unbeaten. However, his talent was only S-tier with limited potential for improvement. To advance, he would need to engage in more combat and plunder. His strength-based talents also required real battle experience for further breakthroughs. Fong Xian had accepted the mission. With no classes on Saturdays and Sundays, he could use these 2 days to take on missions. Glancing at the time, it was already 3 in the morning. Fortunately, as someone with a physical talent, Fong Xian's physique was far superior to ordinary people. A short rest was all he needed to be re-energized and ready to battle again. The next day, Fong Xian handed an eye mask to Jiang Xiaocha. With curiosity, Jiang Xiaocha asked, "Brother, have you tried the intermediate and advanced trials with this eye mask?" Fong Xian immediately shook his head. "No, those should be quite dangerous. You should keep practicing at the beginner level." "Oh, okay, it's Sunday today and I have classes tomorrow. It's already a bit late to take on a mission today. I might as well wait until next Saturday." These days, besides attending classes, Fong Xian spent every waking moment training. Classes on team collaboration had also started, and every 2 weeks there was a team competition, which essentially meant that each squad would go out and carry out missions. This was to observe the team's coordination abilities, and if a team faced issues, there would be a reassignment among the squads. Fong Xian and his teammates had incorporated team training into their daily regimen. It must be said that they were arranged into a team by Zhu Gahang, and their cooperation complemented each other well. Fong Xian managed his time like a master every day, sleeping only 4 hours, with the rest of his time devoted to training various talents. Sun Bijuan gifted Fong Xian a spiritual talent attack skill, a divine power called Eye of Authority, a 13th level pupil technique that combined control and damage. However, the old lady still tirelessly repeated every year that Fong Xian must forge his divine spring to make it strong enough to sustain longer and stronger in battles. Fong Xian did not mention to the old lady about the 2 divine springs or the SS-level trial in the spiritual category. Firstly, if the divine springs underwent sudden changes and someone took them away for examination, that would be troublesome. Laying low was the smarter approach. Secondly, the SS-level trial was too embarrassing to speak of. Fong Xian undertook the SS-level trial daily. In the trial's illusion, the storyline changed every day, sometimes even featuring more than one female lead. The professions and types were varied: mature women, young girls, girl next door, catgirls, nurses, sensual secretaries, aloof CEOs. Fong Xian didn't actually enjoy these. It was all for elevating his realm and protecting all of humanity, not because he was lecherous. Initially, breaking through the illusion took 2.5 hours, but now the time had gradually shortened. When the time was compressed to within 2 hours, Fong Xian was shocked to discover a new change in his divine spring. The 2 divine springs had turned into 3. On top of that, there were other mutations. Sitting on his bed, Fong Xian was already struggling to calm himself with the transformation from 2 to 3 divine springs. Unexpectedly, the light-based talent source that originally hovered above the first divine spring had now split into 2. 3 divine springs, 2 sources. Fong Xian was stunned. What was going on? With 2 divine springs, Yin Shengjun was already ranked 3rd among the 8 great generals of the Eternal Night Army, so with 3 divine springs and 2 sources, where would that place him? Maybe top 2.5. Fong Xian looked at his newly acquired divine springs and sources according to the textbook records. Everyone possesses a divine spring and a divine source, each unique to the individual. The divine spring is almost transparent, while the divine source shares the same hue as the sun and the moon. Fong Xian's divine spring carries a tinge of blood, and within his divine source swirls black energy. It's not hard to guess that these are linked to his talent for slaughter. Fong Xian noticed that both his mental power and the power of light had significantly increased. His talent for slaughter was like a cheat code, even more ruthless than one. Moreover, with the surge in mental power, his perceptual abilities had greatly improved. Fong Xian felt that his perception had reached level 3 and was on the verge of advancing to level 4, where he could form a perceptual network. Fong Xian raised his hand, and a black orb the size of an apple hovered over his fingertip, significantly larger than the ping-pong-sized orb he had before. This orb, which used the power of light as fuel and could scorch mental powers, had become Fong Xian's trump card. Gazing at the black orb, he acknowledged that his light-based talents were not particularly strong, barely reaching S grade. However, his rapid progress, having reached level 3 combat strength shortly after awakening his talents, especially with the addition of the black orb, was enough to reach mid-level 3 combat strength. After some thought, he attributed his progress to his slaughter talent. Fong Xian absorbed the black orb back into his body, observing his 3 divine springs and Two divine sources wondering if they would increase further. Noting the time and seeing it was late, he decided to sleep and take up a mission after dawn. Rising early the next morning and after freshening up, Fong Xian checked the task list on his smart connector. He was very purposeful. Among his talents, perceptual abilities were SS grade, while both light-based and mental talents were only S grade. Light-based talents were mostly monopolized by the church, making it difficult for those wanting to eliminate the church to enhance their light-based talents. He would have to wait for the midterm test at the demonic divine ruins. Now Fong Xian focused on enhancing his mental and perceptual talents. However, on the task list there were many criminals wanted for their mental talents, but few for perceptual talents, as those with such abilities, being fragile and less powerful, had to develop sneakily. After browsing, Fong Xian set his target on a criminal with level 4 initial stage mental talent. Opening the file, the criminal named Shiman Boguan targeted lone travelers for murder indifferent to the gender of his victims as long as they were attractive, earning him the nickname Multifunctional Plug. Fong Xian carefully reviewed the information to ensure its accuracy, confirming that the criminal indeed possessed level 4 initial stage combat strength, and accepted the mission. Seconds later, the mission was successfully accepted with a deadline of 36 hours. You must return to school within 36 hours, regardless of whether the task is completed or not. Task settlement rewards: reward 400 points and a wanted coefficient of 2 stars. 1 star equals 50 points, totaling 500 points. Reward: 10 psychic fruits. Fong Xian glanced at the rewards. For hunting a level 4 combat alien, these were quite generous. As for the psychic fruits, these were used to replenish psychic energy after excessive consumption, but for Fong Xian, who possessed 3 divine springs, they were somewhat useful but not significantly so. There were only 36 hours available. Traveling to and from the location would take 6 hours, leaving 30 hours to locate and eliminate the target. Task acceptance could be anonymous, and Fong Xian, to avoid drawing attention, opted for anonymity. This trip was not only about completing the task. Fong Xian also wanted to see if there was time to glimpse the King of Slaughter in the mirror again. Besides, Fong Xian sent a message to Ellie. How have things been lately? Any new leads on the case? Ellie's response was swift. Following another lead, she had apprehended someone. After interrogation, it was clear that the organization that had abducted her sister years ago was inextricably linked with an organization called the Mud Plow Temple. And then, this Mud Plow Temple, notorious in the last century for numerous misdeeds, had its entire membership of several thousand eradicated. Ellie replied. Fong Xian used his smart device to search for this Mud Plow Temple, a notorious human trafficking organization from the last century, later annihilated by the Great Pope's decree. The introduction was brief, but Fong Xian's eyes suddenly fixed on the last part of the introduction. In the photo, the leader of the Mud Plow Temple was executed by hanging. Dressed in white, he looked like a sunny doll. An image flashed through Fong Xian's mind. In the cars involved in the accidents that killed both Fong Xian's and Ellie's parents, a sunny doll was hanging. Fong Xian fell into brief contemplation. Further information was virtually untraceable, as many records and pieces of information from before the chaos of the gods seemed erased by an invisible hand. Nowadays, people could only know about past events or figures through official messages from those in power. Combining this with the church's previous inquiries and what Zhu Gahong had said, the case involving Fong Xian's parents was deeply intricate. Fong Xian now felt he was only seeing the tip of the iceberg, unaware of how immense and towering the iceberg below might be. Fong Xian replied with a message. I will also try to look into it here. Thanks, Ellie replied. Don't mention it. The two of them could be considered to suffer from the same affliction. Helping Ellie was helping himself. The procedure to leave school required contacting the counselor. Fong Xian sent a message to Sister Lu, who replied promptly, leaving school to take on a mission. Yes, if manpower is needed, you can show your credentials and contact the local Sky Shield Bureau. You can command a squad from any Special Operations Division except for the 9th Division. Alright, Sister Lu. Oh, and remember to disguise yourself. If young Halsey learns that you're going out, it's hard to ensure he won't cause you trouble. Understood. There are quite a few privileged sons with backgrounds in the Sky Shield Bureau. After all, they can live off the government, and if they have military achievements, they can even hold power. It's easier to get things done in the agency with someone in power. The Sky Shield Bureau turns a blind eye to this, as it's a way of exchanging benefits with large organizations and forces. Sister Lu continued. If the mission can't be completed, you can also come back early. There's no shame in that. Fong Xin wanted to reply with an OK emoji but accidentally clicked too fast and sent a different one. He quickly retracted it and changed to another emoji. Sister Lu also replied with an emoji. Fong Xin left the Sky Shield Academy wearing the disguise mask he had gotten from Ellie. By noon that day, Fong Xin arrived in the city where Simon Multifunction Plug Bertrand was located, Xingchuan City, a third-tier city. Legend has it that this place was one of the main battlefields during the ancient gods' chaos. Simon Bertrand typically only came out to commit crimes at night. Nowadays, many places have curfews at night, and even if there's no curfew, there are few people out and about. Fong Xin planned to come out later in the evening. As night fell, the moon was full and bright. The streets began to empty. Fong Xin checked the time. Every night at 10 there was a curfew. Before 10, local Sky Shield Bureau members and police would patrol. Thus, beings like him usually started moving about after 10. Walking on the street, there weren't many people who hadn't gone home yet, and the few passers-by hurried as if they were desperate. Seeing Fong Xin walking alone on the street, a hurried old lady stopped and looked at him. "Child, it's so late, why aren't you home yet?" Fong Xin replied politely with a smile, "I'll be home soon, you should head home too." The old lady paused, looked around nervously, and then said, "It's very dangerous at night, child. You sound like you're from here. Is your home local?" "No," the old lady quickly said, "Child, find a hotel to stay in quickly. As a foreigner wandering around here late at night, if the officers spot you, they might detain you to boost their performance. They might even demand a ransom from your family." Fong Xin was startled, not expecting the local security to be so poor. "Understood, ma'am, my place is just ahead. I'm heading there now." The old lady took out her keys and walked towards a nearby shop. Fong Xin hadn't walked much further when a few uniformed men wearing large hats, clearly police officers, appeared around the corner. They sized Fong Xin up and down. "Stop! What are you doing out so late at night? My place is just ahead, I'm going there now." The leader, a tall man with a long face, pushed up the brim of his hat. "Outsiders, huh?" Just as the local shop opened up, an elderly lady hurried out. She grabbed Fong Xin's arm and patted him gently, saying, "You child, I've been waiting for you for ages. Why haven't you come home?" "Sorry about this, he's my nephew, just came from out of town and got lost because he's not familiar with the roads here." The tall officer with the stern face nudged Fong Xin with his baton, chuckling at the old lady. "Got lost? An outsider? Your nephew, is it? Come on, tell me, what's his name?" The elderly lady choked up a bit. The officer, pressing against Fong Xin, reached into his pocket to search for identification, but Fong Xin quickly grabbed his wrist. His expression was ice cold. The officer, caught by his wrist, tried to pull away but found the young man's strength surprisingly formidable. "What the heck, an awakener? You trying to resist law enforcement? I now have reason to believe you're a foreigner. Show me your ID." Immediately several people surrounded Fong Xin. The old lady hurriedly said, "Officer, this kid has always been stubborn, he's not trying to resist." Quickly let go of the officer and apologize. "Apologize, my foot. I now have reason to suspect you're an accomplice to foreigners. You're all getting detained for questioning." The stern-faced officer, about to push the old lady aside, was stopped as Fong Xin coolly pulled out a device and scanned the officer. "Yu Chang, chief of Xingchuan City Police, badge number." Before he could finish, the officer shuddered in fear. Upon seeing the 9 Dragons emblem of the 9th Division on Fong Xin's device, the officer's throat bobbed as he licked his lips and snapped to attention. "At your service, sir." The other officers who were about to detain Fong Xin and the old lady also snapped to attention. The privileges of the Sky Shield Bureau, especially those of its 9th Division, were significantly respected within the official system. To think that this young man was from the 9th Division, the bystanders were equally stunned. If taken away by the police for disrupting public order, ordinary people could only desperately try to resolve the situation with money and pleas. Fong Xin tapped the officer's chest with his device. "Is this how you maintain public order?" Yu Chang squeezed out a smile. "Sir, you know how detestable foreigners can be. We were just trying to ensure the safety of public property. A bit of extra caution isn't a bad thing." "Apologize to the old lady," commanded Fong Xin, and Yu Chang along with his men bowed deeply to the old lady, apologizing profusely. The old lady quickly waved it off, indicating it was all right. Fong Xin turned back to the old lady, smiling gently. "Ma'am, you better head back now." The old lady was still a bit dazed, clearly not expecting the young man's high status, with all the police officers nodding and bowing. Watching the old lady leave, Yu Chang bowed deeply. "Sir, what brings you here?" "Alone. Are you new to the area?" Would you like me to get in touch with the local Sky Shield Bureau's 2nd Division to guide you? No need, replied Fong Xian. Yu Chang quickly nodded and bowed, saying, so you're here on a mission. I understand. I definitely won't ask what I shouldn't. If there's anything you need, we are at your command. Continue with your patrol. Yes, officer. Watching the few people before him, Fong Xian just shook his head. The world was filled with too many injustices. Those with power in their hands were the masters. Fong Xian no longer paid them any heed and held a smart device in his hand, which he swept around. The device's virtual screen, much like a thermal imager, displayed everyone still lingering on the streets. There were notably few people out. In such a large city, there were only about 100 people on the streets at night, so it was easy to see how many were out with just a sweep. The patrols usually moved in groups. The smart device could also analyze the innate talents of each person it scanned. Judging by the modus operandi of Shiman Boguan previously, this multifunctional plug was committing crimes outside, controlling his targeted prey with psychic attacks, playing with them before killing them, then dressing the bodies in beautiful clothes, posing them in a fixed position, and finally leaving the scene. So far, 4 women and 3 men had fallen victim. Indeed, he was not picky about his prey. Fong Xian rotated back and forth, scanning every individual still on the streets. At that moment, fortunately, he possessed a talent for perception, so observing wasn't too difficult. However, his perception level was still somewhat low. If he could reach level 4, he would be able to set up a psychic perception network, which would make detecting enemies much easier. An hour and a bit passed. Suddenly, Fong Xian's gaze fixed in one direction. He saw a figure sneaking along carrying a woman towards a certain direction. That direction seemed familiar. It was the old lady's shop. Through the smart device, Fong Xian saw that the figure had entered the shop's interior, and the figure of the kind-hearted old lady appeared on the virtual screen. As soon as the door opened, the old lady collapsed on the floor. Then the person threw the woman he was carrying onto the floor, seemingly hungry, and started looking for food in the shop. Fong Xian quickly headed in that direction. As he walked, Fong Xian saw through the smart device that the police officers he had encountered earlier and another patrol team had met up. Yu Chang, with a baton tucked under his arm, was discussing with his subordinates where to go for a drink later. Seeing the approaching squad, he immediately stood to attention. Captain Ma, the leader of the oncoming squad, responded. Any unusual situations? Yu Chang shook his head. Nothing unusual. That's good. Thanks for the hard work. Oh, there's one thing though. Yu Chang seemed to remember something. Earlier, while on patrol, he encountered a young man also from your Tiandun Bureau, specifically from Section 9. Section 9, Ma Wenbing paused, turned his head to look at the people behind him, and questioned, did people from Section 9 come here? I wasn't informed. Yu Chang continued. That kid looked quite young, probably just in his teens. I think he might be a new recruit from this year. Ma Wenbing glanced around and asked, a new recruit? What's he doing here? Yu Chang recalled. By the looks of it, he seemed to be on a mission, alone on a mission. What kind of mission would require a new recruit from Section 9 to come here? One of the subordinates thought for a moment. Could it be because of Shiman Boguang, a new recruit? Coming for Shiman Boguang? Ma Wenbing scoffed. The new recruits just started 2 weeks ago, and within those 2 weeks, someone is capable of handling a level 4 fighter like Shiman Boguang. Ma Gu, but this is Section 9. Ma Wenbing smirked. Even Section 9 is talking nonsense. I graduated from Tiandun Academy myself and never heard of anyone reaching level 4 strength within 2 weeks of enrollment. They must be exaggerating. Yu Chang chuckled and said, Ma Gu, there's always a possibility, right? Section 9 is known as the Monster Room. Maybe there's really a tough new recruit who could take down a level 4 fighter. Ma Wenbing shook his head dismissively. Stop talking nonsense, let's continue patrolling, and after we finish we'll rest. The team separated. As they reached a spot 2 streets away from the store, Ma Wenbing pulled out his phone. Oh, I forgot to buy something for my daughter. You guys go ahead, I'll call her to ask what she wants. He made the call. Soon, however, a man's voice came from the other end. Ma Dui, I was just getting ready and your call came. Tonight's going to be smooth right here at Hongmei Supermarket. Come join us. Not tonight, Ma Wenbing replied. My men said a new recruit from Section 9 came here on a mission, possibly targeting you. The man on the phone laughed after a moment of surprise. A new recruit? Coming for me? Are you joking or what? My men told me, and they wouldn't lie to me. It must be true. Use your Tiandun Bureau's intelligence scanner to see where he is. Ma Wenbing tried scanning with the intelligence device. He's from Section 9 and my clearance isn't enough to track members of Section 9. You better leave now. What? Are you afraid he could kill me? Funny, a new recruit killing me. then I Shiman Wudwang have lived all these years for nothing. A new recruit from Section 9 can't kill me. Rest assured I'll definitely handle him neatly. Ma Wenbing sternly rebuked. Stop the nonsense, get back now. If a new recruit from Section 9 causes trouble here, the higher-ups will definitely investigate and I won't be able to protect you then. Alright, I'll leave after I'm done. Wait, seems like someone is actually coming. A young kid, not even fully grown, holding an intelligence scanner. Hey, really, a greenhorn? Ma Wenbing immediately said, leave now or it's going to be troublesome. There's only one door and I don't have the Earth attribute talent to go through walls. A confrontation is inevitable. Ma Wenbing fell silent for a few seconds after that. Then you go ahead and fight him, but remember, measure your strength, don't kill the guy. I'm going to bring people over to pretend to save him and you can escape in the chaos. I'll still be able to owe him a favor. Got it, I'll knock him out and signal you. But the girl I've set my eyes on tonight is quite a catch. Come over later and we can have some fun together. At this time, Shiman Wudwang was still thinking about his own little head. Ma Wenbing angrily scolded, after the fight, just get out. Shiman Wudwang, impatient, said got it, and hung up the phone. Peering through the gap in the curtains, Shiman Wudwang watched as Fong Xian approached. When Fong Xian got closer, he had already fully activated his senses. Inside the shop, every move of Shiman Wudwang was within Fong Xian's perception. Fong Xian took a revolver from his space ring and tucked it behind his waist, wore a headband to resist psychic attacks, and in order to prevent another layer of defense, he put on a big red underpants for curse protection on the outside. Physical defense scales hung around his neck, and he held a earth spirit bead that could pass through walls in his hand, and put on a cloak of invisibility. As he did all this, Shiman Wudwang could see clearly from behind the window. Shiman Wudwang, staring wide-eyed, muttered under his breath, "Not, huh? If you're so afraid of dying, then don't come." As he spoke, Shiman Wudwang flashed backwards, flipping his hand to take a small exquisite box from the space ring. When the box opened, it contained a lot of powder. Shiman Wudwang pursed his lips and blew, spreading a layer of powder on the ground, and the air was also filled with dust. A dozen psychic knives formed around him, poised and ready. Shiman Wudwang wore a coconut shell-like helmet on his head and took out a small black curved knife from the space ring, bending over with a disdainful smile curling up at the corner of his lips. His gaze swept over a beautiful woman lying on the ground in a dress, her clothes disheveled, her skirt lifted, revealing two seamlessly smooth and jade-like legs. Shiman Wudwang licked his lips, his eyes burning with a wicked fire, couldn't help but take aim, cursing, damn newcomers from the Shield Bureau messing up my good deeds. I'll have my way with you later, both of you together. Tonight we take both the water and land routes, let's have a blast. Suddenly, Shiman Wudwang's peripheral vision caught something. The wall rippled and the floating dust in midair stirred, vaguely revealing a figure that flashed and vanished. Without a second word, Shiman Wudwang, surrounded by psychic knives, hurled half of them towards that direction, but the next second, the psychic knives hit nothing. The figure seemed to have disappeared from the spot. Shiman Wudwang felt an intense sense of crisis approaching. A nearly transparent protective membrane formed by his spiritual power surfaced on his skin. However, this was exactly what Fong Xian had anticipated. Utilizing the instantaneous light, Fong Xian appeared right in front of Shiman Wudwang. He pressed a small black ball against Shiman Wudwang's chest, which ignited like a spark in gasoline. The defensive shield around Shiman Wudwang instantly burst into black flames. The psychic knives that hovered around him, initially poised to pierce Fong Xian at close range, twisted and deformed under the scorching black flames, melting away in moments. Shiman Wudwang tried to stab Fong Xian with the black curved knife in his hand, but the black aura burned all the spiritual power within him, leaving him powerless. His arm went limp noodle-like, rendering his stab almost forceless. Fong Xian clenched his fist, covering it with vital energy that formed a dragon claw. The Tai Rising Dragon technique unleashed at close range sent Shiman Wudwang flying backward. He crashed against the wall and fell to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. He struggled desperately but couldn't muster any strength. Curled up in a ball, hands clutching his head, the pain was so intense that he couldn't even scream. Fong Xian, expressionless, stepped on Shiman Wudwang's neck, pressing down until a crisp crack was heard. Shiman Wudwang whimpered, his eyes bulging as blood trickled from his mouth. He remained curled up even as Fong Xian killed him. Today's smooth execution was partly due to his opponent's underestimation. A nearly imperceptible speck of blood essence flew from Shiman Wudwang's forehead into Fong Xian's palm. Fong Xian's body shook violently, he could distinctly feel that his 3 spiritual springs had doubled in size, enhancing the maximum capacity and output of stored spiritual power. Fong Xian realized that by devouring Shiman Buoguang's talents, his own psychic talents had also been enhanced. After a thorough check, Fong Xian removed Shiman Buoguang's space ring and the coconut shell-like helmet, a mere physical defense artifact, and casually tossed it into the space ring along with a small curved knife from the ground that possessed piercing properties. The body needed to be handed over, although the sensory system might have checked the body's short-term memory before death. However, since Shiman Buoguang's spiritual power had been completely burnt by the black energy, there wasn't much to find out, only that it had been subjected to a psychic attack. As Fong Xian was about to transport the body back, his body suddenly enveloped in black light, disappeared from the spot, and reappeared in a corner of a store. Several psychic knives whizzed through the air, flashing past the spot where Fong Xian had just been moments before. The spiritual force daggers spun mid-air before vanishing without a trace. Fong Xian, with his senses fully extended, immediately felt a looming crisis approaching. Daggers formed of concentrated spiritual force appeared abruptly before him, poised to pierce through his skull. Fong Xian attempted to escape using the flash of light, but at that moment his body was inexplicably immobilized, too rigid to move even with his formidable physical strength. Suddenly, a figure rapidly closed the distance. In his hand, a crescent moon blade spun, ready to sever Fong Xian's head. As the figure drew near, Fong Xian realized with shock that it was Shiman Buoguang. His gaze quickly swept the area, and indeed the corpse of Shiman Buoguang, whom he had just killed, was still on the ground. Shiman Buoguang sneered, "Kid, bet you didn't expect this. My greatest talent isn't spiritual power but a rare physical duplication. I've spent countless efforts duplicating this body, my ace in the hole, and you've ruined it all." As he spoke, Shiman Buoguang approached Fong Xian, swinging his curved blade towards Fong Xian's neck. "Foolish creature, daring to attack me, die." Fong Xian watched as Shiman Buoguang drew closer and couldn't help but think, a villain really says so much at once. "Don't you care about your life?" As soon as these words fell, the crimson blood symbol emerged on the back of Fong Xian's hand. Simultaneously his eyes turned a bloodthirsty crimson red.